prices, they thought that just the whole thing is going to collapse in a couple of days. So I'm speculating, of course, he's going to release the strategic petroleum reserves by the time in 2 weeks from now, I'm on Labor Memorial Day weekend. Are you back?
Is it fair to say, even though things are expensive, I was out yesterday, and I'm gonna tell you, people are spending a lot of money. People are driving. The highways are crowded. My father, who's in New York, was out for brunch, him and his wife. And I was like, man, it's not crowded. She's all, they were like, it is. I was like, I thought people in New York don't got no money to do anything because of these gas prices. So shit, they spending money. Everywhere was crowded yesterday. So if people were just going to continue just to spend money, these oil companies are getting rich. That's all it is. I'm at the belief that these people are just getting rich now, and they know what they're doing. This war was not by accident. It's intentional to help these people get rich. So
I mean, I deliberately parked my car this week, and I'm not driving into work. I'm only taking the subway because I'm tired.
Big.
Spending $60 for 13 hours. That's ridiculous.
So the New York is a bad parameter because we have the option of taking a very effective subway system. So the reason I had to do gas is because I was working outside of the city and I wasn't going to take the train because it was going to take me too long. I'd have to get up too early to take Metro North. But I'm just telling you, people in the city, the trains are packed, right, Dad? Nobody's driving. They don't have to drive it.
Yes, they are.
Are you kidding me right now?
people are driving, but they're spending money. People are spending money still. It's like
Cars.
it doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, people are still out enjoying their daily lives, even with all these high costs that we talk about.
Well, people
Mother's Day.
They don't have a choice.
Some people are always going to spend money on Mother's Day.
And of course, what he did, you all remember, he took that federal incentive tax on on electric cars earlier in the year when he pissed off, he got mad on Elon Musk and they put that part of what do you call it, the big beautiful bill. They took that subsidies out. So now, like, the electric car market, it's been declining quite a bit. And in times like this, people who are in the market looking for cars, now they will be considering buying an electric car because of the gas high prices, right? It gives them incentive, but now, unfortunately, they don't have this rebate to buy electric cars. Maybe that would, if he thought long about it, but he's just an idiot, with all due respect, like, Mario and everybody here, that's my opinion, but he's an idiot. He never thought long term about how is the electrification of, electric car, how would help in this problem.
That goes to my second point, because I was waiting for someone to bring that up. The transportation electrification incentives has been out well before Trump, right? You can go back to, Barack Obama, and a lot of these states like California, we already started our pathway to 2035, 2040, 2045. Most of your states probably have your own pathways to be carbon neutral. However, we're finding out a lot of people still use gas, even in blue states. It's kind of interesting when you think about it, when you should have been following the state rules if you care so much about the environment. I'm throwing out air quotes. Everybody who's progressive, liberal, should have some type of electric vehicle because y'all claim to care about the environment.
Do you know the Trump quote? What is wrong?
Yeah, but we're talking about long term.
Trump was for our planet.
What I gotta do with buying an electric car in 2021?
They were all electric vehicles.
No, but what's
He shut down 4 of our plants.
Sandra, I had electric I had a vote. So why?
He shut down Detroit. They had a three-shift thing going on there. Everybody that was at that plant lost their job. This has just been in the last 6 months. He shut down one vehicle plant, American vehicle plant in the United States.
Wow. Trump. Okay, so this is Ford you said or Chevy? Which one? Because one of them was just on TV. Administration. So that'd be a conversation for another day. So which one?
Shut down. Hold on. Who's echoing? Can you hear me? I just took off my Bluetooth.
So back to your original point, Amari, I think you're looking in the wrong place.
Can you hear me now?
At least for a reduction.
Yep. Loud and clear, Sandra.
Okay. Yeah, he shut down 4 of our GM plants that were running. It was a 3-shift operation just in Detroit. All those people lost their jobs. All of them. My plant didn't build electric vehicles. We built them big ass SUVs that people like so much. But like all of the electric Hummer, the electric Vet, all of the other electric vehicles, he shut them all down. Because I think he did it because he wanted Tesla to win, and he didn't want us building our shit. So all of the money that GM invested in those factories is gone. In fact, the battery plant that's right here in Lansing got taken over by LG. That was a GM battery plant. So now it belongs to LG. That's the Koreans, right? Yeah. And I just heard that Tesla's getting ready to buy that. So he shut all the American plants down. People don't know that shit. And I'm not buying a fucking Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla Elon was not happy with the big beautiful bill. If you remember, we talked about it in the space several times that he was not happy that they took out a lot of those mandates. He in his own heart to heart, he feels like it's a scam. He's wrong. It's 100%. Look, if anything shows us now that relying on oil, on fossil fuel that we're doing, especially bringing it over from overseas, is a national security risk. Can we all agree to that now? Is that right in our face now? Can we at least agree to that? He's not going to agree to that, but can we all agree to that on this stage? Anybody? Please let me know. Y'all don't agree. I don't think it's a national security risk. Let me know. I won't.
Amari, can you hear me?
No. I would get a BYD now. If I can't buy a General Motors electric vehicle, and I don't think they're bringing them back. They'll never bring those cars back. It's a done deal. The buildings are just crap. So I would buy a BYD, but I'm not buying a Tesla.
Like, I'm getting ready to get on the market for a new vehicle, and I'm like worried. I'm worried that I'm not going to be able to find what suits me anymore. Because I want a hybrid, but I also feel like I should go full electric, but there's no real good option. And a car note now, the average price is like $800. It's like ridiculous. Can I afford it? Yes. But do I want to?
Oh, real quick, Big M, if you buy a car, do not look for the hybrid, because electric will get you 3-something miles, and then you only can charge it up to 80%, because if you try to go 100%, you can ruin the battery, and you can't get it lower than 20%. So you can get yourself about a week, depending on your mileage of gas. I mean, of like, let's say 300 miles. I don't know how far you drive. Do the hybrid. I tell everybody, do the hybrid. You'll get anywhere 500 to 600 miles. That is crucial. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I want to address your original point, Amari. You were saying that you weren't seeing people cutting back on travel or fuel costs or spending on fuel. And that's probably true, at least at this point. But Costco actually released some data. Roger had mentioned was raising questions as to, I'm not going to say as far as a recession, but it's definitely showing evidence that people are cutting back and making some choices due to this extra quote unquote fuel tax.
And I want to say, because I know they're cutting back. It's impossible that they're not. And Mother's Day is not a good barometer, because even though I don't have, well, even though I didn't want to spend that kind of money, when you're dealing with your mother, you're gonna pull out the credit card, hoping that you can pay this shit off later. But let's just see how the summer goes, because that ticket, one-way ticket that I bought to San Francisco, one way, and I just thought, well, you tripping. It's like, no, just keep scrolling, and I was on 3 major airlines trying to find this ticket for that date. The ticket that I ended up buying, and I've never paid this much one way, was $872.
You
One
left
way.
out the $72 part last time.
It's
Dang!
$872, and I still beg, haven't chosen my seat, which they're gonna make us pay for the seat, right? Probably $32.25. I forgot how much they try to. And then if I check in a bag, that's another cost. So I can see that ticket just rounding itself up closer to $1,000. But I'm telling you, it's the airline. People are not going to be able. If you haven't booked way out, and you're deciding to do a quick trip, whatever you thinking you're going to do a quick trip anywhere, and this is in the continental U.S. I mean, good grief, one way. So I feel for you, because people are going to start feeling it once summer really starts kicking in. You're going to see people changing their habits. I don't drive unless I absolutely have to drive. And then I make everything, what I'm doing now is like, okay, so you got to go there. So find 3 other things that you can do along that route. Instead of just going to one place, make sure you do 3 things on that route that you can take care of and then come back. That's the way I'm living my life, because $75 for 12 gallons of gas is ridiculous. I don't care if you can afford it or not.
So
completely
that's
agree.
a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so that's a little bit of evidence right there. So Misa, is changing her habits just a little bit in terms of like figuring out where she can kind of cut a little bit in terms of spending. If that goes nationwide, I mean, that could actually change our.
So for the airlines, Misa, the smaller airlines are already hedged for most of the year until probably 6 to 8 months in advance in a year. So what's happening right now? It's basically consumer gouging. They just seeing this opportunity, and there is a huge demand by Europe for jet fuels. And jet fuel basically for the airline industry is the second highest expense they have after labor and then jet fuel. So Europe right now, because they cut off from the Middle East, now they are just going to the U.S. and they buy a ton of jet fuel from the U.S. So that's increased the prices of the ticket. But these airlines are gouging the people, and there's no way. There's corporate greed as happened in a Biden time and during inflation. For Delta, for example, they have their own refinery, so they're making money from both ways, from the airlines and from the refinery. So Delta is the only company who is really sitting comfortably in this and enjoying and killing both sides of the equation, basically.
It's funny you say that, serious, because something about us chaplains, there's this like funny stereotype. We tend to be clairvoyant, like psychics a little bit. So I have a wedding next week in DC, and I basically pushed my couple to like book my flights way in advance, like in January, because I had a feeling we were gonna come to something like this if they waited too late. So I may have saved them hundreds of dollars, but no. I want to comment on something that was said a while back about price gouging. It's so true. I don't think prices are ever going to come down, at least not within our lifetimes. anymore. And I think I said this a few rooms ago. The only thing we can hope for is to try and increase our income or cut our spending. Which it sounds like, Lisa, you're doing that, which is very smart.
And top of all,
It's crazy.
and top of all that, remember this is a summer, it's driving season. The World Cup is coming up. I mean, these airlines and these businesses looking to cash out as much money as possible to make as much money. Even the smaller airline, probably they got this options to buy these jet fuels like way cheaper price, half the prices today at least, or 25%, 30% of the price of today of jet fuel. But they charge in higher costs, and they know the World Cup is coming, and that's their opportunity to make that, and there's nothing you can do about it. So yeah, so the airline industry is basically, it's going to be Southwest is gone now, so I mean, no, Spirit, I mean, is gone now, so a lot of people is going to be driving, or maybe people basically, so it's sad, but yeah.
I will say this: traffic on Saturday in New York City was brutal. Like, I gave myself an hour and a half to get to a place in Brooklyn that would have taken me an hour under normal conditions. It took me 2.5 hours. So the high cost of gas is not making people not drive. But let's hope that, again, the habit changes are coming, because people still out there.
Yeah, and I posted an article for you, and so you know you have the EIA, right? Energy Information Administration. That's what it stands for. Those who don't know, who also kind of indicated some of the things that I saw in that article. Someone else has sent that to me last month, so I just want to share it with you. I had that on deck. So, but let me play conspiracy theories real quick. I hate doing that. So Michael's gonna be surprised. So Michael, I'm gonna do. I never do this, but I'm gonna do it, Michael. Let's just say he gets rid of all these energy programs, because you remember these big oil companies have been bitching and moaning about it. Blah blah. It's not fair, blah blah blah. What if they came to Trump and said, we want to make some extra money, so we need you to first get rid of all these programs? That's one. Two, we need you to start a war or something, right? You start the war with Iran, gas prices goes up. Then now people got to spend more money in gas. Now they can charge whatever they want.
The people who already...
What'd you say? Can you hear him?
Yeah, I can hear you, Omari. I just to respond to you, you're talking about the majors. These are, I work in the oil industry. You're talking about Exxon, Chevron, BP, Total. These are major transcontinental companies. I don't think so. They don't have one operation. U.S. is one part of their operation. They're everywhere in the world. They are everywhere in the world, basically. Mostly in the Middle East, of course. The theory of to create
aren't prices going up everywhere? I mean, aren't people?
Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, it is. But what I'm trying to say is like, we have it. I don't want to dig too deep into this, but they call it something they call upstream and downstream. So the upstream is basically from the well all the way to the refinery. Downstream is from refinery to the gas station, right? So right now if a bigger company, the majors we're talking about, the big ones, not the miners. They have what they call a vertical integration. Basically, they have it from the well all the way to the gas station, like Exxon or Chevron, right? So they're making money, all the way through. But for the miners, they just have the wells. They don't have the gas stations, right? So they have to refine it. They have to find refining capacity or something like that. I'm a little bit hesitant to say that's the case, but yeah, when you embark on a new project, a new well, a new oil development area, you do economic analysis. analysis and all that sensitive analysis, and just like, okay, maybe on average we can make 50 to 60 or 70 bucks a barrel. That's the economics to make this project feasible. And throughout the years, and this well could last another 10 years or 20 years, God knows how long, whatever time limit, but they average it out right now. And this is the cycle and the bet the oil company do when they find a new resources, whether onshore or offshore, right? And this is the high time right now. So you can't do nothing about it. Biden struggled with them also during the pandemic. And I don't think so. This is the cycle. It's been always boom and bust in the oil industry. There's always high times and low times. So I want to
let's pull on before you get down. Before you get to Okay, so a lot of the countries, especially European countries, they have a lot of energy efficiency, sustainability projects that are lowering their amount of fossil fuels. Is that a correct yes or no?
I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat it one more time, please?
The reliability on oil has been limited over the year, especially in more progressive, especially countries like Europe, right? Like
Europe and China, mostly China, and Europe and China, right?
Now these companies have multitude of portfolios, the way how they make money, like you talk about the big ones, right? However, are they making more money now or less money now?
Of course, making more money now, right? They're the barrels of oil is over $100 for the past 2 months right now. So they're making oil. Their quarterly result will show that they made many billions of dollars, right? In comparison to this time last year, right? So yes, I agree with you. Obviously they make money. I mean, as I said, the economics usually around $60 to $70 a barrel. You add in basically a $100 barrel right now. That's a 30% increase on revenues, right? So they're making money. But so for example,
I think it should be investigated personally. I would. I'm gonna say damn Michael gonna trip off me. I think the Trump family administration, Chris Wright, who came from Liberty Energy, I think I think there should be a huge investigation on these folks, because I believe I'm gonna say they planned this. I'm gonna go out and say they planned this.
Well,
I feel it. At this point, I feel like it. So
they planned
that ledge.
I'm just saying that they plan. I'm trying to say to you that they plan the war or they plan the trading manipulation.
Sounds crazy, but I'm keep listening.
Okay.
Welcome to the room, Michael.
Wait. Hold on. So Misha just said it sounds crazy. We know that the Trump administration will find a way to make. They'll sell their kidney stones to make money, right? We've all said that in this room a billion, trillion, quadrillion, zillion times. We said that Trump will find a way to make money. How we know they're not trying to make money by what they're doing in Iran?
So he started a whole. Let's listen to Netanyahu, because Netanyahu is going to actually. This don't make no sense. The man that started a whole ass war for the oil price, the gas prices to go up.
No, for his friends in the oil and gas company business to make money. He don't care about.
So that reason alone. God, come on, y'all.
No, at least.
Monday.
So Misa, just give me 10 seconds, Misa, if you don't mind. If that was the case, Venezuela, and ExxonMobil said, you know what, we got ripped off for a $10 billion couple times in Venezuela, and we're not going back again to Venezuela. Chevron is already there. Like he gave them Venezuela, and they weren't happy with Venezuela. So, they could have made money if they want to go.
Oh, hold on. Trent just sent me an article on that. He just sent me an article. So.
Oh God, TNN. Why
hold on.
You need to listen to Netanyahu?
Yeah, hold on. He might have sent it to you too, TT. I don't know, but he just said. He says Omari, Hunt Oil is part of the Hunt family, which is owned by the Kansas City Chiefs, and he says Shell and now Hunt have taken a greater stakes in Venezuelan oil, which is pumping over 1.23 million barrels a day already. Experts said it would take a decade at 15 to 20 billion to reach 1.5 BPD. Those experts were clearly wrong. My my low-level contacts were correct. So I don't know if neoliberal's in here. He might want to apologize to Trent, but he's right. These companies are out there.
I'm skeptical. I'm very, very skeptical about this number. A million barrel a day in less than 3 months. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit.
Okay, so we gotta get Trent. Hey, TD, let's invite Trent on here. He go. Hey, that's my low-level contact. So hold on.
No, come on, you guys. Seriously.
We're gonna play.
Look this up. No, let's just look this up because this is starting to get corny and crazy right now.
2 C's? Why can't we just have 1 C?
Oh God.
She wanted to do corny and crazy. Which comes first, the crazy or the corny? It's like what hatched the chicken or the egg. Okay, no, it's corny.
Yeah, Omari, just let me clarify. That's a brand new well. Just to make sure. Not an existing well.
Brand new.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit.
You looked it up for a hunt? You looked up the hunt oil?
No, but you can't have that volume in less than 3 months. And that's a thick oil. Like that's thick, like sludge. And you're producing 1 million barrels of sludge a day. That's impossible.
Okay, I'm gonna hit up TNN real quick. You wanna go ahead and play the clip, and then by the time maybe TNN will jump in, Nisa.
I'm wasting my time researching this oil thing and hold on for a minute, you guys. Just go ahead and keep talking.
There's no need to research this. You know, like Omari's my brother from another, and I love him.
Oh no, this is Trent.
And I wonder if he, when he goes on these tangents, I wonder if he's serious or not. Not sure if serious or not. I just don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, he knows it's a conspiracy, and he's like, yo, I'm on the ledge, and he's like, I don't know why. I don't understand it. Maybe he's trying to be counterintuitive and trying to be. I don't get it, man. Like,
which part? Can you talk about which part? The
okay,
war
specifically,
or the oil?
All right, listen. I think that there's so many ways for members of this administration and their family to enrich themselves. Like it is limitless. To manufacture a war. Omari, like we live in a world of cryptocurrency. Like it's limitless. You can bullshit your way to as much money as you want. Everybody's eating. For like right now, for you to take and go into this high profile situation based on a conspiracy fundamentally is not sound logic. You're turning yourself into a contortionist to try to come up with a conspiracy. It makes no sense whatsoever. There's so many ways to make money now. Like, to have, some of your staunchest members of your base, the Tucker Carlsons and the, Candace Owens and all of these people that trying to call you a pawn of Israel and all of that to make money. That dog won't hunt. That dog is retarded. That dog is brain dead. Like, it don't make no sense, Omari. No sense, bro. Let's come with another idea, bro.
Can I just indulge you for a second, my friend? And good to see you. I hope you and your family had a beautiful Mother's Day weekend. Good to see you. I would say this. I said I'm going to go down this conspiracy. I don't never do it, but I have a feeling that this was all planned because let's say if we are allegedly drill. We're getting all this oil from out in America, and I get it. It's global market. It's global market. Trump has not done anything to lower our prices. And I don't think he really wants to lower the prices. Why? Because I think his friends in his oil and the gas industry have gotten their ass whooped from these energy efficiency, new green plan, the new Green Deal plans. And I think they now trying to get their lick back and trying to get some of their money back. That's my personal opinion, brother.
There's a flaw in your argument, though.
There's a what? There's a
flaw in your argument.
And I'm sure there is, and that's why I said let's pull on the string together because I'm trying to connect the dots here. So I'm gonna do the first constellation here. So dot one, he gets rid of all the energy efficiency credits. Can't get no electric vehicle. You can't do shit unless you go pay out of 100% out of your pocket, right? Or you make the states give it to them. Okay. From there, right? You now start a war. Start a war with Venezuela, or you try to start a war with Venezuela. You take their oil, and then now you go into Iran and start a war, knowing that they were going to put the straits on lockdown. That's my third connect. Where am I wrong at? Please help me.
If the goal is to manipulate oil, the simplest thing for him to do is to mess around with the tariffs.
Okay, speak to me. Tariffs, oil.
Yeah, just throw some more tariffs on Iran and Russia. You manipulate prices. I mean, you didn't have to. I mean, to jump through so many hoops just to get higher oil prices.
Exactly.
Wait, hold on. Wait, 10 seconds.
Can I help
I
you?
would say you're wrong because we've had tariffs on Russia and we have tariffs on not tariffs. Excuse me. We've had all these, like, what do you call them when they put those where they fucking sanction them. We have sanctions on all of them. So that has never caused an oil issue. So where's the history in that? Go ahead, Anthony.
Omari, here's the thing, right? Like, I want you to think about the mechanisms. Like Saudi Arabia, there's so many other countries that would cooperate and play ball and get those prices up, push those prices up without the potential of this war going like really, really bad. Like, you understand, Omari, just one false move, we are on the cusp of World War III. It doesn't make sense. There's so many things that could possibly happen that would force our hand, that will make us do stuff that nobody ever wants to see. And it would be like unintended consequences. It's too risky a play. It's a zero-sum game. Everybody loses World War III. And now we are like potentially on the verge of it.
We gave
There's so many things that could go.
Omari, let me clarify it for you here just quickly. Two way. If you want to manipulate the market, Anthony touch point on it, right? You can OPEC can really just make an announcement to say, hey, we're cutting production. We're cutting production. You know, won't be enough oil to flow out of the faucet. We're cutting production, and the oil prices will go up. The Saudis can do that to him, and Saudi will be extremely happy. Trust me, to get more money for their barrel. They can do that. That's one thing. The other solution, if you're talking about the conspiracy where all his oil friends in the U.S., right? The U.S. is already producing 10 to 11 million barrels a day. He can just tell his friends, hey, shut down your refineries for a month or two, or run them in 50% capacity. Just you know, and the oil prices will go up, and the American people will pay you. And this is what they do every summer, by the way. Like I told you, I'm in the industry.
The other thing,
I land here. Every summer, right now, like from May until August, you will hear major shutdown refineries in Texas and Houston, in the Gulf Coast, basically, for maintenance. And they were They overhaul the refinery and do maintenance, and some of it is truly, yeah, they do maintenance, but some of it is to jack up the prices. They don't want to do it in the spring. They don't like in the fall. No, they only do it in time with the high drought season. So there's a strategy to this. There's a cyclical part of this. So to conclude here, to say that, oh, his oil friends, the American oil friends, they want to jack up the prices so they can make more money. They could do it themselves. They don't need Donald Trump, right? They don't need Donald Trump.
So I'll let Anthony go first. Anthony, question: why are we in this war? Simple question.
Very simple question, very simple answer. Iran had the capability of putting together a dirty bomb yesterday. They have the capability. Right now, we have enriched uranium and we have ballistic missiles. Equals dirty bomb. This is why we are in the war right now. Very simple, very straightforward. Now, I'm going to take you completely off the ledge. The thing that eviscerates your argument, eviscerates it, is Karg Island. Do you know what would happen instantaneously to the price of oil if an errant missile from the United States and Israel hit something significant on your dude? Automatically, that devastates your argument. Your argument holds no, like, why protect that infrastructure if the goal is to push up the world's oil prices? That discussion to be had about this conspiracy theory.
Okay. All right. Okay. So
Also, just want to add quickly here.
Oh, that was a question for you too. Why are we in this war too? So you can answer both questions.
Wait, hold on. You're taking this room all the way to his left. Welcome to 420.
It's about Iran.
Yeah, it is. Welcome to 420, you guys. We're listening to some really dumb shit right now. So if y'all could just go get you a glass of wine and sit down and wait until the conversation is over. We'll get to Netanyahu. And the real reason that this war is happening had nothing to do with helping nobody. Some President Trump's friends who own gas refineries in Texas and all this kind of other bullshit. It had nothing to do with that. And I'm up here like a dummy looking up shit about Venezuelan oil, which is a heavy, sticky crude that is very expensive to refine. Just dumb that they want to use for asphalt, people. Asphalt, okay, on roads they're not even fixing. So let's give this a few more minutes and let them talk this out. But we need to listen to, I know this is crazy. Let's him wear out his conspiracy theory, and then he threw in Trent. I knew it was over then. When you're gonna throw in Trent with his secret advisors and links and contacts, I just knew this conversation was going absolutely downhill. But go ahead, I'm ready with
You know what's so interesting? Hold on, serious. You know what's so interesting about this? We every night claim that the Orange Julius, that's at 1600 Pennsylvania, is always scamming and scheming. And this is, we know Anthony doesn't believe that because that's my brother who, he supports Trump. Not everything, not 100%, but he voted support Trump. I'm talking about those who don't. And for y'all not to see a possible angle that he may have conducted this war with people that he answers to, which is his donors. To me, it's interesting.
So his donors, which is mostly Silicon Valley and Elon Musk, who makes electric cars, won a war over to get more gas.
Those are new money. That's new money. He's friends with old money.
Laurie, the money he was getting from Silicon Valley, all the people that were standing behind him that day saying that they were going to dump billions of dollars into the economy. I didn't see not one fucking gas person there. As a matter of fact, when he had the meeting, I'm not finished talking. When they had the meeting, remember when they were talking about going over to Venezuela, he invited Exxon, Shell, I think, what's the one, British one, Valero? BP, all of them, right? For laughing in his face, talking about we can't do nothing with that costs way too much money to get that oil out of there. Once we do get it out of there, it's sticky, black, sooty oil. And it takes a mint to refine it. So he's trying to convince us in here that Trump started this war because the oil people who he had a meeting with, and he had somebody tried to say something sarcastic while they were all in the room, like, oh, let's go back to the first people we were talking to. You know, them people are there to make money. They're not there to try to blow up Scott's. Oh my God, my son must be thinking about it. Blowing up Trump's ass for no reason. They said they weren't interested. And now here Omari is trying to convince us that we have started a whole ass war with Iran, with 90 million people who are not about to even give up for their fucking oil. For his friends.
Omari, go ahead, serious. Can I respond to what she was talking about?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Look, I'm off the ledge. Anthony and Sirius got me off that ledge, but what this whole exercise shows that when y'all start talking about Trump and doing this and his family doing that to the conspiracy theories, I don't want to hear it no more. You see what I'm saying?
But ours will be on real shit. This is stuff that we can
yours is
disprove.
No. We can easily discourage yours too.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. So next time we get on something you think that you could disprove, we'll have that conversation. Then
Yes.
We'll battle back and forth. But right now, if somebody I'm going to put up a poll. If you guys believe that Trump started this, that we hit them first, it was Israel.
Trump and oil
Israel's
company.
involved in it. Israel started this war to help Trump with his oil friends so they could get Iran's war. Y'all do the search.
Yo, thanks. Before we go to the clip, I have a question for Omari. Omari, do you acknowledge that Iran had the capability of putting together a dirty bomb? Do you acknowledge that?
I think every country has the capability of putting a bomb in a suitcase. Yes.
No. I'm saying ballistic missiles combined with enriched uranium. Every country has that capability, Omar?
I would say most.
Everyone does. You're right.
Okay.
Every country
Omar,
has access to uranium. That's not new.
So Ace, you're making a really provocative claim, right?
Oh,
You
you're
said
making a
that
provocative claim, and I'm just trying to walk you backwards.
Okay, no problem, Ace. Cool.
Does every country
I'm happy
want to do it? No, but I think every country.
No.
Yes.
All right. So every country has access to enriched uranium on the level that Iran has access to it.
It's not access to it.
That level of enriched uranium.
Wait a minute.
Is that your contention?
Now, Anthony, first and foremost, why is it any of our business? Type of weaponry, the type of defensive, offensive weaponry that Iran wants to develop. Why is it any of our business?
Okay. So Ace, I can show you clips of every
I'm
U.S.
asking
president.
you, why is it any of our business? I'm asking you.
Okay.
Not the clips
So-
that you're going to present to me.
All right.
Why is it any of our
Ace.
business? Can any of these reach us?
All right.
No.
Ace,
Exactly.
again.
She got you there. She got you there.
No, she does not have me anywhere, Omari. Please don't do that, bro.
More.
She doesn't have me anywhere.
Anthony, it's okay.
So,
Don't be emotional.
I'm happy to respond.
Don't be emotional, please.
I'm emotional. I'm trying to understand. I'm not upset. I'm not angry. There's no emotion in this. I'm just talking to you, Ace. Where's the emotion? I'm just talking to you.
Don't get emotional. Just
I'm not. There's no. Okay. So Ace,
Be
it's
emotional
like.
now. It's okay. Go ahead, Anthony.
No, there's no. There's not.
But
Ace.
go ahead. It's okay. Go ahead.
No. Ace, I haven't insulted you. I haven't said anything to you.
Me? See, you're making it
No. This
Make your
idea
point.
that.
Why
No,
does it
I'm
matter?
going to make my point. I'm going to make my point.
Please do.
I'm happy to
Make
make
it
my
quick.
point.
I think Lisa has.
I'm not on your time clock. There's no time clock that Ace has with me on.
There is
And
time.
Ace,
Lisa
I
has a reason.
purposely try to avoid interacting with you. But I'm going to interact right now. I'm going to entertain it right now.
Why do you avoid interacting with me? Because you know it's a lose-lose.
Because I don't honestly, I don't think you're particularly intelligent.
No,
that's neither here nor there.
The problem is for where your wavelength is, I just don't need it. I'm way above it. So I don't
Hold off on
understand.
the
You
answer.
just can't get there. Continue.
It's really no problem. But ultimately, right? First and foremost, yes, they can absolutely hit our bases around the world. There are plenty of U.S. bases that they can hit. So this idea that they can't attack us is nonsense. They can attack our troops, therefore they can attack us. That just eviscerated that nonsense you stated. Now, the other provocative thing you said.
Defensive systems are not that great.
Excuse me, I didn't hear what you said.
Are you saying that our defensive mechanisms put in place at the FAD that we have, the FAD system, that these are early detection, first of all, and second of all, we also have the Iron Dome we pretty much supply, and we've actually pretty much built from the ground up. These bases, we are not superior enough in terms of our defense to sort of offset any type of damage that may come from these quote-unquote dirty bombs.
Okay, so your question initially was, can they attack us? My response is that Iran is capable of attacking our base.
Wish to have. So my question next is,
Therefore, Ace, we can't talk at the same time. Let me know when you stop talking.
But now,
You can't ask me a question while I'm speaking.
no, you answered my question and said yes, that is true. Now I'm asking you, are defensive mechanisms not up to par for us to be able to withstand or to withhold or to try to stop that?
Okay, Ace.
These bases.
Ace. All right. So you admit that you were wrong with your initial assertion?
I'm not said to can they reach us in the United States of America, American soil? So talking about these bases in the Middle East.
American soil. You said they couldn't attack us. You said they couldn't attack us.
Let me just clarify because you want to act obtuse. They can't attack us American soil.
Okay. Thank you.
Not our 978 bases across the world talking about.
Okay. So, and I'm saying to you that they can attack us.
Okay.
Now you're changing. That's
I didn't change it. You changed it. You changed it.
No.
You're so slow. You don't understand my question.
No.
Attack.
You're literally moving the goal. You didn't say soil. You said they couldn't attack us.
Was there imminent threat? So was there no U.S.
You said they couldn't attack us. So do you admit your assertion was wrong?
Imminent threat on American.
You sound emotional, Ace. Ace, why are you so emotional? Ace, please don't get emotional. Ace, I implore you, please don't get emotional, Ace. Ace, why are you so emotional? Why are you so emotional? Why are you cursing now? Ace, why are you cursing? Why are you cursing now? Why are you getting so emotional, Ace?
Be respectful.
Ace, why are you so emotional? This is ridiculous. I can't believe you're so emotional, Ace. Ace, this is embarrassing. This is crazy. I thought you weren't going to get emotional, Ace. Ace, why are you getting so emotional?
What is the open question?
Topic though. We're missing. Let her land, and then you can come back. It's okay.
She's a mod.
First of all, my question to Anthony was.
Because she's a mod.
My question, Anthony, be quiet, please. Thank you. My question, I thought they were. You be able
I'm getting emotional. I haven't cursed.
Anthony, please.
Okay, we're gonna all of us.
Dirty bombs.
Okay, we're not.
I'm getting muted now.
Hold up, you guys. All of us are not gonna be emotional because we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna come to a conclusion, and then we're gonna get back on track.
Yes, we don't want to just get back on track. The point is, these dirty bombs cannot reach us on American soil. So there's no danger or threat to us on American soil. And also, them making dirty bombs or not making dirty bombs, there's absolutely no evidence that they were trying to or they were or any of this. And second of all, there was no threat to our American bases ever before this, illegal attack, I would say, in Iran. There's absolutely no threat for our bases in the Middle East. This actually all became a problem after what Israel and Trump decided to do. As being so sorry for a derailment, I didn't get to where we needed to. If you remember, clear clip.
We've been listening to clip.
Lisa, may I respond? Now Michael comes off the mic. Can I respond? Lisa?
Anthony, I want to respond after you respond. I just wanted to put my name in the queue.
All right, cool. I appreciate it, Mike. Thank you. Respect as per usual. All right. So number one, she said they couldn't attack us. Now she put like this, V8 motor into the goalpost and moved it all the way around. All right. She not only moved the goalpost, she literally moved the stadium. This shit is fucking hilarious. Now she's talking about U.S. soil. Then she says Iran posed no threat to American bases. Come on now. Do we not know history? Did Iran not kill U.S. service members? Like, why would she make such like these erroneous statements? They're so wrong.
Anthony, Anthony, what's up, bro? Let me respond to that. What's up? Let me respond to that real quick, though, right?
You're Haitian, why, bro? Haitian. I literally, wait up, bro, but you're my guy, and there's nothing you're going to say that's ever going to offend me. We're perfect. But what I'm going to say to you is this, Haitian. Haitian, I literally saw when you came in the room.
Yeah, but listen, I'm going to say first, before you say, I respond to what you just said. You just said that she said that Iran is no threat to U.S. bases over there, right? I mean, it's a threat to U.S. bases, and you're trying to say that they're not a threat to U.S. bases. Correct?
I said that they are a threat to U.S. bases. So my question was, were these dirty
They said that they're not a threat to U.S. bases. I'm saying they are a threat. That's what I'm saying, Haitian. It's literally the opposite of what you thought it was.
Everyone heard
Here she goes, getting emotional again. She's gonna get emotional again. I never landed.
Go back. You got to go back.
I want to get it. I was trying to get that for Anthony. Just after you get done, hey,
My bad, bro.
All right. You found me to land. Whoever's muting me, I have choice words that I can say to you as well. Whoever's muting me. But here's what's up. She's the one that started this, and she wanted to smoke. And I want to demonstrate for you guys that what Haitian perceived, what was being said, so egregious that he had to jump in. But he did not realize that she's the one that made the assertion, not me. This is her assertion. That's how egregious this is. That's how misinformed this young lady is. She has no earthly idea what she's talking about. Yes,
hold on, hey, just for clarification, bro. Just for clarification. So, Ace, you say that they are a threat to U.S. bases, or they're not a threat?
Okay, so this was the question. So that there's a potential that Iran might be able to make this dirty bomb. They have uranium and they have ballistic missiles, etc. And then Amari said, well, you know what? Other countries can as well. It's not just them. If anybody have access to uranium. This is when I stepped up and I said, okay, well, even if they can make these dirty bombs, which we don't know, they pose a threat to us. When I say us, I'm talking about American soil, or they can't reach us. He took it as our American bases. And when he said that, I'm like, yeah, of course they can go and affect and hurt our American bases. But then when I said, I'm like, well, wait a minute, but don't we have defensive mechanisms in place? So he kind of shifted the goalpost. And then when I tried to bring it back to what I initially was asking, but for some people you have to spell it out very, very slowly, include every little, iota of detail. That's what it was. So he's just twisting it.
Let's be clear, Anthony. Yes, it's always a threat. Hold on, let me go. Okay. So to the room, there's always a threat. But this situation that we did by bombing them has increased the threat level. So that's like
Okay, so Haitian, that has nothing to do with the presidency in China. Michael, I never landed.
I want you to land. I really want to address this. I want you to land.
No problem. No problem. But I want to see. This is what just happened. She literally lied on the stage in front of everybody. Mari can verify that she lied on the stage. The person said any country could make a dirty bomb was not Omari. It was Ace that made that point. and Omari proceeded to agree with her, making that point.
No. I think you're my boy, but that's not true. Omari
Yeah.
said,
No, Ace.
you said
Ace was the one that made the point. I asked you. No, Omari, let me land, and then you can say whether or not you disagree with what I'm saying.
No, Anthony, you need to land, and then I'm going to address all of this, and then if Omar want to get back in, because I'm literally because you and Ace were talking, then it was you and Ace, and now it's you and Omar.
Go ahead,
so Anthony, land, I'm going to address this.
Michael, I'm going to mute up. You go ahead and address it, and then I'm going to come back.
Okay, so what the point that they were talking about before, I was just going to say that this war started because Trump essentially got talked into this. We believe what the New York Times reported, and we know what Netanyahu wanted to do and has wanted to do with Iran for a while, and this whole Greater Israel project, and what he did in Lebanon as soon as this thing kicked off, and what we've already seen him do in Gaza. So Trump was convinced to get into this war, and so that's why the war started. This whole thing about the nuclear, as far as with the enriched uranium, under the JCPOA, that literally was already covered. Trump did rip it up. If you didn't like the deal, don't like the deal, whatever. But Iran was showing nothing as it relates to that. We have, I think, 19 bases in that region. And until Operation Midnight Hammer, I don't think one of those have been attacked probably since the Persian War or whenever we were actually at war in that region. So, and the one attack they did was a telegraph attack in retaliation for Operation Midnight Hammer. So there was no direct threat to U.S. assets in the region. But because of this action that Trump has taken, now there's a threat. They've attacked, I think, 11. I read someplace, I think 70 structures and 11 bases out of the 19 have been attacked at this point since he started this. And if they weren't going to enrich now, they're definitely going to try to enrich and get nuclear capabilities because it's a deterrent. The reason why they wouldn't mess with our 19 bases because of the U.S. We're like the predominant superpower in the world, and we have a nuclear arsenal. So nobody's just fucking with us, just random style. So Iran was never going to fuck with us. And if they were, we're literally right there. Go look in the Persian Gulf. Literally, they could have fucked with us at any point in time. So what I do believe that Trump is trying to do in China, and I believe Netanyahu got us into this war. And so Trump, now we have to try to save the petrodollar because he didn't listen to the intelligence community. Everybody knew, except I guess for Trump and Hegseth, that they were going to close the Strait of Hormuz. So now by doing that, China can't get energy. And it's funny, I hate that I'm going to say this, but I agree with something that Mountain said the other night about that what we appear to be trying to do is that we're trying to capture oil like Venezuela, and then now we have to try to fix this situation with Iran and with our partners in the Gulf states, because now like the money and the oil's not moving. So the petrodollar is the currency. That's like sort of what our currency is built off of now. BRICS, the BRICS nations with Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, I think Egypt, and some other nations are in there. They're in the gold standard, I believe. And so, and I'm not an economist, so if I'm getting this shit wrong, just go with it. But all I'm saying is now what I think we're trying to do, now is just trying to fix this, and we need to get control of this region and the strait, which was completely open before we started this fuck shit. I just think that Netanyahu got us into some shit that's really fucking with our economic power around the world. And just to the point, there was no threat, no direct threat. We've been there, our base are there, right across the river, across the fucking Gulf from them. They could have been touched us, and they never did. So I just think that that's a misnomer that there was any kind of direct threat. And now I land. Thank you.
Michael, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. I just want to ask Michael one quick question, and I'll shut the fuck up. Michael, who bombed us for 9/11?
Shit, Afghanistan.
Okay, thank you.
So Michael and Misa, and this is the news, and I'm
This is really hard.
So Anthony, just 1 second. Just 1 second, I'll give it to you, Anthony. The reason we're talking about oil today, surprisingly, and I was like, why are we talking about Venezuela all of a sudden just because the gas prices are high? Donald Trump today called in Fox News and told John Robert that, you know what, I'm seriously considering Venezuela to be the 51st state. I don't know if you guys heard that news today, but that in a normal day that would have been like a shocker. But nowadays, like it's anything else, and it is part of the strategy that Donald Trump does. Every time the oil prices goes up, he throws some news to MAGA. Yeah, we should to lower the prices, to manipulate the prices, to manipulate the public. And I don't know if you guys heard that, Misa and Michael and the mods. But yeah, he announced it on Fox News today. Yeah, I'm seriously considering taking Venezuela as the 51st state. Are you back?
Yeah, to that point, real quick, and then I get off so everybody else can get on. I think this whole thing, the Venezuelan thing, so again, if they wanted to go get Maduro for crimes or whatever they were trying to do, but I do think it has to do with oil there and like Trump getting like sort of the robber barons back up, getting like some of our oil companies that were sort of out of there back in. And then the success of that operation with it running so smoothly, I think gave him the confidence where Netanyahu was able to manipulate him and we went into Israel. I mean, Iran thinking he could do the same fucking thing he did in Venezuela. It's not surprising that he's talking about that because, again, and like I said, I hate to do it, but crediting mountains and then looking up some of this shit and reading on some more stuff. With this whole thing with the oil control and manipulation, it's almost like we need Venezuela, like we need to have control of that oil if this shit goes. As far as with BRICS, if people stop using the U.S. dollar for oil and the petrodollar goes kaput, like we're fucked. So we have. So I think that this thing with the 51st state may have something to do with that.
Michael, I think Anthony was next. Anthony, you can take my spot. You can take my spot, H.
Michael, I see you acknowledge that you're not an economist. I'm not one either. All right. This idea that like BRICS was caused by anything other than the actions of one Joe Biden would be incorrect. All right. I need you to go back to 2022 and look at the price of gold since 2022.
Anthony, one correction, my brother. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't say anything about the establishment of BRICS. BRICS exists now, and it could be a viable option for petrodollar. But how it got created, I really don't know because I haven't studied it. So I didn't say anything about the formation of BRICS. Just the clarity.
Okay. No problem.
It's premise, Anthony.
It's
my brother.
It's all good. No, seriously, it's all good. I'm just going to leave it alone. The moment is gone as it relates to the whole thing as far as what caused the war in Iran. The moment is gone as it relates to this idea about, how BRICS came about and the petrodollar and its relations to the petrodollar and what really, is leading to the demise of the dollar. These things are just like, the amount of misinformation that's just being bandied about, it's really, really bad, but I'm going to leave it alone.
I think Misa, we're ready for the clip on Netanyahu.
Yes, Misa, we're ready for that, Auntie. Because that was.
Okay, yeah, we just kind of like.
Haitian was supposed to go.
Okay, go ahead, Hastings.
Oh, sorry, Haitian.
I got you, Big Dougie. Why? I'm good, bro. Go ahead. I'm good. All right, listen, ready for the clip then. We'll come back on the other side.
No, we're not talking about that shit anymore because it was nonsensical. And then Mike, I just have one thing to say. The oil companies told Trump. Was anybody else in that meeting? Do I have to read that clip?
They said it behind the scenes because they said it in the open because they didn't want people to think that.
No, you don't know what they said like that. You don't have that kind of intel. Stop listening to Trent.
I was watching
the men said what they said. So you trying to tell me that Shell and all the other companies that said they didn't want nothing to do with it are over there now pumping out billions of gallons of oil. They said the infrastructure was going to take 2 years.
They are. Let me say this.
Oh
The
my
biggest
God.
dog. The
Okay,
biggest
where's the
dog.
proof? Where is the proof?
Well, honestly, we don't even have to take a look at that meeting. And this is, I have my, my serious voice on. We can actually just take a look at what was already happening in Venezuela. There are literally U.S. companies and other companies such as Shell, which is a Dutch company, right, that produce or manufacture upstream, downstream, literally all over the world. There are oil and gas companies that are drilling in Africa, for example. The fact of the matter is that these companies were not present in Venezuela for a reason, is that it was not profitable. Oil and gas companies, ladies and gentlemen, will literally go to Hades if they can drill there. They drill in the oceans, right?
They are in Haiti. They've been in Haiti, stealing shit since the earthquake.
But this is my point, right? But this is.
I'm supporting your point because so many people in this room are so fucking in their own little space don't understand shit goes on globally. So yes, the U.S. is what happens. You guys think this is Venezuela and Cuba's not next, and the rest of the fucking cat like I've been saying, then where do I keep fucking thinking you know what's going on?
I mean, no, I'm saying that Venezuela, the oil and gas companies were not going to go there without significant heavy subsidies. And even if that had been offered, they were not in that country, as Misa said, for a reason. It was not really economically viable. It was too expensive. It's icky crude. It's not like the sweet oil crude that this is why like we get a lot of stuff from like Canada, right? Because the manufacturing plants are already designed to handle different types of crude. So that's just what I wanted to say in support of Misa. If it had been economically viable, they would have already been there. They would have needed Trump in 2026 to gather these CEOs around the table to convince them to go to Venezuela, as if they didn't already have better data than the White House themselves. That's
so. Right, so the thing is, though, from a standpoint, and I'm not disagreeing with any of that, because I don't think that Trump does this stuff like it's planned out. I think the Heritage Foundation planned, people around him planned. Venezuela does have like the largest store of like natural. They have the most oil under their soil, I think, in the world. I think it's either it's not number one. It's definitely one of the top regions in the world.
The whole entire region, Michael, because you have Trinidad and you have Guyana over there as well.
I just want to clarify, it's unproven. It's unproven, meaning that they anticipated there quite now.
So hold on for a second. So to what I did, and we're all on the same page here. So it's like, all I'm saying is if they think that it's there and it's unproven, you got a bunch of dumbasses that move on unproven information. The man didn't use the intelligence community to understand the straight up moves were closed. So let's just say that dumbass and his crew of dumbasses figured they heard what we heard, and they're like, let's go take Venezuela. So proven, unproven, it doesn't really matter. They think it's there. So that's why I'm saying it could have been a reason why they tried to take Venezuela, and why they talk about Venezuela could be the 51st state.
So guys, just to cap this quickly, or at least on my end here, Venezuela, as Reformer said, and all of you guys said, yes, it's a heavy crude oil. It's almost a sludge. And the molecule, the carbon molecule change, you can get from sludge all the way to jet fuel, which is the lightest one. You can through the process. What the problem in Venezuela is the infrastructure. They don't have the pipelines. They don't have the plant. These plants have been sanctioned for years and years and years. And you can get it out of the ground, but you cannot process it because it's heavy. You cannot transport it because it's heavy. You have to add steam and water and diluent and other chemicals to make it less viscous, right? To move it around. That's why the operational about Venezuela is difficult. But that's what it is. In terms of what Misa was talking in that big meeting, the biggest dog in that who spoke first is Darren Woods. Is the ExxonMobil CEO, and he said, like, listen, we got topped twice by the Chavistas and the Maduros, and we don't want that, and we're not going to go that. You pay us first, and then we can consider, but we'll send a technical team for now. And that's what he said. That's the rest. The smaller ones, yes, they will go anywhere, just as, to take off the land at least. The leases of the land itself they operated on will claim that, and they will try and make as much money as possible. There are miners. I yield back.
No, I agree with that totally. And I'm not even sure what we were arguing about, so I might just hush in 2 seconds. But what I will say is for Trump, we know that he listens to random people telling him stuff, and he doesn't really do the background. Like, but Maduro, I will say this because we do blame a lot on Trump. The not the indictment. What do we call it, y'all? Sorry, menopause brain. What is it called? Shoot, whatever we charged him with, crimes of the century, whatever. Wasn't that done by the Biden administration? It's just that we never acted on it. But Trump didn't actually say that we needed to pick him up or say that he was what is the proper terminology?
It happened in the first Trump administration. Then it went to Biden. He
right.
put more money on his head.
But Maduro had been a target for a while because he's an icky person. That was just the point that I wanted to make, right? So the extraction, maybe that could have happened, but yeah, is Trump gonna try to make $1? Because didn't he already put like hundreds of millions of dollars in an offshore account that's been generated from over there, where he's siphoning off dollars or something? I don't know if that's what y'all are talking about, but
One last thing. I'm sorry. Just real quick. One last thing too about this. So the long game. So if he is and if he does look at the situation with Venezuela and what they supposedly have under there, since it's not proven. Donald Trump is 79, has the ages here. Barron is like 19. You know, he has like his kid. He's trying to, I think, secure a legacy for his posterity. Even all the stuff they're doing. So this thing with Venezuela being the 51st state, I just don't think it's just random. I do think that it may have something to do with the way that things are going in Iran, and they're trying to control the petrodollar, or keep the petrodollar relevant.
You just can't make Venezuela the 51st state. It's like, oh my God.
You saw that me, so right?
It just, I could say anything. Hey, you know what? Tomorrow I'm gonna look and smell like Halle Berry. So y'all believe whatever y'all want to believe.
Didn't he say that about Canada? Didn't he say that about Greenland? The whole thing with Greenland, Misa, because you guys can research it to confirm it, that was actually told to him by one of, if I'm not mistaken, Aaron Lauder's heirs that told him to go to Greenland his first administration. The thing we have to realize about Donald Trump, he's not very original. He's never been original professionally. There's a clip that I'll try to find, Misa. It's when Romney was jokingly with Donald Trump and all of the failed, he's had like Trump Airlines, Trump Liquor, Trump Beef. He's very unoriginal. None of his ideas are original. Someone, even that guy who was the one that was his mentor, the real estate, the branding, none of that is original. The man does not have an original bone in his body. Right, so someone is either feeding this to him the same way that Putin did during his first administration that helped him get elected, and now it just happens to be Bibi. Every single idea he has comes from someone else, and he's so easily flattered. We've seen this in real time, that he will literally change his entire belief systems. One of the things that I'll say I really admired about W. Like him or love him, that man believed in Jesus. So, for example, he was always against the stem cell research because it involved aborted fetuses, and he didn't agree with that. And he never changed his mind the whole time he was in office. He did not care. Donald Trump is not only going to change his mind because somebody flatters him. It doesn't even have to involve money. He's like a slut. Any attention that you show to that man, he's going to bust it wide open. He's not even a hoe. A hoe I can respect because a hoe is working for money, okay? A hoe is discerning. Donald Trump is a slut. He just busting it open for any random ass person that gives his ass a compliment. Sorry for being so.
But he is making money off of this, though. He's not busting it open.
No, go ahead and say what you gotta say. No,
No.
I'm queuing up the clip right now.
Yeah, what's
Go
good,
ahead,
bro?
Big
No,
T.
I'm just saying, regardless if they make money off of Venezuela or not, Venezuela gave them the opportunity to take over Cuba, right? Because don't forget,
You
Cuba
get
is
the
West
two
also. What? What was that?
It was a troll, man. Go ahead.
I don't know who's that guy.
I'm not in the mood for bullshit. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just quickly here, guys, I don't know if you see, I've seen a report earlier, I think yesterday or today, about a suit coming up for Trump with regard to people. Do you remember he was selling Trump phones?
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
And he never delivered a single phone to, and he was like, where's the cell
He
phone?
spent $100 on this phone. Damn it! They put everybody put they put down $100 on those phones, and he ended up with like 58 million or something crazy. Are you kidding me?
Yes, yo, let me see if I can put it. This is grifter.
You know in Atlantic City, the whole that he never paid contract, even the Bill Trump Towers. What he does, he like these litigious, he throws like all this legal fees that are in the way that Trump he doesn't pay anybody. Even his legal team, when he's going through this mess, when he wasn't president anymore, he doesn't pay anybody. That's how he operates.
Yeah, remember Giuliani?
Why?
Giuliani said he didn't pay, and y'all can look this up too. You're right. That's literally his MO. Remember when he was running the first time, he owed hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, from his president campaign, because he did not pay those cities for him having those events there. So I don't know if y'all remember, this is when he was running for president. He was supposed to have like a big event, and they announced it, and then like a couple of hours later it was canceled. Yep. That's because he never paid them people, and he owed these cities from the time that he ran for president. This man is a grifter, and I'll say this to be quiet. Remember his campaign was literally charged back because when you had the opposite of checking off the box to say that you did not want to make a recurring contribution, and people were literally making recurring contributions without their knowledge because it was like in reverse the way the wording was. So all of these people found that their accounts were being debited over and over again, and they had to give that money back. This man is the most disgusting, cheapest, 22 bits on the corner in the hood trying to make $5, y'all. I am so serious. It is embarrassing the way that this grift. We're not even going to talk about the meme coins that he have done. I mean, y'all, it's just freaking embarrassing.
So we're back to conspiracy theories.
These are not conspiracy theories. These actually happened.
My clips are backing up. I gotta go into Lawrence because he came on. We haven't even got to Netanyahu. This is crazy. Stop with the conspiracy theories. Amari, golly, the man now is a billionaire. He's no longer a grifter. He's a billionaire. Okay, let's get started because it's getting late, and y'all know I'm gonna be like out.
Okay, but can I just say one last Trump grifter?
Is he watching your show?
Of course not. I left. You don't know something.
One hand tied behind your back alley. I'm looking for a senior hour. Thank you very
Not
much.
true, but I'll take this out. Well, this week Donald Trump heads into a critical meeting with China, but he's weakened and he's overextended, and he's still stuck in a war in Iran that's actively reshaping power in Washington. This is a war that's now stretching into its 11th week with no clear end in sight as it drains American resources and strains diplomatic ties just 2 days before this high-stakes meeting with China, our biggest adversary. For generations, Americans understood the presidency carried a unique responsibility in moments of international crisis. Not just to command the military, but to clearly explain and guide and reassure the public and America's allies that there is a coherent strategy behind the deployment of American power. But as Trump prepares for this upcoming 2-day summit with the leader of China, Xi Jinping, he hasn't done any of that. And it's running our standing in the world. And today, on day 72 of Donald Trump's war in Iran, China now sees the United States as a, quote, giant with a limp, end quote. The New York Times reports, quote, to some Chinese military and geopolitical analysts, the war has done more than deplete U.S. munitions stockpiles. It has also shattered America's aura of dominance. They argue that it's exposed a major flaw in U.S. war strategy: its inability to make weapons quickly enough to replenish its arsenal in a sustained, intense conflict. This depletion has significantly diminished the U.S. military's ability to project its combat power, laying bare the shortcomings of its global military hegemony, said Yue Gong, a retired colonel of the People's Liberation Army, in an interview. The Atlantic warns that Washington may be no longer capable of reversing or even controlling the consequences of America losing the war in Iran. Quote, there will be no return to the status quo ante, no ultimate American triumph that will undo or overcome the harm done. The Strait of Hormuz will not be open as it once was. With control of the strait, Iran emerges as the key player in the region and one of the key players in the world. The roles of China and Russia as Iran's allies are strengthened. The role of the United States substantially diminished. Far from demonstrating American prowess, as supporters of the war have repeatedly claimed, the conflict has revealed an America that is unreliable and incapable of finishing what it started. That's going to set off a chain reaction around the world as friends and foes adjust to America's failure. Even if Trump were to count his threat to destroy Iran's civilization through more bombing, Iran would still be able to launch many missiles and drones if the regime went down, assuming it did go down. Just a few successful strikes could cripple the region's oil and gas infrastructure for years, if not for decades, throwing the world and the United States into a prolonged economic crisis. Even if Trump wanted to bomb Iran as part of an exit strategy, looking tough as a way of masking his retreat, he can't do that without risking this catastrophe. If this isn't checkmate, it's close. This isn't checkmate, it's close. Yesterday, Donald Trump rejected Iran's latest peace proposal to end the war, posting, quote, I've just written the response from Iran's so-called representatives. I don't like it. Totally unacceptable. Washington Post reports, quote, Iran's news outlets indicated that the proposal urged Tehran's position during the pre-negotiating exchange, calling for an official end to the war, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, withdrawal of all naval vessels enforcing a U.S. blockade, lifting of U.S. sanctions, an effective ceasefire in Lebanon, and an additional 30 days of talks to iron out the details. Iran has proposed that all discussions of its nuclear program be the subject of subsequent negotiations. The leader of Iran's parliament had this message for Donald Trump. There is no alternative but to accept the rights of the Iranian people as laid out in the 14-point proposal. Any other approach will be completely inconclusive, nothing but one failure after another. The longer they drag their feet, the more American taxpayers will pay for it. That came after Donald Trump said this about a ceasefire.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support when the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living.
During what was supposed to be a maternal health care event in the Oval Office, Donald Trump launched into a meandering and at sometimes surreal monologue after he was asked about this really important upcoming trip to China. Trump began by saying that he has a great relationship with President Xi. Then he went on to call Iranian leaders lunatics before marveling at what he described as the coolness of military operators intercepting missiles within seconds.
We had 111 shot at one of our ships over a very short period of time. Out of 111 missiles going at 3,000 miles an hour, all 111 missiles were knocked down into the ocean long prior to arriving at the target. And the coolest guys are the guys that do this. They're not blowing their brain. They sit there, missile shot. You can see that. Missiles coming. They got like about 13 seconds to make a decision. It's not like, gee, let's figure it out. They make a wrong calculation. You know, you lose them. A lot of men and a lot of $1 billion times 10 ships. So, but there's a level of coolness that missile shot, they look, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, they're going, heading 47 degrees north, 1,300 feet, going 3,000 miles an hour. Okay, we have it on our side. Fire, boom.
Let me tell you, they be smart. These people are smart, and they're so smart that they're cool.
To be clear, nobody disputes the extraordinary skill of American service members operating missile defense systems under pressure. But what America heard from the president today was not clarity. The lack of clarity from the president of the United States carries consequences. Today, the Atlantic's Vivian Salama writes, quote, in the past, Trump supporters and even many U.S. allies viewed Trump's famous unpredictability as unorthodox, but at times effective, but useful means of wrong-footing opponents or shaking up the tired status quo. Many now see something more unsettling in Trump's international relations, including in the 10-week war. What was once viewed as strategic unpredictability now feels like destabilizing unreliability. Leading off our discussion tonight is Congressman from Washington State. He's the top Democrat.
God, did you hear that shit? Any comments or questions?
Yeah, just quickly, Amisa here, right? So, Trump has the power and has the ability to destroy Iran and obliterate Iran on the face of the earth. And yes, 100%, we agree on that. What's the risk is he can destroy their oil facilities, he can destroy their water desalination plant, but I guess the Iranians, they're going to do a horizontal escalation. Okay, well, if we can't sell oil, nobody's going to sell oil. He's getting like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Emirates, Kuwait, all these Arab Gulf countries, and they're gonna attack their oil facilities. The world right now required around 100 million barrels a day, around just over 100 million, 3 barrels a day. If all the bombings right now, so far, all this Carg Island bombing and Fujairah bombing, all these are not the facility, not the processing unit, they are the storage unit. So they're not bombing the facilities themselves, the processing unit facility themselves, right? It's going to take forever to rebuild, and it's going to take forever to get oil out of that. And 20 million barrel shortage around the world, that is a catastrophic result. So that's the reason he's hesitant. He cannot bomb Iran because of that reason. That's in my opinion. Because of the consequences and the risk is so huge to the world, it's going to put the world into recession, 100%. I yield back.
If you think the Strait is bad, what's going on with the Strait? If they bomb that, it would be incident for the world globally. A lot of people, and even the Strait itself, it's oil that goes through that, all kinds of everyday things that people use, from you name it, from heavy metals to just appliances, everyday stuff goes through that. I was looking that up. It was a long list of materials and goods and services and things that people use every day. So it's just something that is not just a blimp on the map. It's something that would reshape the globe if he bombs that region, like he said, into oblivion or whatever he said. It would just be a bad situation, y'all. And we don't want that. You got him also talking about he wants to reduce or eliminate the gas tax, where you can't do it by yourself. You need congressional approval. And Republicans ain't really the kind of people that give out handouts or lowering prices. Y'all see that happening? Not under their watch. I don't. 1-800. I don't see it.
I have to say, he wouldn't be that stupid. Like, he's reckless, but he wouldn't be that stupid to, harm and destroy on the actual Strait. I really don't see it.
But the one thing I know for sure, if you look at it from a global perspective, and what the oligarchs or elite really want is to have this one banking system. And what better way to do that than to stress the economy of the United States, put people back inside because of a virus, and then people comply when they're afraid, and then just change that monetary system over to the digital system. That's what they're planning. That's what they're planning.
If you look at what's the sticking points on negotiation right now, Donald Trump right away, he doesn't even arguing or negotiating on opening a strait or ending the war. His primary negotiation point, number one, is the nuclear material. And what the Iranians are saying, this is irreversible act, meaning that once we give it to you, you can still put the blockade on us. You can still later on come in and put sanction on us. You still can bomb us. You still can do all these things, right? Once we give you that. That's what they call it, irreversible actions, right? So we're not going to do that, and we're going to drag that nuclear material to the end. If you want to stop the war right now, we're more than happy to stop the war. You lift your blockade. We lift the sanctions. We let the Strait of Hormuz go in. Let's talk. And the nuclear things, it's going to take a year or so. Let's negotiate on that, right? That's what the Iranians are saying to Trump. And Trump is like, no, I need the nuclear materials ASAP right now. And they said, no, we're not going to give our leverage out. This is the only we have. We're not going to give this out. And the other thing is that they're saying, the Iranians, since you're not paying us reparations, we will be charging ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. And there was a report today, all the internet cables are going through the Strait of Hormuz. All these, Mag 7 companies, the Facebooks and Instagrams and all that stuff, they have to pay toll too. They have to pay toll to build the Iran, right? So that's what the Iranians like, we need to get our money somehow, someone paying that to us. So that's where the sticking point in the negotiation, that's what I heard, the latest things right now. The Iranians won't give their materials, they want to drag it out as long as possible because they know if they give it up, their leverage is gone, and Trump can bomb them the next day.
Because they can play long ball. We can only, Donald Trump will be in office for so many years. Eventually, things will come to an end, and hopefully, America can, be tough. I think we can rebuild trust. Donald Trump ripped apart a lot of that with allies and people who, would be on our side. Canada, the list goes on and on. So I just think that America is in trouble right now. But I think the primaries could really help if people get out and go vote. I think that'll put an end to what Donald Trump is doing. He'll probably, be impeached or whatever leverage can happen in November. People should take it and try to get him out of office and the people up under him, because right now the way he's running our country it is a mess. And if you are a Republican, you cannot sit here and be happy with gas prices or high prices with anything, with any everyday item that you use. Everything has went up from aluminum, and I look up all this stuff. Aluminum has went up, copper, things that are conduit, all these things go up every day, and that stuff's passed down to us. Thanks, Republicans. That is dumb as hell.
Paint has gone up. I had a DIY project, and paint has gone up, and materials for renovations.
It is
people with homes. I don't know what they're gonna do. Sorry.
Yeah, it is big. You're right. Any product that comes out of petrochemicals, basically product, paint, plastic, aluminum, all these are petrochemical products. Simple stuff like that you find in dollar store and stuff like that, they all going up. But that's that. If you were thinking about my second point is, if you were thinking, well, why the Saudi Arabia, the Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, the Kuwait, the Qatari, these are rich oil countries, why they don't fight? They have not entered the fight so far. They went defensive so far. They're just shooting drones down and missiles down, but they don't want no smoke. But they know they have fixed plants, fixed facility, and the Iranians know where they're at. So they're like, don't destroy our stuff, we don't destroy your stuff. So that's the reason they sit on the sidelines and they talking to the Americans and say, hey, do something about it. Do something about Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is caught in the trap and he can't do shit about it, right? So the Iranian, the Gulf states right now say, you know what? leave the nuclear issue for later. Let's discuss that later on. And they're okay with that because now their primary thing is they don't even have food. There is no ships coming in to supply them. These are desert states. They don't grow their own food. They don't have their own, like they have nothing. They import everything. So they're willing to say, you know what, let's the nuclear issue, leave it down the road, and let's negotiate through all this, and find a way. But Donald Trump keeps saying no nuclear issue, and even if he negotiated that or bomb them or anything like that, it won't resolve anything because the materials is way deep in the ground. So it won't resolve anything by bombing Iran. He's just going to be bombing them out of spite, and that's it. So he's trapped. So the best deal that he had was Obama deal, and then last year, and then it's February 26, 27. These 3 deals he got offered, and he didn't take them on, ripped them apart, and they started bombing people. So now he wish he had these deals back in. So he's trapped 100%. You're back.
Okay, so Amari, you're awful quiet. What did you think about that rambling session that just went on? And that was crazy. Y'all just, and I know you're gonna figure out a way. I know you're gonna figure out a way, but
Are you Miss
I
Cleo?
just want to hear from the other side. No, what happened to Anthony? See, whenever we start playing this shit, y'all disappear.
Me and Anthony was on the other side today. It was actually me and Ace teamed up to go against Anthony, but yeah, it seemed like they left. But rambling.
Cognitive decline or something. What was that about?
You're so emotional.
No, we're not talking about that. No, we're talking about Trump.
Oh, Trump. Oops.
Yeah, I mean, he does this. We talk, if, those who actually listen to what I say versus just looking at who I vote for, will actually see that I'm pretty, critical of the 47th president. And since you have him doing the same thing that he did in front of those kids at that event for bringing back fitness, right? So I felt that he was talking about killing people.
Oh, when he was talking about trans athletes in front of children.
Right. So this is, you're in front of kids. Like, they don't need to hear such violence about people being sniped in their eyes. They're coming here to talk about fitness, not to talk about, how a bullet can fit in someone's skull. It was really, so it doesn't surprise me he's in this meeting with moms or women. I forgot the meeting. I didn't watch any politics today for my own sanity. But I would say, he does that. He's right. That's why you need Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance if you want to try to get someone that can actually speak. Even though they could, to Haitian's point, they could be speaking a bunch of bullshit, right? It doesn't matter what they say, how they say it, it's what they say, right? I mean, we hear that all the time. But at least you can get someone that can actually put sentences together that are, as a president. So, y'all want JD? Then hopefully they do the 25th. If y'all want JD Vance and Marco Rubio, that's it. That's the only other option y'all have after that. And if you're okay with that, then maybe that would be a good thing. You agree, Lisa, that Marco Rubio and JD Vance are better and more articulate?
These Republicans, whether that was up under Donald Trump.
Hold on, he was talking to me. I don't think Marco Rubio is offering them up to me for.
I mean, do you think they're more articulate in the way they explain, especially geopolitics? And they seem, they were senators, so they understand some of the rules. Where Trump doesn't seem to know how Congress works.
Well, as soon as whatever way Trump exits, and I don't agree with you guys that he's gonna Pearly Gates in the next 2 or 3 years. I think he medicated him enough to be able to live out his presidency. I don't know what's gonna happen. They're gonna try to impeach him. I really do. I don't think he's gonna be gone. How old is he now? He's 70.
79, almost 80.
89. I think he's gonna live for at least a good. I don't want to be trying to figure out when somebody's gonna their demise is, but I think he's gonna make it to the end of his presidency, and then if he does, it don't. At that point, it don't matter. No one's gonna touch J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. They're gonna be like what is that stuff Superman's afraid of? They're gonna touch them. This has been such a disaster. Why would you guys on your side even vote for them? Either one of them.
Is that what you mean when you say no one's going to touch them? That
Yeah, it's on vote
for them?
But Marco Rubio right now has went up tremendously in the Keshi voting markets, and some of the voting markets he is actually moving up, almost I think tied with J.D. Vance and Gavin Newsom.
So we talked about this, Omari, as far as with Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. Trump is who he is. Like him or don't like him, he's been consistent. If you go back to 1984, other than the fact he changed from Democrat to Republican, but the way that he's talked about different things and his crudeness, he's still the same person. Marco Rubio literally was a never Trump guy. And also J.D. Vance. So trying to run a campaign for either one of them, plus they're with the most unpopular president in the history of America, and they're sort of front center. Marco Rubio more than J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance has been kind of quiet, but Marco's there. I'm just saying that anybody running against them, it's going to be an easy campaign because you can just go back and literally pick things they've said, things they've done with this president, and they are so duplicit that both of them, even if Trump wasn't radioactive, I just think that those two candidates especially are just they're screwed. There's no way that they can make it. Plus they don't have Trump's personality. They don't have the ability to just fail up or fail forward like Trump has.
But didn't Marco Rubio get a 96 senators to confirm him? And 0 no votes? Does that not count for anything?
He probably did. I can't remember his numbers because when you listen to him, Marco Rubio is the most politically correct sounding thing they have in that administration on that cabinet. So he's a politician. Had Marco Rubio not have done what he's done, had he not have gotten himself wrong with Trump, I think he'd probably be a Republican frontrunner. Had he sort of just stood his ground and not taking a role in this administration. But I just think that look how unpopular Donald Trump is, and we haven't even gotten all the crimes. So if we get the numbers in the Congress and they start going through hearings and start to really dig into some of the stuff that's going on, I just think that it's like being tied to Al Capone. It's just you're part of a criminal organization. So I do not think that Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance, I think anybody that deals with Trump is dead politically going forward. It's just my opinion, but I just literally don't think that they're going to have the ability to do that. And again, remember Donald Trump, all the stuff we talked about with Trump, all the admission he made about grabbing him in the pussy, about the stuff with his daughter, about the stuff with pageants, even stuff back in the day, him not paying people at Atlantic City, at Trump Tower, all of his failed businesses, his bankruptcies. His personality is such that he is still a star. He had a successful The Apprentice run, I think, for 16 seasons. He has been able to fail forward. Marco Rubio does not have that ability. Trump is an American icon. Marco Rubio is not. J.D. Vance, I think he's on J.D. Vance is his third or fourth name, his iteration of his name. It's not even his actual name. And he literally called Trump America's Hitler. So I'm just saying that those two, to me, they can't run any candidate that's worth anything to be able to beat them on the Republican side and the Democratic side, assuming this shit show continues like it is. They're literally tied to this Trump administration of the Epstein regime. And I don't think there's any way for any of these people to come out of there and have a political future going forward unless they're able to turn this shit around and make America great again.
I would disagree with that. I would say, I think if you can, there are Republicans, people who voted for Trump who are no longer supporting him. There's still a lot of them out there. If you can somehow win those people back, because because they might not support Trump, which he still, according to CNN, when it comes to Republicans, has 86% support amongst Republicans. That's huge. So I don't know. I think we need to look at what you're saying closely based off the numbers.
So I think, Mr. Funny, real quick, just real quick, I just want to respond out to that, Mr. Funny. But if you, from a standpoint of the Republican nomination, if MAGA maintains the ruling party and the Republican side, Marco Rubio might be able to win a Republican nomination or J.D. Vance. I'm just saying in a general election, they can't. There's no way that either one of them can win. And I understand that because they can't, like I said, you're actually good with this market stuff. I talked to you about this before. Do you know the amount of material they've already given someone running against them just to running campaign ads and to flood the American people with America? We don't have a critical think public. Our public is not the smartest. This isn't Iran where we have like high literacy rates. In America, literally, the goofy stuff they did with Charlemagne and God and DJ Envy and the thing about like Kamala and the trans and sports and the jail surgery and all that stuff, that swayed people, even though that's listed like, 1% of the populace. I'm just saying that they'll have a field day with the stuff they have that we know about on Rubio and J.D. Vance. They can't win a general election if they get the Republican nomination or not. I'm sorry, Mr. Funny.
So no, I was just gonna say, and it's probably deviating from what you guys are talking about, but I think I don't think either party at this point has a fair shot because of them getting the Voting Rights Act. Let me just put that out there. I think with them doing that, although we may be a bit dissatisfied and disappointed, especially people of color are probably upset about them gutting it, I'm also kind of happy because it now gets to show the right on its head, what they've always been wanting to go after. And for those who said, well, that would have never happened, the right would have never did that. The right is just as more unison than the left. No, some things we need to see. Some things need to happen. And I think, and this is just my way of looking at it, each side is going to have to put their focus on how do they now recruit voters. Because now you've got voters who don't either feel motivated to vote because of them gutting the Voting Rights Act, and then you have some who's completely confused and they feel like this is just another propaganda scare. So I think in order to get a confident front runner on either side, both sides are going to have to give up some concessions, meaning they're going to have to come to a realization that gutting the Voting Rights Act was not a good idea, for one, in order to truly motivate voters to even consider a Marco Rubio, a Vance, or anything. I don't think the average voter is even looking at that. Not trying to deteriorate from what you and Omar are talking about, but I think the average voter like myself, we're more so concerned about, okay, are we going to have the appropriate representation? And are we going to have a fair shot at voting at the polls for what we deem as a viable candidate that's going to represent not just my self-interest, but the self-interest of my neighbors, family members, partners, so on and so forth. That's the way I see it. So I don't know how the right plans on overcoming this. I think the left side has a challenge, but I also feel like the right has an even more challenge being able to sway voters to even consider a Marco Rubio at the front of the ticket, especially knowing that he's been associated with the MAGA party and they were behind this whole gutting of the Voting Rights Act. That's just my.
Michael. Give me 1 second. I'll be short. Winston Funny, I was just going to say that I think that what happened, what you're saying, I believe is true. I just believe, like I say, in these rooms that were insulated, I don't feel like the average voter is sort of contradict what you're saying. I don't feel like the average voter thinks like that. I don't think that the average voter is that intelligent. We've talked about this before, like the Democratic Party's messaging. Kamala, love or hate her, was the most qualified, probably applicant for the job of U.S. president we've had, based on what she's done, her education, all of that. Saying all that to say that people hated her, and we got seen as not the party of the people or the working man, like this elitist, like this smart, like this provincial, we're to this, to that, and to the point of what I'm saying. I just think we have to get down to basic, and I don't think that people on a base level are thinking about like their proper representation. I think in the black community were, but then we're 13 to 14, 15% of the American population, and we do need to make sure that everybody gets out the vote because we do have sway. But what I'm saying is that we're going to need white allies, we're going to need the people that are like the guy that said he misses Uncle Joe, the country bumpkins that are like upset with what's going on, but they were like Trump flags, Trump, all this shit. We need them to sort of be involved. Because I think it's voter right acts. I think it really hits for us, but I don't know that it's hitting on that side of the aisle. That's all I'm saying.
Michael, 2 points I wanted to mention, and I'm in agreement with you, my brother. First of all, Rubio or J.D. Vance, they both were considered, before Trump era, they were considered part of the establishment. And after Trump, they will still be considered part of the establishment. What the funny thing about it, and which is I agree with you, is the knowledge of MAGA base. If you go in the street and conduct a poll and put these two guys' pictures and say, do you know these guys? They would say, yeah, we know what they look like. We know, but they don't know their names. Like to this level sometimes. Like especially Rubio. Like they might identify with J.D. Vance because he was around Trump, but Rubio, name recognition, you'll be extremely surprised that half of MAGA probably going to get it wrong. They know he's part of the administration, but they can't remember his name. I'm betting on that one. The second point I'm saying, if these two guys run against Don Jr., I bet you 100% just Don Jr. has more name recognition than these two guys. He's probably going to give them a good run for their money, and he might get the primaries for them. So
let me jump in after that.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I will say this. Again, let's take Marshall, for example. Marshall was a Republican, a true Republican. People know that, him as a Republican. Marshall will not vote for Trump, but Marshall will vote for someone like a Marco Rubio, right? Getting MAGA to vote for Marco Rubio, like Michael point, is a little bit harder, but if you put Marco Rubio up against Gavin Newsom, MAGA's not sitting that one out. 95%.
No,
you might get like that.
Let's talk primaries. Just primaries.
Oh, primaries.
No. Just primaries for now.
It's going to be, you either have DeSantis, Rubio, Vance. Those are going to be your finalists. Tucker Carlson could come in, but people are going to be realistic. Again, the Republican Party, 33% is MAGA based, 30 to 40% is MAGA based. The rest of the party are hardcore. I love, speak like down here, we don't vote for any Democrat. It's vote red until you're dead. Just like you vote blue no matter who. You guys always leave out the vote red until you're dead. They ain't never going to vote for Democrats. Never. Ever. Those people still run, and they are high voters. They always gonna vote, regardless. So, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
Omari, the question is whether they're gonna vote for establishment or non-establishment. That's my point was.
But no one runs on establishment anymore. Nobody runs on establishment. They fake it. They fake the phone. When last time you heard DeSantis, who is an established candidate, actually run on being an establishment? He always says he is the outsider.
Rubio's establishment. He was running in 2016.
But he's not the American.
Vance was part of the establishment, as a senator back in the day.
So are Democrats, right? You could say Gavin Newsom is an establishment. He's still a Democrat.
I'm just talking primaries.
But they're gonna change up their stance to form like the Terminator 2, where you can change your body into whatever you want it to be, and that's what you're gonna see. Who are the people gonna believe? I think people are gonna believe more Marco Rubio or DeSantis.
So what you're saying is basically the GOP, the Republican Party, is going to go back to center-right policies, and they go get a vote for Rubio.
They're not going to isolation. Hold on. I'm going to tell you why. It has failed. Isolation policies, unless something happens, like, Biden administration had a fortune of good luck towards their last year in office, but it was too late. People don't care. If you don't get it right the first couple of years, you're done. You're done. Nobody gives a fuck about you anymore. We saw that with Biden, right? He left with good numbers, but he didn't start off with good numbers, and no one gave a fuck, right? That's a perfect example. So, but I would say this: if they don't get it right, they say, if they don't say, we're not going to put tariffs because we've seen tariffs, then it work. And when they're asked the questions in the primaries, there's going to be about 50 Republicans, and whoever can answer those questions correctly on not screwing Trump, like giving him the middle finger, but yet saying we could have did things better in a way that's believable, they will win, guaranteed. At least
Omari, I just feel like the problem is, the old adage, like you reap what you sow, or like reciprocity. Basically, what you put out comes back to you. All the stuff that we're witnessing now, so it's been less than a year and a half, and all the stuff we've seen with like the market manipulation, the stuff going up and down, these ICE facilities that they're paying like over, if something like $50 million, they're paying like $100 million for it. The stuff we've seen with ICE, the killing of Alex Pretty and Renee Good and others, but just the lives, of course, that they care about. But just all this, the taking of the balance. Anybody that's running after Trump, also with the stuff we've done in Iran and with our allies, and then taking the shit at the United Nations, anybody that's coming after him in a campaign, like the debates are going to be like off the charts. If it's a Marco Rubio standing up there or a JD Vance, because they're literally going to have to be apologists for the Trump regime. And again, neither one of those two guys have the personality of a Donald Trump. Donald Trump is literally should be called the Teflon Don, because all the shit that he's done, all the failures that he's had in his life, and he's still able to continue to fail forward. Marco Rubio, JD Vance, I can't say enough. They don't have that ability, and they're going to have the pile of crap that Trump's going to leave behind for them. I just think that anybody associated with MAGA, this closely tied to Donald Trump, is done politically going forward, unless he's able to turn around and do something. Like I said, that makes America look at him like he had a great presidency. But if it keeps going like this and it's a shit show, and then the majority comes into Congress and they start to run through hearings and start to really bring a lot of stuff out that we may not even be seeing, I just think that they're done. I think it's political suicide signing the anchor to Donald.
I'm MAGA's not going to get behind Rubio because he's Hispanic and has Latin descent. And furthermore, they also feel like Rubio, no, it doesn't matter. He also feels that MAGA also feels like if we put a person like Rubio in place, it'll create in some way, somehow, they feel as though the white race will be replaced by a whole lot of Hispanics. So let's just be honest, Rubio's not going to win it. He's not going to get it.
So I want people. I got an assignment for anyone when you have time. You don't have to do it right now. I want you to go to TikTok, whatever social media you have, Instagram, X. Rubio. Look at Rubio popularity. Look at people making memes of Rubio now. Rubio has another job. DJ Rubio. That shit went viral with him at the DJ when he was DJing. Did you hear when we played the clip last week? We played several clips of him at the podium. His stock, and again, you don't have to believe me. Look at the betting markets. Don't believe me. Look at the polls. His stock is going up. He is the one that's going up. Yeah, would there be some Nick Fuentes type? Would there be some Nick Fuentes types that won't vote for him? Of course they will. But when you look at, I think the country is moderate, in the middle, center right. Now, the country is not Clubhouse. It's not 420. It's not politically correct type of people. The country is more in the middle than y'all would even imagine. So they do have a chance to win because most people don't want to see again, Hispanics, blacks, and power for the most part, right? But Marco Rubio, they'll give him a pass because he doesn't have those type of views. Like, he's not trying to make America brown. He never talks about that, right? So he does have a chance because he comes off more as a white Cuban. So you guys are wrong.
But Amara, you're not being honest though, bro. You just said our country is more centered than anything. If that was the case, we would have had time with it. Come on now.
So the last time, just Amari, the last time, do you want to see a good indicator of this? Look at 2016, the debate that Marco Rubio had. And Marco Rubio was a great senator, well known at that time, right? And Donald Trump was
only been in office for like 3 years. It's like he went through the team.
Yeah, but he had a name recognition very well in Florida, so he was good. Like, I mean, he was upcoming. You can tell he's an upcoming person. But Donald Trump was the vulgar, the Mexicans and this, the greatest hits that he has. And right away, Donald Trump destroyed him and called him Little Marco and all that stuff. What I'm trying to say to you is that Marco is good when, like he's trying to make a point, but he's not really great as a public speaker or taking attacks. He shivers. You can tell he is not confident. When the war started, he just spilled the whole entire. When the war started, he just spilled the whole entire the game plan. He's like, the Israelis what's going on, and we have to leave them up. Like, you can tell he gets stressed out. Like, you can tell. So I don't know if MAGA see through this, but I see through this. I don't see a high confidence. I'm not a MAGA supporter or voter, but I can see he has confidence problems. I don't know.
So I can tell you this. So you don't know, my wife and even my mother said the only person she likes is Rubio. I said that. Didn't I say that last week? My wife said I like Rubio. She said she likes Rubio. I'm telling you, it's crazy that y'all haven't seen how much popularity Rubio is growing. Yeah, I'm telling you, I could go find all. I could go.
The only good thing about Rubio right now, because he's the only person who looks sane in this administration.
Well, he did multiple things. Right. He doesn't. That's what I'm saying. You said he doesn't have confidence. I haven't seen one interview with him on Meet the Press, Face the Nation, CNN, Fox News, any town halls like those five, where he did not seem confident and did not have control of the facts.
With all due respect, Scott Bessent is out more than him, and he's the State Department, right? So probably the third person in command in that administration, the third person most important. He does not do a whole lot of interviews. Yeah, he does a few here and there. No, he does few. Ones are crazy like Scott Bessent or. Okay, yeah, are you?
You just said that you were just in the Matrix. I don't know if it was my phone, but you went to the Matrix where we couldn't hear.
Yeah, can you hear me well?
Yeah, you well.
Yeah, just quickly, I just want to say, Rubio doesn't do a lot of interviews as much as Scott Bessent or Lutnick or, the other administration officials that come out every Sunday, even though he is supposed to be doing a whole lot of interviews, given that the war is going on, and diplomatically he should be involved much more, but we don't see him. So he is really, what I'm trying to say is that he's playing his own cards very, very well, right? And he's in the back everybody else is off the wall going crazy. Are you back, Michael?
No, and just to Mars' point, I don't think that we're wrong. Oh, Mars on the phone. But yeah, I'll wait till he comes back, I guess. But I'd still just Marco Rubio and JD Vance just have that problem for when they have to defend. They have two problems. They have to defend this regime and everything they're doing. Secondly, both of them have not been true to themselves even, because they're whole associated with Trump when they were totally antithetical to what Trump was talking about. So they don't appear to be winnable, and ultimately they are going to have to win the general election. And I just don't think that, I don't think anybody, I just think they're very beatable. So from a standpoint of being on the Democratic side of it, I'm definitely looking forward to either one of them coming out of there with the Republican nomination, assuming Trump doesn't try to do something goofy with maintaining or like the non-peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, but what the left is going to have to do in order to sway the country towards a Democratic presidency and a Democratic administration comparable, if not somewhat kind of similar to Obama's, is they're going to have to get ahead of this whole propaganda surrounding transphobia. Whether we want to acknowledge the elephant in the room, right now, that's all that the right sees the left at, is the left trying to work so diligently to turn everybody into trans. And they're going to have to get in front of that messaging. They're going to have to pretty much take down and break down that stigma, and in some way, somehow try to sway a sovereignty of their voters or a majority of people to believe that they're not completely centered and isolated on trans issues. And I hate that's been the whole premise of the left of the party, because trans rights matters too. And I think that's all that the left is saying. But the right has done a really good job in orchestrating that propaganda and saying that all the left care about is turning your kids into trans. They're going to have to get ahead of that, because whether we want to admit it or not, the right is good at making sure that they push a narrative. And a lot of the narratives that they push is a lot of misinformation. They're the queens of misinformation. So they're going to have to get ahead of that. They're going to have to do a lot of reparenting if they want to sway voters back on the left.
So Gwen Stefani, I don't think it's going to be as big of an issue. And I'll tell you why the reason I don't think it will be. I think that when we had a buying economy, when people were doing well, when all these people at Amazon are like federal workers, all these people had their jobs and everybody was doing good. Biden had a good economy. The border was shit, and they used it against them, and then they started sending off those people to sanctuary cities, and so they created that issue. Outside of that, I think that so like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Like when you can't feed yourself, you can't like put a roof over your head. Like right now, our immigrant population of workers, things aren't getting done in all areas because like people are scared because of what's going on with ICE. I just think that is so far down the list, because literally, like, is it 1% of our population? I think it's like less. It's like a percentage. It's 0.1% of our population is trans. It was something that they could use because everybody on Maslow's hierarchy needs, where we were eating good, we were clothed, we had a roof over our head, our kids were doing okay. Like as a country, everybody was okay. So we could look at like little issues like that. Now with ICE, with this like war in Iran, with the petrodollar, with gas price being through the roof, with grocery prices going up, we haven't even gotten to what this big, beautiful bill is going to do with health subsidies. It's going to, I think it's set to take place after November, after the midterms. I'm just saying that I think that they won't be able to use trans issues again, because we have a lot of issues that are really affecting people. I think that Donald Trump lied. I think the Republican Party manipulated things, and they lied about a lot of stuff. Because here's the thing, it's a year and a half, well, not a year and a half, but a year into the presidency, and, you know, trans men kicking through the door. It's like, I don't see people like, you know, like mass people just like flipping their sexuality. It's literally a lie. And people who got sold on that lie are now paying like $5, $6, $7 at the pump, seeing all about the wars we're doing, seeing how we're not America first. Like even Rachel Green and Nick Fuentes and groups break off with this blue hat now, America first as opposed to MAGA. I think that we're good on that. I think the scenario they're setting up is going to make it pretty easy for anybody to run, because there's concrete things that people can touch. It's not just abstract concepts like this whole situation they try to pull with the trans situation.
But you know what? I want to agree with you, Michael. But if you think about it, it's not at the bottom. Two things can be true at the same time. So yes, maybe back in 2016 2025, maybe that was a table talk issue, but very small percentage, like 1%, like you said. But if you think about it, it's an extension of a much larger issue. To talk about trans rights, to talk about making sure that everybody gets a piece of the pie when it comes to work relationships, being able to have an equal opportunity here in America, whether it's you going to school, whether it's you on your job, whether it's you getting that upward movement. It's two progressives. They use those types of progressive movements as a trope and weaponize it against the left. And I think you've got some voters out there who are too scared that if you start talking about some of those table talk issues, that table talk issue that we talk about, let's say, for instance, like what you said, high gas prices. Okay, well, we talk about high gas prices. Yeah, that's affecting us all. But then if we start talking about, okay, not only is high gas prices affecting us all, we're talking about equality. We're talking about now going back to the Jim Crow era. So when we start talking about that, a lot of people are going to consider that as, oh, well, that's too progressive. So you got a lot of, and I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but you just got a lot of people that are really good with messaging. Like they like to lump in and conflate matters and say, well, shit, if you go for the left, just understand you're going to have sanctuary cities, and they're going to be blowing your head off. So you're going to have to worry about your kids not coming home, and if they come home, they won't be the same. They'll come home, but they'll leave home as a boy, they'll come back as a girl. Or, you got to worry about, if your wife or your husband goes to work and now they're supervising, and you got to worry about somebody taking your job, and they may not look like your husband. So it's a conflating issues that I feel as though we're going to have to combat against, because everybody considers it to be too progressive, and they utilize that whole messaging. Well, your message is too progressive as a trope, it seems. That's just the way I see it. But I'm just going to say shit.
I don't disagree. Hold on. I don't know if Pluto here, but hold on. I was going to say, I don't disagree with you, and I think that you're right, that two things can be true. And I think that is going to be an issue that will probably have to be addressed. I just don't think that they're going to be able to use it like they did in the last election, because they put like Trump said to the voters in Florida when he talked about, if you just vote for me this time, you don't have to worry about voting for me any longer. And so I think that it's just going to get to a point to where, with the stuff they're doing to sort of screw this country up, I just think that there will be so many issues that will sort of take a position that will be sort of more front-facing than that particular issue. But I'm not saying that issue won't come up. I just think that people will be hurting so bad that it won't be as big as it was this last election cycle.
May I say something? Good evening, everyone. You all were talking about the average voters. This year, what I've noticed in this election that we're having that's going on now, we're in early voting for 3 weeks. The voters are going to the My Voters page. They are printing out the ballots, and they are doing the research, and they're coming in with their printed out ballots. The only thing that they have complaints of so far is that they're not able to understand the amendments. And also, they have a choice between a Democrat, Republican, or nonpartisan ballot. They were disappointed that they had to make a choice and were not able to vote for people in other parties that they would like to vote for. But I have seen an increase in the bringing in the sample ballots. They say they've done their research, and I've seen an increase in it in about 70%, and I'm underestimating, because I didn't want anybody to think that I was over-exaggerating. So they're doing their research instead of just going in and saying voted Republican and just going down the ballot, and Democrat and just going down the ballot. They have concerns that they're not able at this election and this time to be able to make choices on both sides of the aisle. Maybe that'll help a little bit.
Thank you for sharing that, Plum. I appreciate that. I was wondering that. So thank you for sharing that. So Michael, I got something for y'all. Hold on, just a clip. Here we go.
Prediction markets. Look, when you're talking about the prediction markets, how has, what's happened to Marco Rubio's stock over the...
You guys can hear it?
Loud and clear.
Marco Rubio is hot, 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 like a summer heat wave. I mean, just take a look here. Over the last 6 months, Chance Rubio is the 2028 GOP presidential nominee. He was just at 7% 6 months ago. Hello, up like a rocket. 27% chance now. What is that? That's quadrupling his chances in 4 months' time. Marco Rubio's chances, according to the Kalshi prediction markets, way up. Okay. Why are his chances way up? Well, one of the reasons why his chances are way up is because the MAGA base really likes the U.S. military action in Iran. Take a look here. Okay, MAGA GOP on the U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. Nearly 9 in 10, 89% approve of the U.S. military action in Iran. That is the MAGA GOP base. Just 9% disapprove of it. This is tremendously popular among the Republican base, and of course, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, overseeing the effort. It seems to me that a lot of people are taking that into account, including President Donald Trump, who has been smiling an awful lot at Marco Rubio lately. Look at those smiles right there. No, again, and I should say that this also gets to the issue of how popular is this war in the president's base. According to the numbers, pretty popular. Yeah, Tucker Carlson be darned. This war is very popular among the GOP base. When we see, the approval of the war here, where we talk about Marco Rubio gaining in the prediction markets, how does his popularity compare to other secretaries of state? Yeah, if we look within his own party, right, you see this 89%. This is reflective of a larger popularity happy issue that Marco Rubio has. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, own party approval, Secretary of State, about at this point in the presidency. Look at this. This is Marco Rubio at 81% among Republicans at this point, significantly higher than Tony Blinken was, of course, who was Joe Biden's Secretary of State at this point in the Joe Biden presidency. He was only at 73%. So I think Donald Trump is also looking at these numbers, saying, hey, this is a popular guy amongst the Republican base, and the actions he's overseeing are also quite popular. Maybe he's someone I might want to get behind for 2028. How is Secretary of State as a job for a stepping stone to the presidency? It's a very good stepping stone to the presidency, at least historically speaking. Eventually elected president without ascending due to the death of a president. Look at this. 6 secretaries of state went on to be president. That's actually the same number as for vice presidents who, of course, did not ascend just because of the death of a president, who were elected. And so you see these numbers, you say, hey, secretaries of state, they can very well be president, maybe more.
All right. So, I hope we were talking about that, and I wanted to bring some context to the conversation. Because I know a lot of times people don't really get a chance to talk and listen. I know you kind of go into you get other information from other sides and stuff like that, but I hope that was also helpful for you, Michael, and Winneswell, Stefani, and even for you, Sirius.
Secretary of State. So a Secretary of State that was in the Clinton or the Reagan or the Bush 1 or Bush 2 administration is a difference, or even under Roosevelt or Woodrow Wilson, is different than being under this Trump administration. Trump is doing things that are historic, thus his historically approval rating. I'm just saying it doesn't matter what has been done in history as far as for like Marco Rubio or just being Secretary of State. And this
but we're not saying he's going to become president. We're talking about the nominee. So I think if coming,
we're not disputing he could be the nominee. I just think that if him or J.D. Vance are, that just bodes well for the Democrats. And please put the notion that Gavin Newsom out of your head as far as front runner. I don't think that it's going to be Gavin Newsom, but if it is, I just think that those two people, because of Donald Trump and what's going on right now, that they're going to be very beatable. That's all I'm saying.
I don't even think Rubio is even a viable candidate because of his association with Donald Trump. I don't think, and I feel the same thing about Vance. I think anybody that aligns themselves with President Trump, you kind of already shot yourself in the foot. And I'm not saying that because I've heard somebody else on this stage say it or anything. I'm just saying Trump has a horrible track record. Let's take it back to 2020, 2024. Kamala Harris, great candidate. She was the perfect person for the role that Trump is in now. But because she did not deviate from anything that Biden supported. It hurt her ultimately in her candidacy. She ran an awesome campaign. Let's just say she did an awesome job. But in order for Rubio to even be a candidate, he's going to have a come to Jesus moment to say, you know what? Some of the things that the president did, I won't really fucking with. I won't even rock it with half the time. It was all for, just for the glitz, the glam, just for the exposure, just to say, hey, I was able to have a seat at the table, let alone, a equal footing at the podium. He's going to have to come up with something really extravagant to really wow his voters and say, you know what, I'm not like Trump. I'm not like him at all. If anything, I did the best that I could to show up in the boardrooms and to give everybody a different perspective on what he was trying to do for the country. No, I didn't agree with everything that he did, but some of his policies I did rock with. He's going to have to do a hell of a lot of footwork from the grassroots going up in order to even see himself as a candidate. And that's for him, and that's for anybody associated with Trump.
Omari, I got a question for you.
Go serious.
No, just quickly on that clip that Omari played. So, and I'm trying to square this thing up, right? It says MAGA is supporting this war, but MAGA voted for no Middle Eastern war. So how they have high support for this war, while the guy who they voted for, they told him the mandate that he was given is like no Middle Eastern war or forever wars. So I don't understand. Like they just go by. Like, can you please explain it to me?
Yeah. So I was having a conversation with a group from Georgia last week, right? Trump supporters, and some of them supported war, some don't. That 9%, the folks who like myself, regardless of what my good friend Spiritus might say, we don't support this war. Right, I'm part of that 9%, and it's probably larger than 9%. That was just an NBC poll. Who knows what the poll details were, and then I would have to look at the details. But I think the war was stupid. You guys go back to what I talked about when we first started the room. I won't do that to your room again, Lisa, because I don't want to piss you off. But we clearly know that this was a fucking dumb war or an excursion, whatever you want to call it. And again, Trump. And let's hold on. I gotta set you straight for him because and people who keep saying it. We lived through Trump 1. He was bombing other countries, and Trump won. You as a president never can say we're never going to bomb or attack another. I think that's stupid. The fact that he used to say that is the dumbest shit. Because as a president, you have to make decisions regardless of what you ran on. Shit changes once you actually sit in that chair behind that desk.
But that's his
so I don't know why
choice. No, Omari, I'm slight pushback here. This is a war of choice. This was it like an imminent attack.
I just said that. But you just could have said like this was a dumb war, but you didn't have to add that extra little piece in it that y'all continue. The way he ran on this, he ran on. Who gives a shit what presidents run on? They run on a lot of different promises. They try to keep as many as they can. But war and bombing.
No, Amari. Bombing and war are completely different things, right?
Explain.
Like there hasn't been a U.S. president who wasn't bombed probably since Bush, since the last Bush during his first term. So that's normal. American people don't even fucking realize that. Okay, so what? But it's not the same as J.D. Vance and Trump saying there will not be any more forever wars. There won't be any more stupid wars. There won't be any more sending your sons and your daughters overseas to die for fucking 20 plus years. So, bro, nah. It's not the same fucking thing. I don't even know how the heck you can try to say the same shit, bro.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand it. Haitian, I'm trying to understand it. So, in terms of MAGA, from MAGA point of view, right? So they were expecting to go in the war or there's bombing campaign. They're okay with that, but they're not okay for forever war or war like right now. This war with Iran could be going forever if the ground troops get committed to it.
Yeah, because like think about it, right? Serious. So I'm gonna go to quick. So even during like after the storm, there was times when we were still bombing Iraq, right? There was times before Afghanistan we was on Iraq. There's times after we bombed other places that we bombed. But those are I'm not gonna say little, but those are little. They're not mass operations. They're very fucking targeted operations. Omar, this is not the same thing. Like, do you not see what people paying for gas? Do you not see what the fuck is going on?
Right. So we can look at the economic impact. Yeah, definitely.
So that's why I'm asking. I'm just trying to understand.
But I think Oh, go ahead, sir.
Haitian, I'm 100% agreement with you. But I'm just trying to understand from the point of view of MAGA. Omari played a clip and said MAGA highly support this war. But also MAGA voted not to go to war. So I'm like, hold on a second. How is this happen? You vote for one thing and he does the opposite and you still support him. That's what I'm trying to find out. Like, how is this registered?
So I'll give you the easy answer in my opinion, my humble opinion. MAGA is just spineless motherfuckers, bro, who have zero integrity. So they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck what Trump does. Trump would go continue to kill whatever the fuck he wants to do. The same way they make excuses for Netanyahu with this fucking genocide. These motherfuckers are moralists, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck who you are. There's no way to still say it's not a fucking genocide that's transpiring. You still hear it's not a genocide, right? They're spineless motherfuckers, bro. There's not even, at this point, it's not even trying to understand them. They are what they are. They are who they show you that they are, right? Like to still be making fucking excuses and justifications for the bullshit that we're seeing going on shows the level of piece of shit someone could really be to justify this. And again, how the fuck can people say that it's not a genocide taking place in Israel right now, in Palestine? And how the fuck can anyone else say that Netanyahu is not the worst president we ever had?
You mean Trump?
Let me say this, and I want to let Pluto get in, Omar, because I didn't want to. What you said is not true. People do care what you run on. You can see it in what's going on with Trump. So the amount of, like, you're right, people do make campaign promises that they don't keep all the time. And in Trump won, Trump had guardrails. They talked about things he wanted to do that people literally stopped him from doing. I'm saying that you can see in his popularity polls. You can also see in a way when people talk to real people. I literally have seen where signs were up and signs have come down. People pulling away from him because they do feel like they were promised this stuff. Again, the way that you're seeing it, or the people that you might have talked to in Georgia, may be on a level where they critically think. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people heard no new wars, no stupid wars, all the things that Haitian said, and they went with that. They voted for that, and they are feeling aggrieved. They're feeling like they were misled now. So I'm just saying that is a real thing, whether you can see it or the people in Georgia can or not. And I did want to let Pluto get in here real quick.
Well, I spend most of my time outside the U.S., and people with
Somebody drop him down?
I think he might have dropped himself.
People with Trump's policies have won elections in 4 countries in the past 2 weeks. So in 4 countries, Trump may be a scumbag, but his policies are super popular. Nigel Farage just...
Not here.
Oh, I think my finger keeps slipping because I'm not trying to hear the same propaganda from this stupid fucking retard that comes with different names every other day, or probably come back in 2 seconds with different names. But my bad. Sorry, guys. It's just my fingers.
So before Pluto comes back up,
can I get in the queue?
Yeah, definitely. I think that was Nisa, but Victor having with Victor Orban sort of goes against what Pluto was saying. But anyway, go ahead. What's next?
Yo, people.
Okay, hold on. This is MAGA. This is the real MAGA. This is who Omari is trying to get us to believe. Hold on.
8 months ago, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump said,
quote, we obliterated their nuclear capabilities. Was that a lie? I didn't say partially, because that's not what they said. Was that a lie, yes or no?
What if Iran did some of it?
That's not, I didn't ask you about what you think about what Iran did or didn't do. What I'm telling you is direct quotes from Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. I'll repeat it again. Was Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth telling the truth 8 months ago when they said we obliterated their nuclear capabilities, yes or no?
They were as information changes.
Oh, the information. So the information changed. So they were telling the truth, and then they furthered their nuclear capabilities in 8 months. That makes complete sense. Was Tulsi Gabbard lying under oath when she said she had no reason to believe, based on her own intelligence, that Iran was furthering their nuclear capabilities? Was she lying under oath? That's okay. Hold on a minute. When you win a war, the other party has to give up concessions. Is that a fair assessment? By most standards, most people would say when you're in a war with your adversaries, when you're in a war with your enemies, usually the person that wins a war, the other person has to give up concessions. Can we at least agree on that? Can we at least agree? Okay, thank you. Okay, can you name me one concession that Iran has given up in the last 2 months?
They're going to get this straight.
I didn't ask you about predicting the future. I could care less what you think about the future. I need you to pay attention to my question. In the first 2 months plus of this war, can you name me one concession that Iran has given up?
Are we talking like in terms of...
I will repeat the question again. It's a very simple one, but that's okay. I'll be patient with you. This war has gone on, I think, 66 days or 65 days. We both agree that when you win a war or you're winning a war, the other party has to give up concessions or a concession. I'm asking you to name one concession that Iran has given up. Just one.
You mean like the hot dog stand or the fast food? You mean like other things?
So, Ray, there are tens of thousands of innocent people that have died. There are brave... Okay, get rid of them. There are brave men and women that have come home in caskets. And Ray calls into this show, and he laughs.
Wait a minute, tens of thousands of gentlemen? What's going on here?
This is Donald Trump's base. These are not serious people. It's almost impossible to have a serious conversation with them. Iran has given up 0 concessions. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. There is no evidence from Iran that they are negotiating with America. The only thing we hear is from the White House, and every single day Donald Trump says they're begging to make a deal with me. Then why haven't they made one already, and why have they broken the ceasefire? 8 months ago, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump said, quote, we have...
Okay, that was just a MAGA calling in about...
Oh, okay, hold on. Let's...
Wait, whoa. I got another one.
Hold on, can we talk about that one?
Supporting the war. I got another one over here that says MAGA voters are losing it over Trump's decision on starting the Iran war. Trump and MAGA at breaking point over Iran war. MAGA movement splits over Trump's decision on Iran war. So you said they are feeling it, they're supporting it, but who's they?
So his base, the people he just called, they're not serious people. That's they. It's a very...
Wow.
It's a very...
This is scary. We got to do something about this, America. These people are over here laughing. I can't believe anybody would be laughing.
We just heard some
we're talking about people, tens of thousands of people dying. His next response was laughter.
So check it out.
These people are sick.
So we just heard some. I don't even know what that guy is, but let's
no,
just.
You don't know either. He's not. We're not supposed to know him. This is the base.
But he talked to one person.
The MAGA, and you said the MAGA.
And you played his clip. But hold on. But for one, it took over. And it was interesting. I didn't know that until last week. It took almost 18 months for the Iran negotiation for it to happen the first time with John Kerry. I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, but hold on.
Wait, Amari, nah, bro. You said this dumb shit before, bro.
I can play.
And I'm gonna say it again, like when people
are supporting the Iran war.
Listen, hold on. Let me.
How long do you think it should take to fucking?
They're the ones who voted
this
for
guy asked a specific question to this guy.
But now they have flip-flopped?
And y'all,
all of a sudden they're supporting an Iran war? with you people. I think you're dangerous. I think MAGA is dangerous, unserious, uneducated,
Talk about the clip.
inarticulate, numbskulls who is sitting up here got us thinking that our whole country is reliant on MAGAs, what they want to do and what they decide. Y'all, if you have to crawl to vote,
Y'all just
if
want
you have to crawl, I suggest you listen to these people. I just played one little clip.
Yeah, but you're not even letting no one even
because I haven't said anything for hours. Literally
I know, but
hours. And then when I start talking, I get cut off.
You're not getting cut off. Let's have a conversation. He asked a question. How long? And with concessions, right?
And he said with concessions, hot dog or pretzel. He was talking about concession stands, trying to be funny, because MAGA's always trying to throw jokes on us, but they're not even funny at all.
But if the person understood how long it takes for something like this to happen, he should have responded.
And he didn't.
He should have. He should have said, well, it's probably going to take longer than 2 days to have. But
like, I'm going to speak for him? I'm worried. He said what he said.
10,000. He said tens of thousands of people are dead. Now that's a new number. That's a new number.
Tens of thousands of people. Do you? Okay, so that's a new number. Do you know the exact number? They've been getting bombed for months. They've been getting bombed for months. How many people do you think are actually dead? Months.
We don't know. It could be 5 people. We don't know. We don't know
5 people. Come on, see, now you like this mega caller. Unserious.
We know it's 160 girls.
Unserious.
I don't know how many.
5 people. The children in the school was 167.
Right, so let's
you
put
want to
that.
have a serious conversation? Let's have a serious conversation. You know it's got to be thousands. We know.
How do we know that?
Okay, but Mari, okay, fair question. But when you come in here and say, how many people were murdered when they were protesting? It went from 15 to 20 to 25 to 30,000 people. Now it's probably up to 100. But we have to believe those numbers.
Yeah, because
when we're
Iran
talking about people who actually died in this skirmish,
Iran actually admitted to that in an interview. That those numbers are
so Maury, if you go online, you'll see that the estimated deaths could be into the 6,000s or even more, right? 25 to 6,000. Who the fuck really knows? But even if it was to say 5 people, Amari, those 5 people could be from one single family, Amari. Do their lives not fucking matter?
I'm talking about the idiot who's just throwing out numbers like they're facts.
No, but I'm asking you a question. You just threw out a number also. The number you threw out was 5.
No, because I was answering the question. Like, I don't know how many. I literally said it could be 5. I don't know. That's exactly what I said. If you want to know the full statement, I mean.
But it's funny the shit you choose to argue about, right? Like you heard him say 10,000, so you want to jump on that versus the substance of what the fuck is going on. It should be 0. If you want to think about it, Marty, the count should be 0 because we shouldn't have been over there. We shouldn't be over there.
I agree.
Okay, so why you argue that the guy misrepresented 10,000?
Because I don't like when motherfuckers make stupid ass statements like that. That's just dumb. You
voted for the motherfucker who makes the dumbest statements in the world. Like I heard him say yesterday that oil is gonna go down because the world is full of oil. You know the waters around the world, they're full of oil.
Bro, you went to war for me to be able to vote for whoever the hell I want to vote for. Like, come on now. Like, stop with who I voted for. You follow the Constitution. You fought for us. So Amari and other people can vote for whoever they want. Like, come on now.
Yes, absolutely. You can vote for whoever you want, but don't think you don't get called out for it.
Yeah, but that's not U.S. I get that from like the fucking dummies. But someone that's in the military who does that, that's not cool. That's not cool. You shouldn't do that.
Well, I'm not cool. I never try to be cool.
Yeah, but
I'm motherfucking me.
You either believe the oath he took,
I'm not cool,
or you don't. You fought so I can be able to.
The oath I also took. The oath I also took and still stand by to this day was not to support a fucking pedo either, Amari. Was not to support this side, Amari. Was not to support the killing of fucking women and innocent children, Amari.
Well, 60.
So I'm sorry. If I'm not a man anymore because I don't believe in that, Amari, then I just won't be a man.
So more than half of the
But the difference between you and I, Amari, is I know how it feels to take a life. I know how it feels to put that motherfucker around somebody. And I know how it feels to see the shit for the rest of your fucking life.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, Maury?
But what you
so don't fucking question me. Or don't question me, motherfucker. Or what the fuck else I fucking taken you for.
Voluntary.
Don't ever question me again, Amari. What the fuck I've done before.
Military. That's
Amari, again, listen to me very fucking clearly. Listen to me very fucking clearly. Don't ever in your goddamn motherfucking life ever question me again what the fuck oath I motherfucking took.
It's ridiculous that you question the fact who I voted for. Every single time.
I don't question who you voted for. I told you I voted the fuck you voted for. I didn't question it.
What the hell? That's the
I'm not questioning you, Maury.
You said you voted for this motherfucker. So why does it matter?
I didn't question it. I'm calling you out. It is what it is. Because how the fuck do the motherfuckers that vote for him gonna come out and try to call us some bullshit out? A motherfucker I don't even know who the fuck is. I said 10,000 people. Big fucking deal.
I get it from scrubs, but like from people like the losers, but from someone like you, that shit ain't even.
I'm a scrub, bro. I'm a scrub. I'm a loser. I'm all those things.
No, you're not. And that's
and I'm proud to be that. As long as I'm standing on the other side of a fucking MAGA, I'm proud to be all those things.
Like you probably have to deal with worse than the fucking MAGA in your life, but someone who voted, that's your problem. That's your fucking problem. Come on, man.
So Amari, if you want to make shit up and to tell yourself, go right ahead, bro. But I've been very fucking clear. I don't give a fuck. It's not about telling somebody who they voted for. But you should be held accountable, right?
I get it from the losers like Quinn and Tara.
Okay, I'm a loser. I'm a loser, bro. I'm a loser. A, B, sing a song for me. I'm a loser, bro. I'm a loser.
We don't be like that, bro. Be a proud person that said, you know what? I put that uniform on so that your black ass can vote for the dummy. And I'm not gonna call you out.
I don't need you to fucking. I don't need you again, Amari. I don't fucking need you.
You can call me out,
Amari. Respectfully, bro. Like I'm not even joking at this point, bro. Like real talk, seriously. All joking aside, I'm not even on some joking shit.
I'm not on joking shit.
Don't fucking question me on my service, or my motherfucking oath, or any of that motherfucking thing in your motherfucking life again. Period.
Stop muting me. Don't question my voting.
I didn't fucking mute you.
So whoever's muted, who's muted me? Let's look.
Hold on for a second.
Whoever's muted me,
I muted you because Haitian is I just need for Haitian to just say his piece. And just, you don't need to go back and forth with Haitian on this stuff. That's all I'm saying.
I don't need to go back and forth on who I voted for. This is 365 days of this bullshit. I don't need to go back and forth in that shit.
Yeah, it's only 365 fucking days for you, right? It's for 365 fucking days for you. What about motherfuckers like me who go to fucking deported, you dumb fuck?
Whoever the fuck they want.
And deported, you stupid motherfucker.
Black people
so shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the
fuck up. You cried about your dumb motherfucking ass voted for the nigga 3 times. So shut the fuck up, Amari.
Twice.
Go put your fucking context on if you're so fucking sad about that. You fucking.
No, you're the one that's sad. Like motherfucking votes. 66% of the military voted for fucking Trump. I don't see you go talking shit to them. You probably wouldn't.
Damn, that was a war. You say you still get that Netanyahu clip?
We still haven't listened to the Netanyahu clip after all this time. Oh my goodness.
It's been one of those conversations, yeah.
Bois, thank you for your service. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And everybody in this room thanks you for your service, except,
Did Omari serve?
Don't start that shit, you fucktard. Please. Don't do that. I respect that man's service. All I'm saying is I voted for who I voted for.
And we're gonna hold you accountable. We're actually gonna tell you that you are accountable for your actions. So don't get upset when we tell you that we're holding you accountable. You can't get mad at that shit because you're being an ignorant individual. And now you're like, oh, I didn't want this war. I didn't want this thing. It's like, no, you did. And we told you ahead of time. And you chose to put your head in the sand and vote for him anyway. So we're holding you accountable.
Great.
So just take it and like it in the ass like you normally do.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's what he does to you on a daily basis.
A bunch of racists allowed.
You want to come in here, play in people's faces,
We're allowing
and
white
act
people to be
like
doing the whole
you didn't do this shit when you did. It's called being held accountable.
What? You can hold somebody accountable? Wow. That's amazing.
These people are fucking psycho. I mean, I've never heard no shit. Oh, you voted for fucking this person, and then now you gotta be held accountable like this. Like, I think motherfuckers watch Dark Knight too much. You know that scene, Samoa, where they're fucking in front of the judge, and that now they're being, and they gotta walk across the ice. I'm telling you, it's fucking psycho.
Well, who should we hold accountable?
No, you should be held accountable for questioning people's rights to vote for the fuck they want. That's not
no one's questioning that you voted for him. No one's questioning that you couldn't vote for who you want to.
People are the most.
No one is questioning that you couldn't vote for him. That's not what we're questioning. The fact that you did is we're holding you accountable. That's what we're doing. No one's saying you couldn't vote for who you want to. The fact that you did means we're gonna hold you accountable. And that you don't want to is on you. So how about you actually, like, you know what? I'm gonna stop playing in people's faces and actually, like, hey, you know what?
You guys are on the same
You know what? I'm actually.
You are mad.
You know what? We're holding you accountable.
You're blue MAGA. No, you're blue MAGA. That's what the fuck
we're holding you accountable for your actions.
You MAGA.
There you go.
Holding you accountable.
You're a MAGA.
They're the reason why
your actions. And that's perfectly fine. Be accountable for your actions.
That's the number one sacred.
No one said you couldn't do it. No one's telling you couldn't do it.
Go on X and go
no
on.
No one said you couldn't do it.
Arthur, just a moment, please. Mari, okay. All right, everyone. I think we've gone on this back and forth a little bit too much. Can we just move forward? Okay, like Amari, I understand exactly how you feel, and I understand how they feel. And you don't. This is not the time for you to get upset about it. I'm surprised you're not just used to it by this time. So, to be honest,
well, people say they're cool with me. I get why the other losers do it, but like someone like Haitian, I don't get why he does it every time.
Everyone else. It's just you're right now. Okay, I get it, but you don't that this is a thing, and unfortunately, the person that you voted for has caused a lot of horrible consequences, and so no, unfortunately, when we do shitty things, we don't get off the hook of it just because people should be more forgiving. It's too fresh because it's still happening. So instead of you getting all defensive and upset about it, just take it on the chin and move on.
Yeah,
Marlene, you do know how generally how people, especially you in Haitian, because we're feel about you overall. So I don't know why we need to go into like a whole several minutes of this, and then you're getting more upset. Because it's not going to change anyone's views of you. And the only thing you can do is basically just stop reacting so much to it like you usually do. Sometimes you're pretty okay about it, but most of the times you're like pretty defensive about it. And at this point, I wouldn't if I were you, because you did what you did, and unfortunately those are the consequences of when we make shitty public decisions, right? People are not necessarily going to give us
Joe Biden, right?
Yeah, it's just like people complain about that. I'm not American, so I don't care. But my point being is that people hear about things that they've done. For instance, my brother still brings up the fact that I voted for Trudeau at some point in life. And I have to say, I voted for Trudeau.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, after only the first time though. The second time I didn't. I can't remember who I voted. I don't vote for any major parties anymore because they're all shitty, and that's another conversation altogether. But do I take that shit on the chin? Yes, I do. Because I have to be like, yeah, I know, I fucked up, didn't I? I don't go into it. I don't go into defending myself. I just literally say, yeah, I did. I'm an idiot for that.
So I would say
and then that's the beginning and end of it.
Amari's not defending his vote. He's just looking at like, bro, like I thought that democracy is something that's like preserved for like Americans. We were able to freely express ourselves.
No one is saying he couldn't vote for who he wanted. No one's saying that, Samoa. No one's saying that he couldn't vote for who he wanted to, Samoa.
No one's saying that.
No one's saying that at all. So stop saying that's what we're here for doing, Samoa. No one is saying he couldn't vote for who he wanted to.
But it's trying to bully people, though. I mean, like, you're trying to beat people. Like, I've seen this shit in so in the MAGA movement, this is like one of the things. I went from I went from 120,000 followers to now 92.2, right? On X. The reason being is because I went against Trump. And this is the shit I hear from them. So to hear it on both sides, I'm thinking like, okay, maybe, okay, cool. I don't give a fuck what they say because they're just random people on X. But then when people...
my apologies, Amari. I didn't know how hard it's been for you that you've lost followers since this situation, since you took a stand for something. I'm sorry, Amari.
It's not that. It's just... I feel like it's better than that, man.
I'm really sorry, Mari. Right? Because like people getting deported and motherfucking, shit like that. So I apologize, everybody. I stand corrected.
So I ignored from every...
Mari lost followers on Twitter. Okay.
So Marlene, I ignored from it, but like the people who are mod with, who are besides Big N,
no, seriously.
Everybody else, I look at you guys as my friends and the family, but if
Omari, bro, don't play this fucking pussy bullshit, bro. You throw fucking jabs and do annoying little fucking things, right? So for you to point that little comment homeboy made, what, no one should say anything back to you?
This isn't there, right? Like, Tucker's Israel.
Like, bro, you voted for this piece of shit who's also a fucking pedo.
Where was that interview when you won? You didn't have that.
Come on, do you not realize this, Amari?
But now is where it gets fun.
Thank you.
One of the loudest pro-Iran war, pro-Netanyahu voices has been a guy named Mark.
Amari, just for the record, if you know what the fuck I was looking at and seeing last week, you would be more fucking disgusting with any motherfucker who's still talking shit about Trump. Not just from a fucking war level, from every fucking level, from the pedo level especially.
But I can't.
You motherfuckers support a fucking pedo.
So if we want to this is what I'm saying, Haitian. This is what I'm saying. If we argue about a policy, right? Let's say about the war. That's fair. That's fair and game. But if you go into and if your comeback is well, you voted for Trump.
This weekend.
And that's the only thing y'all have to say every time. It's just like, bro, okay, I voted for Trump, but we're talking about the policies right now. Why can't we just have a spirited debate on that?
But you didn't fucking speak on the policy. You spoke about a guy not having correct fucking numbers on death toll. That's what you spoke about, Amari, right?
Yeah, why can't we argue about that? That's fair. I'm not saying you can't, say, Amari, you're a dumbass for this, or Amari. I'm not saying that. I get that. I welcome that. What I'm saying is like the vote thing, like that shit. Save that shit for the minions. No, you're not a minion. You're not like these people who are fake on this app. People who don't know they hide. Like, take that for those motherfuckers. The weak sauce people. Don't be like that. That's all I'm saying. We know who they are.
No, before Trump took office, our military was run by liberal, bleeding heart, tofu-eating wokesters. They forced our troops to wear rainbow-colored uniforms and swap their weapons for books on critical race theory.
I didn't know I was helping you. I'm sorry.
I think what's more disingenuous is that you're misrepresenting the argument. Nobody is chastising you for voting. Nobody's saying you shouldn't have voted. So that argument is quite disingenuous. He's chastising you and a reminder of what you have participated in that people daily are being reminded of in their daily lives. The higher fucking gas prices, the fact that their voting rights are being taken away. So I don't understand how you're so cavalier about any of that. Now, that doesn't mean you deserve to be browbeaten every day either. But I mean, when you're reminded of the conscious choice that you made, you should eat that.
Like I said, it just reminds me of how MAGA acts. And again, I can show you. I can post. You should see how the shit they're acting because of Magic Johnson.
Bro, I didn't even start off trying to attack you. I've been mad fucking mellow. I only brought that up for the fact that you bring it up that like you trying to fucking one up somebody as if like you motherfuckers have facts that are accurate. The person said, okay, he said he inflated the numbers on the death. But who gives a fuck? Really, you think about it. Were you the ones burying children? You're a fucking grandparent. Why would it even come out of your fucking mouth to even question the numbers when we know that people are fucking dying for no fucking reason?
When I bring up numbers, so the whole point was that Tamisa, right? She played the clip where a guy brought up numbers. When I bring up numbers of people dying,
don't let me question Democrat either, though.
I didn't say you were Democrat. So when you and I had this conversation right now, just this last back and forth, it was about, like I get it. I voted for Trump. I fucked up. I admitted on that stage. I fucked up. And I can't go back and change my vote. What I can do is not vote for him again. He can't run, but not vote for anyone like him again. That's one. And two, I voted anytime I voted to redo the maps in California, right? So I voted for things that are Democratic policies. So, I mean, again, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything to y'all. And I shouldn't even have to explain that.
I'm not a Democrat, so I can give a fuck if you voted for a Democrat or Republican.
Right. But that's the thing, though, right? I can try to move forward. I can try to look forward, or I can look in the rearview mirror and pump the brakes.
Well, Maury, if you're really trying to move forward and not be in the rearview mirror and not get called out for shit, it's interesting that you still justify a lot of the bullshit.
We have conversations, bro. Like sometimes what we'll do, sometimes, and what's the name will tell you, Misa, because her and I have this conversation. Sometimes I'll listen, and like sometimes I'll be like, yo, I'm just gonna interject right here, right? It doesn't mean it's just to pull the strings and see how people thought patterns are as well. That's all. It's not to like have an argument. It's to have this to keep the room lively. It's to have the conversation and see how people can have impromptu discussions. That's
being contrarian.
Oh, goodness.
You're being contrarian to try to keep things lively is asinine. And you're playing in people's faces. And you're being called out on it. And you're like, wait a minute, don't do that. You can't call me out on it for being lively and entertaining.
I told you.
Yes, we can. That's the whole point.
So
that's the whole point of stop playing in people's faces.
You don't matter. So there's people.
It doesn't matter if I don't matter. I don't care if I matter or not. I'm still going to tell you about it, Omari.
I'm okay with
I don't care if I don't matter.
So people like
I don't care. Do you understand that? Do you understand I don't care if I don't matter? I'm telling you about yourself.
Sandra, those people and Deborah, those are the people like I consider like those.
I don't care who you consider.
So what I'm trying to do
I don't care who you consider. You understand that people are going to tell you about yourself. And you're getting mad and upset like, I should be able to like be lively and entertaining. And it's like, no. Stop playing in people's faces. Stop it. Everyone is telling you that you are doing it, and you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. When that's what you're exactly doing. And you know this.
We can have a
That's the thing. You know this, and you choose to do otherwise, Omari. You choose to do otherwise.
We're trying to keep things from getting personal, but versus having.
There's nothing personal I've said about anything.
It does get personal.
This is me telling you what you've done. That's not personal.
You don't see it, but
that's not personal. That's me holding you to account.
No,
that's what you did.
We can have a conversation like we're all adults. Most of us are over 40 and when it comes to the night crew. We can have a conversation.
Amari, do you remember the conversations that took place during the campaign and during the election? Do you remember people saying that at some point during the course of this administration, you're going to regret this vote? I remember that conversation being quite frequent among people during the course of that. So that's, in essence, what you are listening to is people, and not only that, but it's like when people said that, they knew what this was going to yield. They knew what was coming. And it's upsetting and it's frustrating with people like yourself who made conscious choices during that time period. And people were warning people like yourself. So again, I don't know to say that you deserve the incessant browbeating, but you have to understand where it's coming from. This has a real life impact on people's lives, and if not on their lives, and people that they love. So I have to continually reiterate that you personally just are a proxy for this. So that's the reason why. So even in your admission that what you did was wrong, that's not what people are saying. What they're essentially saying is, motherfucker, we told you that you were going to regret it. That's what you're hearing. That's what you're listening to.
So you can say it today. Go ahead, Ed. I see you came off. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I got the Netanyahu interview. I'll put it up. So
you can just go ahead and play it if you want to go ahead and play it.
Wait. No, this is getting good. What are we doing? Okay, I'm kidding.
So messy.
The ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran was tested again today by suspected drone strikes in the Persian Gulf, another spurt of hostilities in a war that has now spread from the Gulf to Lebanon, further complicating White House efforts to close a deal that would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and stabilize energy prices. With so much at stake, and as the war stretches into its 11th week, our CBS News colleague Major Garrett spoke yesterday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is Netanyahu's first U.S. broadcast interview since the war began. He was careful with his words, but if you listen closely, you can find signs of where the war and the region may be headed.
Is the war with Iran over? And if it isn't, who will decide when it is?
I think it accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material.
Wait, what are we watching?
Rich uranium that has to be taken out of Iran.
Are we watching that? Yeah.
There's still enrichment sites that have to be dismantled. There's still proxies that Iran supports. There are ballistic missiles that they still want to produce. And we created a lot of it. But all that is still there, and there's work to be done.
How do you envision the enriched uranium will be removed from Iran?
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces?
Thank God Bibi Netanyahu is in charge of Israel. Thank God. We need to build the third temple. We need to enslave all the non-fucking Jews.
Mute up.
Enslave all the Goyim. Shut the fuck up,
Mute up.
Shut your fucking black mouth.
Trying to listen to the clip.
Wow. Shut your mouth. No.
Mute
Why?
up.
Shot him. I shot it, nigger. No. Why, niggers?
Mute up.
No, not muting shit. You shut the fucking mouth.
We're trying to listen to the clip,
Fucking Goyim. Goddamn Gentiles. Fucking shit, bro. It's annoying as fuck.
What's going on?
Nothing. We're talking about these dumb niggers.
We're trying to listen to the clip.
Listen to our supreme leader, fucking Netanyahu. Why you guys keep dropping, bro? It was fucking crazy. Damn, look at the fucking stage alternating. Crazy.
Don't click on his profile. Hold it down and remove him.
Yeah,
it's stalling. God, back on stage.
You have to.
What was that? What was that, guys?
You guys are fucking dumb. That's what the fuck it is.
Hello. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
What was I just listening to?
So there's a new set of trolls out there, and they put a glitch in their profile. So what they'll do is they'll come on stage and they'll disrupt the stage intentionally. And if you click on their profile trying to remove them, your shit freezes. Even when you exit, you have to wait 10 seconds or so, right? So that's why he said look at the stage shifting, because what they'll do is you all will have to exit and it'll make them a mod, and then they'll take your room over. So if you want to remove them, you have to hold their profile down and then remove them, because otherwise it would have happened. See, the thing is, when the trolls come on stage like that, right? Everybody's like, who the fuck is this talking like that? You click on their profile. Well, what it'll do is it'll keep moving them up, and every last one of y'all will leave because you're trying to get the shit off, and it makes them a mod by default. You have to just hold the profile down and then remove him. Do not click on the profile.
Wow. I thought I was listening to a clip. I'm in here trying
No, they couldn't
to my
remove him.
kids.
They were
I thought it was, because wasn't
a clip. I think it was Omari, and then I started hearing something. Then all of a sudden, the word nigger.
Yes, ma'am. I was like, what the fuck?
I mean, I can't believe it's such a level of loserdom.
Oh, yeah.
People
have better things to do with their time.
The time to figure out how to do this. And then to come in and specifically just to get all this niggers, monkeys this, monkeys that off your chest.
Nobody even, you know what, you guys. And
did you guys get his name? His name was Sean.
No, I got him. I reported.
Like what?
Okay, thank you.
Levels of
that kind of energy. Remember, we were having this discussion about nigger the other day, and I told you guys that word does not bother me no longer because we've allowed that name, that word, and they now it's like a free flow. It's like we had somebody in here the other day that was trying to get us all riled up because he said we're not free because white people can't say the word nigger. I said to him, say it. And as a matter of fact, say it everywhere you go. Say it all day long. I care less about that word. Please, you guys understand, you white racists and nationalists and Christian nationalists and all you guys who think that word carries any type of weight with me, it does not. If you're standing in my face and you're calling me a nigger, I don't know what you might get. But as far as being on this app calling me a nigger, it does not bother me one bit. Nigger, bitch, hoe, none of that. Because I don't know who you guys are, and I could care less who you are, and then your words carry no fucking weight with me. Negative or positive. Shit, fuck it. That was crazy. That was crazy. So that's the new thing now. I wonder, so they went and found a glitch? Did anybody tell Clubhouse that this is going on? They're supposed to have a Clubhouse town hall. I thought it was supposed to be this week, as a matter of fact.
Did they have like a bug abuse feature or something?
I don't know. You guys are telling me about it. I didn't know nothing about this.
No, I'm asking.
I just the right first time encountering it.
It did happen in a different space last week, where you can't even remove the person, you can't do jack. And then if you tried it and then click on their profile, you get kicked out. There's a glitch. So I reported it, others have as well, but this happened last week in a different space I was in.
When Clubhouse went down? Because Clubhouse went down.
Yeah. I heard, yeah. It's gone down.
I think it's been funky since then, Miss Lisa.
Okay, this happened before that.
Well, there's an email that's on, Clubhouse has an email. I found it on Safari. I'm going to just start emailing them and forget all this other bullshit, because if they get enough emails from people regarding all this baloney and bullshit that's happening on their app, maybe they will take, because it's unsafe. It's unsafe to be on this app. It really is. And my suggestion is to charge a premium, like HBO Prime or whatever, and you will get rid of 90% of the trash on this app. I don't mind paying a premium to come and talk to you guys, hang out with you guys, the ones that'll be left. But as soon as they start charging a premium, like Amazon Prime or some shit like that, bye-bye. Bye-bye, because that was crazy. So anyway, Sean, if somebody took a picture of his profile, can you please supply it some kind of way and actually put the correct name in the chat so I can put it in the email, because I will be emailing them like every single solitary day
when you
till I get
see
a
a
response
troll,
back.
when you see a troll, especially if they know how to bait spaces with black people and they start doing that, just remind yourself, hold it down and remove and block. Don't it's no conversation. Just okay, you're a troll, gotta go.
He was just like Hunterfires to be honest, man.
I was just trying to double tap the screen so I could get the motherfucker's name before, he shouldn't get but...
No, what you guys understand is, you can't. This person, whoever this glitch is, you try to do it, remove it, block.
That's what you said. You can't.
It freezes, it kicks you out, and then you can't, even their profile doesn't load. Somehow somebody found some sort of glitch in this app and they're just...
Right. No, I was talking about double tapping the screen with my voiceover just so I could find out who it was, just in case you guys wouldn't be able to get it. But it did tell me.
Question.
You can see what it is, but I mean, I reported. It may have been the same person. I feel like was there a guy?
Sean B.
Okay, so Sean B. Let's just say we're not in this room, and we are on Clubhouse, and then we look for him, Sean B. Are we able to see him and report him in that manner, or will we wind up in some type of
click on the app, and if you click on his profile, or whoever the person is, because I think it's a different person
outside of the room.
Also, yeah, outside of the room, same thing. It freezes on you. It doesn't load. You get kicked out of the Clubhouse. They haven't come back in.
Oh wow!
It's really weird. Yeah, it's really weird because I tried that. It happened last week. A bunch of us tried it. We just ended up screenshotting it and then reporting it to. I mean, I never got a response.
So did he leave the room, or were somebody able to kick him?
They leave on their own. They only do this on
When he heard me say you have to hold the profile down, he left.
Oh, he left. Oh, okay.
Okay, you guys, now you learned something. Take that to every room that you go to, and don't try to do it the normal way, or either don't even. But if you don't, okay, one last question, we can move on. If you don't kick him out, does he stay?
You can't easily kick him out. That's
no. Does he stay in the room? Like, just say nobody just ignores him, and we talk over or we mute him.
They leave. They
leave.
They'll stay for long.
Okay, so maybe we can just mute this person. I don't want you guys kicked out the room. I don't want you kicked off the app. If they come in and because of what you guys are saying, and we're unable to remove them, just mute them until they leave. I don't know.
I was able to kick him once Penny said you got to hold down this thing. I was able to kick him.
Oh, does that work now? Okay.
Yes,
yeah,
girl, why would I
held down his profile.
Work?
Yeah, so I held down his profile, then it came up.
Doesn't work. That was crazy.
I reported him for harassment.
We all tried it. It didn't work.
No,
yeah,
you didn't do it right, Ace.
No, it wasn't just me. It's a bunch of mods who tried it last time. They held it down, and it just.
I don't know, but
Ace.
But he's gone now.
Do it right, Ace. Because if you hold a profile down, you still have the same controls.
Okay, that's good.
I'm not gonna argue with you, girl.
I'm not trying to argue with you either. I'm just
okay,
saying.
Send me a copy of. Did you take a screenshot or it was just gone?
Hold on, let me see. I don't think that's because I was talking to Anthony on the back end. So let's see. No, I didn't take a screenshot.
Okay. Well, anyway, we'll get him. Don't worry, he came, and probably won't be the last time. Sean B. will probably come into one of these spaces. So somebody, please, before you just take a screenshot of his PTR so we all know what it looks like and whatever. And then we can put it in the Jumbotron at the beginning of each room, and that might help as well. So, you know what I mean? We can do this. We can do this. So we all work together. We can do this. And I'm just going, like I said, emailing Clubhouse, I think is a better response than trying to report people, like clicking that report shit. I don't even think they look at that stuff. I really don't. So,
email. So on the clip we was just listening to, was that? It was supposed to be. Yeah, can we rewind it? Cause
I didn't hear any of it, Ed. I apologize. Could you go ahead and start it over? Appreciate it.
Yeah, I could do it. Hang on.
And I thought I saw Patty come in. Maybe I was hallucinating.
No, she came in at the bottom, but she didn't come on stage.
Okay, well, she knows I had maybe we should stop putting anyone could join as well, because sometimes I just don't want to keep having to look at the screen to bring people up. So I just put, everyone can come up. You don't have to ask. And that seems to be a problem as well.
I'm ready whenever you are, Ed. I'll be quiet.
The ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran was tested again today by suspected Iranian drone strikes in the Persian Gulf, another spurt of hostilities in a war that has now spread from the Gulf to Lebanon, further complicating White House efforts to close a deal that would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and stabilize energy prices. With so much at stake, and as the war stretches into its 11th week, our CBS News colleague Major Garrett spoke yesterday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is Netanyahu's first U.S. broadcast interview since the war began. He was careful with his words, but if you listen closely, you can find signs of where the war and the region may be headed.
Is the war with Iran over? And if it isn't, who will decide when it is?
I
I think it accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. There's still enrichment sites that have to be dismantled. There's still proxies that Iran supports, their ballistic missiles that they still want to produce. Now, we've degraded a lot of it, but all of that is still there, and there's work to be done.
How do you envision the highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran?
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces from Israel? Special forces from the United States?
Well, I'm not going to talk about military means, but what President Trump has said to me, I want to go in there. And I think it can be done physically. That's not the problem. If you have an agreement and you go in and you take it out, why not? That's the best way.
What if there isn't an agreement? Can it be taken out by force?
Well, you're going to ask me these questions. I'm going to dodge them because I'm not going to talk about our military possibilities, plans, or anything of the kind.
And I'm just trying to get at how long is it going to take to achieve that aim?
I'm not going to give a timetable to it, but I'm going to say that's a terrifically important mission.
Hours before we sat down with the Prime Minister, Israel targeted Iranian-backed Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon. This is the second front in the war with Iran, much more Israel's than America's. Is it possible, Mr. Prime Minister, that the war with Iran could end, but the war with Hezbollah could continue? That these would be separate and divergent battlefiels?
They should be. What Iran would like to do is to say, no, if we achieve a ceasefire here, we want a ceasefire.
They do, clearly.
You know why? Because they want Hezbollah to stay there and continue to torture Lebanon, continue to hold its people hostage, and continue.
Will you accept that?
No.
We've seen it if President Trump asks you to.
Well, look, he understands what I'm saying. I mean, we want to get rid of that danger to our communities, to our cities. They rocket our cities all the time. They rocket our communities. And of course, would you want to live like that?
So this could go on.
Yeah, but
even if Iran is solved.
I hope not. If this regime is indeed weakened or possibly toppled, I think it's the end of Hezbollah. It's the end of Hamas. It's probably the end of the Houthis because the whole scaffolding of the terrorist proxy network that Iran built collapses if the regime in Iran collapses.
Do you believe it is possible to topple the Iranian regime?
I think that you can't predict when that happens. Is it possible? Yes. Is it guaranteed? No.
But in the days before the war, according to a New York Times investigation, the Prime Minister presented a more optimistic case to the President. And the New York Times reports as follows. Quote, in the Situation Room on February 11th, Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. Is that correct?
No, that's actually incorrect because...
In what ways is it incorrect?
It's incorrect in the sense that I said, oh, well, it's guaranteed, we can do it, and so on.
In the confines of that conversation, you noted the uncertainty.
Not only did I know that we both agreed, that there was both uncertainty and risk involved. And I remember that I said, and he said, that there's danger in action, in taking action, but there's greater danger in not taking action.
And continuing what the New York Times reported. Quote, Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to certain victory, adding the regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. Is that factually incorrect?
I don't think we could quantify it exactly, but I think that the problem of the Hormuz Straits was understood as the fighting went on. I think it became understood. Was it misread at the beginning? I think, I'm not sure it was misread, but there's a great risk for Iran to do it. And it took a while for them to understand how big that risk is, which they understand now. No, I don't claim perfect foresight, and nobody had perfect foresight. Neither did the Iranians.
Also not foreseen, the degree of Iranian military retribution against neighboring Gulf states and the damage it has caused. The Prime Minister told us he'd be surprised how many Arab states are interested in strengthening ties with Israel.
I now see the possibility of the expansion and the deepening of the agreements we do have
to alliances with Arab states of the kind that we never even dreamed of. There is concern rising among the Gulf monarchies that it will not allow and does not want Israel to exercise strategic dominance over the Middle East. So has any of this been jeopardized? I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing the fact from Arab countries, which I won't get into. All of them? No. But some of them, I never heard that before. Let's strengthen our alliance with Israel, because that, in fact, deters Iran. Let's strengthen our alliance with Israel because we can do amazing things with Israel. That was really the trajectory before this conflict. It's more than you think now, in ways that I guess will become public. I can't give everything to 60 Minutes or to you in one shot, but I'm telling you that the degree of economic cooperation on energy, on AI, on quantum, the areas where Israel is so strong, and they see the possibility now of sharing the fruits of these capabilities with them. And that's happening right now. Also happening now, or later this week, a summit between Chinese President Xi Jinping and President Trump. China is the world's largest importer of crude oil through the Strait of Hormuz. We were curious about China's military involvement with Iran. I'd like to ask you about what you know about China providing materially valuable military support to what remains of the Iranian regime. True. China gave a certain amount of support on particular components of missile manufacturing. But I can't say more than that. Does that disturb you? I didn't like it. Because it's apparently doing it right now. Could be. I don't want to speak for China. I don't want to speak also. But you have eyes and ears on this. Yeah, well, but I also have a closed mouth when necessary. American military aid to Israel has enjoyed bipartisan consensus for decades. It is now $3.8 billion per year and subject to new political scrutiny because of shifting public attitudes about Israel and foreign aid in general. Do you believe it's time for the state of Israel to re-examine and possibly reset its financial relationship to the United States, meaning what the United States provides to Israel on an annual basis? Absolutely. And I've said this to President Trump. I've said it to our own people. Their jaws drop. But I said, look, what do you mean? What are you saying? I want to draw down to zero the American financial support, the financial component of the military cooperation that we have, because we receive $3.8 billion a year. And I think that it's time that we wean ourselves from the remaining military support. Can you give me a timetable? I said, let's start now and do it over the next decade, over the next 10 years, but I want to start now. I don't want to wait for the next Congress. I want to start now. Well-versed in American politics, the Prime Minister is keenly aware of declining support for Israel. According to a recent Pew survey, 60% of U.S. adults reported having an unfavorable view of Israel, up nearly 20 points in 4 years. One of the big reasons? The war in Gaza, where according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, more than 70,000 people have been killed. That includes civilians as well as Hamas terrorists. Netanyahu attributes the reputational harm to Israel almost entirely to social media, which he calls the eighth front of the war. Because it's this is yours, right? You're not immune either. Because you can penetrate this machine, you can penetrate this little instrument, and you can say about Major Garrett anything you want, and I can paint you as a monster. And if I say it often enough people will believe it. Do you believe Israel is at risk of losing this war on that social media front? And this is particularly, I believe, important in America for younger Americans, Republican and Democrat, scrolling through images, and they would use words like barbaric in Gaza and in Lebanon. Israel is going to unbelievable lengths to get innocent civilians out of harm's way. We text message millions of text messages to them, make millions millions of phone calls to the patriots, leaflets, you name it, okay? We have seen the deterioration of the support for Israel in the United States almost, I would say, correlates almost 100% with the geometric rise of social media. And that by itself is not what caused it. And I don't believe in, in censoring them or anything, but I'll tell you what happened. We have several countries that basically manipulated social media. And they do it in a clever way. And that's something that has hurt us badly. Is it your belief, Mr. Prime Minister, that nothing that Israel has done, tactically or strategically, has made no mistakes, either in Gaza or the West Bank, that have, in their own way, contributed to this negative impression of Israel, whether it's on social media or someplace else? No, of course, look, it's war. In war, armies sometimes miss, and civilians die. And these are mistakes. These are not deliberate things that happen. Israel is besieged on the media front, on the propaganda front, and we've not done well on the propaganda war. The International Criminal Court, which neither Israel nor the U.S. recognize, has accused the Prime Minister of war crimes for Israel's conduct in Gaza, where he says he has not yet achieved one of his most important goals, disarming Hamas. Now what? Somebody has to disarm them. Somebody has to then demilitarize Gaza. I would say disarm, demilitarize, de-radicalize, because you don't want these fanatics there. Is that Israel's obligation, or is that the international community's obligation through the border peace? And some sort of... Very good. Finally, the countries who would do it. You know, if it comes down to us, then we'll have to do it, but we'll choose the time and the circumstances in which to do it, because, you know, we've got a few other things. But we are not going to let Hamas ever threaten Israel again. It'll have to be done. Could be done the hard way. Could be done the easy way. I always prefer the easy way because, unlike my caricature image, having been to war, having seen the tragedy of war, having experienced it in my own family, you don't readily dispatch people, young men, sometimes young women, into the battlefield. You know, though, Mr. Prime Minister, there is an impression about you that is a hunger that people perceive in you for conflict. That's funny, you know, because for years, I was considered, right before the October 7th, I was considered perhaps the most restrained Prime Minister in Israel's history. I was considered as being politically tough, but militarily very restrained. I was very changed on it because they were going to annihilate us. I didn't think it was just an attack by Hamas. I saw it as it was, an attack by the Iran Axis to try to annihilate us, to reduce to death. And I said it in the second year of the war. I said, we're going to change the Middle East. We're going to change this condition where they're ganging up on us, thinking they're going to wipe out the one and only Jewish state, wipe out 3,500 years of Jewish history. It's not going to happen. Not on my watch. And I said to the Israeli citizens, not on your watch.
Such bullshit.
Well,
Total bullshit.
Well, I'll say, BB sure knows how to pick them, don't he?
I got something to add to that, but what do you guys think of that? Thank you, Ed, for playing that. We were supposed to be playing that 4-5 hours ago. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anybody have any comments or questions? That was wild.
I think BB knows how to pick them. There's a reason why every single president before Trump said, no, not interested, no, not interested. He knows how to pick them. Yes, indeed.
So,
my ticket.
Give me 1 second. I hate that we even have to listen to that. Everything he says is a lie. I mean, he's not going to tell us what he's talking about, but is he the president of the United States? As far as how he started off, as far as how long this war is going to go, and what the goals are going in to get the uranium. If Israel wants to do that by themselves, have at it. But like talking about how long the war is going to last, or how long we're going to be in there, how much work has to be done, the man is a lion, like to what Haitians said. It's just bullshit. It's like I literally hate to even have to listen to him because nothing that he said is. We might as well just done fucking play cards while we listen to that shit. I yield.
My takeaway, you guys can hear me? My takeaway on this is basically he put Trump on a back foot already when he said that Donald Trump told me that we are going in. So basically he's boxing Trump with the media right now and said, well, you told Bibi that you're gonna go all in with the ground troops. What's going on? So he's calling the shot. He's showing his superiority into like, yeah, Donald Trump told me so. That's one takeaway. The other one is with regard to the money. This is a reverse psychology, and this question, right? No other reporter ever dared to ask an Israeli prime minister about the $3.5 billion aid every year. All of a sudden, this question popped up. It just makes me think, oh, this question was a setup question, and this is meant to do a reverse psychology on the American people. Because this question is not normal. I never heard that question ever to any prime minister. So that's that. And, you know, and notice the way that he speaks in the past, in a couple interviews prior to this, during negotiation in Pakistan, he keeps saying that, yeah, J.D. Vance reports to me, Donald Trump's report to me. Remember, he's not part of the negotiation at all. But apparently, these people, he's presenting himself like, yeah, J.D. Vance and Trump report to me what's going on, and, you know, and I'm part of this, you know, deal, even though he's not part of any of this deal. I yield back.
He did say there needs to be boots on the ground there to go out there and get your uranium. And I believe the reporter asked about Israel's involvement militarily. Even during the Iraq War, they've never, ever assisted American troops in any shape or form. So it just sounds like, are you the commander-in-chief? And if this is such a necessity to you, then you should have your IDF join the American forces. It's just a huge insult, a slap to the face.
Well, I was just getting ready to say the same thing, girl. You took the words right out of my mouth. Like when I heard them say, you know, in order for this war to be over, you got to go in, you got to get all their uranium. So I thought you're like, well, shit. Why the fuck is my president? Like, sometimes they get a man talking about ceasefire and we got to deal with Iran and we got a proposal here, proposal there. But this motherfucker you did before the war came, we got to go and get all that uranium out. What is happening in the case? Get it, baby.
Basically sacrifice American lives.
Girl! And I love President Trump. President Trump. I love President Trump.
That's President Netanyahu. Also, he talked about the October 7th and like how he was one of the most moderate prime ministers in Israel's history. And then talked about
Oh, yeah, he's still there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he at the bottom.
Oh, baby. Hey, Anthony. I'll mod you if you want to jump in, because I can't wait to hear the other side.
No offense.
No
No
offense.
offense.
I want to hear the other side. Y'all think that was crazy. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm excited over here about this next clip we get ready to play. Go ahead, Mike. I apologize.
No, you're fine. But the annihilation, it's wise. So to go back and to think about what happened October 7th, how they came across, how like they had if the cameras were there, it looks like they allowed people to come in there, but whatever happened, they're not caring about getting the hostages back. The way they were bombing possible sites where hostages could have been. Netanyahu, it's just lies. And so he came on 60 Minutes, an American program, to basically try to do a better job of selling the war than Donald Trump did. So he's trying to sell the action. Donald Trump never even went to that link. Bibi Netanyahu is basically running this shit. That's what I got out of it.
Best part is he blames social media. It's like, well, those images were real. Don't be mad that he got out.
Yeah, that's the best
Sorry,
part.
at the front. It's
No, I was just gonna say to Quinn, I'm sorry, Quinn, that we're quit playing fools, but this is the last one. I promise you, you guys gotta hear this. I swear, I won't play a clip for another 24 hours.
You're a mess.
This is wild. I'm telling you, we just a little late, Quinn. We got stuck in a dumber conversation that was earlier talking about how Donald Trump.
Wait.
Never mind. I won't bring that back up. But just this was not even long, Quinn.
Hold on, they didn't even let me correct the record on that either. So
can I just do this and then you correct the record? Because just let me do this because Quinn's playing. We playing too many clips. We clipping and tripping. But I just want
He's also watching the game.
So Quinn, you got a nerve.
It is Monday night, you know.
Okay, just this one little one, you guys. It's only like 1 minute. Just allow this, and I promise we can just talk for the rest of the night. No clips, unless somebody can break it news. But check this out.
Hello.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Set it up. Turned on my speaker. Y'all still ain't bought me my Apple speaker. I have you know. Okay, hold on.
It's going into the gas pump.
The press is lying to you. They're saying that Israel is going to get off of funding of America. That they're going to stop it altogether. It's not true. In the 60 Minutes interview, Benjamin Netanyahu said, we're going to wean ourselves off, ... over the next 10 years. Their memorandum of understanding actually ends in 2028. So what he's trying to do is extend it by 8 more years past the memorandum of understanding. What we're trying to do is get another dollar to commit more genocide and start more wars. Any decent moral person would want to cut them off immediately. Even if you only care about Israel, enabling their worst instincts isn't helping them either. It's making the whole world hate them for what they're doing, and they're doing that because we're funding all of it. So the correct answer for when Israel should stop getting funding is right now, today. And what Netanyahu is saying is, give me 10 more years of funding and 8 more past the memorandum of understanding that currently exists. And all of American media is helping him lie by putting out headlines saying Israel doesn't want any more money. Netanyahu says no more money. That is absolutely not true. In fact, it is the opposite of what's true. Netanyahu is doing this as a trick to get 10 more years of funding, and our answer to that should be hell no.
That's all I wanted to play. Thank you. I'm going to mute.
Oh, No, but you're right. That's absolute bullshit. And him saying he's the most moderate. Wasn't the ICC after his dumbass before October 7th? Oh, that's right. For war crimes.
Just remember, guys, like it is May already. He's running for election, and the elections in Israeli, it's in October. So he's in an election mode right now. He's going to be saying crazy stuff just to, especially to the American people, who probably come to the house just to get support and just to go back to Israel and say, well, the American people support me. Israel, you have to support me too. So he's in the campaign mode. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, and he's saying he lost the propaganda war. He's a cog in the wheel of the propaganda machine. This dude, he's so full of crap.
He basically said, I've secured 8 more years of American funding, guys. Vote for me. People messed up.
It'd be like, he's like got his fingers up. I'm not a crook. Hello, Nixon. Jackass.
And for him, he has to win to stay out of jail. He has to win, otherwise the court
Exactly. That's it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was a good clip. Thank you, Ed, for playing it. I have no. I think we should cut off the fun. So hopefully that if in the near future, because they need to be on their own. They should have enough money and weapons. Like you said, they're making deals with other countries in the Middle East. If that's the case, then they should be good. Hold on, I'll be right back. Shit, I'm gonna call.
And the thing about it is I mean, I don't see them giving up all that money anytime soon. I don't think America's going to encourage that. Not, I'm saying America loosely. Is going to encourage that because from all the funding we give them, they buy like 80% of that back in weapons from us. So we're getting most of that cash back. It's too much of a honey deal. I don't see that stopping unless, you know, we actually get one of our own politicians who'll stand up and say, we're gonna turn off the tap here. That's where I would believe it, is if our people actually said it, not Netanyahu.
You can cut the funding for them, you can do whatever you want to do, but they are just one war away to play a victim. You all remember what happened, and after October 7, you know, the Congress went with emergency aid to send all sorts of weapons to Israel. So they're just gonna go and, you know, maybe they will do a war in West Bank, or in Gaza again, or Lebanon, or whatever, any country, or Iraq, or Syria, whatever. They're just going to create a war, and then the Congress will be obligated to support Israel, and we're back on the horse again. So yeah, it's a cycle. But right now, this is what they call, you know, psychological warfare, right? This is reverse psychology. You know, we don't need your money, America. We don't need your money. We're good. But they know they cannot even survive a day without American support. So.
From Iran, can I question? Salam, بچه. Anyone hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanna wait. In your mind, Iran is bad or good?
We're not on that right now. We just want to talk about. Do you have anything about this recording we heard with Netanyahu? We can circle back to your question. I just want to make sure everyone engaged something.
We don't. Iranian people don't want this regime and don't want war. And this regime, 50 years old, years.
Okay, give us a second. We'll circle back. I just want to...
Killing people and...
Okay, hold on. We're going to circle back to that. I just want to make sure that we first finish talking about the Netanyahu recording, and then we'll discuss around your question. Just give us a few minutes. Did you guys hear what Netanyahu said about not accomplishing their goal of getting rid of Hamas?
Oh yeah.
And I saying that. Did you hear the part where he said we did it the easy way? We did the easy way. No, the easy way. The genocide was the easy way.
Yeah, to me, it was. I couldn't even listen to it fully because I refused to give my energy towards Satanists, and whatever they have to say, it's just literal poison. So I'll admit I was doing part of my Duolingo while kind of listening to that because I don't expect it to be anything other than propaganda. We're victims. Oh, we can. Oh, I mean, bullshit. So, excuse my language, but that's really what I just listened to is blah, 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 devil speak. So it doesn't really matter what he said. Of course he's going to say, oh yeah, we're going to stop siphoning billions off American public because, you know, we're independent. No, they're not. Sure, he's going to, yeah, they're such good guys. No, they're not. Oh, they're such victims because of what happened October 7th. Oh yeah, let's ignore all the other years. All the years of occupation that people are literally living under. And the best part of it for me was, again, them reiterating they're not going to spend their lives or their money to do anything to Iran or anyone else. They're just going to use Americans and use American money. And yeah, but it's not going to stop because according to him, this ain't stopping until you get boots on the ground, you pull up that uranium from the mountains. I can't even take it seriously because it's like, oh no, we're not going to spend our precious lives and our money on this concern, but you guys do that and you're going to do it.
I remember when says that the MAGAs are supporting this war 100%. Well, none of their fat asses are in the military that I'm aware of. So.
Well, also you have to think about, Marlene, you're absolutely flipping right. I mean, it's like they're just saying it's all face value. But look at what they've done to all these people in Palestine. But they accidentally, that's what I was thinking. They accidentally hit these targets. They weren't intentional. Did you guys hear him say that?
Oh yeah, I mean, we come from the most intentional and most target-driven and most sophisticated army to, it was an accident or bad. We just killed children.
We got the Iron Dome, but we accidentally, surgically fucking attacked and killed children in a school.
Oh, remember, they're the most more army in the Middle East and all that.
No, I'm talking about all of the different attacks on Palestine, all the people that have been killed in Gaza since October 7th. Yeah. All of their accidental bombings of hospitals and schools.
Yeah.
Exactly.
War crimes.
Like
well, they already are. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lisa.
No, go ahead, Dave. I was just asking a question.
No, I was going to say that he's a liar. And again, I know we have to listen to this stuff because it's news, but it's propaganda. It's him trying to do a sell job to the American people. And I hate that we never listen to it. That's all I'm saying.
Did you guys hear when he said, we send out text messages to people?
Yeah, I heard that. But that made me laugh. That almost made me laugh.
So all those people with phone service in Gaza.
You drop off flyers apparently.
Oh wait, and he said phone calls and text messages. He didn't even say flyers this time.
He'd do something.
Yeah, in the past they've distributed flyers.
And he forgot to also mention that when you run for food, the dogs will shoot you.
Right, well they'll kill you, but they want you to go get aid. They're allowing aid through the line, but they'll kill you before you get there.
And wherever you need to go, they'll make sure they'll bomb that too, or shoot you.
Or cause a stampede.
What number shows up on caller ID?
What does it say? Like,
it's insane to me.
Let me know I'm being bombed.
They've got phone service in Gaza, really?
It's 1-800-GENOCIDE. 1-800-GENOCIDE is the number that comes on the phone.
1-800, you are fucked. No, it's so insane the way he says all this shit with a straight face, because I can't even see it, and I know he got a straight face.
But he believes the shit. Now, he believes that you Americans are dumb as fuck. Do you know they be having these conversations around the kitchen table? Because he convinced that we elected an idiot. 77 million people elected this fool. And then he stood up there and says he loves dumb people. Then they read about how we can't read over past a 6th grade education. So, I mean, come on. Did you guys listen to how they're saying that America now, after this war, their complete bio is fucked. All that shit about, they be talking about how they're the best, the beacon on the hill, all that stuff is just completely diminished. It's over. No one takes us seriously anymore.
To be honest, that's been on a downhill decline for a while now, but it was Lisa. It is crazy though, the way that our whole morale and the whole view of our country and to the rest of the world has really taken a shitter in the last few years, and it's gonna take us decades, more of those decades, to fix the damage, if at all it can be fixed, you know?
Go ahead, Michael.
No, you're fine. The world's seeing January 6th of 2020 when we didn't, execute or jail or, take care of the seditionists, and, Trump letting the seditionists out and Trump not being held accountable. The world can see all this stuff, even the January 6th hearings, where they showed all these things, the lead up, the social media posts, everything that he did, his speech that day when they broke all that down and we didn't do anything with him. The world can see that. To your point, Ramona, and Lisa, I guess too, about the eroding trust of America America. I mean, I'm just saying, we literally done it to ourselves. We've allowed this stuff to go on. So I'm just saying, Netanyahu is right to come here and get on 60 Minutes and just talk to these dummies or whatever, like us dummies in America. Like, that's what we've shown that we are.
Yeah, just look at his cabinet. Look at Pete Hegseth. He has some stuff. He has some stuff brewing today, and I have to find it. Then Kash Patel. I heard that. Oh, I need to turn the lights on here. I'm just tripping over everything. I heard Kash Patel. That is it true that he's being investigated? Did anybody say anything on that? Investigated for what? I have these little blips that come over my phone, and if I don't catch them right away, they disappear.
Aren't they saying that he was an alcoholic? Lord knows what they're saying he's into now.
Well, but even using like taxpayer money to go to his girlfriend's concerts and like to fly like his girlfriend around, and him going to the United States, the Olympics or whatever. I mean, maybe misappropriation of funds. It's a bunch of stuff. I mean, none of them, they're just not smart, and they don't do things in a way that people that follow the law do things. So they got a lawless leader. So it could be anything on Cash, but definitely like they could investigate more of the stuff I just mentioned, you know, plus I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff that he's done that we're not aware of.
I mean, I think Michael Trump and fired all the inspector generals in every department. So there is nobody to investigate, or there's no whistleblower can submit their, finding to inspector generals. So basically, there's no checks on the system. So I don't know, Misa, I didn't hear if he's getting investigated or not. This whole administration is, be honest with you, one of the things I heard that after the midterm, he might change the administration itself, but this current administration each one of them is an absolute joke. And the latest person, what I heard is the transportation secretary, Duffy, the guy with the reality show back in the day, Real Life, whatever it's called. Michael, I don't know if you remember back in the day, MTV show.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Yeah. It was the first reality TV show, Real World.
Right. So now he's been on the road to, for a while now, him and his family traveling through America, to celebrate that 250-year anniversary. And everybody's like, we've been having, airplane crashes, an airplane just gone out of business. There's a lot of stuff going on in the flight industry, and you just on the road, and you are not reporting to the office, and you're getting paid through taxpayers' dollars to vacation with your family. All this time for 7 months. So it's the optics wise, it's just the administration as an amateur, as an absolute amateur. But hey, that's the administration. They look good on TV, as Trump says, central casting.
It's like the worst reality TV show ever, where they pick the very worst person they could think of for each and every position and put them there.
Yeah, that's what happens when you want loyalists and yes people, as opposed to like the team of rivals, people that are going to challenge your ideas. We get the best, like the best of breed or whatever. And you get the best ideas. You get people that oppose you, that could give you pushback. With him, everybody's just like, they're literally just like dancing around him like he's some deity. So
he's an agent of fucking chaos. That's what he is.
Yeah, he is definitely that. I mean, he's like a skinwalker or whatever. He's a demonic spirit, like inside.
Yes. I absolutely agree with you. It's insane to me how we have gotten where we are. And I realize it's because of some select few dumbasses votes. I get that. You know, and some of it was due to people's ability not to get off the couch and vote. That's another factor. You know, and then people's right to vote being impinged on. And now we've got all these redistricting lines, which, by the way, I'm glad you actually voted for those, Amari, because those were reactionary to the actual people losing their right to vote over in Louisiana.
You're welcome.
So that was the right thing to do, but it was really the only thing to do that was human. Because we do have people that are losing their right to vote right this fucking second. It's ridiculous. So, you know, I mean, that's not exactly a person that lost their right deal.
Oh, I found out. Cash Patel is asking his staff to take polygraphs. You know, he's on his way out. It's no way you're going to have any loyalty with your staff by asking them to take polygraphs. About what? About his drinking? If they ratted him out? I think that's even illegal to ask you to ask somebody that is employed a company to ask you to take a polygraph. Is that
where they question? It depends on what they're questioning about and what the position's about, and if somebody is got clearance or whatnot. It could be.
Hell yeah, that's legal. Well, Trump in office? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I mean,
Can we use a polygraph to find out who lost their right to vote? I think we need a polygraph for that.
Yeah, we do. We need the polygraph for Ramona.
We need a polygraph for that. We need.
Are you saying that it's wrong for the redistricting lines in the state of Louisiana causing people not to be able to vote?
Well, I believe the Supreme.
I don't think you understand what.
So the Supreme Court is democracy. So if you don't believe that, so what, you know, y'all claim that Trump doesn't respect the courts.
We're getting ahead of ourselves on Mari.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, no, I appreciate you, brother. Okay, so Ramona, you're saying that someone, because of redistricting, can't vote? Could you explain that?
Have you looked at the redistricting lines in the state of Louisiana and how they fall, and the fact that people are misrepresented to the point of not being able to vote in their own party because of the way these lines lay? Do you not know what's going on? Why these redistricting, all of these different states drawing redistricting lines in their states is so important right now? And it affects people's right or ability to vote, because it does make it difficult for people to vote the way they would vote. Were they?
I don't understand. It's either they can vote or they can't vote.
I think what
Please, I'm not explaining it
I
right.
think what people fail to realize is they struck down Amendment 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That's what they struck down, which is the reasons why people are gerrymandering their districts outside of the census. So when people say they want an example as to how are people not to vote, it's not that people cannot vote. People don't have the ability to vote for the proper representation that they feel will represent them in Congress or will represent them in the Senate. So I think people know, people understand exactly what it means when we say some of us feel disenfranchised. But what they struck down was Amendment 2 of the Voting Rights Act. So Amendment 2, hold on. Amendment 2 of the Voting Rights Act pretty much says, in language terms, that there's no racial ambiguity when it comes to anybody voting, any constituent voting for their representation. That's just pretty much what it is. So if in fact, hold on, and I'll give it right back to you because you're right about everything. So if in fact, I'm just saying, if in fact there is no shooting down of Amendment 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and if in fact we have reached beyond the racial barriers in this country where there is no such thing as racism when it comes to voting, then why do we even need to bring this up for conversation and even for debate after 40, 60, almost 80 plus years since it had passed? And I'm exaggerating when I say that, but I'm just saying, why does it even need to be debated if it's not even an issue?
Okay, so we're having two different conversations. I don't disagree with anything you said. You know, we can have that conversation. That's great. But what was asserted on the stage is that people have lost their right to vote. Not that they feel disenfranchised, that they have lost somehow.
Can I please, since that was my words, can I address that? Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, sir. No, that's what I meant. Being disenfranchised and losing your right to it is the same hand in hand. It may not be legally the same. I get what you're saying. So you're right. I was wrong by saying losing their right to vote by the technical sense, but disenfranchising people, taking their right and their ability to vote for somebody that represents their interests to the best of the way they want to vote, that is disenfranchisement. It is also, in essence, removing their ability to vote unless they want to move to a different district.
So
that's what I meant.
No, and thank you for clarifying, Ramona. All right. So, Ramona, I understand where both you and Wynn are coming from. There are people, right, that feel that race should not be a consideration as it relates to the law, the government, all of the above. There are people that feel that when we use race, it goes against the U.S. Constitution. This is a very simple concept. Ramona might feel a certain way. Wynn might feel a certain way. If they want to change that, maybe we need an amendment to the Constitution that allows race to be a factor, a consideration when it comes to the laws. So, is there some kind of pushback to what I'm saying?
Amendment 2 protects you, it protects a white person, it protects anything other than what it is. That's what the Amendment 2 protects. When you strike it down, you're saying, we don't need no protection because it doesn't exist. It's black and white, there's no gray area. When in reality, we all know you live in the United States of America, there is no black and white. So when you strike something down, that means you're pretty much saying, okay, we are beyond this. 1965 from 2026, yeah, it wasn't that long ago, but I think it's all okay now. We can all hold hand in hand and be able to sing Kumbaya, and, everything's going to be all right. If that be the case, why are we at war? The two probably don't have anything to do with one another, but we have to be honest. It's not about race. For me, Amendment 2 it's definitely not about black people just wanting to elect people that are black. It's not about that. You got black people who want to vote for white people who are potentially Democratic, who are potentially independent, who are potentially, moderate, middle, whatever. They don't have that representation. Even a white person doesn't have that representation now. Every white person in America is not Republican, and every white person in America is not Democrat. So when you shoot down that amendment, you're pretty much saying, fuck what you think. You don't have no protection. That's basically what it's saying. It protects everybody in every single race who's out here trying to vote. When you strike that down, I'm all for an amendment. I'm all for it, for us to figure out, okay, where can we make some alterations? I'm all for that. But now you completely take it off the table. So we got that. Now it's time to push to save that. It makes no sense.
So Wynn, again, we might be missing each other, right? So what was struck down in the VRA was them using race as a factor in redistricting. That's what struck down. So there are judges that feel that race should not be a factor according to the law in the United States of America. They feel that using racial distinctions is against the Constitution. And there are, Supreme Court justices that you might actually like and, feel that are, they're liberal, who also have expressed similar beliefs themselves. So I'm just trying to focus on, do we have an issue with a judge saying that race-based initiatives in the law are unconstitutional? Is there an issue with that?
Yes, there is.
Excellent, Michael. Could you explain why, brother?
Because there's a 14th and I think 15th Amendment, and it's late and I'm tired, so please excuse me, anybody, if I'm not like totally correct on this, but just like we got birthright citizenship, and the guy in Alabama today talked about that he wanted to remove the 14th Amendment that was put in place to protect slaves and to make us citizens. It also gave us equal protection under the law. I believe the 15th Amendment has to do with the right to vote for black people. Saying all that to say that the Constitution, the originalist document, didn't provide for us, like the 3/5 compromise, it didn't provide for us the ability to vote. And so states essentially used their own constitutions and they did things to keep us from voting, i.e. poll tax, intelligence test, like all the things that they did essentially to disenfranchise or not allow black people to vote. So the Supreme Court, in interpreting the document and the amendments and the reason why it got in there in the first place and the court case that got us there, they definitely should be supportive of that, because it's not separate but equal. It's not. That's why they put these amendments in, and that's where you get a Voting Rights Act, because the people in the states didn't protect the populace and they needed to do it. So the Supreme, I guess, and again, I'm tired. The Supreme Court definitely, when they're working like the Supreme Court should, as far as their interpretation of cases in the law, and they should definitely be supportive of protecting voter rights of people. So, and again, it's late, so I apologize if that's like if I'm rambling.
All right. So
that was awesome, Michael. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, Michael, thank you. Michael, you mentioned, birthright citizenship, right? That would be the equivalent of birthright citizenship only affecting black people. Black people may have been the impetus for the law, for the amendment. They may, it seems pretty clear that they were, but it doesn't only affect black people. One of the seminal rulings on birthright citizenship had to do with the Chinese American, the Wong decision. It's not black. So, this idea that there are people that feel, judges that feel, the law should not be used in a detrimental way against black people, and it shouldn't be used in a beneficial way for black people. They feel that the law should be race neutral. It should not be focused on the race of the citizens in question. That people should be treated fairly across the board, regardless of race. That it should be based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. I don't understand why this is a problematic concept for some people. I don't understand why some people feel that there's something wrong with this standard.
The thing that's wrong, that's problematic, if you don't mind, the thing that's problematic with it is that you're correct in saying that constitutionally, ideally, you would want to have a system where it's not race-based, but historically, and you know as well as I do, it has not been that way, and that is where gerrymandering came in to begin with, was to make sure that people had votes go in the way that they wanted according to the interests that served them, and it was racial lines. There were racial lines. And are still. And that's the problem, is that it would be great if it wasn't racially motivated, but it still is, even though it's not supposed to be. So how do you remove that element so that people are still feel like they get equal representation under the law, though?
Can I ask you, Anthony, to give me 1 second to respond to that too, and then if you can maybe, both of us are sort of on the same track, so if you could sort of maybe hit us both after we do. So I did want to say it's spirit, what you were saying is spirit of the law versus the way the laws actually apply. So you're right that as far as with, there shouldn't be, if this was a utopian society, then you're right, everything should be where it's like not race-based. But the way the Constitution is set up, the way the document's initially written, that the Congress or the House of Representatives is supposed to reflect the people. So they are our representatives, the representatives of the people. So I think in the initial Constitution, it was like every 30,000 people had like a representative. Now I think it's probably like 750,000, something crazy. But anyway, saying all that to say, and then the senators initially, the 2 senators for each state were supposed to be selected by the House of the Representatives that we sent there. So the people would elect the representatives, and they represent their constituents, their problems, their issues, their local, whatever's going on in their district. And what they're doing with this is that this problem of slaves and black people releasing, if we're in an area, this dilutes our representation. So there's going to be no black representatives in the South, most likely. And I don't see how anybody can make that be equitable. If you have a city like Memphis, I think that they say is like 65, 70% black. And that's quartered off and split up in a way to where they don't have a black representative, or if they wanted to vote for a white representative, but they don't have a representative that's indicative of their needs and what they want for their environment. They say now that there's a district in Memphis that, damn it, I can't think of the city that it is, but like let's say like some 300 miles away, they say there's something that touches Memphis that's in the state of Tennessee that it's just, they have the shit drawn really crazy. But I'm just saying that to say that the representation for the people, the way that the document, if the Constitution, I'm with you on the Constitution being a document that should serve all people, but if people are in an area, they should have representation that reflects their needs in the Memphis area, and they divide it up so they're not going to get that representation. I yield.
All right. So I don't know where we're missing each other. You know, like, I understand what you're saying, like, but it seems like, you know, I would more so land on the idea that Ramona, you know, stated all white people are not Republicans, all black people are not Democrats. Race is a poor proxy for determining, you know, someone's ideological leanings. So I don't know, like, I don't think that the idea was that if there's X amount of black people in a district, that there should be X amount of black, people in the House of Representatives. I think each person should get a vote. I think that the candidates should make their case to the people, and based on the merits of their campaign, they, you know, the results will tell the story.
That means you got to get rid of the 3/5 compromise and no more districts. One man, one vote. That's the only way that works.
Okay.
You can't have districts. That won't work if you have districts. And you don't have politicians picking your voters.
So Ty, I'm not as savvy or sophisticated as you are with this political stuff. You clearly have, you know, information that I don't have. Maybe you can bring.
I actually agree with what you just explained, but what you just explained is not what's happening.
Okay, so can you explain to me why that's not happening? So we deal with this. Can you explain to me why it's not happening? I'm gonna mute up real quick. I'm sorry, bro.
Because that's dealing with districts. So when you just explained, you have to get rid of the three-fifths compromise. That means there will be no more congressional districts. Whoever runs for office is one man, one vote for the entire state. Winner takes all. But they will lose. The Republicans know this. They will lose if they do it this way. This is why you have rural districts that have the prisons. The prisoners don't have the right to vote, but they're using the prison population to bolster their representation in Congress. See, I don't agree with the three-fifths compromise, but how it works is it's based on population, not based on D's and R's. If the state of Louisiana got more babies and you just fill out the goddamn census every 10 years, then that equals your representation in Congress. That's how it's supposed to work.
Okay, so based on, a quick cursory search, it seems that it was part of the U.S., the Three-Fifths Compromise was a part of the U.S. Constitution until it was repealed by the 14th Amendment in 1868. Are you saying that the Three-Fifths Compromise is still active and still a part of the Constitution?
That's when you have, when you vote for the President of the United States, it's not one man, one vote. It goes by districts, which is the same for the Congress versus the Senate. The Senate is one man, one vote, because they're statewide elections. Same thing with governors. If you make everybody the same, then you get rid of the district. Then there won't be no more gerrymandering at all. They do gerrymandering so that they can win more political power than the other side. It's not about fairness. It's not about equality at all. It's about who's winning.
So,
all right. So,
if I could,
go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry. You got.
I was just gonna say, if I could jump back in, it's just if you think about representation, right? So with the House of Representatives, again, it's like representatives go by the population in the state. So if we have 330 million people in America now, and then I forget what the number is to whatever it is in the House, it's like it works out to like 750,000 per person. But I know like different people, but saying all that to say that essentially the way it's supposed to work is that if we black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, whatever we have in a neighborhood, or we're Italians, if we're all in one city, like I'm trying to think of something like New York or whatever. In New York is one district. We have a bunch of people in our town that are running and like throwing tomatoes at our like doors or toilet paper in our house, or doing something that we as a community in New York, all races have a problem with. And we want a representative that's going to stop people from throwing tomatoes and toilet paper in our yards. And we vote for that person. He's going to represent our interests. And then the hope is that when he gets to D.C., he's going to propose legislation that will stop people from throwing tomatoes at our windows and like in toilet paper in our yard. But what happens is, like, by dividing and dissolution, they're like diluting the vote. So they're breaking it up to a point that people that have similar interests, and for the purpose of what we're doing, it is black and white. Like to get down to it, it's like a majority black district that has issues that they share, and they want someone to go to Washington, D.C. and legislate and fight to get things done in their communities, in their area. They can't get that now. Now they have to vote for somebody that doesn't represent what they want as a consolidated area, and you're disillusioning the vote where people basically can't get representation that helps them in their home area. And that's the problem about this thing. But there is, like you said, we have the ability to vote. So that's there. They haven't taken that away yet, but they may go like things like poll tax or intelligence tests to make it harder. But everybody can vote. It's just the fact that now our votes are diluted, so we can't get the people that will work with the issues that we have in our area, and that's a problem with this thing.
Well, here's the thing, too. They got to be clear about dummy laundering.
Todd, just really quick. I'm sorry. You spoke, and then Michael spoke, and I'm just going to hop back in there real quick, and I'll pass it back to you. So, Michael, I'm not as cynical as you to believe, poll tax and intelligence tests or whatever. It's going to come back, and it's going to limit people's ability to vote. We just philosophically disagree. Like that's, and I don't like. I'm not trying to come at you or anything like that, but for me, that's where the fear mongering starts. That's it becomes problematic because like I don't feel it's really productive. I don't think that the country is going to backslide that far. I don't think the general public wants that. I don't like maybe that's a fringe belief, but I don't think the general public is going to go for that, or I don't think anybody's going to go for that. I don't think that black people in mass would allow that to happen. So I don't know how productive that is. As it relates to what was being said before, the electoral college, it matters. Like, if we didn't have the electoral college, and I'm not equating that to the 3/5 compromise, which I don't even know why is a part of the discussion, but the electoral college, the way we pick our president, if all the states didn't, have some kind of representation, a candidate would only need to campaign in the most populous states in the union. They just need to really focus on just, California and New York. Like, that would not be the United States of America. We wouldn't really have a country. We wouldn't, it's like the difference between a republic and a, democracy. It's not just as simple as, one person, one vote. It's we're a country. We're 50 states. Some states are rich, some states are poor. Some states send back more money than they receive from the federal government. They send out more money than they get back from the federal government. It's just the way the country works. Like, California, 5th largest economy in the world if it was its own country, but at the same time, like, it needs the rest of the country to function. So, like, I don't think that this is like, like I said, I don't know where the 3/5 became an issue, a talking point as related to this discussion. The overarching point that I've been pushing consistently is that there are judges, there are Supreme Court justices who feel that race should not be a factor. It shouldn't be a benefit. It shouldn't be a detriment. It should not be a factor in the law. And I can understand why they feel that way. And this is why we got the decision we got with the VRA. This is why we got the decision we got with affirmative action. People may not like it, but this goes against the ideals of the Constitution. And if people feel differently, that welcome to show me why it doesn't.
All right, let me say something real quick. And the one thing you said is a misnomer. I wasn't saying that they're going to do that. There's no need for them to do poll tax. I just mentioned that to sort of make a historical reference. With what they're doing now, we will be able to go vote. All these people will be able to go vote. They just, with the way that they're able to draw these districts now, they're just taking away the ability of communities to vote together to get their representation in Congress. So that's the gag. Like, so it's not fear mongering. They're doing that. And for when you talk about what goes on with the Constitution as is written, like all men are created equal, all the stuff that we always true. So like blah blah blah. It's set up to be a fair document. It had to be amended because people didn't do they didn't work with the spirit of the document. That's why we had the Bill of Rights, and then we were able to make these amendments. That's why the 14th, 15th Amendment exists, because rights were taken away and people weren't trustworthy. So the way you speak like it's a utopian society where it's a fair, equitable, everybody's going to treat everybody properly. Steve, the indigenous people of this country, to know that that's not the way that things work. So what you're saying would work if it was a utopian society where everybody was just fair, but the world doesn't work like that. So amendments and the Voting Rights Act came into play, and the reason those articles were in there is because people did stuff, and the Supreme Courts of old, or cases that were argued, were put up to help to right wrongs. So yeah, it's not about, like you're saying, it's just what you're saying is it's not it's not really the way the world works.
Well, let me say this real quick about the redistricting. The mistake that they, especially in Memphis, and I'm watching this real close, because they took the city of Memphis and divided it by thirds. Well, now you have suburban districts that were uncompetitive. If black people get the fuck up out their seats and vote, now those districts become super competitive. We won't win them all, but now they will mess around and lose. So it's not technically over. It's only over because Republicans win when people don't show up to vote.
Well, that's the problem.
I heard that. I heard what you're saying. I heard that's 100% correct.
Yeah, when our voting percentage was 70% at the height of violence in the Reconstruction era. If we ever get back to that, Republicans would never win another election. But I don't understand why people have this fake ass apathy while they're taking away our rights.
Well, I mean, it might be the truth that way in Tennessee, but in the state of Louisiana, that's not the same case. And that's where voting ambivalence comes from. That's why people stay at home on the couch. When they don't have people in their district that represents their interests, they don't vote. And I mean, in essence, if you're causing that kind of feeling towards voting where people don't participate, it is in essence taking away their vote. Because, I mean, who are they going to vote for? They're not going to vote for somebody that doesn't represent them. Right? I mean, I agree with you guys. I really do that it would be wonderful if our system was not based on race at all. But we wouldn't have to have so many damn amendments and things going on in this live document if it wasn't race-based to begin with.
We only had the right to 60 years. It didn't even acting like that.
Relates.
Like, those people are around still.
Yeah, but there's still race.
Ramona, just really quick.
Yes, love. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it relates to what you're saying, and it relates to what Michael's saying. And we're talking about utopian society. And I get it. Like, people are imperfect, all right. But the laws are supposed to represent our ideals. The laws aren't, like when the Supreme Court, when affirmative action was before the Supreme Court, prior to it, being struck down. The Supreme Court always stated that at some point this practice was going to have to come to an end. It was not constitutional. It violated the principles of the law in the country. So, like, people are imperfect. Our laws should represent our ideals. It should be what we're shooting for, what we're trying to accomplish as a country. It's not that, like, there's certain things that we are not going to be able to fix through the law. There are people that are going to be racist, all right? If you can show that someone is racially discriminating against you, there should be consequences. But I don't think that...
That's the thing, too. You know what they use to get rid of it? You have to prove intent. So if you go back to the civil rights movement, right, the only way to prove intent is if you had to wear a Klan uniform, it had to be overt.
Okay, so like, Ty, based on my reading of the Supreme Court's decision, they're saying that the districting can't be based on race.
I got that part, right? But when you can
challenge it,
the only way you can challenge it, you have to prove that.
Exactly. The requirement is it's hot. They raised the bar.
They ain't raised the bar. They lowered the motherfucking bar.
Okay. Well, okay. It depends on your perspective. They
made it easier to do, so that would be lowering the bar. Look at the population density of all of these areas where these lines have been changed.
They made it harder to challenge based on race. So that would be raising the bar.
No, it's actually making it easier to be racist without consequence.
Okay, that's cool. You see, that's why I say it's a matter of perspective. I think we're saying the same thing. I don't think, it doesn't make me right and you wrong. We're saying the same thing. It's a matter of perspective.
So it's okay for a district to be all white, but it's a problem when it's all black. Nobody's saying nothing about all
That's
white.
what I'm gonna say, Miss Lisa.
This is hilarious. Y'all, you gonna try to make shit wrong when it's so fucking right, when it's so fucking wrong. So as a black district is a problem, but all over the place there's nothing but solid white districts, and it's no problem. This, you know what? I that's why I'm trying to keep my mouth shut, because
I've heard
you know what the
state
deal
reps
is.
saying that they're trying to get rid of HBCUs. All kind of shit.
So Miss Lisa, if it's all white, then
I don't know how we're jumping to HBCU. Like, this is weird.
Wait a minute.
This is very odd.
Based on race. It's okay. It's okay when all the presidents are white until we get a black one. Then it's a problem.
See, what we are ignoring in the conversation is this. We are in a racist society, and these people, these jurists who are reading the Supreme Court, who are on the Supreme Court, they have their own presuppositions. And this is what we're not willing to face. Some people in this room, you cannot read a document without a set of presuppositions before you read that document. And then an honest person in reading a document, these jurists, they should be aware of their presuppositions, and they act like when they're reading the Constitution, they don't have a presupposition of race. They do. They act as if they don't, but they do. They are racist by not even acknowledging that they have those presuppositions in a racist society. They are racist. Okay, many people, if you were born before 1964, even in 1964, you did not have all your full rights in America. The sitting Supreme Court, they're not willing to acknowledge that. Okay, race is an artificial construct created by human beings with real life consequences in the United States of America. The Supreme Court, they're acting as if, again, they're reading this document as if they have a blank tabula rasa, and that is not true intellectually. I do believe that future generations are going to look at the present Supreme Court, the majority of these jurists, as racist, which they are. I don't care if they graduated from Harvard or Yale. How can you read a document and claim intellectually that you don't have any presuppositions? That is totally ridiculous. These people are intellectually dishonest, and America needs to face that and do something about it. I've landed.
Are you going to call? Hold on, let me jump in, Anthony. I haven't got a chance to jump in. Can I go there?
Sure, you got it.
Yeah. So for one, you have a black man that's one of the leaders in the Supreme Court. You might call him what some people say Sambo, Uncle Tom, Coon, Ruckus, all the above. You might call him that. You might call him. However, he is as blackety black, and I'm saying that's Anthony's word, blackety black, the blackety blackety blacks, as any of y'all on this stage. So, therefore, this individual calling them racist, that's fine. He forgot the person that leads that Supreme Court, who's led this effort since he's been there, has been a black man. How do you square that circle? You can't.
Hey, let me ask you the question. Can I answer it?
That wasn't a question.
Square that circle.
That wasn't a question. Yeah, because it wasn't a question.
When you say how, that usually means it's a question.
Yeah, but it's not to anybody, because I answered quickly, because I knew if I did a dramatic pause. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. So, you can't. Because that's the same thing I said about
you're going to ask the question
Ben Carson.
and answer it at the same time.
Yes, because you can't. You said the same thing about Ben Carson. You said the same thing about Larry Elder. You said the same thing about the new HUD person. black person. You say the same thing about me. You say the same thing about Anthony. You say the same thing about black Republicans that come on the stage every single day. Black conservatives, even saying that, calling on these names. The reason being is you guys are, you say you're anti-cult, but you're very cult adjacent. Because it's either our way or you get fucking, you get lynched by your own people. And I'll land.
Okay, you asked the question how. Can I answer, please?
It's on you. Whoever wants to take over, go ahead. I land.
Oh yeah. Let me answer. Yeah, because you asked, how can you just use how and say that it's not the question? That is not. It's grammatically incorrect. How presupposes that
Don't torture. Just explain what you think the answer is.
I know, Anthony, that sometimes knowledge takes time. I'm getting to it. How grammatically suggests that it's going to be a question. Okay, grammatically, that's key. Okay, let me just explain this. Some people of darker hue have ingested the idea of their own inferiority. Meaning, not some, but many have. And one sitting on the Supreme Court by the name of Clarence Thomas. For the majority of the history in the United States of America, we have had either slavery or Jim Crow, and that is a fact. Many people living today, they were not born fully free citizens in the democracy in which we live right now. And they're still walking this earth in the United States of America. And so some people have imbibed this idea that black is somehow inferior. And Clarence Thomas and Larry Elder are two of those individuals. And let me just say, by the way, this is an addendum. Black people were walking this earth thousands of years before pale skin showed up. Let me just say that again for the last person in the back of the room. Black people were walking the face of this earth thousands of years before white people ever showed up. Period. Thank you.
All right, so Doc, I think it's actually the opposite of what you just suggested. I think that the people that believe in black people are the Clarence Thomases and the Larry Elders. They're the ones that actually believe that black people can compete with anybody and they don't need to be given anything in order to compete. That they can, the way the graduating class of 2028 for Harvard University is majority Asians, they believe black people could do something similar. They don't need a leg up. They don't, they believe that black people shouldn't, every time we accomplish something, it shouldn't be called into question if it was based on merit or based on some kind of, affirmative action or DEI policy. They believe that without that stuff, black people are able to achieve. If you look at Clarence Thomas's time on the Supreme Court, the sheer number of decisions that he's written, he's arguably, not even arguably, I'm not a Supreme Court historian, but he's like the most prolific justice in the history of that court. This idea that black people, if you have somebody like Ketanji Brown Jackson who compares black people to handicapped people. Those are the people that believe that black people can't compete. I see certain people on this stage whose kids are doing phenomenally well, who have imbued into their kids' sense of self and a sense of accomplishment, and those kids could compete on any stage with anybody. They don't need somebody to give them shit. So this self-defeating mindset that, without this or without that, black people can't compete. That's the loser mentality. That's the victim mentality. That's the, I need help. Help me. Comparing black people to handicapped people. That's what needs to be done away with. That's what we need to get rid of.
And I have a question. Why
push back on that?
Wait, quick, hold on. Quick second. Anthony, why do you think some of the most highest educated people can't see that these folks, as Doc will say, what do you call them, the pale folks, are pushing this victim mentality on a lot of them, especially in big cities? Why can't they see?
The reason, Omari, I think that's the case is I think there was a point when, like Chris Rock said, there's a civil war going on between black people and the N-word. But I think what ended up happening, Omari, is the N-words won. I think the way black people are defined is by those that are doing the worst among us. That's who defines the so-called black community. Like SNL, they had this whole comedy skit where, the newscasters are talking about the race of the people committing the crimes. And they're keeping score as to, what was it, a black person or a white person? Yeah, I get the joke, but it's not funny. Like, if a black person commits a crime, how does that reflect on me? Who the fuck cares? That has nothing to do with me. Nothing. Me feeling, he's not a good representative of the race. Huh? Like, that's bullshit. But so many black people buy into this nonsense. Like, it's Omari, black is a mindset now. It's the new form of slavery. It's a mindset.
Is it a mind maker?
And that too, but it's a money maker for the people that can get 92% of the black female vote. It's a money maker for them. It's a money maker like when the indoctrination, the programming is working. It absolutely is. Oh, we gotta stay on code. We gotta get on code. The fuck is code? We're the fucking Borg? We're the fucking Borg? We have one mind? We all think alike? Oh, but we gotta get on code, but black people are not a monolith. Make up your friggin' mind. Which is it?
Okay, let me give you some pushback. Clarence Thomas was accepted into Yale University in 1971. Clarence Thomas is the beneficiary of affirmative action, yet he himself has spoken out against affirmative action while being a beneficiary of affirmative action by Yale University. Clarence Thomas also was the head of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC. The creation of the EEOC is an acknowledgement by the government of the United States of America that there was discrimination in employment. Clarence Thomas did almost everything he could to minimize the impact of that organization. What are we talking about? We're not being true with the facts. There are facts, okay? And then there's nonsense, just jailhouse babble. And so Clarence Thomas has long been against the programs that have even helped him to become a Supreme Court jurist. There are people in this society who are in denial. Many white people, many black people. Clarence Thomas is in denial about race. Race does have a real impact on the lives of black Americans living in the United States of America. It has a real life impact. Race can get you killed, and it has gotten people killed. Just the fact that they were black. So it's an artificial construct with real life implications. And if anybody denies that, they are intellectually dishonest. I don't care if they are sitting on the Supreme Court. let me just end with this. This idea of racism is a house of cards that's going to eventually fall, and many white Americans must know this. Some do know it, but a lot more need to. The fact that it's a house of cards, the reason it's a house of cards is the people who walked this planet first for thousands and thousands of years were black people. White people came from black people. Asian people came from black people. That is a fact. We know that because of DNA sequencing. We know that now. The biologists have stated that. The archaeology have stated that. So DNA sequencing, biologists and archaeologists all agree that the first people on the planet were black people. So to be racist, wait a minute, I'm gonna land. To be racist and thinking that white is better, to be racist and thinking that white is better is a house of cards that will eventually fall. Thank you.
Hold on real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna respond, and I'll be quick.
Clarence Thomas is married to a white woman.
Yeah, I'll be quick about it. I'm gonna respond to Anthony, and I'll be real quick about it. Anthony, to a certain extent, you sound like you're embarrassed about being black. Is what it sounds like. And I'm not saying that.
Not fair, Michael.
I'm just saying
that's not fair at all, Michael. That's not fair at all, brother. That's not fair at all.
And I'm here to have the discussion. I'm not saying this it sounds negative, but that's what it said when you talk. And I'm just letting you know just what it sounds like when I'm hearing what you're saying.
I believe in black people. I believe in black people. How can you say that I sound ashamed to be black when I'm saying I believe in black people?
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you what made it sound like that. When you talk about like the news stories and like how they have where they play the game like guess who the black person is, you said a couple things that were sort of derogatory or like stereotypical things that black people are accused of, and you mentioned it in your submission.
Maybe you didn't understand what I said.
Maybe I did.
Saturday Night Live, they had a newscast with two black newscasters, and okay, so the whole thing, the joke of it was like, there was a competition to see, the race of the assailant. So what I'm saying to you is that the race of the assailant has nothing to do with Michael. It has nothing to do with Anthony. It has nothing to do with Amari. Who cares about the race of the assailant? That's my point. They were celebrating the fact that, when it wasn't a black person, oh yeah, and so it's a competition. But I'm saying that doesn't make sense.
But Anthony, let him respond.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
There's another thing that you said also where you talked about like you don't want it to be like where if we get opportunity that we're doing something that it has to be based on like race or we were given an opportunity. I guess all I'm saying, not to belabor the point, and I'll wrap it up on this, is the fact that people who love black people want to see us do better, to the point about you think that Clarence Thomas or Larry Elder want to see us do better. Advocates for black people, in my estimation, what I can see through history, are people to understand that some of the cards that we have been dealt are bad cards, and so we feel like we can do anything that is to do it. And so because the system has been set up in a way to where it's held us back from chances, all we want, black advocates of black people, we want the opportunity to compete, to get in, and that's where these programs come in. Clarence Thomas and Larry Elder appear to think that we don't need programs or that everything is on an equal footing. And like you said earlier about the Constitution, like this utopian society to where there is no racial disharmony. There's racial disharmony in this country, and so that's what I'm saying. It makes it sound like somebody said it, and not saying to you, Anthony, it's like because it's not me trying to denigrate, but it is like a thing to where people will be in an environment. Like if I'm a doctor and somebody looks at me and says, you here because affirmative action, and then as a black man, I'm like, damn, I hate when they say that shit. Fuck affirmative action. I get mad about that shit. Now, like I know I work my ass off to get here, but every time I go somewhere, affirmative action this, affirmative action that, and it makes you bitter towards it. That's what it sounds like when I hear you talk. And I'm just saying that not in a bad way. I'm just saying that's literally what I get. But I'm just trying to explain to you what advocacy is.
But Michael, Clarence Thomas is a house Negro. He's a house Negro.
Yo,
so you gotta understand that.
Galen. You know, Michael addressed me. I just want to respond to Michael really quick.
No, I'm just saying, you can agree that Clarence Thomas is a house Negro, right? Anthony?
Okay,
do you agree with that?
Galen,
he's not in the field being whipped.
Okay, so
he's not being in.
So Galen, I don't think that there's a house, and I don't think that there's a house Negro.
A field Negro,
and I don't think that there's a house Negro in 2026. I don't believe in those concepts. All right.
Do you believe in the whole concept of?
Galen, you may believe. It's not. There's nobody that's high. Galen, I'm just saying to you.
Understand where I'm coming from.
Go ahead.
Right, Anthony. Where I'm coming from is that these are the social constructs that we all believe in, like Harriet Tubman, the Underground Railroad, whatever the case is, right? You got field niggers, field Negroes, and you got house Negroes, right? Everybody understands that. Everybody understands that, Anthony, in this call. Everybody understands it. So watch this. How do you? Hold on, Anthony, is this Anthony? How do you
mute? I'm not speaking. I'm listening to you. I'm muted up, and I was listening to you.
I don't know who that was talking. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is this, is that we got field Negroes, right? And we got house Negroes. Everybody agrees with that in the room. Everybody understands that concept. Here's the point.
Which time you saying that, brother?
No, I'm just saying I was interrupted earlier. But what I'm saying is this, is that we all agree. Now, watch this. Are you a house Negro or a field Negro? Because at the end of the day, we all have to figure it out. Because if we ignore the fact that they exist, like Clarence Thomas, like he's a house Negro, is he a field Negro? Listen, that's the social construct that we're all trying to figure out. Who is Clarence Thomas? Who is Al Sharpton? Who is Jesse Jackson? Who are these leaders? And then now we're talking about Drewski is talking about, hey, you know what? All these actors are British that are playing black people.
Oh my God. You guys are serious. Galen, seriously, brother. All
why are you triggering conversation? Why are you cutting me off? Why are you cutting me off? Why are you cutting me off, though?
We were having
a productive conversation. I struck a nerve. I struck a nerve. No. Did you see the skit when he was in the field? He was in the field taking cotton. He was in the field taking whiskey. And did you see the skit? Did you see it?
Yes, I saw the skit.
Why are you so triggered? Are you British?
Less about it.
Okay, so here's my thing. Here's the point.
It makes no sense what you're saying.
Here's the point, though.
Okay.
You're saying that Juicy skit.
I just joined, and I'm trying to figure out what is.
No, hold on. I'm talking to Anthony real quick. Anthony was triggered.
Nothing's quick about this, bro. Nothing's quick about this. This is water torture. Chinese water torture.
Drewski skit triggered you, right? When he was in the field picking cotton, right? And he would be a field Negro, right? In that skit, right? He's a field Negro, but he's a British person, right? So here's the reason why these things blow up and they go viral. We don't have these conversations of why Drewski skit has so much viral. Like millions of people have watched Drewski skit about British people playing African Americans in movies, and black people can't even play their own. Like you got the guy that played Martin Luther King. This guy is African. I don't even know who the guy is.
What's going on
Yeah,
here?
like so what I'm saying is that
Galen, you're just having a really good conversation. That's what you're doing right now.
Is Clarence Thomas a house Negro or a field conversation? Is Clarence Thomas a house? Here's my question. Is Clarence Thomas a house Negro or a field Negro?
Can you please, Lisa, I implore you, either mute him or move him to the
No, I'm asking you, Anthony. You can have me, bro.
Lisa, either mute him or move him to the group.
I have no idea where this conversation is.
Nobody knows what he's talking about.
Clarence Thomas is what?
Yo, Mari, please take care of this.
House Negro, right?
Well, remember I dropped him the other day.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Please.
How did we get to
I'm
he answered the question. That was the first thing he said. He clearly, Galen didn't listen. He said he don't believe in those terms in 2026.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why is he talking in the room if he doesn't believe in house Negro and field Negro?
I don't believe in
Why is he a voice? Why is Anthony a voice in this room when everybody clearly sees what Drewski just did? Drewski just made a split.
We really gonna do this, Lisa?
Yes, we're gonna do it. Anthony says you don't have any accountability.
No, Lisa.
Anthony, you're not a moderator.
You're letting this happen.
Anthony, you're not a moderator, and everybody's sick of your. Anthony, you're not answering our questions.
Lisa, please.
I cannot.
Anthony, you are begging Lisa.
Thank you, whoever did that. I don't know what's going on.
Anthony's not talking to me.
Okay, so Anthony's not talking to you.
Anthony's screaming to you to.
That's okay.
But Anthony is not really a real leader.
Anthony is not going to engage with you, Galen. So let's move forward. Okay, so who was talking to Anthony?
Lisa, I was going to respond to Michael. Michael said some stuff, and I wanted. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, Michael. Listen, bro. Michael, I don't. Here's the thing, right? And this is another part of the whole. We gotta get old. All right. The thing is, it's like, oh, if you don't think like me, it's because you're ashamed to be black, and I'm going to take your black card because you're not black enough. You don't think the way I do. It goes back to what Omari was saying. All those words that get used over and over. And then people will say in the next breath that they value free thinkers. They want a diversity of opinion. But that is not true. They want people to think alike, or they're going to denigrate them and call into question their blackness. This is the way it happens night in. It happens night out. It's constant. So if you're a black person that says, you know what, we have too much out of wedlock birth in the so-called black community. We need to have more marriages in the black community. I think that will lead to better outcomes. If you say, oh, I think that, the abortion rate in the so-called black community is entirely too high. We need to have more black and brown babies being born. Our population has been stagnant in this country for decades. We need more. If these are controversial takes, you can't say that. You can't say that to a young woman.
You know what's so funny? It's how you can talk without interruption. Anthony, you can talk without interruption. Anthony can talk about interruptions in this room. It seems crazy to me. Nobody wants to hear you talk, bro. You're talking without interruption, and when I talk, it's a problem. Oh, yeah, it's a problem when I talk. But you can just talk on and on and on and on and on. Anthony, nobody wants to hear you talk, bro.
420.
Why is it that Anthony can talk without interruption?
Hold on.
That's crazy.
You know what? Y'all need to. Okay, I'm gonna end the fucking room because let me tell you something, Galen. It's okay for you to speak, but when you interrupt people, that's the problem. Anthony's in here talking. He was asking questions.
Yeah, he's not interrupted, right?
And he shouldn't be interrupted. If he's
I shouldn't be interrupted either.
No, you're interrupting that. Am I high?
I should not be interrupted. I shouldn't be interrupted either.
But also,
what does Anthony get to talk for 10 minutes? Anthony has 10 minutes to talk.
Okay, he has not been talking for 10 minutes.
He's talking for 10 minutes. Okay.
Jesus, what is going on?
I'll share. Here you go, Galen.
Can you guys stop? Can you guys stop? Let me show you how 10 minutes of somebody talking sounds like. Hey, Siri, set alarm for 10 minutes. I'm sorry. Alexa, set alarm for 10 minutes. Now we're going to sit in here for 10 minutes and see how long that is with no one talking. Because he ain't talked for no fucking 10 minutes.
Auntie.
Let's try that exercise. Everybody shut up and let's let 10 minutes go by and see how long it is. You cannot stop talking for 1 fucking minute. 60 seconds seems like a lifetime to some of you guys. So I set the alarm. Y'all free to whoever wants to finish talking, but we're going to see when the alarm goes off because Anthony ain't been talking for those 10 minutes. Just let him say what he got to say so we can move on.
Galen was derailing the conversation, whereas Anthony is building the conversation, and that's why you were interrupting, Galen. You were disrupting and derailing the conversation. So it's not that people were trying to interrupt you to interrupt, but you weren't staying on topic. That's it.
And man, Sandy, yeah. Let me just make an announcement for the room. So in the 420, this is a space literally where everybody has a voice. So as far as for all of that, and I did drop Galen down to the audience just because we don't do that in here. So you just allow people to speak. If you have a point that's counter them, then you counter the point. But it's just we're not doing that. So Anthony has a voice on here. Anybody that comes on the stage has a voice. So we don't do that.
I appreciate giving him room to talk without questioning his blackness. And you were doing it in a nice way. Like you were saying, I don't know if it's true, but it just sounded like. And that's the problem. And Anthony don't need help from me because he speaks for himself quite clearly and quite, distinctively in terms of what he's trying to communicate. But I would like to, if I could jump in real quick and respond to Doc, because he says some things that just don't align.
Well, Manfinity, you need to give us Anthony a chance out.
Let me do that. All right, cool.
So I did want to say to Anthony that the things that you said, I didn't question you, but I know that a lot of this stuff is probably like trauma, because we all have trauma. Anything I'm saying, I'm not trying to denigrate you when I'm saying this stuff, but I didn't say anything about questioning your blackness. I just said that in what you said, those like talking about the Saturday Night Live sketch, and because I've grown up in white neighborhoods and I've had some of these feelings about being around people and being intelligent, and then certain things that happen, and you said something about affirmative action, and I do feel like that's something that Clarence Thomas has probably faced, and that's why he's so anti. But what I was just going to say is, to me, when you say that that's caring for black people, I don't think that is caring for black people. I think what I was saying about being an advocate, understanding that we do have the capabilities to do what everybody else can do, but we understand that because of systemic racism, which is something that's real, like redlining, gerrymandering, the stuff about like things where they're not separate, they're separate, but they're not. We have old textbooks, old school buildings, old rundown shit. It's not equal. So all we're asking for, those who advocate for black people, to be on equal footing. That's why things like the Voting Rights Act have to get done, or the Civil Rights Act, because we just want the ability to show what we can do on equal footing, and that's why those things are there. So people like Clarence Thomas and Larry Elder to fight against that, I do feel like that there's some embarrassment about being black, because they are intelligent people that probably got to a level and like have to hear, you just got here because you affirmative action, or they got to hear stuff about this Saturday Night Live sketch about Daquan or Joseph. Guess which one did the crime? And they get embarrassed or whatever in their skin, and so they get angry and they do things that are counterintuitive to helping black people. So I'm not saying anything bad about you. I'm just saying when you talk like you did, that's what it sounded like to me, just hearing it.
Michael, I'm addressing multiple points, and it's not just to you. There's stuff that goes on a regular basis in these rooms, and it has nothing to do with you. I don't think we've ever had a bad interaction. It's always been nothing but respect on both sides. So with that said, bro, it's not really directed at you. It's just directed in general. Because there's people that make comments in the chat. There's people that may be in the room, may not be in the room, and the attacks are just constant and hard body. People wishing death on you and all kind of crazy stuff. So that's where some of that energy may come from, but it's not directed at you per se. It's not that we can't have just like different ideas. It's like now you hate your race, or you're a productive member of society who employs black people, who houses black people, who I've been called a gentrifier by my white tenant, and it's like okay, cool. All of that shit
it's friggin' hilarious. It's just hilarious. People that actually believe that black people can achieve. Those are the ones that get, called out. Those are the ones that, get spoken to sideways. When I can deal with the racist that calls me the N-word to my face. I can deal with him. I see him coming from a mile away. The person that you got to worry about, you have to worry about that racist who practices the racism of low expectations. That person that feels that you're not intelligent enough to do for yourself. He has to do for you. If he doesn't give you food, you're not going to eat. That's the racist that you got to worry about. The racist dude that pretends to be your friend. I know that, Malcolm X has grown in stature in the black community over the years. I want you guys to go look and see what Malcolm X, you guys, folk hero, had to say about white liberals. I really want you to go look and see what he had to say about white liberals. He eviscerated them on a regular basis. But you guys buy into it. Lock, stock, and smoking barrel. You guys believe the hype.
I'm talking. Okay. Listen, that argument sounds great. We buy into it. I know what Malcolm X said about white liberals. I've heard that argument before. So can I just ask you then, taking that into account, what you said, and I suggest you guys go listen to what Malcolm, if you don't know what he said, we'll play it in here tomorrow. But the thing about it, so what has a white conservative done for you? No way. And then Memphis, you can come up.
So Lisa, here's what's up, Lisa. And I can go into chapter and verse, but this is what I'm going to say, right?
Please do. The question was simple.
No. I'm going to answer the question, but I'm going to answer the question succinctly. I'm not going to go deep into it. I'm just going to be real succinct. I know other people tired of hearing me talk, so I'm going to, mute up real quick. But here's what's up. I've had acts of profound kindness performed by white people in my life. I've had acts of profound kindness performed by black people in my life. I've had acts of pure evil performed by white people in my life. I've had acts of pure evil performed by black people in my life. I am not judging any book by its cover. I am not making any assumptions about anyone, good, bad, or indifferent, by their skin color. I am going to treat people the way they treat me. I do not reflexively think that all black people have my best interest at heart, and I don't reflexively think all white people are against me. There are good white liberals. There are racist black and white conservatives. I am going to evaluate each situation accordingly and figure it out from there.
Okay, so I got you. So your comment about their white liberals, what was your point then? If the point is there's bad on both sides, what good and bad on both sides? What is your point of bringing just white liberals up? You should have just said.
Beautiful. Excellent question,
yeah,
Lisa.
Thank you.
Excellent question. So to answer your excellent question, Lisa, black women vote damn near monolithically. There's no critical evaluation.
And hold on, and to Galen, that's 10 minutes. The alarm just went off, so there's no way in the world Anthony was talking for 10 minutes. Thank you, Alexa. Cancel.
You said what? You said there's no way he's been talking for. He's been talking for.
Oh my God. Yeah. So Lisa, to answer your question, Lisa, black women in mass, look up the definition of the word in mass, vote liberal. There's no critical evaluation of what the candidates say. It's automatic. That's the problem.
me, yo, I'm gonna sit down and I'm just gonna, approach each situation with an open mind and make a decision for myself. If I asked you, Lisa, I think you'd probably say that you are independent. That's what I think you'd say. I could be wrong. I don't think you would identify as a liberal or a conservative. I think you're a free thinker, Lisa. I think the way you run your room indicates that this is the way your brain works. You are a free thinker. There are people with you that play lip service to being a free thinker, but their actions indicate us.
What's so funny, bro, is that the reason why the reason why I keep getting kicked down, bro, is because my voice doesn't sound as strong as yours.
I'm sorry, Galen. I was told by the moderator in the room that I'm next, so please respect the moderator.
Yeah, but he talked for 10 minutes, bro.
Right, no, he didn't speak for 10 minutes. He spoke for, maybe he was communicating for 10 minutes, but he didn't speak for 10 minutes straight, you know what he said. So you have to understand that, bro. What you're saying is okay.
So you're saying that
I have to know now. I can't even communicate.
But you're saying that, okay. Well, I was just trying to talk to him, bro. All right.
Okay. Anthony, I just want to clarify a point that you made, because the question from Lisa to you was, what has a Republican done for you? And you technically didn't actually answer that question, so am I supposed to assume that you're accepting that Republicans won't necessarily make policies that are in your favor or in favor of Black people in particular, and you just accept that is what they do, and so you don't care? Or am I wrong on that?
That's a great
question. You didn't actually answer that.
Marlene, that's a great question. In general, I'm one of those guys with the mindset of, I believe it was John F. Kennedy said, ask, what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. That's my general mindset, okay? Now, specifically as it relates to Black people, I don't want any laws that are going to be a detriment to me because of my skin color. I don't want any laws that are going to be beneficial to me because of my skin color. I don't expect it.
You didn't care about that Supreme Court ruling?
No, I think the Supreme Court ruling was spot on. I'm glad they ruled the way that they did. I have no problem with it whatsoever.
Am I the only one, like the blind bitch in the room, that knows JFK was white when he said that? But,
And the segregated country at the same time.
Yeah, boy. Just saying.
No, but you said he don't want no rights that are just
I'm just people. It's Lisa. I'm just like
about that. It's like you weren't allowed. This is the crazy thing to me, and I don't have a problem with the way people vote, with the way people think. I don't have a problem with that. This is your. I'm not responsible for your life. I'm not responsible for the decisions you make and the consequences thereof. But I remember, and I wasn't there, where Black people couldn't sit at white counters. They couldn't drink in white water in water faucets. They couldn't go to certain schools. They couldn't be in certain towns. They couldn't live in certain neighborhoods. They had to lower their eyes to the ground when they passed people on the streets. And all these things that have changed to allow us. This is funny that I have to say allow us.
What about the water fountain in the bathrooms? Talk about that too.
Well, all that, okay? So, in other words, he wants no laws, and this gonna come back to you, Anthony, because it's going that way again. That you don't even want no laws that are specifically for Black people, but those laws that were on those signs are those were for Black people, and I don't understand that. So that was cool with you. You didn't mind having a separate water faucet, separate.
That's detrimental to Black people, Lisa. That's a detriment.
I don't want any laws that are detrimental to black people. I don't want any laws that are beneficial just to black people.
Oh,
that's not consistent.
But Anthony, can I say one thing, Anthony?
Beneficial to one segment of people.
Anthony, let me ask you a question, Anthony. Anthony, did you realize the colored water fountains were to identify the white people not to drink from those water fountains because the colored water fountains were actually contaminated by the plumbers? Did you know that? Did you know about that, Anthony?
Never heard that in my
They gave the white people where not to drink from. That's why they had colored.
Galen.
I'm talking to Anthony. Hold on.
No, I just want to ask you a question.
Anthony. If you're not Anthony talked for 10 minutes. I can't talk for 30 seconds without getting. It's amazing how spiritual you are.
Okay, I don't want nobody else saying anything until Galen finishes with Anthony because
let me finish my point.
Stop talking.
Please, everybody mute up. The black water fountains, colored water fountains, were identified for white people to not drink from them. It wasn't saying that people knew where to. No, it was saying that white people do not drink from these water fountains, be plumbers. And the people who did the plumbing, they sabotaged the water fountains. And they were the ones that were putting all kinds of different things in the water fountains and like making sure the plumbing was like toxic waste. And this is why we have a country that's divided based on bathrooms and water fountains. And this is why we have to vote our way out of a water fountain in the bathroom. The thing is that we have evolved from a water fountain in the bathroom. And the thing is that now we have been given food that is causing cancer to black women, or even products that are causing cancer to black women. So yeah, voting, you can't vote your way out of slavery. Nowhere in history has any civilization voted their way out of slavery. They didn't go to Pharaoh and say, hey, Pharaoh, let my people go. And Pharaoh said no. Let the people go. And then spiritual warfare comes. All the distractions that come in right now, I already understand spiritual warfare. So it's going to be distractions. It's going to be people coming in off the mic, doing all kinds of things to get me to deviate from the point of you cannot vote your way out of slavery. Everybody knows that based on you got sacred geometry. You have Moses to understand Pharaoh. He said, hey, God said, let me people go. Pharaoh said no. A plague was released. And then once that plague was released, he came back and said, okay, let my people go. You see how people trying to rush me off stage? You know what's so interesting is that nobody ever talks about any of this.
That's 5 minutes
right?
you've been talking.
It's amazing because we let Anthony talk about nothing for 20 minutes, but I'm telling you about the history of voting yourself. How are you doing? Hold on. Let me finish my point. You can't vote your way out of oppression. Even Moses. Yeah, and I'm telling you now, the fourth time, I'm saying you cannot vote your way out of oppression, bro. It doesn't work. So trying to vote your way and trying to say, oh, I'm going to vote my way. I'm going to go to the polls and I'm going to vote my way. I'm going to go and vote for this person. Man, nah, you're not about to, you can't even vote on Clubhouse. We can't even respect each other on Clubhouse. You can vote your way out of oppression.
From this room.
You can't. Yeah, what I'm saying is that you can remove me.
5 seconds.
But the thing is,
this nigga's still.
But the thing is this. Here's the fallacy, though. Here's the fallacy. We have the app right now where we can talk about how to do something that's tangible and help the young people create jobs and be employers. That's what I do on my channel on Clubhouse. I actually call business owners and I say, you know what? Let's provide jobs for people since black people are getting fired at record rates. Everybody's getting fired. Why don't we just go into business together and we can just hire everybody? And that's what we're doing on my channel. So if anybody in the club, anybody in the chat, you guys rock with me, send me a back channel, and I'm going to mute up. Because y'all,
Okay, Galen, my question to you was, I just had one simple quick question. Are you able to provide any evidence that the plumbers and the sanitation department put poisoned water into the black water fountain?
So there is research that backs. The fact.
I'm just asking because I never heard.
So there is research that backs. I was just researching it. There is research that backs that the differentiation between the blacks versus the whites, as far as drinking from separate water fountains, is that they were poorly unkept. Now, that's not to say that they were not. That's not to say that they were contaminated. And so I like to give people grace. I'd rather give that grace than to give what we just heard a few moments ago grace. But the reasons why they were separate is because, of course, white had that alienation with, dirty, but then the white had the alienation of purity versus black did not. But in those times, and like I said, it was research. Older
it was to warn the white people.
Located in a less convenient place, sometimes intentionally neglected. One thing I would like to say
it was to warn the white people of what not to drink from.
You interrupted him again.
He's good. He's okay.
I'm just saying. Yeah, it was to warn the white people of what not to drink from. That's all I said.
Okay, that's
it was to warn the white.
Omari.
Yeah, I'm about to go back to 11:20.
I know you are. Can you send Infinity a link to the room, please? And you guys, do not put anybody out the room, please. This is annoying. You guys know I'm trying to get ready over here, and I'm getting.
What you getting ready for at 11 o'clock?
Because it's
getting ready.
It's actually 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
Okay, so anyway, go ahead and. Yeah, you know, with the two.
Yeah, all those things. The color water fountains were trying to tell the white people what not to drink from.
You got that.
White people tell you
it's the same way today. It's the same way today.
Okay.
The white people are identified what not to drink from.
Okay, that's cool. Nobody drinks from public water fountains anymore. My whole point, and I didn't know he was that type, but I'm just saying, like, because I was raised by a lady who was born in 1925, and my grandfather, was locked in the city and shit like that, I had never heard of that. It was the same fucking water. So if we was getting lead poisoning, they was too. Like, my nigga, like, come on.
I wanted to point out to you as well.
You're mistaken.
I wanted to point out to you as well, Auntie Lisa. I don't know if you saw Abby Phillips tonight, but Kevin O'Leary was on there, and Bakari Sellers and him were having a back and forth. He shared it on his Instagram, and I won't go too far into deep as to what he said, but there was a point Bakari Sellers was trying to make to Kevin O'Leary. And those who don't know who Kevin O'Leary is, he's on Shark Tank. He's one of the judges on Shark Tank. And he's a constant repeat on Late Night with Abby Phillips on her segment as a commentator. And he goes back and forth as a round table like we're kind of doing somewhat of some sort. But they were talking about the gutting of the Voting Rights Act and what type of impact it has on the state of Alabama and their congressional map. Long story super short, Kevin O'Leary states to Bakari Sellers, we'll just get over it. When it comes to the gutting of the congressional maps, he just says, we'll just get over it. I mean, it's held to the states make the decision. And he pretty much was just saying, get over it. And it was sad that he was saying that in the midst of saying, get over it to Bakari Sellers, when Bakari Sellers was telling him, well, the difference between you being born in 1954, you're now 71. My mom was born, or my dad was born in 1951, 1955. And so he was making the difference between the ages and the gaps in between. And he was telling him that although you're saying that it's just to get over it, but you don't understand our lived struggle. but he continued to keep grappling with the fact that Bakari should just get over it. And I bring that up to say that it really is eye-soaring to me whenever I hear any one of our own people mimic and say some of the same things that we hear white people say. Not all white people, but when we hear white racist nationalist conservatives say, well, just get over it. It's Plessy versus Ferguson, it was big deal. Or Brown versus Board of Education, who cares? That was then, this is now. And then to hear, anybody that looks like us sit and say, look, I don't want any laws that's going to kind of, cater to my needs just because of the color of my skin. I mean, I wonder sometimes, so then if that be the case, then what is all of this for? Why are we having even this conversation? If none of that shit mattered, and if none of our ancestors died, none of our ancestors protested for no apparent reason, what was the point of all of it? Why are we even having this conversation if it don't even matter?
So when the idea is that, the ideals of this country don't align with what it is that you're stating. There should be consequences for someone racially discriminating against you. There should be consequences. An appraiser should not be able to, appraise your house for less because you're a black person. There should be consequences. A police officer should not be able to mistreat you because you're a black person. There should be consequences. But that cuts across the board. They shouldn't be able to treat a woman differently because she's a woman. A black police officer shouldn't be able to treat a white person differently because they're white. It's not like, this is not race specific. It's the idea that you're going to, because of your prejudice, you're going to treat somebody different. There should be consequences for that behavior. Doc Ben, he came up here and was talking about Clarence Thomas and the EEOC, which is crazy. Clarence Thomas was the chairman of the EEOC. What damage did he do to the EEOC as the chairman? People, he's married to a white lady. Okay. So it's funny. It's 2026, Galen.
He's a black guy married to a white woman.
You should marry whoever you love. I want you. Yeah, exactly. Ketanji Brown Jackson is married to a white man. Kamala's married to a white man. Who cares about that?
Okay,
marry who you love.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Marry who you love. Who cares about that? Are we so myopic that in 2026 you can't, as a black person, marry a white person? I want you guys to see who you're. I want you guys to see.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I want you guys to see who you're in league with. I want you to see who's running with your team.
Yeah.
You got closeted. Not even closeted.
Just continue with what you were saying.
I remember Galen. No, he's not that he's running the team, but he's on your team. And Galen's only question.
Some MAGAs earlier when you weren't here that are on your team, and they sounded really ridiculous.
Right.
They were
Okay. So
laughing that people were being killed,
and I would step to them.
Okay, so
I was just trying to tell Anthony that Don Lemon married a white man. Don Lemon married a white man, so I was like,
here's my point. Here's the point that I was making.
Pass it to Matt.
My apologies. My point is this: I can't stand when I hear somebody who has never had my or shared that lived experience. Maybe not now in 2026, but it's really disingenuous whenever I hear somebody say, "Just get over it. Leave it to the states. The lines are going to be drawn. It's now left to the states. Get over it." And when I'm hearing this black man go toe to toe was somebody who doesn't even have a drop of reverence to his parents' lived experience. And even when as far as to say my father got shot during the civil rights movement, and then he proceeded to say, oh well, get over it. But then I hear you say, who speaks so eloquently, I don't want any laws or any types of protection from my government just because of the color of my skin. No, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. I don't either. I agree with you. If we can agree on one thing for the first time ever in Clubhouse years, you're absolutely right. I don't want that either. But guess what? I need them. Because unlike me, Ramona has more protections and rights than me, and she's on stage than I do in my real life. Now, that could be just an assumption from my perspective, but I'm pretty sure my lived experience is not going to be in the same regard as Ramona. That's just the facts. I'm a black man, she's a white woman. I think she's a white woman, she looks white to me.
Well, I think last I checked, I haven't seen my reflection in about 25 years, but you know.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, and I want to get to where Anthony is, because obviously he's there. He's living in a reality that a lot of us black folks are not. Where, hey, listen, I don't see color. I just see a person. Okay, I want to get there. But how do we all get there when all of us are still not there? Some of us are still dealing with the whiplash of what our predecessors in our own lineage had to deal with. And so if you're already there, listen, I would love to subscribe and take your masterclass. How I can say, you know what, fuck these laws. I don't need them. As long as I know I'm actually playing on the same team as somebody else and I can compete just as well, then who gives a fuck about the laws that protect me just because of the color of my skin and not the content of my character? But I also live in the now, which is the reality that says, that's just not how the world goes right now. Because if I get inside my car and I take the risk, and let's just say, for instance, my license are suspended, and I decide I want to drive down to the gas station because, look, I'm feeling hungry and I need a late night snack, and a cop pulls me over. I can't say that cop is going to be as friendly and as graceful to me as they would to my counterpart who happens to be white. So I'm glad that you're there, Anthony. I'm so proud of you, my sweet black brother. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not there yet. So I'm glad that you feel as though you don't need laws to protect you because of the because of your skin tone, but you're the content of your character. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of us are not there.
I don't want to get there. I just want to let me say something.
No.
Okay, man, Finney to go. You got it. Man, Finney, you there, brother?
I do not want to get there.
Uncharacteristically quiet. Go ahead, man, Finity.
Okay, so I'm just gonna respond to Lynn.
Finity.
No, he's not coming off. That's why I was gonna respond.
Finity, you're not coming off your mic?
Hey, Louis,
Man, Finney, you there, brother? He didn't respond.
He might be at work. Okay, so
no.
So I'm gonna respond to what Mr. Stephani addressed me. Can I respond to him?
Okay. I think he's at work. I'm keep hearing the same.
he's at work.
So here's what's up, bro.
No, Anthony, you mentioned me, and so I need to respond.
Okay, cool. No problem. I'll go after you, Doc.
Let me just say this. Okay, first, Anthony is from Jamaica. Okay. And that does, I do believe, has an effect.
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I have no Jamaican. There's no Jamaican in me. I was born in Brooklyn, New York.
Well, where are your parents from? Okay. All right. So your lineage. I'm talking about your lineage is not from American chattel slavery. Okay, it's not from that. Okay, but besides that, Clarence Thomas did weaken the EEOC in advocating for more individual claims than class action claims. Okay, and it's harder for an individual to bring a lawsuit than for a lawsuit to be pursued by the EEOC on a class action basis, and that weaken the claimant's power to sue different agencies for racial discrimination. while he was the head of the EEOC. Of course, he opposed affirmative action, the same affirmative action which helped him acquire admission into Yale University. He also was against disparate impact theory. Thomas viewed disparate impact is the outcome. And so believe you can't sue people based on the of hiring practices. So he didn't believe in that. And so Clarence Thomas also with the enforcement of the EEOC. The EEOC used to bring lawsuits much quicker before Clarence Thomas was the head of the EEOC. Clarence Thomas created a backlog, so the EEOC took a longer time to bring about litigation. This was Clarence Thomas being intentional about weakening the EEOC. Not only him being the head, which is sad because I do believe he believes he's inferior, but they wouldn't have appointed Clarence Thomas if they thought he was going to do strengthen the EEOC. And George Bush, who was the president, wouldn't have appointed him to the Supreme Court if he thought he would be like a Thurgood Marshall, which he replaced basically a Thurgood Marshall. And so Clarence.
Yes. What's the purpose of Clarence Thomas? Based on your argument.
What I'm saying is Clarence Thomas is a person who the reason he has decided against many issues on the Supreme Court that would have benefited Black Americans is because he is filled with self-hatred. Said he is biased, like all of the Supreme Court.
He's married to a white woman.
Not like all of them, but like most.
He's married to a white woman, though, right?
I'm not even going to deal with that. Okay, that's not the main issue. Okay,
but he is though, right?
Well, I know, but I'm not trying to make that the main issue.
Oh, that's not important.
No, the issue is that these jurors, including the chief judge and Alito and Clarence Thomas, they act as if they could view the Constitution without presuppositions, which is a lie. They are born in a racist society. When they look at the Constitution and interpret law, they interpret law based on, with the presuppositions that they grew up with.
Hold on, bro. Are you a lawyer?
Wait a minute.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying, are you a lawyer? Go ahead.
Wait a minute. They interpret the Constitution with the presuppositions that they grew up with, and therefore, when they come to certain conclusions, they come to conclusions without a blank tabula rasa, and they act as if they don't have the presuppositions before they're interpreting the law. And so therefore their interpretation of the law is racist. Anybody looking at a document.
No, we can't say racist. We have to say subject.
Wait a minute, brother. You keep interrupting.
Not racist.
Can you have some emotional control? Any person who's interpreting a document, any person who's interpreting a document, they're going to have a certain set of presuppositions, and for them to be honest, they have to be aware of some of their presuppositions before they interpret that document.
But you're repeating that. We heard you that the first time.
Yeah,
right?
but they didn't get it. Your room didn't get it.
Oh,
and that's why I said
they didn't get it.
They didn't get it. No, they didn't get it. Did anybody? And so I'm saying because they act as if they don't have presuppositions. Their very basis of how they're interpreting the Constitution is racist. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir. No, the next person in the queue. Go ahead.
Man, I just want to ask you a question. I want to just say, is Clarence Thomas a field Negro or a house Negro?
Oh, Lord.
Like Doc. No, I'm just saying. I'm asking Doc Is he a field Negro or a house Negro?
But what difference does it make at this point?
No, I'm asking Doc about.
I don't want to get into arguments like that.
Okay, of course you. No, that was the whole point. He doesn't want to get. He doesn't want to answer. He doesn't want to answer tough questions. That's the whole point.
That's a tough question.
That's not a tough question.
He's not gonna want to answer it. That's the whole point. I pulled his card. I pulled your card, and then that's the whole point. Yeah, I pulled your card, bro. And so that's why you don't want to answer it. Yeah, I did pull your card. You've been correct 20.
What I'm saying. Period.
This is a walking time. Never. I don't get that work, Anthony.
Can we move it around?
20 minutes. Every 20 minutes. Okay, wait. Where are we with this conversation? Because
I pulled Bro's card. So that's the last thing we did. We accomplished. We pulled Bro's card. He don't want to answer the question about Clarence Thomas. So let's move on.
I have a question.
Good. Thank you, Butter. Please.
What makes people think that the civil rights of 1964 and the voting rights of 1965 was just for black people?
Because the face of it.
To respond to her question.
This is the wrong
To respond to her question.
Please be quiet, please. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I'm moving.
To respond to Butter's question, right? The Supreme Court, it ruled that, race-based preferences are not allowable under the Constitution. So it was the Supreme Court that came to the conclusion that there was aspects of the VRA that had to do with race.
Okay,
the Supreme Court.
Okay, that's a good answer. Let me ask another question. What makes people think that removing that legislation only affects black people?
Confused, bro.
Can somebody else
the question? I don't understand. I don't understand the question.
Did you actually read the decision? It has directly to do with race, but it's self-explanatory. All you have to do is read the decision. You can read a summary.
No, it does not.
It's self-explanatory.
No, it does
It's
not.
not rocket science.
It does not. It's not.
I do agree with Cuz. It actually is. It's actually.
The civil rights movement was based on the struggle of black people. That was you cannot take that away. That's what.
That's not what I'm asking.
That's not what she had.
The question was
based.
The question was weird.
Hold on, man. Can somebody else speak? The civil rights movement was based on the black struggle. That's where it came from.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well, can I finish? Most of the decisions that was made is based on what struggle through the black people to get.
All right, so let her re-ask her question.
Come on, man. Can I finish? Hey, can you let somebody else speak?
Can she re-ask her question?
Yeah, but you're just. Let
her re-ask her question.
Let me say something. Anthony, let me just say, and I'm gonna move out the way because y'all just want it. Let me just move out the way. Guys like Anthony, man. To be honest, he's just not gonna get it. You kind of showed yourself in the past, a couple of days ago when you said it's for the strongest, the ones that survive, the fittest. Because what it is, Anthony, is you justifying what in Rome do as the Romans do. If you can't beat the enemy, join the enemy. That is your mindset. That is your belief. I do not want to be where, no disrespect to what the brothers say, but I don't want to be where Anthony is.
Why?
Okay. Let her re-ask her question. No, hold on. Let her re-ask her question. I have no idea what you're talking about with Anthony. You and Anthony is...
All your horses and stuff, Dom.
I'm sorry, I had to move you down, Galen, because you're being very disruptive. And it's like you cannot understand and control yourself.
Thank you, Marlene. I'm over here doing, now I'm trying to wait my nails to
Yeah, I'm about to move. Thank you. That's a good moderation, man, because this guy was just disruptive. So, yeah, no disrespect, Anthony, but, and what the brother said, but no, I don't think most of the people want to be where you at because you want to join the oppressor. So you will justify anything the oppressor do. That's what you do. You justify it just because you want to be as the Romans. When we in Rome, do as the Romans do. So I think I respect most people that go up against the oppressor. Not you, brother. No disrespect, but not you. I don't want to be where you at no time.
But honestly, one more time, please.
Elder, I just want to be clear. Do you think I want to dress weird and claim to be some kind of Hebrew Israelite and dog, like who wants to be you, Elder? Who wants to be like yo, Elder, really, man? Elder, Elder, I promise you, Elder, we don't want. If I woke up with your hands, I didn't interrupt you, Elder. Elder, I did not interrupt you. Elder, I did not interrupt you. Elder, I did not interrupt you. Gentlemen, I did not interrupt you. We don't.
Everyone, stop. Stop 1 second. Stop, people. Elder, all due respect, he did not interrupt you. Please don't interrupt him.
All right, but he took a personal shot. But go ahead.
I understand, but still, you commented to. Hold on, Anthony. I was literally just saying the same thing. You kind of also went at him personally, so he does have a right to respond to you. But let him. Do not interrupt him. Let him say what he has to say. If you want to retort afterwards, by all means, you're first in the queue. Okay? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Elder, listen to me, man. You check all my boxes as to what the definition of a loser is. If I woke up with your hands, I would take a one-way flight to New York, and I'm going straight to the Empire State Building, and I'm jumping from the observation deck. That's what I'm doing, all right? There's nothing about you that I find redeemable, admirable, anything I aspire to. You're literally nothing and nobody. You're nothing. Thank you for listening.
Oh, Elder, you should be concerned if you were someone that Anthony aspires to. So I just wanted to point that out.
As a compliment.
Absolutely.
Thank you, brother, because I want to be totally opposite.
Anthony, you literally make money as a Section 8 landlord. You rent out hovels in a poor area of town. Please calm yourself down. It makes sense. No. It makes sense that, yes, from the backs of the federal government, my tax dollars pay for your children's education. You Section 8 Negro. You probably do Section... Are you going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish? You know what? Because we've heard your wife on here, and she cussed your ass out. You're married to a ghetto-ass woman, so don't try to call me divorced. Probably the only reason you're still married is because she owns your shit.
Where's your husband?
Oh, you just said I'm divorced, so where is your wife?
You don't have one.
Well, where is yours?
You don't have one.
You might as well not have one. We're still on the app at the same time. Where is your wife? Nobody's sucking your dick, boo-boo.
Guess what? I've been
if you got a wife, she not fucking you.
Years.
Oh, that's why you mad because you're not getting no ass. Your wife is probably at work getting fucked by one of the doctors. That's why you on here yelling at me. Yeah. I'm not married, but where is your wife? Because you want here the same as me. So you must be single. No, you're already hurt.
I understand.
Bro, can you let me finish? Are you on your period?
I'll go when you're done. I'll go when.
Yeah, I'm destitute. Your parents are the one that left their hometown in Jamaica to come over here to make $5. And that's why you have that bootstrap mentality, because that is what your parents indoctrinated into your ass. That you needed to be perceivably be better, kiss up to the white people before they would wipe their ass out of that country. So I already know you grew up on government benefits, and I don't really give a fuck because I don't judge people, but nigga, you were one generation away from being in poverty. So have some fucking respect for the black people in this country, bitch.
You just fucking denied your Jamaican lineage, you delusional asshole. So don't ever feel the need to speak on me or mine. Do you understand that? Because you can't even understand from whence we came, because you don't even know the fuck from whence you came. Can you go to your childhood home, motherfucker? Can you go to your grandparents' ancestral home, bitch? Can you go to your great-great-grandparents' ancestral land? Until you can do that shit with me, nigga, don't ever fucking mention destitute, okay, ho? Ho, 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 ho. Now say something, nigga. Can you go back 5 generations, bitch? Do you have land in your family for 5 generations, bitch? No. You can't even go back to your grandmother's fucking house because it's in Jamaica. Passport asshole. Shut the fuck up. Pissing me off. Stop trying to compete with black women and go suck your woman's coochie. Because where the fuck is she? She need to come handle your goofy ass. Okay? Dumbass bitch. Can't stand emotional ass men. You sectional fucker. Go sign another fucking government contract. And I bet you that I'm a nigga. Box on that fucking contract, don't you? I bet you did get some fucking minority contracts, you lying ass bitch. I know you fucking did. You check that I'm a nigga box every fucking time you can. Don't let me get the fucking banking institutions and applications, because I bet you check that fucking box off, don't you, Anthony? So you can really get the little extra money for being a nigga. Delusional asshole, you think you talking to? I don't see her. Except when you getting them goddamn contracts, huh? Yeah, come off mic now, bitch. You minority fucking bitch. You wouldn't even have that shit if you didn't check off the a nigga box. Because I know you can't compete with the white boys. That's why you do fucking Section 8 housing in the fucking hood, bitch. You act like you rent out $1 million properties. Shut your little goofy ass up. Sit your $5 ass up before I make change, ho. Now what? Say something. Say something.
One investment property is worth less than $1 million. Right? Not one.
What happened?
Zero. Zilch. Not one of them is worth less than $1 million. Okay? But yo, Mickey, listen. I'm not even gonna respond. You got it. You read me. You know, you're right. Mickey, you're gonna wake up in the morning and you're still gonna be Mickey. You're still gonna be divorced. You're still gonna be destitute. You're still gonna be pitiful. I hope you find a job. I know like the unemployment benefits are running out and you start desperate and you can't do OnlyFans. You know, come on, let's be real. Come on. There'd be no fans. So it's okay, Mickey. I understand why you're so angry.
I'm not on unemployment. Everybody knows that I took a year and a half sabbatical.
Everybody knows
you're
that I
fucking
took
mad.
a year and a half.
Yeah, a year and a half.
That I took a year and a half.
You pay attention to me so much. You know why you're fucking mad, Anthony?
I took a year
You know what? Let me tell you something. You know why you're so mad?
Everybody knows that I took a year and a half off. Come on,
that's how your wife sounds. That's not how I sound. Yeah, that's not how I sound, sweetheart. Yeah, that's not how I sound.
I'm a 70-something-year-old woman.
Yeah, that's not how I sound.
I'm a divorcee. My husband couldn't get away from me fast enough.
Donald Trump is divorced 3 times and you voted for his fucking ass.
15%. I'm 15% of white women whose husband filed for divorce. Your husband actually filed for the divorce. He couldn't get away from you fast enough.
What are you talking about?
I
can literally get my ex-husband on the phone right now, but I bet you can't get your bitch on the phone. I bet you can't get your bitch on the phone. Everybody on Clubhouse has heard my spouse and not cussing me out and yelling at me to get off the app, by the way. The way that your bitch yelled at you to get off the fucking app. Yeah, we heard her. We heard her cuss your black ass out. Oh yeah, you don't remember that? You don't remember that? I didn't meet you.
Full story.
No, Ace, let me finish this. No, we heard your wife cuss you out to get you off the fucking app. But everybody heard my ex-husband, and he wasn't cussing at me, Anthony, but your bitch cussed you out.
My ex-husband.
Yes, you voted for Trump and he's been divorced for 3 times.
Oh my God.
Clearly you don't have a fucking problem with divorce because you voted for Trump.
Poor Mickey.
Are you actually being apologetic for my divorce?
Poor Mickey.
Why the fuck are you talking about my divorce? Are you okay?
Nobody wants you, Mimi.
Oh my God, Anthony.
Yo, Mickey.
You know what?
The reason
is
sour.
No. The reason
is sour.
Okay, I'm gonna let you run your mouth like the bitch that you are and wait until you're done.
Nobody wants
just
you.
like well, I don't give a fuck. No, but your wife don't even want you. That's why you on this fucking app bitter and mad every goddamn
chick
night.
I've ever seen in my
You
life.
literally argue just like a bitch because you are a bitch.
You are the ugliest
Bitch,
light
you're
skinned
fucking
chick I've ever
ugly.
seen in my life.
I don't give a fuck.
You
I don't want to appeal to you, banana boat ass
You are
head.
disgusting.
You fucking peanut ass bitch.
You
Please stop muting me, whoever's doing that. This is what I want to say to you, Anthony. The reason that you're fucking mad.
You are so ugly.
Oh, bitch, please. You are literally. Oh, now you're gonna call me ugly because I'm getting on your ass. You're so fucking stupid, Anthony.
Hello. You're disgusting.
Nobody gives a fuck what you think, Anthony. Your mama, bitch.
Mickey, please, come on now.
No, I
understand.
He literally told Marlene. He literally told the man to go jump up off a building and kill himself. Fuck you, Anthony. The reason you still mad, ho, is because you still gotta fucking go to work, even though you got some goddamn investment properties. Maybe one day you'll be able to take a year off like me, bitch, when you fucking grow up and be a big boy. Until then, you better clock in that job tomorrow, motherfucker. That's why you fucking mad, ho. Yeah, take your ugly banana boat ass head to work tomorrow, nigga. But I got all these investment properties. Yeah, bitch, take that ass to work tomorrow.
255.
Yeah. You and your bitch gotta go to work, bitch. And now I'm done.
I make more
Cause you gotta go. Oh, I don't give a fuck how much you make. I don't give a fuck if nobody else does.
You are nobody.
You just told a man to kill himself. Eat shit and die, bitch.
You are a glorified bank teller. You're nobody.
Bitch, I'm not a fucking bank. I don't even work in a bank, you stupid ass bitch.
That's all you are. Less than zero.
I was in wealth management, you dumb asshole. Because you wouldn't know what the fuck that is because you don't have a financial advisor. You dumb ass.
Lying.
Get the fuck out of here.
Stop lying.
Go suck your wife's dick, Anthony.
Stop lying.
I'm done. Oh, I'm sorry. She has a dildo.
Bank teller.
Go suck.
Bank teller.
Okay, Anthony, did you really just repeat
bitch
what she said in a higher voice, like Michael Scott or Jim Carrey talking out of his ass on Ace Ventura?
I'm
oh no, let me ask you a question. Oh shit.
Doom, I have no idea what you're talking about yet. Anyway, like literally, Doom, I said nothing to this chick. She's been going at me all night in the chat.
Anthony, you know you purposely provoke people. Like, that's what you do.
I'm purposely provoking people. Like, listen.
My nigga.
Doom, I said, Doom, I've been chill. I haven't come at anybody. I've been having pleasant discourse with everybody on stage. I never start shit. Never.
Come on, my nigga.
Come on. Doom, if you scroll up, you can see all the shots Mickey fired. I did not say anything to her. I didn't start with anybody. Replays are on.
Oh, please stop crying.
The genesis of this.
We can move on with the conversation.
Mickey, I can go with you.
Why do you keep saying my name?
All night.
You can't do shit all night. That's why your wife is gone from the house now. Go get those fucking pills. Go get those fucking pills, bitch. You at the hospital every day. Then maybe you can fuck your wife and both of y'all can go to sleep. Yeah, all right. Well, all right.
Cool story.
Yeah.
Ask Misa what PRN is. Ask her.
Nobody
cares.
cares.
She'll tell you what
Nobody
PRN
cares,
is.
Anthony.
Okay? She'll let you know. Okay? All right. Cool.
You are a sad, pathetic excuse for a little man.
You're nobody. You're broke. You're unemployed. You're divorced. You have nothing going for you.
What do you have going for you, Anthony? I really want to know. What do you have going for you? No, what do you have going for you exactly? Because whatever you have going for you, it's not enough. Because you're on this app yelling worse than I am.
I'm rich.
You're rich. Well, why aren't you happier if you're rich? I don't understand. You just told somebody to kill themselves, but you're happy? No. Can you answer that question? If you're rich, why are you always yelling on this app about how you don't see color? I don't understand. Can you make us understand?
One thing has to do with the other.
No, I'm asking you a question. You're rich. Why don't you act happy then?
You're not
Here's
happy?
what I understand.
You're not
Here's
happy?
what I understand.
Clearly you want some attention from me, so I'm going to give it to you. No. You don't need to focus on me. Like you said, I'm a nobody. You call somebody else a nobody, right? So why don't you act... Okay, so you don't want to answer the question?
I didn't say anything about not seeing color.
Oh, okay. So
I never said anything about not seeing color.
So you're rich. You're not happy. You're bitter and angry and you're yelling.
Literally, I said that.
All right. I
acknowledge whiteness.
I'm done playing with my toys. I'm done playing with my toys.
I've acknowledged whiteness. I've acknowledged blackness.
I'm done.
Yeah,
now that we done with that, can I tell y'all? Did y'all hear the story of how that couple got the hentai virus? The hentai virus?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier today. Two of them were from Atlanta. And they got them quarantined in Nebraska, yeah.
No, how they got it.
What?
These motherfuckers went on a bird watching fucking thing in Argentina at a landfill.
Oh, shit. Literally.
I said, man, white people be writing like a mother.
Hey, we know how stupid.
We know you would never do nothing like that.
Well, we ain't all stupid. I'm just saying. That's crazy.
And now they got the
Argentina.
Y'all quit. I'm going on my trip in 11 days. I ain't gonna let nothing fuck it up. I'll take my mask.
What I don't understand is why didn't they make them quarantine in Nebraska? That should have been mandatory. Like, why keep it continuing? Girl, no. So basically, two of the individuals who reside in the state of Georgia, they are back here in Georgia. So they literally flew them from where they were at off the boat to Georgia, and they're going to quarantine in Georgia.
Oh, they lied.
Yeah.
Well, that's because that virus, if y'all remember Gene Hackman, that's what his wife died from, and when she died, he couldn't get his care, and he died. But that virus ain't like super like bad, and we've known about that virus for a couple of 100 years. It's not like that's a respiratory virus.
Novel or anything.
I still want to troll for 2 seconds. Ramona, sweetie, have a great time on your cruise. Didn't I send you a Cash App for a destitute person that I am? Anthony, why don't you I did. Why don't you send Ramona a Cash App? You know,
because I'm rich. Oh, wait.
Oh, okay. He doesn't see color, though. He doesn't see color. Go ahead, Anthony. Do you want me to give her...
I was joking. I'm sorry. I should have...
No, Ramona, he's rich. He should be able to help people. He's rich.
Hold on. Nikki, hold on.
I had to save for 3 years for that cruise, Anthony. You just don't know, man.
My daughter graduating high school next week. If y'all want to go into the United High Yellow Nigga College Fund, I got you.
Oh, I Cash App people all the time. Poor destitute person that I am. Put a one in the chat if Anthony has ever cashed out to you. Put a one in the chat.
Anthony, I'm not.
Now, we don't want to know about those pictures he gets channeled that have,
Oh, shit.
We don't want to hear nobody's business like that, but, I'm just saying. He's so rich. Surely he blesses and helps people all the time. Man of God that he is. You know what I'm saying?
Anthony, now I'm not giving you my oldest daughter's Cash App, but you can have my Cash App and I'll send it straight to her.
He's rich, child.
Yeah, I got you.
That's a good cause right there.
I got you. Because she's going to be at Dillon University in a few months, so
Oh, that is awesome.
Man, congratulations.
That is wonderful.
You must be super proud, man. That's amazing. God bless you.
I'm proud of all my fucking kids.
Well, congratulations. Not fucking kids. You guys. Oh, Lisa, I know she was going to say something. It's exhausting. I was hoping you would have ignored that, but I'm going to get something to drink. I'll be right back. Y'all can ask me. And
all right, man.
Let's get a Budweiser.
Did you know
guys, very much congratulations, baby.
I already had to show up one MAGA coon ass black bitch on the South. I think I cashed that one in that room, y'all. $2,500, and TC couldn't keep up with me. So you wanna battle, Anthony? I'm happy to have a Cash App battle. Cat got your time, boo boo? Cat got your time?
Hey,
Really?
For 2500, I'll give you a motherfucking lap dance.
Yeah, I've done that before. Anybody remember that in IGB? TC was running his mouth. He's kind of similar to you too, Anthony. Yeah, I did, right? And remember his shit got rejected A's and because his shit is connected to a credit card and my shit just comes from Bank of America. Yeah, what you say? Cut your tongue, Anthony?
No,
put your dollar where your big ass bald head is, nigga. Come on.
How much y'all sending Destiny? I just want to know.
Yeah, come on, Anthony. Come on. What you got? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Talking about poor people, even though you literally
who's Destiny?
Crackhead ass motherfucker. You the piss.
Is that the one that just graduated?
Yeah, she graduated next week. You know
now all of a sudden you broke and you can't come off mic.
Yeah, my baby just turned 25 last December on Christmas Day.
Ain't nobody studying you.
Oh, sure. Well, hey, a band shouldn't be shit for you though, homie. You got all the money. Like, what is $1,000? $1,000 ain't nothing, right?
Nikki,
You talked about all your property and all of this shit.
I want to be clear.
Go ahead.
Pay that shit to me.
Okay, well, prove it.
So Mickey, so Mickey, how about this, right? How about, like, as a matter of fact, you know my CPA.
Prove it.
We can go. You know who my
CPA
is.
At least 5 people on this $1,000.
Personal financial statement for personal financial statement.
No, nigga, prove it. Prove it.
Yo, let's go.
No, you can generate that shit in ChatGPT. You can generate that shit in ChatGPT.
You know my CPA.
Because he knows that CPA will not release any of that. No, nigga, I'm talking about prove it.
I'll give him authorization.
Okay,
you know give him authorization.
I already know.
Financial statement for personal financial statement.
Talk is fucking shit.
Let's do it.
No, you call me broke, and I'm not even calling you broke. You said you're rich.
Statement for personal financial statement.
No, we're talking
Big bank, little bank. Big bank, little bank.
Why can't you?
Big bank, little bank. You know who my CPA is.
Why can't you do this challenge with vacation? This should be like textbook.
Hey, I'm not playing by her rules. I'm saying to Mickey, we can go with a CPA, right? She knows who my CPA is. He's in her town, all right? I'm happy to give him authorization to release my personal financial statement and compare it to her.
Who your CPA is, just FYI.
Okay, cool, whatever.
Who's your CPA?
Same one Onaje uses.
Who does Onaje use? Who does Onaje use?
Dr. Doom is the CPA.
No, say your CPA. Who does Onaje use? Because why would I know Onaje's CPA? Okay. So now you're saying you were just talking about your CPA. So you're lying?
If you don't know.
Then what's the name of your CPA, Anthony?
If you don't know.
You know what? Put your Cash App in the chat. Let's start with something simple. Let's start with $20. Let's see if he can at least match that, bitch. Since you want to go there.
You don't know.
Yeah, go ahead. I love to bless the people. You know, broke destitute bitch that I am. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody knows
anyway,
this.
Like I said,
everybody knows me. Everybody knows my shit on this app.
Do you want to bet 5 stacks? You want to bet 10 stacks?
I'm not betting shit. I'm doing it right fucking now.
What do you want to bet?
No, you told somebody to kill themselves. Oh, of course you're not. Because you're a bum broke bitch.
Keep in mind, you've been in the sun too long.
Because you're a bum broke bitch.
You've been in the sun too long.
You told somebody to go kill themselves.
Girl.
You're a bum broke bitch.
Yeah, cool story. You've been picking cotton too long. That's what you've been doing.
No cotton.
I'll take your little couple of coins. I'm happy to do that.
Go ahead, take them. This is what I'm saying. I don't run my mouth. I put my money where my mouth is.
Okay, so let's put some. Let's bet. I'm not sending nobody no fucking money. What the fuck?
All right. I require you to read the Cash App. I'm gonna bless 5 people in this room.
Mickey Gamer paid you $20. Anthony is a bitch.
Okay, so the next 4 people that put their Cash App in the chat, I'm gonna bless you $20. Because Anthony is a bitch and you need to read it out. Yeah, because nigga, it's just fucking $100. It ain't shit, right?
$20.
You got it.
It's just $100.
Got it. Yeah. No, Anthony.
Anthony, I'm gonna need you to mute up. No, y'all, I'm serious.
Carry
Okay,
on.
so King, I got you number 2. And the only thing is, King, you gotta read what I put in the chat.
Please don't be beggars. Don't be beggars, man.
They're not begging. They're not begging at all. No, you said you rich, bitch. Okay, well, you rich.
Rich, bitch. You know I'm sending that money back, though.
No, don't send it back. That's for your baby. Y'all go get ice cream. No, I'm serious. Child, don't. It's not a big deal.
That's $20 for your baby, man.
No, send that shit back.
Send it back.
Oh my gosh, that was so funny. That sounded like Eddie Murphy.
All right, King. King, you gotta come up on stage and read what I put in the chat. Okay, so I got number 2. Let's see number 3. No, bitch, she calling me broke, Ed. Let's see. It's just $100, nigga. You ain't got $100?
It's just $100, nigga.
You know what? Yeah, you ain't got $100, nigga. You ain't got $100.
No, I don't. I don't have $100. Yo,
Okay.
like this is beyond dumb. Do what you will. All right?
Of course.
Yo, Mickey, I know you're going to, like, listen, I understand.
I sent
You
this shit
understand?
back to
You're trying your best to save face, Mickey.
What the fuck am I
You know you're going to miss that little $100, Mickey.
Of course, I'm gonna miss it.
You know you're going to miss it.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss it.
You know you're going to miss it.
Okay, I'm gonna miss it.
It's okay. It's okay, Mickey.
Yeah, the
It's
challenge.
okay.
Do y'all notice that he has not done the challenge? Okay, so wait. Who else did I tell? Okay, first I don't have a job and now I'm a bank teller?
Yes.
Like, what the fuck? Which one is it?
Working, you were a bank
I'm
teller.
unemployed and now I'm a bank teller? All right.
That was your job.
But I know about your CPA, but I'm a bank teller. Why the fuck would a bank teller know about your CPA? Why are you name dropping? Why are you name dropping on Najee to me if I was just a bank teller?
Hey, wait.
Okay, wait.
This is
I said
dumb.
2 people.
Bank teller.
Dumb.
You in wealth management.
King, I'm bringing you up to
You're in
stage.
wealth management.
Hey, wait a minute. This is Doc. She just sent me $20.
Thank you,
God
Doc.
bless you, Doc.
Doc,
Yo,
Doc.
man, that's shameful.
Doc, read
No,
what
it's
the
not
cash app says.
Yeah, it's
Read
$20.
What does it say, Doc?
$20. That's what you doing?
She just sent me $20.
I'm sorry, I had to move Anthony, so he's messing up the content. Go ahead, Doc, read.
Yeah, she just sent me $20.
What does it say, Doc?
Oh, let me see. I didn't read it, what it says, but I know it's $20 in here. You just sent it. Okay. Where to read it? $20. Okay. I see
What's it say? What does it say?
It says, let me see. I know it's $20 in here because I only had 79 cents.
All right, what does it say, Doc, now?
Okay, I'm trying to get the Cash App.
Oh, I'm sorry, boo. Go ahead. Take your time.
It says $20 balance, but I know you sent it because I only had 79 cents in that Cash App.
Okay, well, you can click on it. It should tell you.
Okay. I click on it. Let me see. Okay. Let me click on it. Okay. All right. And it says, okay. All right. $20. Okay. Okay. But what do you want me to what do you want me to read?
Read it. Read what the note says.
Okay, I don't see a note in here. You know, I'm not that let me see. Okay, I just clicked on the $20 and I'm trying to find a note.
Okay, King said, you see in the chat, y'all, King put in the chat because he's not on stage, Anthony is a coon ass bitch. He just says coin.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see, that was number 4.
There should be $20.
There should be an activity button on your Cash App. On the bottom of your screen, there should be an activity button, and it goes through each one of the transactions. Then click on the one where she just sent you the 20, and it'll open it.
Okay. All right.
Okay, wait. Let me go through. I got 1. I got 2. I got 3. No, you know what? I'm gonna send you the last 20. I'm gonna send you an extra 20, and I want you to have a drink on me, and I want you to toast to Anthony as a crackhead asshole.
I'm not supposed to say, don't put nothing in there, you know I'm not gonna say.
Because I know you're not gonna send it back. As a matter of fact, Ramona, somebody sent me their $20 back. I'm gonna send you that $20.
Well, shit. Mama, thank you.
That's all right. Because I'm just a broke bitch. And Anthony rich.
No kind of gift horse.
All right.
Thank
so,
you,
Georgia, did you get yours? Okay.
Anthony, you want to come back up? Rich man that you are, you can't even send a little funky ass $100. $100?
Not yet.
Doc, you still ain't get it. You know what?
No, I got the $20. Listen, and I'm gonna celebrate the $20. And thank you for blessing me with $20.
You're welcome, Doc.
Yeah, and I might use it. I got accepted to Princeton as a doctoral scholar, research scholar, and thank you very much.
Wait, let me send Ramona's, and then I'm PTR, y'all. I'm PTR. You still didn't read the note, baby girl.
I wasn't even gonna ask for nothing because you done graced me like a couple of weeks ago. I was like, I'm gonna let everybody.
No, okay, Miss Georgia. Thank you, Miss Georgia. Did you get $20?
Yeah, it says Anthony is a whiny ass bitch.
Anthony is a whiny ass bitch. Thank you, Miss Georgia. Thank you. And Miss Georgia, I know you a good Christian woman, so I apologize for that language.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Let me get Ramona now, because I do what I say now. I promise what I say now, and then I'm a hush. I'm just saying, Anthony talking about he rich. This nigga ain't even got $100, but that's all right. That's okay, y'all. Look how the Lord done bless you. Because this man, and I know Marlene is like, Lord, I'm just saying. And Misa, I'm so sorry, but I'm just tired of this man. I'm tired of his ass. Now, he better not never say nothing about nobody else being broke, okay? And the replays is on, Anthony. You broke ass motherfucker. I'm not cash apping nobody $100. I'm gonna give my CPA this. Nigga, you ain't gonna do shit. Okay, I'm done, Marlene. I am gonna send Ramona this $40. Ramona, sweetie, you have fun.
Anthony is a cosplaying BUAX.
BUAX.
Anthony is a cosplaying that you just showed up.
That's supposed to be
cold, Doc. Cosplaying. What is it?
Oh.
HEAUX.
That's cold, Doc.
Oh, Papa.
Oh, Doc. Goddamn, Doc.
You know, like Boudreaux be a hoe.
Oh.
Okay.
Say it again, Doc.
Anthony is a cosplaying HEAUX.
Anthony is a cosplaying hoe.
Oh.
That's what that says.
As in, go Tigers, LSU.
That's right, because I'm from Louisiana.
Indeed.
Okay, let me send you your $40.
Thank you, baby.
And then we're going to be done. And all right, I'm done.
That's my sister right there.
That's my sister. That's right. Thank you, Anthony. Y'all say thank you, Anthony, in the chat.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Anthony.
Because, I'm not rich.
I'm a doctoral research scholar at Princeton.
Amen.
I need that little bit of money. Thank you.
There you go.
Left the room.
Oh, Anthony gone.
He's not even carrying all this.
Oh, shit. Well,
having him leave the room worth it.
Oh, it's still funny as hell.
Yeah, because we can have dissenting opinions, but to tell somebody to jump off a cliff and kill themselves, that's too much. Come on.
And that's what pissed me off, because I was like, oh, yeah, you triggered me tonight. I was just like, that was so awful, y'all. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get your ass. And he been asking for it for a long time. So, anywho, I'm done, y'all. I'm sorry.
No, it's funny. I ain't heard that happen in a long time. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. He says the same shit to everybody every time. He doesn't have the originals. He says the same shit every time. Jump off of something and kill yourself. He goes to the trying to weaponize singleness. It's the same shit, different day.
But you know what, brother? Nobody really answered. I got what you were saying, and I had said the same thing. I don't know if you had just got into the room, if you had been in the room for quite a while, but I got what you were saying, and nobody really wanted to answer that question. That VRA's Amendment 2 wasn't just for the protection of black folks. Started with us, but it was the protection for us all.
Right.
And so you can tell how people deviate and like to sidetrack and not really answer questions because they think that it's really going to affect us mostly, but it's going to really affect us all.
And then, to ask, have you read it? When 2 days ago, he hadn't read it. He forgets, that we've had these conversations more than once, right? But he was called to task on some specific stuff about it, and he hadn't read it. So now you want to ask somebody else if they read it. Wow. But That's how he did.
Miss Butters, I just got a thingy that's a $40 on my Cash App that says "Enjoy your drink, boo boo," and Anthony is a biatch. Am I gonna say that?
Yep, and I did say biatch, not bitch.
It is a biatch.
Biatch. Thank you, Ramona. That's my girl.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Anthony, wherever you are in the universe, you bitter hoe. Thank you, Anthony. Thank y'all for playing my little game. See, I like people that listen. Boy, y'all put them Cash Apps in there. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. And Starbucks on me, okay? I'm done. Marlene, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're so not sorry.
Really not.
You're so funny.
Marlene was like, girl, bye. You are not sorry.
Please. No, what you gonna try? No, please. Just invite her, please. It's hilarious.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
That was an A+ reformed breakdown right there. Just tear it right on down.
But you know, I'm gonna say something else too. You know, when somebody tells you they have $1 million properties, they never tell you what the bank value is. They tell you what the appraisal value is, and a lot of times appraisals are not accurate. I'll just say that.
As our illustrious president has taught us. Oh. Yeah, reformed. I got 11 days until my trip, and I'm so super excited and nervous and excited at the same time.
Good for you, Ramona. I really hope you enjoy it. I've never been on a cruise, but enjoy it. Have a really good time. Yay.
Yay. You know, you guys heard about Spirit going out of business, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the girl that I'm going with, her name's also Mona. She's also blind, but she's from Vegas. I'm from Reno, so hey. Anyway, part of her trip was on Spirit, and so, because I paid for all of our flights on my card. So, of course, Chase gave me my money back, right? And then Spirit turns around and gave me my money back. Of course, Chase took their money back that they gave me back, blah, blah, blah. You know, but we're all square. It's all good. But it was so crazy because we had to find another flight for that second leg of the trip. I'm not sure if we're going to schedule one for December or not. Depends on what flights are looking like because they're getting more and more expensive. But yeah, I'm excited.
But before
no, I was just saying Reform knows, but if you guys, I'm going on my very first cruise ever, and
so,
super excited.
Yeah.
I'm going to Cabo and Ensenada. Yeah.
Oh, Cabo, you're gonna have a wonderful time.
the food. Oh, that's gonna be awesome for you.
Yeah, because at first we're going to do 2 dolphin excursions and a horseback ride in Ensenada. And then we're doing like cupcake making and sushi candy making on the ship. It's going to be fun. My friend's a foodie, so we're doing food stuff on the ship too. I was like, okay, we can make cupcakes. So it'll be interesting. Oh, I found out they got bumper cars on the ship. Can you believe that?
That doesn't.
Wow.
I'm jealous.
I hope I could take some video. I might be able to take some video and post it on my Instagram or something so you guys can see us do a bumper cruise.
Can you send me your Instagram? Can you text it to me? Or
It's on my profile.
It's on your profile? Okay, I'm gonna follow you.
Yes, it's on my profile.
And I was actually gonna comment, not to change the topic, y'all, like whatever y'all were not arguing, but debating about, like about the pro-black legislation, is the fact that it actually had to be put in place, and no, it was not just for black people, right? Like that one little kumbaya, I don't see race or color, especially by someone, and I'm not doxing any information. This is just also what incensed me about what Anthony was saying, that in the area that's considered, low income, specifically for Section 8, that has also been harmed by a reversal of legislation. the person, and I think it was the black guy in Trump's cabinet, they removed some protections that were in place for a lot of disenfranchised people that were not just black. So that's actually why that really triggered me and irritated me, because it is harmful. A lot of these policies that disproportionately impact the black community are actually going to impact a lot of lower income areas, and we know this to be true. We know what that looks like. Yes, Miss Georgia, it's disgusting. I just saw an article about how the food distribution places have been kind of inundated with requests because with the cost of gas increasing, which we can't control, there's so many people that were already on a thin margin, you know, like are literally now having to go to food pantries. So just kind of hearing those things, like just kind of, you know, randomly discussed, I'm sorry, it just really triggered me on. That sorry is apologetic, but yeah, I'm just like, seriously? We had to put laws in place because they were racist. Like, so racist to the point that the government literally had to incentivize, corporations had to be incentivized to hire black workers, which is why we have to fill out those little, you know, are you black, are you disabled, or do you identify as a veteran? Like, imagine that they have to be incentivized via tax deductions and tax credits to even hire certain demographics. So don't tell me that the legislation is not necessary and mandatory and needed, even if it's not just for the black community.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier in the conversation when we were talking about the gerrymandering lines in Louisiana right now as it is, because I made the fucking mistake, excuse my French, of saying that people's ability to vote was being systematically removed from them. And he's like, no, people are still able to vote. I said, yeah, but who the fuck are you going to vote for in those districts that represent their needs or their concerns or their values? Because in that district, they're primarily XYZ and their representatives are not, obviously. So doesn't that effectively remove their ability to vote? Or does it just leave them ambivalent to voting and just sitting at home on the couch and not voting, which is also a problem because of these issues and obstacles to voting? So, yeah, it is a problem. And we wouldn't have to think about things being protected on basis of race if they weren't attacked on races of base to begin with. And the Constitution was not written to be equal to all.
And Ramona, even for those on disability, because I don't know if I put this in. We can't post in Elisa's Telegram, but there were about 400,000 people that should be impacted. This is not for the voting, but just goes to show like how we should punish some of these politicians, that they want to remove the ability for them to get food stamps if they have adults in the home. Yes, that are on SSI. So for example, and this is why it triggers me out, my oldest son, everyone knows, is autistic, right? He is considered high functioning. I hate to even use those terms, but that's just what the terms are. But he's at home. I don't have him in like housing, even though I could, because, well, you know, it just takes forever and it's a lot, because, you know, Choo-Choo's home. He's still my Choo. So if we were to get food stamps, which I'm not saying anything is bad with that, hey, if corporations can get billions of dollars, y'all please go get your food stamps. It is the same thing, right? It is free government stuff. Wealthy people are the first in line to get their stuff, so y'all get it too. But the Trump administration, y'all, wants to remove the food stamps to punish these households that they have an individual in the house that is on SSI. There is absolutely no reason to do that. Like, y'all, I'm going to put it in the chat. I want y'all to understand how horribly despicable this government is to literally go after the least among us in this country. It is disgusting.
The only thing that you can even think about doing to protect yourself is to write a lease for your adult child saying they pay XYZ for rent, because, you know, you're going to spend that much taking care of them in the month anyway. And Otherwise, you're gonna get the rug pulled out from under you, because they're gonna say that this person, who's on SSI is getting free room and board, and so that counts against them as far as a quote unquote income. When these people will never make more than maybe $1,000 a month on SSI because they weren't able to make any credits to make more than that amount. And so anything is gonna, it is horrendous. It is horrendous. We have people calling all the time looking for food banks and ways to procure groceries and things like that, even now. So yeah, you're right. And it sucks because then they're going to call. So another term that they're throwing around now is able-bodied. And you're required to do so much in hours of volunteerism. Or, you've always had to prove that you were looking for work. If you were on assistance and capable of working, you were always supposed to turn in papers saying you're searching for work, etc. But now they have people with disabilities that may not necessarily be able-bodied. Like, people have multiple disabilities. It's not always just one. And so they're not always able to have a job per se and maintain employment, but they're considered able-bodied, will be held against them with food stamps and assistance from now on too. And they're looking at limiting also housing, on how long you can be on housing. That's going to be a mess. I'm in housing.
Right, y'all. So, for example, thank you, Ramona. They are also effective January 1st, 2027. Federal law requires Medicaid expansion adults ages 19 to 64 to work or engage in community service for at least 80 hours per month to maintain coverage. So this is adults covered under Medicaid expansion, which is non-disabled, non-elderly. So imagine if you were exempt if you were pregnant, medically frail, or caring for a disabled dependent. But basically, y'all, about 5 million people could lose Medicaid coverage due to new administration rules. This is completely stupid because any one of us could lose our jobs, something could happen. You already have to be basically impoverished to qualify for Medicaid to begin with. Like, you can't have more than $2,000 in your name if you're a single person. And $3,000 in the bank if you are married. But to make these people go out and do things for 20 hours when they could not have transportation, right? There could be, there probably are income limitations, or maybe there's some medical issues, right, for these adults to get on Medicaid. Y'all, this is just so bad. I just don't understand. I mean, I guess I do understand, but anywho, just putting that in the chat to let you guys know, this is Republicans. This is Republicans. So this is why the Voting Rights Act is so important. Thank you for listening to my rant.
No, you're right. It's horrible. People, and the weird thing is that even though the Republicans are voting for these things, they have kids with disabilities too. They have family members with disabilities. They don't think it's going to touch them. And then when it does, then they're going to start bitching and crying and making videos on YouTube. Crazy.
I'm surprised there's no one coming into defense, considering, such a Christian country, and Trump's the best and the Messiah, and doing God's will, and bombing places is better than feeding children and the sick and the poor. That's what some people's mentality is. That's where you're the best use of your tax dollars. Why not spend, $2 billion a day on war instead of education, roads, Medicaid, Medicare, all that good stuff? You don't have time for that, apparently. That's according to Trump. Yes. Can't afford that.
Of course not. It doesn't enrich him or his family members, so therefore, it's not valuable. And he got pissed off that the bunker didn't get finished, because that was supposed to be important. That ballroom.
The bunker and the ballroom, yes. The bunker slash ballroom.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only man in the world that could tear the damn White House in half, and nobody even blinks an eye at him. Not even. It's freaking crazy. Not that the White House really means anything, but you know what I mean. It's kind of like one of those things where it does, but it doesn't.
Do they have an estimate of when that's supposed to be done?
They're still suing. Even though he tore it down, which was crazy. I still do not know when all this is said and done. I pray to God that I'm alive to read what historians have to say about how this man was able to act as he does. To be able to tear that down without getting the necessary permissions and just the idea that he did is insane. He lied about how much. There's like some what did they call it? Like some no compete bids or something like that, or bids that like the public can't see or something. So it's just, I think it's still involved in litigation with people that are suing. And now I read some people also want to sue for what he did to that pool in front of Lincoln Memorial. Everybody keeps suing him, but
he like died the infinity pool, like or something. Yeah.
What? The ballroom. And then the Trump phone. Oh, they talked about that earlier. Ballroom, Trump, litigation. I think they're. He can't get all the licenses to finish the project, so until he can procure the licensing, it's going to remain half done there, correct? Well, that's special. So the current status is a federal appeals court allowed construction to continue, staying a lower court judge's stop work order until the June 5th, 2026 hearing. The National Trust for Historic Preservation argues the project bypassed mandatory design reviews, environmental assessments, and approval. The administration argues the president has authority to renovate the White House and that the ballroom is a vital secure event space. The DOJ accused the plaintiffs of Trump derangement syndrome and claimed the lawsuit was invalid following a shooting incident at the Washington Hilton during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Despite the legal hurdles, demolition of the East Wing occurred in late 2025, early 2026, and the administration continues below-ground work and planned secured above-ground construction. For also me, y'all, do y'all don't think it's a problem that the Department of Justice is fighting the president's battles? Oh, yes, it's a problem. Of course, not his damn personal law firm. Gestapo. And besides that, who the hell says that the congressional or the correspondence dinner would have been held in that fucking ballroom anyway? The correspondence dinner is a private function. It's not a government function. It's not a government event. He's like, oh, we can have it again later. No, idiot. He assumes and presumes so much, and people let him get away with it. With just no accountability whatsoever, because they're so busy with him. Look what he's doing over here, while he's tearing up the biggest monument in the country. I bet if we offered him $100 million as a nation, he would just go away. Seriously. It'd have to be more than that. Because Elon's got $1 trillion. Come on. You know that's what he'd say. Isn't it? Tell me more. He wouldn't go away for less than that. Maybe not even that. Pardon, sir?
And Donald Trump, this is Ash. And I said, no, Donald Trump's a dummy. I mean, he may have permission to do whatever he's doing, but as far as a ballroom, I'm trying to look this up. I mean, he can remodel the White House, but man, to demolition or remodel is different than tearing down something that already existed.
Yeah, but he didn't ask permission, baby. He just did it. He's one of those ask forgiveness instead of permission kind of folks. If the whole forgiveness part comes into play. But yeah, no, he don't give a damn about getting permission, Ashton. And I'm sorry, you were in the Matrix when you first spoke, and that's why I said, sir, my apologies.
You're good. I mean, sometimes this whole app messed up. The other night, this app was down for hours. I couldn't get on this app itself, so sometimes it can be this application, because at first,
yeah, it's been weird.
It was weird on here.
It's been the app. That's all. You be weird. We had some weird ass motherfucker that like Zoom bombed our room earlier, being all ugly and nasty. Got rid of him. I guess we were trying to like pull him out of the room. Huh?
It's a fun room. I like, coming in here. That's why I'm packing stuff. I'm getting ready to move, and Ramona. I'm
you
really
moving?
happy. I'm moving in less than 30 days. I want a bigger place, and
just in a local area and move into another place.
Yeah, I need a place that's got a real closet, a bigger closet. Not to say that this doesn't have a closet. You get the idea. You do have a closet here, but it's not big enough. And he wants a bigger bathroom, which is fine. A male don't ask for very much. He said, just find a place that has a bathroom. Cool, dudes are simple. I can make that happen for you. You can make that happen with larger square footage. We can do all of those things. So all that stuff is possible. I said, okay, is it possible to do it? He said, yes, let's do it. So yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I'm real happy because they got in this place, they got elevators, they got coffee, a work center, a huge apartment. So that's what I'm needing. I need something that's over 1,500 square foot. You know what I mean? So that he can have his whole space. A man needs their own space for real. They don't need to be crammed up under no woman. You told him, yeah, okay, you need your own space, and I understand that. You know what I'm saying? A man cave. I'm not a man, but I have a man cave. I got video games and all this stuff. I mean, if you walked in here, you think a man lived there. That's what my house is designed to make a man happy, and me too. And that's what we're doing. We'll make each other happy. I'm excited. Big old Texas, big old apartments, bigger than some people's houses. We'll take it. Let's go. And a garage on the bottom. So if you got to drive your car right up under the garage, walk right into your apartment. That's what I want. Not something where you got to walk in the rain. We're not doing that here. Drive your car underneath the apartment and walk in. That's what I'm looking for.
Good deal. Good deal. Congratulations. What is the difference in price, or are you purchasing?
Renting that, but I mean, $2,000 something a month is real good. They got something called valet trash. I don't have to haul the trash down. I was like, oh, cool. Can I pay for that shit? Yeah, cool. So I checked that on the box. I'm so happy.
I got you.
I said, what, valet trash? She said, yeah, we have that here. I said, oh, cool, because, man, look here. I said, I don't have no problem taking no trash down. She said, you better than most people. She said, how many people complain? A lot of people. I said, well, that ain't me, sister. She said, but we'll help you out. I sure will pay that price if I don't have to do that. Thank y'all. For real, I'm dead serious. And then I told her,
yeah, I got valet garbage. I got to go for that.
That's what I'm saying. And then I said to him, shoot, when it come to cooking, you don't have to cook on no stupid Formica countertops. You can actually cook on marble or some other material. I told him, I said, we can do better than whatever was picked out. I said, let me pick a place. Sometimes men, no offense, but it can be pretty daunting sometimes when a dude picks an apartment. You're like, did you see what's over here? No. You just picked the place and we're behind the dumpster. Let's try again. Now I pick the apartments and stuff.
So that's not quite the valet garbage you was thinking.
Not what, yeah, I told him we're going to try again.
So what is valet garbage? Do they come and they take your garbage from your front part, the front of your apartment to the end of the road, or is...
They actually take it and put it into a trash compactor. They got massive chutes. They drop the trash in and it goes into a trash compactor.
Oh, so inside the building.
so you're not having to deal with the rain and getting rained on. Nah, man, that dude said we state of the art. He said all this goes into a trash compactor, and then they take that down to an incinerator, and it incinerates all that stuff. It burns it all.
Oh, well, we've got my big recycle bin and my little garbage bin, and then my little neighbors are so sweet. I live in a duplex, and they go and they take it out to the end of the road for me every week and bring it back. I used to pay their daughter to do it, and now she's a teenager. She's got too much going on. So her dad does it for me. Her dad still goes out there and does it. But yeah, no, I was like, who? I didn't understand. I didn't realize that was indoor garbage. Like, yeah, that's interesting.
Well, I was like indoor garbage. I'm like, what? Like,
well, you know, I take one. I have to take one outside. So you basically do have indoor garbage, like a garbage chute, right?
You're not having to deal with
what you're talking about. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a blessing because, like, I told somebody, man, it's hard to find buildings out here with elevators and all these other features because this ain't New York. It's not like, oh, well, I can go find a 50-story building easy. Ain't that many buildings out here like that. So trying to find out those features, it's real hard because you get well over the $2,000, $3,000 mark out here. You can find something in New York that may not get you nowhere. But out here in Texas, $3,000 to $4,000 a month, it'll get you something.
Oh, yeah, better. 3,000-4,000 a month. You went from 2,000 a month to 3,000-4,000. Lord.
If you gotta find something, you gotta find something better than
you should be buying if you gonna spend that much money a month on rental, though, Miss Ashton. Don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, but the places, a lot of like D.O. Horton homes and things, they don't have elevators. They didn't have.
Yours is ground floor. You don't need no elevator.
Oh no, I'm on the 7th floor.
Oh no, baby. I'm never mind. I'm just saying, you don't spend that much money on rent. Why not buy one that's ground level? That's yours.
What you know? Now, for us, I feel young. I'm like repairs, all those things.
You ain't gonna be young forever, baby.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to.
40 don't last that long. It's a downhill slide real fucking fast. You spending that much. You spending that much money each month on your apartment, baby. You should invest in a place that you can grow old in. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's something that that's something that we've thought about as well because he actually talked to me about, hey, you get you a house, da da da. Yeah, that's something to think about as well. But the only reason I got this place here is because it's in the heart of downtown and it has all the features that I was looking for, especially indoor trash. This isn't New York. It's hard to find that around here. It's hard to find indoor trash places. It's real hard.
I mean, it's nifty. I grant you. It is nifty, but
what the hell are you talking about?
Jesus. She talking about indoor garbage, bro. Valet garbage. Where you got a chute where you put your garbage down and it goes down.
You need to expand your mind.
She needs to buy a house.
I told you about the Sonora Desert Toads. You just lick one of them. And then,
what are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
It's this toad.
What do you mean?
That's native to Arizona, right? And if you lick the toad, it gives you.
Don't lick the toad. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. He's trying to have you tripping balls in a corner somewhere.
Is that your latest dinner? We're gonna go buy it. So we're not eating those, brother. We're not. We don't have to eat that for dinner. We can eat chicken, steak, blue crab over here.
He's talking about drugs, baby, not licking a toad.
Oh, okay. I don't know nothing about that.
No, you don't.
Frogs are off the table over here.
And then you don't eat frog legs, don't I? You ain't never eat frog legs? You ain't ever eat frog legs?
Oh, yeah, but he's saying licking them. I'm not going to sit up there.
No, you ain't licking them. No, ma'am. You ain't licking them.
Lick the toad, Ash.
You ain't licking the toad. Stop messing with her.
We're not doing that.
I can't imagine Ashton tripping on toad.
I can't.
You need to expand your mind. You know go upstairs, like just lick the toad.
You sound like you licked the toad. What'd you do in the world?
Something else.
Why would you do that? Lord. It's not that late, is it? Is it that late? That late. Okay, never mind.
Where Vicky at? She sent me 20. I sent it back.
Who, Vicky?
I thought she was gonna send me 2,500. I would have kept that.
Well, you in the wrong room. Oh. 2,500 for what?
I don't know. She said somebody 2,500. I was like, well, shit. I've been lying for that.
No, thank you. No, I think that toad did you wrong, bro.
Yeah, Ashton. So look, we can do the same thing Aaron Rodgers did when he went into the dark room retreat. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? You know, we can get a little high, expand our minds, and get more in touch with our motherfucking spiritual side.
They said Texas has big houses and big closets. This is true.
There you go, Ashton. Big bathrooms. Big
there you go. And that's what we have.
Recession is coming. Recession is coming. Buy gold and silver. Sell crypto and stock.
Oh, wow.
All of you.
You sound like the motherfucker trying to sell me an extended warranty.
Wow.
We don't want that project. I don't know what he's talking about. We don't want that.
1-800, you need help. Right, Ashton?
Hell yeah. I don't know what he's talking about. We don't want that.
As an official disclaimer, please no one find toads or frogs and start licking them.
Yes,
not supported by the 420. Thank you.
It's 420 in the name.
Hey, pass. I'm always, I got some right here. I'll share.
Buy more gold. Buy more.
Sometimes
I forget.
Aren't you special? I think you're just so special.
Yeah, no, go sell your stuff somewhere else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you much. Bye-bye. Nobody sing like you.
Motherfucker.
You're so special, little honey.
Look, this is what I'm saying, right?
No, we sing no juice. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye.
Desert toad, you know what I mean?
Desert toad. Is it bumpy? It's a bumpy toad. It's a horny toad. Oh.
Why in the hell would you want to lick anything like a toad?
I don't know.
And that is not like, that's not bougie at all. I don't know what that is.
Ashton, I done licked a lot of things in life. The toad, I ain't worried about.
Well, it depends.
You lick a toad anyway. It's just disgusting. Find other things, not that.
What other things should I lick, Ashton?
I looked it up. It says some toads and other things may be poisonous depending on color. So why would you do that? You shit like I ain't doing
poisonous, Ashton.
It's not.
People been licking this toad for centuries.
Maybe
not that specific toad, but toads must.
Yeah, not the same toad. That's how you get herpes, but it's a different toad.
And maybe you could talk to it.
Warts. You can talk to you. Wait, what? Who is that?
Maybe you can talk to the toad.
I done sent you a friend request about a year ago and you still ain't accepted. What the fuck, yo?
I mean, you're already licking it. You might as well give him a word or two. Shit.
What now, brother? You sent me a friend request and I haven't accepted it. What do you mean? I thought I did it.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. I thought I accepted the friend request.
You're a fan, Ashton. You better go add that gentleman.
Yeah, I did. I followed him. I guess is what it says on here. My bad. I'm sorry, dude. I've been so busy. I'm not trying to ignore nobody. I'm serious. I've been packing and getting all this paperwork and stuff together. So I'm sorry, dude. I ain't trying to ignore anybody.
Always make some time for me, Ashton.
Sorry, what?
I said I want you to always make time for me.
Damn.
No.
Make time to ignore him.
Just ignore him.
He is being a fool, honey. Ignore him. You keep packing your stuff.
Let me send Marlene one too.
He licking a toe.
Y'all stop.
Marlene, now you got him on you. Oh, there you go.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
How you doing?
I'm okay, Ramona. How you doing?
No, Marlene already accepted it, you know, so it's, you know, what's the...
Yeah, Tim and I are friends already. I'm sorry.
I ain't as bad as some people think, you know, so...
It's all good, Jim. Oh, there you are, Minity.
Nah, that's the name.
I appreciate you coming back.
We call it mangina all over that.
I don't think we've ever had a mangina on here before. That would be interesting.
This is the name. Man, Jack.
I have called in man in femininity before, but, you know.
Whoa.
I had to smack him one time because he was being an ungrateful.
Hey, I'm used to the abuse at this point. I just walked in the room and here y'all go with the bullets.
It's all in love. No. Infinity. No. He was saying. What did you say?
I was saying, me and Ashton go and lick some Sonoran.
Oh my gosh. Go licking toads with Ashton. Are you kidding? He's trying to talk Ashton into licking toads. It's really strange, actually.
Remember, talk to the toad after you lick it.
Oh no, we ain't gonna just kick the toad out and like call it a Uber.
Why y'all?
What kind of dinner reservations? Like, okay, we're gonna go find
Infinity talk, please. I've been waiting all this time.
Okay, let him talk.
I can't even talk about I want to talk because I'm in the middle of a project.
Oh, you busy?
And they'll jump back in a minute, so I'll abruptly stop. But in the meantime, you know, I really thought that was, you know, I mean, I kind of enjoyed all of that stuff. I really enjoyed the discussion between Anthony and Doc. I was surprised that he would engage in such lowly behavior after it was all said and done, because he's supposed to be a man of the cloth. He has a master's in divinity from some school. And he was debased, enjoying all of that that debauchery that existed between everything that Mickey said about Anthony. I was just, and then what Anthony said in return, you know, it was...
Anthony's supposed to be a Christian too.
No, but the thing is, this man put in his PTR, he got a divinity degree from master's, you know, and he just seemed like he was above that. I never met him before, so I guess I was wrong for having an expectation. Because everybody on here is a mess, I guess. But the thing is,
man, don't you know this?
I noticed that Anthony didn't throw the first punch. You know, he seems to experience the same plight that I experience, which is if you offer an opinion that goes against the grain, you will be ridiculed and attacked immediately.
People need to stop that.
And you know what? He didn't even say to the man that he needs to. He didn't even tell that guy to go commit suicide. He said if he were him, he would commit suicide.
That's the same thing.
That ain't the damn difference.
You gotta remember what the man said about him. He said nobody wants to be like you.
Yeah, but that's different. That's not like saying somebody should die. Yeah.
We've all seen Anthony's PTR. Joe wants to really be like Anthony, like.
I think Anthony communicates in a respectful way, but as soon as y'all
until he gets mad.
Because y'all throw punches. Why can't y'all just talk on the issue?
It's not throwing punches when you argue and he gotta keep coming back harder and harder and then start hitting below the belt. Because he did. Come on now.
He didn't take a personal jab until the first. It's the same plight I experienced. I'm trying to have a conversation because somebody throws a punch below the belt. When Edward said what he said, Anthony fought back, and then we all know what Miki said. I mean, Miki went on and 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 on.
And she really liked him though, so you know that's her trigger.
But she would do the same thing to me, and she's done it to me. You know, and her mouth is fire. I mean, she's got a lot of anger. That anger, it comes from somewhere.
Well, she gets on here to blow that shit off, bro. You should know not to get in the path of the trap, and don't do it. She will eat you. She will eat you every time.
You gotta know how wild in these clubs.
But the whole
In these
display
clubhouse
about
streets,
sending,
for sure.
the whole display about sending money to people, you know.
Oh no, she actually does it.
But
I
that
mean,
doesn't
she's
prove
just
that doesn't prove that you're
no.
rich.
That's her thing. That's what she tripping. You know, that's what. You know that they used to have. I don't know, man, Fanny, how long you been on these streets, but when you see.
21 or 2.
Okay. So you'll remember all the old back and forth and then money out,
Yeah,
and some people being full of crap.
I don't have personal information on here, but I was rubbernecking like everybody else.
Yeah.
It was like a car crash. I'm watching.
Anthony and TC did though. They put their shit out on Front Street all the time.
Yeah, like I would never put my real information on here after what happened to Misha and other people. So, it's.
Some folks lost some real money up here.
Look, I was one of them people that was crazy or stupid enough to do that. I had my government name like it was just a, la-di-da and state world out here. But
that is my name up there, but I'm in a lot of different damn places. So ain't much I can do about that.
Well, here's the thing. I don't regret that I did it, but somebody said, oh, okay, well, I'm going to look you up on Google, and I'm going to see where I'm going to skip trace your name, and I'm going to find
trace. I haven't heard that term in a long time.
Man, yeah. It's out, it's out here. If you ever did collections and stuff like that, you probably know how to find people. Just
you can just Google people now. I mean,
what I'm saying is,
yeah.
The thing is, when you first created this profile on here, back when people put their real names up there, luckily for me, I never did that. But people, it's because people didn't know. Like the guy, there's a certain person.
Nobody told us not to put our real names on our profiles. I was invited on here too.
Yeah, I mean, whether you're, willing to put your real name or not, it's kind of like it's on the other person and what type of person they are. This person's gangster. And I said, oh, really? And, he claims to be a gangster from Southern California, just like me or whatever. I'm from SoCal. So I was like, okay. Yeah, you the gangster, and you know where I live. So the only question is, are you going to stand on what you said? Like, so pull up, man, and find out, what I'm standing on, And it didn't really end or go well, but it's stupid, man. What are we doing here? We just on the internet talking,
Some people are, some people aren't stupid though. And hey neighbor, I'm in Northern Nevada. But yeah. I don't know. Some people talk and some people just full of shit,
Yep. And around this time, this was way back in 2021 or 2, something like that. But anyway, around this time, I was like, all right, what is this Clubhouse app? And I was like, do y'all remember that thing you could call after school called Party Line?
Yeah, I remember Party Lines.
Like all this is a reinvented Party Line. Digital. That's all. And this is what we used to do on Party Line. Talk shit.
You know what? That's true too. That's true.
Yeah.
But the Party Line was more about.
I used to work for Telcom.
What I remember about the Party Line, it was more about romantic hookups.
That was a different kind of Party Line, though, man, Fanny. You dirty boy.
No, I don't remember the Party Line being.
You got them $3.99 a minute lines. I know what you're talking about.
I don't ever remember being on the Party Line talking about politics.
Don't tell me you were on $1-800 prayer. Don't lie.
Them party lines were all about where you from, that kind of stuff.
From ASL.
ASL. That was AOL chat room.
MIRC as well. I used to do those. There was a lot of those audio.
Chat room.
So, Nisha, I mean, listen, I just want to understand what this shot, man. I appreciate the space. I mean, people do come for that kind of stuff that happens.
I don't engage, and it's very hard to. You should know this because you have read rooms. Now you got one or two options: throw both of them out, or boom your room.
No, but here's what you do.
Don't tell me how to do it because I don't
give you a
decide how to
suggestion?
do it. No.
Why don't you put the two people in the goo for a second and then bring them back up?
First of all, I'm not at that point. I wasn't modding. I couldn't do.
Why don't you tell Marlene to do that? Marlene is such a good moderator. Why don't you tell her to drop them both for a second?
Well, that's an option that she could use.
That's not something I would do because Reformed is also a moderator. I would never drop. Only me.
Why not?
Because me,
especially when my nails are wet.
When somebody is off the rails, whether they're a moderator or not, you gotta just moderate.
But you did see me interject in the conversation, did you not? Okay.
I did.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is things got so out of hand. They were saying horrible things about each other.
Yeah, and then another moderator muted the entire audience twice until they calmed down, and then eventually he calmed down. But okay, I'm gonna without going into that back and forth because neither of them are here, and it doesn't make any sense to even rehash that. Here's my only issue, because obviously we don't necessarily see eye to eye on certain things, and I get that. But what I don't understand, and I don't think that there needs to be disrespect on anyone's part when you're having a discussion or debate, etc. Right? But here's the thing. Here's my only pushback to you and everyone else that starts. No, I say this, and I say this nicely, but you guys do whine and complain a lot about the treatment that you get for having quote-unquote non-mainstream idea. I mean, here's the thing. It's not about it not being mainstream, okay, quote-unquote, because I also find that to be a bit problematic when you say that it's mainstream, having certain ideals and principles. I think when you have contrary principles and morals, people will push back, and to expect that there's no pushback is quite silly.
The pushback is fine. I'm talking about the personal digs and attacks is uncalled for. And in certain rooms, this room is fun, it's exciting. I'm not telling y'all to be like a little goody two shoes. What I'm saying is there should be a limit. Y'all was gonna let them go to the flow, to the earth's crust. There was nobody getting in the middle of that situation. Marlene, you did step in a second, but you didn't step in to kill it. You stepped into, I don't think, you made some type of comment, and then things could just continued on. And then Mickey did that, and she goes, I'm sorry, she called this man a grown man a bitch about 15,000 times. Y'all just sitting there like, oh, whoop-de-doo.
Well, man, Benedict, what I'm shocked about at this point is your shock that this is happening on Clubhouse.
Well, I'm not shocked about it.
I go into I haven't been in the room, and I even heard a crash out in Gary Baumgartner's critical thinking. I had to look at the phone while I was driving to make sure I was in the right room. No, that never. I've been in his room, I think, now for a year. And he crashed out, him and what's the conservative one, Marshall, on this, and once again, female. I was driving doing 80. I said, wait a minute, what? And I picked the phone up where, you put the phone down to charge. I picked it up and I said, damn.
But you know what that don't happen? Lou facts and intellectual gangbanging.
That is not true.
If he's right there and he's paying attention, he shut that shit down. He don't allow that.
That is not true.
That is so not true. I agree that stops in there. What are you talking about?
Raise your hand, because that is a lot to tell.
That's funny. Until you stop that.
He used the wrong
I don't see that. I don't go in there that much. When I do go in there, oh my Lord, they went
oh my gosh.
I jumped up on that stage 2 days ago. I ain't never been so disrespected in all my life.
I don't know why you even tried.
Biblical Smoke?
Biblical Smoke made a mockery of
you. Yeah, you don't. That's another lesson you should have learned while you're in the audience. You should have felt the room, because they don't. That's not the room.
Yeah, but I was used to it because that's what I experienced in the other spaces. Because when you are ganged up on like that, there's just nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. All you can do is, we're talking about the Bible, but they still are so programmed. They don't have conversations. Everything has to go back to the Bible. They won't have it one-on-one. Everything is read, and you're sitting there. I'm trying to have a conversation with you all to read all of these scriptures at me. They're Bible thumpers. I'm not a Bible thumper.
Social media is the reflection of real
life. It is called biblical smoke, sweetheart.
I was about to say that.
I know, but you should have a conversation without constantly referring to the Bible to the point where you can't even have a exchange.
Remember, one of you guys said that social media is a reflection of reality. No, it's not. This is where people come and say things they would never say to your face.
All right. Yeah. Nikki would never call that man a bitch to his face.
Oh, that is probably true. That was
amazing to me.
All right.
You just said everything possible.
Wait, let me respond to the lady that said she disagrees. If you don't mind, bro. All right, it's no problem. What I say could be incorrect, right? So I'll grant you that. Though, is anybody in here think that there's some truth in what I said? I said, social media is a reflection of what you can find in real life.
That's very true.
Yeah, it's not an absolute statement.
Well, nothing is absolute. But how many times have you seen a woman go up to a man she don't know and just called him bitch maybe about 17 times and nothing happens?
Well, it can be.
It depends on where you're from, bro.
My mother, yeah, she probably would have done that a time or two. Rest in peace to my mother.
A stranger wouldn't do that to you, though, right? Right. Somebody you don't know.
I mean,
no way.
It depends on the circles that you are accustomed to. That's how I answer that. Seriously.
Okay, so what would you? This is interesting right here. So, what would you do, sir, if some woman that you do not know, whatever provoked her, you don't know. Maybe you jumped in front of her in the line at Whole Foods, or maybe you were at 7-Eleven and you accidentally dropped your Slurpee on her sandals, and she called you 15 times to your face. How would you handle that? This is just a test. Please don't lie.
Yes, me, brother. So, that's
I'm sorry. I thought she asked me.
No? Okay, well. Misunderstanding, but
I was asking you what that been the answer. You probably don't.
Okay, so we'll do I'll do a handoff, bro. She said we'll let him answer. So it was to me, but we'll let you answer. Go ahead.
So I said I would walk away. I wouldn't engage. But on the app, the problem with this on the app, you can't walk away on the app because if you walk away on the app, you just basically go silent. It's not the same. It doesn't have the same effect. When you go silent, it doesn't hit the same way. So you have to. All you got is your word and your nuts on this app. You have to use your words in a way to defend your dignity.
Now, what would happen if you click the leave quietly button instead of you saying going on silent? What would happen if you just?
I would say to myself, man, I bitched out. That's what I would say to myself. That's what I would say to myself. Y'all didn't. Oh, Misa, you were there the other day. What happened with me? With the other woman in that other room? With all of that stuff.
I was at work and I was.
Oh, but you heard what she did. And it was out of nowhere.
Halfway listening, but you would do what I teach my males to do. It's just walk away, and they do it all the time. Just walk away.
Yeah, I
and then nothing's changed for them. In real life, they're not on this app talking, but in real life, they're still tall, they're still handsome, they're still smart. Nothing has changed, so they just walk away.
Yeah,
in real life, you're not allowed to walk away.
Yes, you are.
And I'm sorry, no. on here, if you walk away, it's like, I don't know, for me, I would lose respect for myself. because I have to stand up for myself.
You know, it's interesting.
Against a female?
Against anybody.
Wow.
I don't care if you're a female, male, or a dog. If you got all that stuff to say, I'm gonna put it back in your face so you can feel it. Smell the shit that you're spitting out your mouth. Smell it.
Both of y'all were correct, but for different reasons. You know, he was correct from more of a, young man, reality street, perspective. Oh, okay. And you were correct from a realistic, woman motherly perspective. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Come on, man. On the app, we're here. We're all performative to a degree, and we have a certain persona we're trying to maintain. And if somebody attacks you so deeply and to the core, you have every right to speak up and speak out. But in real life, when a woman or a man, right? I mean, you don't put your hands on me, I don't got no problem with you. You can call me all names in the world. If you put your hands on me, we are going to have a problem. I don't care what you say to me. I've been called horrible things by people. I can just walk away. That don't bother me in real life. But on this app,
but what kind of persona are you maintaining? How do you think people are thinking about you if you're having a drug-out fight? No. Like you're saying, you have a certain persona on this app. But yeah, what is a persona when you're having an all drag-out fight with a woman? It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Even though she is wrong, I just like to see a man be a man. It's like, you know what, ma'am? Bye. And then she argued with herself, which looks even dumber.
So you didn't hear Anthony do that with Mickey? He said, you know what, I'm not gonna respond to you. And then she said, bitch, about 15,000 more times.
But he came back, and it's just like Anthony was doing
after she called him bitch about 3 more times. It's like he said, you know what, I'm not gonna even respond to you, Mickey.
Yeah, I would have clicked off, me being a man, but that's up for you guys to decide.
Yeah, but I understand that gender war thing. I mean, that male thing works in real life, but on the app, okay, walking away is like basically you're allowing someone to kill you.
Well,
and I'm not gonna be
calling a woman a bitch, a hoe, a scat, whatever you guys come up with.
If she hit you first,
yourself, that's just disgusting. I wouldn't even for a man.
Why isn't it disgusting that she did it first?
Okay, I forget what she does.
Why you want to forget what she does?
No, listen, you're not even let me finish. The only person you can control on and off this app is you. You can control Mickey's words if you wanted to. You can control my words if you wanted to. But guess what? Guess who I can control? Me. 100%.
Yeah, you can't control me, but I can control. He said it's disgusting.
No, I said because men, to me, I grew up in a household where men are respected. I grew up in a household. It's not what are you talking about? I said I grew up with a household where men are respected. So if they see somebody like a woman being out of control, especially if it's not his woman, they walk away. If they sit up there and even when you guys are in the street and you see grown ass men having arguments with woman, don't that just make your stomach crawl? It's like, dude, big burly. Just arguing with a woman, knowing that he could really just slap the shit out of her, but they want to sit there and argue like a female. I mean,
yeah, but on the app, I think I agree with you in real life. I'm talking about on the app. I think it's like the difference between life and death. You're really giving death to yourself. On the app, it's a life and death situation. Like,
you're putting too much life into this app. This app is nothing. Don't put that kind of life.
No, I agree with you, but I'm just saying life and death in the context of the app. It's not life and death in real life. I'm talking about if you don't fight back, you basically allow somebody to kill you.
I just think that people in this app, they walk around with big ass balls. They can say whatever they want to because they figure they anonymous and no one can see how really ugly they are in real life.
Yeah, but some people make the mistake of showing what they look like, and I put that back in their face. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, well that's for you to do. I'm not gonna try to change how you handle your business. I'm not.
And people love me for it. People hate to love me for it, and they love to hate me for it.
They love you for doing what?
People hate to love me and they love to hate me on this app because of the fight back in me. That's part of why people hate to love me so much and they love to hate me.
Who told you that?
Yeah, like he Erica Kane or some shit. The fuck?
It's been my experience. I have back channels. I have back channels from people telling me saying things to me. Yeah.
Saying, get a Infinity. Oh my God.
Yeah, you should see. You should see how many friend requests I got right now. My notifications. It's at least.
Well, what kind of friends are those, man? I mean, you should be careful who is friends. Somebody befriended you because of.
They're just trying to be your friend on here.
But I'm just saying, if somebody befriended you because you acted an ass and ugly, I wouldn't even accept a friend request from somebody who's
it's not because I acted an ass. It's because of the substantive things I bring to the conversation. The other stuff is just like a taboo. Oh, and you can do that too. But I think what really the substance is what brings them to me, because I offer substance and I push back in ways that is respectful until it doesn't get respectful no more. And I try to not. Please clock me. I never throw the first punch. Even if I had a knockdown, drag out fight with you the night before, I wake up, it's a new day. I treat you just the way you want to be. As soon as you come at me hard, you might even throw 1 or 2 punches and I let it slide. When you come at me hard, you leave me no choice. And I didn't used to be like that. But y'all, it's like...
Shouldn't be like that.
Yeah, why not? Fun at a certain point.
Well, if you enjoy it, then go by all means, go right ahead. But nothing like that brings me joy to have disturbances in my life.
So why did you let Van on your stage the other day after what he said?
I didn't let him do anything. He came on the stage.
And you gave him room to talk.
Now, and what am I supposed to do? Act ugly?
Well, you said, listen, all that stuff you was talking, what you doing here?
No, I could have said that. I could, yeah. But who's the bigger person? Did I look weak, or what did I look like?
To me, he should have been held accountable for the horrible things he said about you. He came in that room because no one was going to his little old room over there. Everybody was gathered in your room. He couldn't take it. So he finally, went against his principle. Because you know how much stuff he talks about your room? Oh, you're acting like 420. You're 420 in right now. Or like,
Oh, really? That shit I ain't heard before.
He denigrates the room, and then he goes into the room.
I don't usually agree with Man Fanny, but he ain't lying.
Oh, I can handle. Look, let me tell you something, you guys. I'll make this absolutely 100% very clear. That person does not intimidate me. There's nothing about him. It's so funny because if I intimidate y'all, I work with people with multiple doctorates who've been studying for decades. Okay?
What I'm saying is a nice little comment means a nice little comment.
I don't play.
Thank you for coming to my space.
I'm not low like that. You see,
that's not low. That's high.
It is low. You guys understand between the difference of a person who came from substance or a person who's.
Nigga, you called me a nigga. You told me to shut the fuck up every other day.
Whenever I want to. But if you're on the app because you need attention, because you need people to make you feel like you're important, because you need for people to tell you you're important, because you need people to lift you up, because you need people to build your character, then those are the kind of people that, hey, and you guys are responsible for monsters, not me, because in real life, no one's looking at an ugly, fat, bald man. For no kind of information. Unfortunately, we're fickle like that. So,
what did you say? What kind of bald man?
Ugly, fat, bald man. Nobody's looking for any. If you knew what people really did look like, they open their mouth and talk, and you're just thinking about the way they look 90% of the time. You're ugly.
Yeah, I really thought Miki was beautiful the first time I heard her talk. I did.
Stop playing, you guys. So don't even start talking about nobody.
I did. Her voice.
I am not. Why are you mentioning names? Did I call names?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say the name. It's just things she said about me is beyond ruthless, and I don't harbor any ill will towards her. You know what I mean? I can't even have a conversation without her going to shit. As soon as we start talking, it's like oil and vinegar, and I don't want to fight her. Really don't. But anyways, what I was saying, Nisa, he speaks about your room. Like, oh, this isn't the 420 lounge. You can't do this. You can't do that. And then he jumps up on your stage.
Oh, see, I didn't even know any of that. You guys know I don't know shit like that because I'm not a gossiper and I don't be in the gossip
but the
rooms,
the
nothing
horrible
like that.
things he said about you directly to your face.
Oh, and what did he get? What did he get? So you guys don't know the back channel. What did he get? You think I didn't do anything? Did you see my son was in that room like a month ago telling him he was going to beat the fucking shit out of his motherfucking ass?
No.
Okay, well then there you go. So you don't know what be going on.
And what did he do in response to that?
Nothing. So what you gonna do to somebody who's almost 20 and who's been an athlete for all his life and you something ugly? What the fuck are you gonna do? Somebody who's 6'5", you gonna shut the fuck up. You gonna shut the fuck up.
He gonna chill out and change his name to Degree instead of Ban.
He should change his name to Degree.
And chill out instead of Ban, because Ban's a roll-on, right? Oh, whatever. Oh, fuck. I'm stoned. Never mind, I'll be quiet.
Oh. You guys are hilarious. But, don't worry about them, Infinity. What I'm telling you about this app is don't have people I've gone there with people, but like with you, I have to protect myself. And I'm a female, so I have to protect myself from men.
But then why you put your real picture in your PTR? You change everything to your real name.
It's a little bit too late. It's a little bit too late. And first of all, when you come into the app, whose picture am I supposed to put on there?
Do what I do. Make a graphic. The problem is, Misha, you got people coming into these rooms, new people all the time. You got to be careful.
No, I'm just saying, whose picture should we be putting on there?
I have a graphic.
A lot of people have their real picture on there. I mean,
you don't got to be one of them after
people
what you've been
are
through.
Psychos.
You don't have to be one of them after what you've been through. You got to think smart, be wise.
Well, so I'm going to change it now to what? Tell me what to change it to.
Just the logo for your room. You can put it right up there.
What if I just put like Angela Davis?
I don't know, you could have a cute little Lisa Simpson graphic.
Not a Lisa Simpson. Nah, I'll pass it.
Yeah, the little bow and the little saxophone.
I'll find something to put on there. I'm not quite sure what, but I'll find something to put on.
I'm still gonna call you Miss Lisa, because that's what I've been calling you for 3 years now, so shut up.
Oh my God, I will tell you, I am not gonna be on this app for like 5 years.
Check your private messages. Check your private messages from me, by the way.
Okay, you send me private messages?
Yeah, on here like ages ago.
Oh, shit.
Goofball. Yeah.
Well, there are a lot of people that have their real pictures on here, and it's like there's people, we can't help it that the world has psychopaths. And the thing about it is that some people are not embarrassed about certain things, and then other people are. So, I mean, I don't know what you guys want everybody to do. And you know how when you put your name on there, it says legal name. Have you guys saw that? I just saw that the other day.
No.
Did you see? So, what are we doing?
Mine's always been the same since I signed on here, so I don't know.
So what is the point of Clubhouse? It's not supposed to be anonymous, you guys who've been on here since the beginning?
I don't know. I mean, they never told us not to use our names when we signed on. And then after, when it blew up, it's like, oh shit, maybe we should have, And then they made it so we could change our names, but then they made it weird. So it's like 28 days, you could change it every 28 days or something.
Something like that, but it says legal. Does it say legal? Yeah, try to change your name, and it says
Miss Lisa. It says
legal first and last name. That's what it says on there.
Wow.
So a lot of people don't know when they first come on the app and they see that when you're putting your name in, it says legal first. I'm like, what? Why would somebody put their legal? Because I didn't put my legal first name on there, and the way I got doxxed is giving somebody my personal phone number.
Wow.
Who turned out to be a complete lunatic. A complete psychopath. that happens. So my suggestion to you guys is not had nothing to do with your name nor your picture. It had to do with don't give people your real. Go get a Google number or some shit like that. And I didn't even know those existed till just recently here. And not give them your real phone number because they try to go and do like that guy says, skip trace, whatever the fuck that is, and try to find out who you are for some strange reason.
Well, see, Lisa, my problem is I do a lot of advocacy work and stuff like that, so my name and number is out there, you know. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so it didn't make a damn, you know. So, I mean, and it was like that on purpose so people would be able to find me.
I got you.
So it's kind of like, you know, I work in a small office. People know me. They know my crazy. And so if somebody calls them and said I did something that's outside of my realm of crazy, they would know better. So, you know, like doxing me that way or whatever. I tell people where I work all the time. Because I'm like, we help people. So, of course, I'm going to tell people where I work.
I got you.
You know?
Nothing wrong with doing that.
Right. So, but you're right. Some people will take advantage of that information. They'll use it for nefarious reasons. They'll be jerk-offs, whatever. You know, try to freak you out about your kids and whatnot. But, you know, I don't know. I've been on this thing for years, and I've not changed who I am, and I'm not gonna change. You know, I mean, I'm just who I am. I treat people the way they treat me.
Yeah, just be cautious of the people, though. You know, valuable lessons because I didn't, knowing that, you know, because, you know, people in New York, you know, you ride or die. If you find good friends, you definitely ride or die, right? But then we know who the people not to be friends with because it's quite obvious right away.
For sure.
But on here, you got people disguised as decent people. And they're really
wolves in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, you have to be very careful. So,
well, I mean, the people that know me, they know where I'm at. If they come through, if they need a place to be, I don't have a lot, but you know, I have.
It sounds like Trent putting his whole life. Where does he live in? Walla Walla, Texas. He told all of us if we're ever in wherever I forgot where he lives.
Oh, he lives in McAllen, Texas.
McAllen. Why did I say Walla Walla?
Up and down on the fucking and on the border.
I wouldn't mind going to McAllen. And now that he explained it,
there's how my insurance is through. Prominence is McAllen.
McAllen?
Yeah. My Prominence medical insurance.
I bet you.
I don't know.
Everything.
Never been there. I've never been.
Well, he put his whole name, address. I
wouldn't put my phone number in the damn chat. He's done that before. And his address. Now, fuck that.
I'm like, Lord.
Oh.
But I wouldn't mind going.
No.
I wouldn't mind going to seriously. To not, you know, Texas is not some place that's on my list. The video.
No. That's why I left back in 2008. I'm not down on. My sister lives in Houston, and I'm just like, oh God. All my nieces and my nephews, and Lisa, I told you I got a brand new great nephew. He was born on April 16th.
Congratulations.
6 pounds, 20 inches long.
Ooh, wow, he's gonna be a tall boy.
He had full hair, and his name is Chosen Arnold Lee.
Chosen? That's an interesting name.
Yes. It's my Jasmine. My niece Jasmine is her first baby. And then Lachey, my eldest niece, is due on August 12th with her first boy.
And what are we gonna call Chosen for nickname?
Don't know.
Choosy? Chose? What
Chosen. Probably Chosen. Knowing his mama. Somebody on a nickname. His name's Chosen.
Because you know the kids gonna have a nickname. It's impossible.
Who knows? They might call him Cho.
Oh no, not Cho.
Be the little black Chinese boy.
Oh, you don't have to figure. You can't help it. I've had people just nickname me at the job. Just do it. They
could depend on his personality too. I don't know.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I know, so excited. We got boys finally, because Daniel was the only boy for the longest. My sister had 3 girls and a boy. I told her, I said, who the hell needs grandbabies? I'll just share yours, because when Lachey has this baby in August, that'll be 6 grandbabies. Because she has a 9-year-old named Saida, and then Alexis has Aria, Mira, those are the twins, and Legacy, and she's a year old now.
Oh my goodness. I'm digging these names, okay?
I know, and they're so beautiful.
Names.
My beautiful little nieces and nephews, great nieces and nephews.
Well, you're blessed. Blessed.
Yes, my sister started early. She was 14 when she had Lachey. But she did good. She didn't lose any of them. She took care of them. They're all grown. They were at least, every one of them were 18 before they started having babies, thank goodness.
Well, that's good.
At least, yeah. And then little Daniel will be 19 in November. I say little. And as far as we know, no children. I don't think so. He's just preoccupied with graduating high school right now.
Yeah, parenting ain't easy.
Oh, Lord, no. He don't need that.
It's not easy. It's a job, lifetime commitment.
It's a whole life change, priorities and everything.
Wait a minute, y'all. I'm noticing it's getting. Marlene, are you still awake?
Yes, I'm still awake, although I'm just about to go back.
I know, I'm like half there.
I'm like looking around going, why does it look funny?
You want an espresso? You got an espresso machine, shoot.
I do have an espresso machine. I do. Yes, I do. But I'm not a coffee drinker. I bought it because it looks cute on the cabinet.
You are so much.
I'm just not. If I do make it, occasionally, I'm like, oh God, I'm so worn out. Let me do this. Or I might have people come over and go, make an espresso. Not do it. But as far as me doing it every single day, I think I make espresso maybe once every 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. I don't know. But it's a cute thing to have on your countertop, you guys.
It looks good.
Yeah, it makes it look like you really be getting down. And I do that with pots and pans too. I go.
You're a mess.
People be like, oh my God.
Think about T-fall. I don't know how it works, but what?
No, please. For a long time, I had the directions.
Induction, baby.
In the oven.
Yeah. Oh my God, your directions were in the oven.
A long time. Until I got help. And then all of a sudden, I was like, wait a minute.
You get instructions out. I see everything. But you don't never cook, do you? Yeah.
I do now. Relax, everyone.
You're so cute. Instructions in the oven. I'm never forgetting that.
And I left the insides of the turkey in the turkey, so.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't know that shit had to come out. Y'all ain't told nobody. I was like, wait a minute, what is that? And then my mind said, well, maybe it's there for extra.
I adore you.
No one told me. Y'all didn't bother saying, did you take these?
Did you take the
neck out? I'm like, what?
Yeah. Oh, bless you.
No.
Oh, bless your heart.
Well, I had fun with you guys. We were supposed to do, as usual, the room gets, I guess, what's a good word for it, Marlene? Even though there's this
it gets unhinged.
Yeah, this is the biggest derailment we've had in quite some time, though. So that's why I probably wasn't too bothered by it, because I was like, well, I only have a chance when I get home to do things when you guys are on. I can do things while you guys are talking. I got great moms. You don't have to worry about it, but You know, we can't just be sitting. I know. What are you doing? That's a good question. What are you doing, Ramona, while you're on Clubhouse? You just sit there and hold.
Oh, most of the time late at night, I'm just laying here in front of the cooler and just relaxing because, I mean.
Oh, I heard you guys are in triple digits.
What's that? Yes, over here.
My friend lives in Vegas, so you know that. So she said
Vegas is triples. Yeah, we got in the 90s, but they got trips today. Yeah.
Oh my!
It's so nice. I was sitting out on my little rock waiting for my ride home from work this afternoon, just soaking up the sunshine, getting my D3 for the day.
102, y'all.
It was wonderful.
Can you guys imagine being in 102 weather?
Like a flower reaching for the sun.
Shit, I'm gonna be like the lizard looking for a shade.
I'm not a lizard. I was a lizard on my rock, girl. I was enjoying it. I didn't care. I'd much rather be hot than cold.
Well, Ramona, just think, if it's 102 now, this is May. What the hell is July and August gonna look like?
We're gonna be so nice.
Oh, shit.
No. But then when I get to, I'm gonna be going. My friend told me it's hella hot in Cabo right now, so I do have 70 SPF that I'm taking with me because I am white. So
they have 110. They have 110.
I know.
And
I don't want to have that white zinc shit on.
Well, I was getting ready to tell you that, and then I'm gonna hang up.
I need a white powder.
Me up with something called Black Girl Sunscreen. So she said Black Girl Sunscreen, so I knew it had to be something unique to it for it to be for Black girls, so I ordered it. But this was only in a 30, and I'm gonna tell you, when I put it on, it was absolutely no cast, none, and it went on beautifully. Like, wow, I could wear it just like with nothing, right? And then you don't have to wait for the cast. So try that. And the only problem is that 130 is too light for me. I have to have at least above 30. I just put
you know, I'm super white. I will crispy critter. So I got 70 at least on mine.
Yeah, because Neutrogena sells 110.
That's it. Yeah. Well, I got the 70 this time because I'm like, 70's got the sweat resistant and the water resistant. So it's every hour and a half or whatever. And I have a lot of flowy long clothes instead of having a lot of skin showing.
Okay, so, good for you.
Yes, girl. I can't afford to get burnt. I don't enjoy that.
Well, you make sure you have what do they call it? Receipts, pictures.
If I think about it, because you know I'm blind. I
know you're blind, girl.
So
everybody on the boat ain't blind, though, right?
I know. I'll get people to take pictures. I will. I'm hoping I can take a video because there's bumper cars on the ship. I want to do bumper cars, and I've got my Meta AI glasses, so maybe I could do a video while we're in the bumper cars.
That would be fun. We'd be happy to see it.
Heck yeah. So. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, I'll try to get people to take pictures and that way I'll put them on my Instagram or and my Facebook. There's not very many people on Facebook anymore, is there?
I have no idea.
I just really don't get on there that much, and I did the other day, and it was like a damn ghost town. I'm like, where did everybody go?
My kids tell me Facebook is for old people.
I guess. Shit, I don't know.
And even IG now is for old people, they keep telling me. They're like, oh.
You know, the only reason I got an Instagram was because when we first started Clubhouse, they didn't have a private message. So you had to get an Instagram so you could have DMs. And that's the only reason I even had an Instagram. I even have an instructional video on my Instagram showing people how I use voiceover. Because everybody's like, you ain't blind. How you get on Clubhouse? Oh, God, I got so sick of hearing that shit. So I made a video, put it on my Instagram. You can still
people telling you you're faking blind.
Girl, they did. I shit you not.
I am done. I've heard it all now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. This is
crazy. How you get on Clubhouse? You blind. I'm like, oh, my Lord.
People are so disgusting.
Ignorant. you dare make me feel bad about going on this trip. I saved up to 3 years to go on this damn trip.
Why would she make you feel bad about going on
She's
this
just
trip?
being, she wasn't serious.
Oh, I was gonna say, because you want your parents to be out of their hair.
She's giving me crap because she.
If my kids could pay for a trip, they would have me on a trip every other week. So I wouldn't be bothering them. They'd be like, "Oh, it's time for you to go on another trip."
She goes, "When do I get to go?" I said, "When you get your passport and you pay for your own way, because you're gonna have to."
And that's a good way to end the room. Everybody, please get your passports. Whatever you do, you can get them online. You can actually fill out the application online, and then that way, and I think they stopped the post office in the United States from issuing passports, I think, because I was in the post office maybe a few months ago, and they had the applications in there, and then you can make an appointment, and you bring all your stuff to the post office. That was really, really convenient. So when I don't go to the post office often because we don't do mailing stuff anymore unless I'm mailing a package or something, right? So I go in the post office and they say they no longer take applications or issue passports. I was like, what? So get online and fill it out and then print it out. Go to, I don't know where the hell you guys go now. I have no idea.
So does that mean you don't gotta pay the $35 processing fee no more? You just send it in your damn self?
I'm not sure, Ramona, because I'm trying to get passports for the kids, and that's what really just made my antenna go up. That you no longer have to can go to the post office. So where do you go after that if you can do it online?
I went to the post office.
Hey, I'm gonna have to Google because maybe you can send everything in yourself.
Maybe.
I'll research it. I'll let you guys know better.
For you. They can help you do that as well. For a lot of folks who have issues with that, they can help you do that. They also help me do my TSA. AAA. If you're a member with AAA, they help you do all mine. And TSA pre-check, they'll help you do that too at the big long blue desk. And tell them you need help, and they'll help you do all that paperwork. And and then you just ship it. They'll give it all in. So yeah, it's good. It's a good service.
Wait, can you leave your application and picture and everything with AAA, and they'll send it in? What are you saying?
When you're a member with them, you'll scan all that stuff. Of course, they'll hand you all that back. And then that's all scanned into a computer, and it's all done with.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oh, wow. There you go. AAA, good old AAA.
AAA.
Yeah, everybody should get their passports. Y'all gonna need them eventually, because you never know when things are gonna pop off. Kids, everybody have a passport, so you can, if you have to get up out of here. All right, guys. So I guess tomorrow we'll I say this every time we get ready to sign off. We didn't do a lot of things tonight. I found out Kash Patel is in the news. Thank you, Ed, for playing the clip on Netanyahu in his 60-minute interview. There's also a rumor that we're going to start. It's a rumor on YouTube that we're going to start bombing these poor people all over again because we need a way to end the war. So maybe, hopefully, nothing's going to happen tomorrow. Everything. Oh, your president is going to China tomorrow. Why? 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 I don't know. But he's going to China tomorrow to meet with somebody who doesn't even like him. But we'll see.
I was saying, Xi Jinping don't even like his ass.
Don't even like him, girl. And he's flying all the way over there to be embarrassed.
Jesus. So we can be embarrassed.
That's right, because he's not embarrassed.
No, he ain't got no goddamn shame. It's us rolling our eyes in the background going, oh my God.
Yeah. I just said, well, they're going to have to make sure they give him something made out of gold, because every time he goes someplace, everybody knows, they got to give him something made out of gold.
That dude gonna turn around and squat over a bowl. That's what Xi Jinping gonna do. Here's your gold nuggets.
Oh, and he's making a statue of himself.
Ew, what
statue? Did you guys hear about that?
Really?
and it's going to be placed somewhere on the grounds.
Mar-a-Lago? Oh, God.
No, the White House. Wasn't it?
Ew, why? Really?
Yes, that's in the news as well. Just crazy.
Melt that fucking thing and pay for the damn White House to get fixed.
And pay for somebody's college tuition. That would be like, that would literally kill him. He would roll over.
Oh, man.
So anyway, guys, it's time for us to sign off. I had a great evening with you guys, and we'll be back tomorrow for more fun. So we can act like, what is the word? What do you say? You're acting 420-ish?
Oh, God. More drama with Trump's liquor cabinet coming tomorrow.
God, yes, and be 420-ish.
We'll be 420-ish. Good night, love.
All right, the replays are on if you guys are interested in them. And if you have a pink ticket down at the bottom, it's not too many of you guys tonight with pink tickets, please cash them in. Then that way you'll be notified every time it's time for you to get 420-ish. And we're going to have fun regardless of what was said. There's a lot to learn in this room. Everybody's opinion is welcome. I usually have the hands off, so you can come up and talk. Don't be afraid to come up on the stage. We welcome new voices. And thank you so much for your support. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night, 420 Click. Bye.
Can you say the specific law? Give me a law that says a black man can't do something that a white man can do.
Well, I mean, essentially, there's not anything explicitly that says that is the case.
Then problem solved, isn't it?
But yeah, we still have it where specifically that plenty of people who are black somehow seem to be struggling to get to a position in society with roughly the same merits, if not more merits than the other person.
Yeah, we do, but is that caused by racism?
Well,
or is it caused by individuals' behavior?
Well, and like I said, it doesn't mean it's not necessarily racism, but I mean, can we, it's like, do we also have to believe that essentially that black people just suck at everything? And I don't agree. I just don't agree with that.
Oh, we have common ground. No, black people don't suck at everything. I think we can acknowledge that. That's not a problem. But, when we look at the different disparities of outcomes, we can look, and remember, laws are designed to protect individuals, not groups of people. And we can look to individual behavior. And then when we look at individual behavior, then we can start to see, well, did racism occur? Was there prejudice involved in this specific thing, specific action? For example, that, people always bring up, well, Wells Fargo was discriminating against black people, et cetera, et cetera. And guess what? Glory be, they were penalized for that. And that's the way it works. Well, if you're going to discriminate, well, then, yeah, you will be penalized. That doesn't mean the country is racist. It means the country isn't racist. A country that's racist would not penalize a bank for that. So, no, you're not going to find any law. And that's the problem, because once they achieve that parity in the legal system, it then had to become this, amorphous, well, it's underground, which I can understand. I can even understand that.
That's not true. The country is and was racist to a very high degree and still is very much now. DEI woke, social justice activism community representation, all these terms are still out there. Hiring practices, discriminating against white men, it's all racist, and a lot of wealth redistribution that's already taking place is racist and discriminatory and preferential towards melatonin density. Democrats do it all day. It's part of their platform, and it's racist.
So I will just say, so the drug wars itself was, historically was motivated by racism.
You know that the whole crack cocaine epidemic, who is providing the drugs to the African American communities? Do you know?
And I presume you're probably going to say it's the Democrats or...
No, it was the Bloods and the Crips.
Okay, can I...
CIA had nothing to do
Alan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so what similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
None.
None. There's zero.
You know, as people always remind me of how old I am.
Simple.
I remember when George Wallace was alive. So I don't need to go back and read the history.
No, I know. I'm just asking a simple question.
Okay, well, there you go.
Let me ask you again. What similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Okay, George Wallace was a racist. Donald Trump is not.
What similarities do you see, Dan Adams?
Dan Adams, what similarities do you link between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Racism.
Okay.
All right,
that's easy to say.
Wait, no. Let me be very specific.
Yeah, give us specific.
Yeah. Let me be specific. Before Donald Trump was president, the racism that he's shown as a business owner towards blacks and his business practices. If you want me to go into detail, I can. But I think you all know. Well, I shouldn't think. But I'm assuming you know his business practices before he became president.
We asked for specifics. Could you give us a specific?
Yeah.
I think he can.
He can. Do we want to go?
Yeah.
The Central Park 5 events. We can start there.
Well, that's hold on.
No.
We can. Well, you're not your piece. We can talk about that. Dan Adams referenced business practices. That's not the Central Park. That's not the Central Park story.
All the redlining and discrimination in real estate him and his father did for years.
It is.
So can you give us a specific, Dan Adams?
The specific, he took money out of his own business practices to pull a front page ad in the New York Times to say the Central Park 5 was guilty.
Have you actually read that statement?
Yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah. At the time, hold on. So before you all just jump on, right? So a lot of people haven't read that in real time. But back in 88 and 89, when it affected the black community, I read it in real time.
They confessed.
Yeah, but
everyone thought they were guilty.
Dan,
wait.
everybody's reaction would be the same.
Hold on.
They're guilty.
Hold on a minute. So you're saying that the Central Park 5, everybody was guilty of the crime that they were accused of?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That was the public citizens that they were guilty.
Wait, so why bring up admitting to a crime?
They admitted it. That's what I'm saying.
It's guilty.
They admitted it, not us.
Oh my goodness.
They were kids and they were coerced.
Wait.
And we know it.
Hold on. We can't get this confused. Come on, we're people that have brains. Did they admit that they were guilty or not, Adams? Come on, dude. Are you fucking serious? You're gonna sit there and say that they didn't say that they were guilty or not?
They weren't guilty.
I know they weren't. That's not the point. Did they say it though? My God, I give up.
As far as Trump knew, they confessed.
It was all right. So
a 16-year-old kid.
It doesn't matter the age.
Get out of
what
here.
They did. Your case is what they did. Doesn't matter their age.
No.
And you're not this dumb, are you?
You're not using common sense. Use common sense.
Not common sense is what they said. That's the whole point, you guys. Hello, anybody home?
Were they guilty?
No.
Thank you.
Did Trump know they were not guilty?
Trump
no.
They were guilty.
Good God.
When he published,
first of all, horrible.
When a published act.
Did he know they were guilty when he published it?
You think?
Or had they
regardless of it?
Guilt.
Okay, so let's move to business practices.
You want that one?
Hold on. I got a follow-up question.
He would have never.
Hold on, Dan. I got a follow-up question. Dan, can we look in this room? In this room?
No, he would have.
Dan, in this room we have dialogue. We go back and forth and take turns talking. Look, I have a question for you.
Yes.
But how was Trump racist with this Central Park 5? You never linked actual racism to it.
Their race. Okay, so before I give my answer, do not respond. Can I ask that?
Good luck.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. So before I finish my statement,
you came in here to tell us that Donald Trump was racist,
right?
And you have failed to do that so far. I'm asking you to explain specific.
You can't dictate the conversation, Adam.
No, you're not allowed to complete a sentence.
I can't do this. I mean,
exactly.
No, we're either going to have a conversation or we're not.
A conversation is not allowing somebody to complete their sentence.
Okay, you finish up and then we're going to go. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you. So repeat the question again, please.
Okay. Is there a disconnect here? I asked very clearly. I've also made a statement. So you asked for me not to speak. I sat here very quietly, and now you're asking me to speak again. Right?
Interrupt.
Because you're I'm not interrupting. You asked me to speak.
I got interrupted.
You're filibustering because you don't have an answer.
No, I don't.
How Trump is racist.
Ask the question.
Ask the question.
That's the question.
Oh my goodness.
We're repeating your question that you asked. That's insane.
One person, please. One person. This is Black excellence, guys. You guys, you know.
Okay, I'm really trying to be patient because I really want to have a good conversation.
I can't understand Pepe. He wants to defend the guy, but he says something rude.
Could one person speak, please? All right, seriously. Can one person speak at a time and ask the question?
Why are you acting this way, Dan? Like,
oh my goodness.
Link how Donald Trump is racist with the Central Park 5 listing in the paper.
Okay, when I answer, nobody respond before
more qualifiers.
Go.
Just say it.
That's exactly why I can't answer. Somebody jumps in. You have your own flaws.
You're just filibustering. You don't have an answer.
I think
it's taken you 5 minutes.
No, it hasn't. Somebody jumps in.
Start talking. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Number one.
Sorry.
See, here we go again. See? Every time I start talking, somebody
sometimes you have to ignore the little
sometimes I have to ignore
you do. Yeah, you do. Go.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. It's convenient say thank you. See, somebody was about to block, and I have to finish my statement. So, number one, I'm going to repeat again, if this would have happened to a white group of males, he would have never taken out a full-page ad in the paper. But it was because it was black males, he took out a full-page ad and said they were guilty. Guilty. I don't know if everybody
You've made your statement.
You have finished. As soon as
It's been taking a freaking hour. Go.
Dan, we have dialogue in here. Dan, we go back and forth because it's their time.
Did I finish?
No, Dan, I'm going to stop you right there because that was such low IQ bullshit. Number one, you don't know what would happen if it didn't happen because there was not white men who did it. Number two, like Jesus Christ, this is so fucking retarded. Like, this is brain dead.
We're here.
Just shut the fuck up. Like, don't even talk to this guy. He's dumb.
It was incredibly insane. I don't even know where to begin.
I don't know if I could just state the obvious. He never mentions their race. He never mentions them directly. Well, what he says is his only thing is he says, I do not think, Mayor Koch has stated that hate and rancor should be removed from our hearts. I do not think so. I want to hate these muggers and murderers. They should be forced to suffer, and when they kill, they should be executed for their crimes. They must serve as examples so that others will think long and hard before committing a crime or an act of violence. So that's the strongest statement he makes. But his complaint, if you read it, is not about black people. His main complaint is that families, white, black, Hispanic, and Asian, have had to give up the pleasure of a leisurely stroll in the park at dusk.
So why was the assumption there that this is the type of crimes that black kids do? That I think the assumption was out there. Would you not agree?
I think the assumption was at the time he wrote it that as far as he knew, there were 5 black youths, or as Joe Pesci says, youths, who had committed a horrible act. And so he was responding up to the lack of law and order.
Yeah, in your piece, anybody's reaction at first would be that, regardless of color, though, right? Because there's no indication that he's doing anything that anybody else was doing at that time of a different skin color, no?
I didn't live in that area at that time. I have family in Philadelphia, and they said it was just horrible for black kids. Just constant racial profile was just horrible.
Okay, but the reaction, I'm talking about the human emotional reaction, not anything to do with skin color. If that literally came across, tomorrow in the newspaper, you and I seen it, we would both have the same reaction regardless of our skin color, right? That's my question. Not what's going on in the neighborhood, because that's assuming that you're planting an assumption on Trump is reacting to what's going on all over the neighborhood, and that somehow this is some kind of racial comment that he's making. I'm talking about just the normal reaction that somebody would have to an incident like this. Do you see that at all or not? Or is that just out of the question?
I mean, I think that would be a normal incident, but I think that they were just, to me, have you all seen the movie about this whole incident? Have you all watched that movie? Yes. With Ava DuVernay. Yes. If you watch that film, I mean, you can't help but to have emotional response, everything that they went through, and then just to come out and say,
oh, by the way, we found out it wasn't you, so we'll give you a couple $1,000. There's no way you can repay those kids for what they went through. Some of them were even raped. Okay? So a couple $1,000, that's bullshit.
Okay. I mean, I think after the fact, I could agree with you. I could find some compromise here. I actually do have to watch the movie. I haven't watched it, so I need to get a little caught up on it. But I can meet you there. That's fair. I don't know if anybody wants to disagree with that. I don't think whatever happened afterwards is appropriate. Yeah. But I was just saying at the initial time, that's because that's the main argument, I believe, right? Is that Trump went right to the newspaper, I guess condemned them, right, as being, insert whatever racial thing that you want on it. And that's that, right? I mean, that's the whole gist of why we're talking about this, right? It's like this is assumption that he did all that, right? Am I in the right place?
Yeah, Trump thought they were guilty. The public thought they were guilty. They didn't confess. They were false confessions, obviously. But imagine if the crime happened today and it came out and it was on CNN headline: 5 teens in Memphis just confessed to murdering a 17-year-old girl and raping her viciously, and then public talks about it for a month or for like a week, and everybody's saying it, and then someone takes out an ad saying they should face the death penalty.
Beaver, do you have children?
And then it comes out that it were never false confessions, and the public sentiment totally shifts.
Do you have children? How would you feel if someone took your kid down to the station and questioned your kid without your consent?
Right.
They know damn well that's illegal. You cannot question those kids. The parents were not there.
Okay, you think Trump knew this when he posted it?
Yeah, it's something to do with Trump again. There's no connection between Trump and the police coercing a confession out of the kids. You see that, right? I mean, we got to get realistic here. There's no correlation. Trump didn't call the police and say, "Can you coerce those kids to say something?" Come on, man. Like I said, we can meet in the middle on many things, and that's why I think that's what crosses the racial divide. If we want to go there, like we don't need to make this a race thing. We can meet in the middle on some things,
But doesn't the belief of Donald Trump being a racist have to take some liberties and some assumptions that all white people are inherently racist, so then Trump must be racist too, because Trump did this and took this ad out that he is a racist because of their race. Essentially, that's what.
Well, you don't have to make an assumption that he did it because they're black, and there's no evidence that he did that.
Exactly.
It's
very
good.
Go ahead. Sorry, Jen, I didn't mean to call all over you. I mean, obviously, as we've been on this app, the default is that white people are all racist. So going into this, we have to figure out how do we untangle this for this other community to realize that that's not the case. And that's a very hard thing to do because we do know about our past that has happened. We're not going to deny that. So we're up in an uphill battle. We see that, right, Beaver and Joe? I mean, come on. Like, the default is all white people are racist, right? There's no question about that.
Yep, she left.
Yeah, they all leave.
I called out what the elephant in the room is. The elephant in the room is they think we're all inherently racist. They are racist towards us. That's really what it ultimately is. That's the only way you can link Donald Trump being a racist, is the assumption that all white people are racist.
That we preside under has racial epithets that transpire over to our communities, which does not level out to an equal playing field. All black people don't think all white folks is racist. That's bullshit. That's asinine for somebody to think like that.
But are you sure about that, though? Like, are you really sure about that?
Frank, I've been told clearly. Hold on, Frank. We take turns here. We'll let you speak. Look, Frank, I've been told clearly by some black folk on this app and in other locations that all white people are inherently racist.
Frank, you can go, Frank, if you want.
I will say this. I'm 51 years old. I done lived down south, I done lived up north. When it comes to racism, it's a lot of people want to say, get over it or it doesn't exist. That's where the tension comes from. Now, after that, if you want to sit here and go back and forth, well, explain this and explain that, when we all have logic to see where certain things are and where they're, that's where the bullshit starts.
In fairness, the app is not a fair sample of the real world, right, Joe? We've always said that too. But, you know, we do have to go by what we've, you know, I guess experienced a little bit on this app. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, it's hard to, if someone comes in here like we've seen, I think with these two individuals, if we got to the real heart of it, they would say white people probably are on default are racist. So it would be very hard to have this conversation if that's the default, right? Does anybody disagree on that? I mean, clearly if the default wasn't that, then we can have a conversation. That's why it's really hard to have this. Like I said, I can meet people somewhere on some points, but we got to be really just careful and logical. I mean, Trump is not calling down at the police station to help out with making sure these boys are entrapped in a way to confess things that they didn't do. I mean, it's just like, unless there was something in the movie I don't know about. Sorry.
Yes, Trump did that. You're right. But Trump's, how do you call it? How do you say it? His celebrity push the narrative. Now, and if you didn't see it, if you haven't seen the documentary or the movie that the lady was telling you about, it's kind of hard to.
I get it. Yeah.
You got to see it. You got to see it in
that's fair enough. Like, I'll speak for myself. Obviously, I need to. I just went by what I've heard for years on the app. I haven't really watched any movies or documentaries or done any of that. So yeah.
But I think that goes back into the kind of the problem, because for me, I do not think all white people are racist. Okay. I also don't think that there's a cure for racism. You can only treat it. You can't cure it, because it's kind of like an individualized, learned behavior. And if you saw that film, not only that film, a lot of other films, I think a lot of white people, a lot of other groups, they shy away from looking at it. It's too horrific. It makes you fragile. It makes you have to admit some of these truths and systemic things that are underlying that we can't see, but we know it's there. And it makes all of that come to the forefront. That's why whenever I ask someone who is white, have they watched? Oh no, I haven't seen it. Why not? Because we all know what happened to people who are accused of rape. A lot of time they go to jail. 15, 16-year-old boys getting raped in prison, and then just say, oh, by the way, we found out it wasn't you.
Is there a reason why people would think that young black teenagers would be more likely to commit crime that doesn't involve racism, or is it purely racism?
Be the pattern recognition. If they see them doing it more often, then they may just think, well, they might do it next time. It might be a black person.
And you know what, Beaver? That's a very good point. And I often wonder, okay, I have this perception that there is an increase in this particular pattern or an increase of that particular pattern. And I think, okay, is it actually happening, or is it just what I'm being fed in my news cycle and what I'm being fed in my social media? So I try and look at the statistics for that and apply the same level of scrutiny that a group like Black Lives Matter apply side when they declared that the police are targeting black people for murder with police.
You answering your own question.
Yeah,
you just asked the question is basically is this a statistic?
Well,
you just asked, hold on. You just asked.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
But you're saying they only show me these things.
Yeah, I will get to it.
So if you're not researching anything else, you're only going to
ask a question. It's probably, it might not be the question you think I'm going to ask. So
no, but you asking the question and answering it.
Yeah, no, I haven't asked the question yet.
You just said it's something that's often.
Statistics, and I see the numbers, and I apply the same logic and math that Black Lives Matter used in their thing, and I come to a conclusion. Why is it, and other people come to that conclusion, why is it instantly gets called being racist? Because, Frank, I can meet you at the idea that you want acknowledgement of your experiences. But why can't you admit that there are actual behaviors that are going on that we have the statistics for, and those things are a problem?
Can you cite one, please? So I have
those statistics. When you look at violence between different ethnic and racial groups, I have to look. I don't want to misquote the numbers. So let me find it. Hopefully I've got it here. Okay, so when you look at violence, that includes everything. Black perpetrators and white victims from 2017 to 20 through 21 for 4 years, there were 2,382,400 incidences of violence where there was a black perpetrator and a white victim. In that same time period, there were only 371,540 incidences of a white perpetrator and a black victim.
How many white on white?
We have a clear disparity.
Look up how many white on white though at the same time.
They don't report that. They only report what happens in our neighborhood. They don't report what goes on in the neighborhood.
The crazy thing is they actually report it. They just don't want to look it up.
If you want it, I'll give you those numbers too. Right. I'm happy to do it. White perpetrator, white victim, 8,721,450. White on, I think that, white on Hispanic is 1,006,400. Now the black perpetrator, black victim, as I said, the white victims are 2,382,400.
So y'all commit more crimes than
Black, yes, but
remember,
this is using Black Lives Matter mathematics here. Black perpetrators, black and black victims, 1,884,250.
But isn't it common sense that all has to do with proximity? You're more likely to have some type of disagreement with somebody that you live close to, and people that probably look like you because y'all come from the same community.
So what you see, if it's a proximity issue, then you would see equal numbers between white and black victims.
Yeah, but we all know that a lot of things that happen in certain neighborhoods, I'm just going to say it in white neighborhoods, it's not reported, Alan. White men are the ones that's doing the reporting. They sweep a lot of that stuff under the rug.
No, actually, that's not not true because when you look at the 911 call statistics, you're seeing that white people make up about 26% of all calls. Black people make up, so you have it, they make up, 60-65% of the population, but they're only accounting for 26% of those calls. But in the black community, I think it's like 14%.
Look at the
Black people are calling the police. Other black people.
I want you to show me these statistics. When you read black versus white, and then you read white versus black.
Yeah, I'm going to show you.
Statistics.
Hold on. And this comes from the more
than likely there were robberies, in-house invasion, home invasions, carjacking. It's all. I mean, it's still bad, right? But I guarantee if you really want to put your nose in those statistics that you want to read out so much with those disproportionately lopsided numbers, when you go to the white side versus black, I guarantee you more than 70% of those crimes were based on racist, skinhead shit, Klan shit. Run those statistics. And I bet you when you look at
talking about.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm the one person in this room that
you going to was really based on racism.
No.
I think he's talking about the type of crime.
No, okay. First of all, make this make sense. So you have 13% of the fucking population that commits over 50% of the fucking murders in the United States. Even though we dwarf you in size, you guys still numerically commit more fucking murder.
Per capita, or what were y'all?
Per capita in total. In other words,
could you put your supporting argument, the link in the chat, so I can look at that? Thank you.
You can look at it, but you're not going to understand it. It's also in raw numbers that they commit more murders.
How dare you say she's not going to understand it? Who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm gonna follow up on this.
She'll understand any numbers you put up.
Frank, can you hold on there? Look, I'm gonna follow up on this. This is a bunch of gaslighting. I lived in New Orleans for 15 years. The murder is awful. Blacks killing blacks goes on. You cannot try and gaslight us and convince us that this is being done by white supremacists or KKK. The biggest threat to black males is another black man. Don't gaslight us. It's not just statistics, it's lived experience.
And it would appear by these numbers, the biggest threat to white males is black males too. I think the amount of violent acts that
it's not violence
total, black people make up 3% of all of their violence.
But by the way,
good. My how the tables are turned.
By the way, how did we get on this? Because we were talking about Trump and whether or not the Central Park riot is something that is tied to Trump.
To bring it back to that, the point is that individuals' actions and behaviors affect how we view that group. If you see a bunch of skinheads, protesting in a city or commit violent acts, people are going to blame white people for that. Is it right? No. And I forget who it was. Well, it wasn't you, Frank. It was the other person. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't judge the whole group, a whole group by the individual's actions. And yet, we do. And we can notice patterns. And so, to say, well, it doesn't completely use it. But I think when it came to the Central Park, and again, when you look, and before I say this last thing, when you look at the police's action in that particular case, there was no defense of it. I will grant you that.
Can we answer now? You're saying a lot of unanswered things.
But the fact is when you see that much crime being committed by the same group of people, you start to notice it.
All right, so who else wants to speak? Who is that? Frank?
Nah, it's Risky. I want to say a few things because the guy that was just talking, I've been listening for hours, a good like 4 hours. The guy that was just speaking, you made a lot of racist references tonight. Of just like even terms that black people call other black people. You're trying to jump in and dig with those shots against black people. That's very disingenuous with any conversation you're really trying to have that's going on.
Who are you speaking about, real quick, just so we know?
The older gentleman that was just talking.
Oh, Alan. Okay, keep going.
Yeah,
okay.
Right. So he's been making racist remarks the whole night, but saying how is Trump racist and all this. It's a lot of things, the youths and all that. You made a lot of racist stances that other people have made, as well as you just spoken about Central Park 5. A lot of y'all haven't seen it because y'all don't want to face the truth of how racism played a part in that. That's another accord with y'all. But in other words, y'all.
Risky, I just want to correct. You said you were here when we talked about that, right?
I was in here for a good amount of time.
Right. And we were talking about Trump and Central Park 5. Not that we deny that there wasn't racist stuff to it with the police and all that. You know that, right? You heard that part or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify because you made it sound like we are just talking that we don't think that part was, there's
you mean y'all only know, so like a few people said it, y'all only know what the media put out there. Y'all don't know really like black culture because y'all not black. Y'all don't know what black people are going through, so y'all sitting here trying to explain what black men are fear of. Y'all just said black men's biggest fear is fucking another black man.
No, it's not. That's not a fear. The number one cause. Okay, first of all, we can look at the number one cause of death statistically. The number one cause of death for black men, black boys under 18 is literally murder.
No one cut you off when you said that. Okay. So can I get the same respect? I appreciate it. So y'all said the biggest threat to another black man, exact words that you said was another black man. And then y'all said the biggest threat to a white man is another black man. And the biggest threat to a white man is not a black man because of violence. It's because of the work ethic in the position that we hold in life that we're lifestyle. White man is not wanted as much as a black man. That's why y'all fear black men. It's not.
Nobody said that the number one cause of death for white men was black men. Nobody said that.
I never said that. I said fear. I said fear. The biggest fear of white men is black men.
No, that is bullshit. Black men are fucking retarded in comparison to white men. No offense.
Wow.
We rule everywhere. Hold on. You guys can't even. You guys independently can't even fucking name one black country that's even as fucking developed as Honduras. They don't exist. You guys have. And the places that the blacker the places are
have been colonized. Most of them have been colonized.
You guys can't run your fucking selves. You guys should be colonized.
No. You're not gonna raise babies this morning. This
monarchies there before white people got there.
Created by black people. You a bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a false equivalence as well.
Just gonna put that out there.
Leopold got there before Portuguese got there. It was all kind of shit.
Well, trying to make a comparison between African nations and the experiences of Black Americans is a false equivalence. So, like, really, you are just making like you're just trying to make an emotional argument.
But no, making a factual argument.
Yeah. So okay. So for this, for the intent of this conversation, I think you should probably leave your determinations within the United States.
Okay, right? you can refute my point. Let's look at the
Nigeria.
cities. Let's look at the cities with the highest murder rates in the United States. What do they all have in common? They're all black.
What do you mean?
The cities with the highest murder rates in the United States are all large black populations.
Do they have anything else in common?
I'd like to get in.
Blacks?
Would it be density, maybe?
They're black.
I'd like to get in.
So the places that experience the highest rates of murder, right, homicide, as you're describing, right, are these densely populated cities?
No, there's actually places in Mississippi, for example, that are rural. That have very high murder rates. They commit, even despite being poor, they compare the poverty levels to the for example, Native Americans, which also have high rates of poverty, or poor white rural areas. They don't even match the level of homicide you get with the rural poor, especially in places like Mississippi. Black people, there's a strong positive correlation between high murder rates and being a thug with black people.
Okay, so I just have one more question before I hop off the mic for you, Pepe. Like, when you're making these comparisons, I heard you say something about, on average, black people kill more people than
not just on
immigrants
average,
in the country.
they do kill the majority of murderers every given year in the United States, despite their small size, are black. That is a fact.
Okay, and so if we take that as statistic as true, okay, I'm not looking at it. That's fine. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just kind of testing the logic of how you think about these things. And you said, following that statement, that like something should be done about that, right?
When it comes to murder, I did not say that when it comes to the murder. No.
Oh. It's just a thing that you say. You don't think anything should be done about that?
Oh yeah, there's something.
I didn't. I know. I was pointing out a fact. I was not pointing out. I was not making a prescription for what should happen.
Okay, that's good. And you typically stay away from prescriptions. I heard you, Alan. By the way.
Yeah. No, it's just that I was trying to. Somebody made a claim, and I was saying bullshit. Here's the facts. It wasn't necessary for me to say what should happen.
We don't proclaim to have all the solutions. We're just trying to fact check right now.
And Xerxes using the same math, the same statistics that Black Lives Matter used in order to determine that the police were targeting black people for homicide. If you'd like, I could bore the room and go through that map.
No, I'm aware of the statistic.
Yeah, but
Can I get black total
disproportionality?
Get in this.
The disproportionality of white
pushing black totem pole in.
Black perps versus white perps and black victims still exists.
Right.
So
and so you're the person who said that something should be done about that, right?
Well, I don't know. Did I say that?
I think you did.
Well,
yeah,
and I think the black community better do something about it.
So do you feel this way when you analyze the historical facts surrounding the violence that, and crimes that were perpetrated by any other race, including Europeans and all immigrants?
That's the problem.
I'm not talking to you, Pepe.
Yeah, we could discuss that, but as Black Lives Matter said, when they received complaints about the focus on shootings of police against black people, we're focusing on this right now. So if you want to have that discussion, we can. It doesn't change the stats, and it doesn't change any of the conclusions we come to, and it doesn't change the fact that there are serious problems.
Well, I mean, it does though, right? Because if historically people haven't been,
because you want
oh my gosh,
you
my
want to
goodness.
deflect. That is a problem.
Okay.
You want to deflect. No, in other words, monkey see, monkey do. But no, let's look at the people that are acting like monkeys.
No, I'm just trying to identify a logical through line in this person's rhetoric, right? That's what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing.
You're deflecting.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Matt?
Yeah, there's facts and then there's derailment. You're scooting away.
I'm just trying to understand where he's coming from. I'm not. Hey, listen, guys. It's okay.
No, I like it.
Okay.
Some totem pole in it, please. All right. So let's look at a couple of things.
I'm going to answer her very quickly. I think the historical facts matter not one bit to the man in my profile picture who shoved an elderly white man down the stairs and killed him. It was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. To that man and his family, it doesn't matter the history, because that man is dead. What matters is that a white woman 2 weeks ago got attacked by him and didn't prosecute, because I don't want to prosecute a black man because they haven't hard because of their history. That's paraphrasing what she said. Or the judge who said, well, we need to take into consideration all of the history and my background as an African-American woman. All of these factors killed another man. So keep talking about history. We're done with it. You better clean up the act in your community. We're waiting for you to do it. We're done with it.
All right.
We're waiting for it to happen. Because if you don't, I'm not going to do anything about it.
All right. Let's address a couple of things. Some facts. Let's put some facts in it. Let's put some facts in it. Let me say a couple of things. Black Totem Pole say a couple of things.
Got it. Black Totem.
All right. Now, first of all, I'm Black Totem Pole, the indigenous Negro on the stage. If you see by my name, there's a gold badge.
No, shut up, you fucking
Hold on.
Hold on.
Come on, hold on.
There's no such thing as a fucking Negro.
You see that badge by my name? That means I bring value to the image I'm on. I'm top 2% on this app, and I'm going to be respected as such because I'm the man in here. So now, with that being said, we're going to compare two states. Let's look at Maryland and let's look at Oregon. Now, there's a degeneracy in both of these states. There's a high drug level in Maryland. And there's also a super high. There's a super high drug level in Oregon.
Okay, first of all, Oregon, you don't have to worry about these degenerate white hippies. Shut your. Wait a minute. Sam,
You touched the nerve.
we can look at the degeneracy in Oregon. However, but the hippies that like to do drugs, I get it. What they don't have to worry about is little Timmy sticking a gun to getting a gun stuck to his fucking head, shoes stolen, like you don't have kids running around with windows and Glock switches. Shooting up like you do in Baltimore. This is fucking retarded.
They dying on shit now.
Get my thoughts out. Now, the state of Oregon has a much higher drug weight than the state of Maryland. And as we look at the communities in both states, now, Oregon is a white state, mostly Anglo-Saxon, and Maryland has a higher amount of Negroes. But here's the thing about
in Maryland, you're way more likely to be murdered.
Wait a minute. But in Oregon, you're more likely to OD from illegal drug use. Hold on. Now, wait a minute. Also in Maryland, their per capita earning is $75,000 a year versus Oregon, $45,000.
DC, Maryland, you talk about the DC, okay, where do most people in Maryland live? They live in the suburbs of DC.
Hold on, wait a minute. If you compare Maryland to Oregon, these are two different.
No, disingenuous. Once again,
Wait a minute.
if you were to shut your fucking mouth, okay, if we were to look, okay, we can look at the highest incomes per capita, okay, in the United States, it's going to be the suburbs of Northeast Virginia, the suburbs of D.C. We can look at, like, Montgomery County. We can look at the counties surrounding D.C. as well. In Maryland, very high income, where the majority of the fucking people live.
And those are
okay, Maryland's live in the near D.C., okay, and you're comparing that to a rural fucking state like Oregon.
No, we're comparing it to Oregon.
Plus, this is stupid. Very fucking stupid. And yet, despite the high income of the state of Maryland, look at the murder rate, especially in PG County and Baltimore. It is much higher than the rest of the fucking country. You goddamn idiot. You fucking moron.
In total poll land, in black totem pole land. Now, as we compare these two states, one white Anglo-Saxon, one black, one is governed by a black governor. So that means the community is black and it's governed by black. Maryland makes more money per capita, more people graduate from college.
You fucking retard.
Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. There's a higher drug rate in Oregon than it is in Maryland. So when we say and we compare these two communities, the more educated of the two communities would be Maryland. So that means that the Negroes, when given an opportunity to get education, produce at a way higher clip than the white Anglo-Saxon do. As we compare Maryland to Oregon, hold on, let black totem pole.
I'm gonna shut your dumb black ass up. Okay, first of all, look at what percentage of the kids from Baltimore. What percentage of the kids from Baltimore can even graduate at a fucking 8th grade reading level? Okay, now I understand you have the people that statistically will really carry the state. Okay, these are going to be the federal employees that live in the suburbs surrounding DC. This is dumb.
You be a federal employee and you can't read. How does that work?
You are so fucking stupid. Just like you know what you are not. You're not two things. You're not indigenous and you're not smart.
Let the black Negro talk a little bit.
Racism at its finest. This is racism at its finest.
At its finest, man.
Y'all racist.
This dude Pepe talk too freaking much, man. I wish I was near you, you freaking prick, man. Who you think you are talking to somebody like that?
I'm your master, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Now we stuck in the court here. Now, the drug use in Oregon is astronomical.
This is why the crime.
Yeah, they're down on fentanyl.
This is exactly
I'm behind the internet talking.
Wait a minute. The drug use in Oregon is astronomical. We see death. Using illegal substances, cocaine, when they're given a chance to govern themselves, they legalize drugs and they kill off the community when they're given a chance to govern themselves. Well, hold on, in Maryland, there's a black governor. His name is Westmore. Westmore is a clean-cut, smart, intelligent black man. But not only is he able to govern the state of Maryland, he's governed it at such a high clip. There's not many states in the United States that have done better than Maryland. So we're not to say that black people don't have the ability to govern themselves. Wait a minute, black totem pole has to come in. Have you ever seen a totem pole that stood next to one? It's a big black totem pole. Now, when I come in, you see the badge next to my name?
The only big black totem pole you get is in between your chocolate cheeks and fucking your buns blazed.
My totem pole right here. Before you start comparing, we look at.
Why you don't want that information to get out? Why you don't want the information out, Pepe?
Because I'm glad he brought that up, and there were plenty of examples where black people have good reason to be proud of their accomplishments. But that still has nothing to do with the statistics and the disproportionality that one can see in those statistics. Every 5 hours, a black woman is murdered by a black man. That is not something to be proud of. Maybe it's less in Oregon or more in Oregon compared to Maryland or Baltimore or any other
that is a lie.
state. It is not a lie. It is a fact. We get the.
How does anything you sing justify racism?
I started Clubhouse in the black femicide rooms, and I verified it. And by the way, you guys are getting busy because 4 years ago, it was one murder every 7 hours. That wasn't good enough. Now you're killing a black woman once every 5 hours. Look up the statistics of a black man killing a black woman. Take that number, divide it by the number of hours a year, and you get every 5 hours.
How does anything you sing justify racism?
What? Is that? Who's talking?
Justify racism.
So who's justifying racism? Where do you get that from?
People moderating this room. Like that.
And nobody. Okay. You won't tell me anything.
I'm still answering your question.
You won't be doing anything if you keep talking right now. So Pepe represents himself. I want you to tell me who is justifying racism minus Pepe. Go for it.
The only power white men have right now.
Who's that? Who's talking right now? Are you the guy that was talking? No.
I have a question.
I was the guy that was talking.
No, Risky. It wasn't you.
We both were talking. Y'all keep muting us.
Matt, I just want to say, as the only white representative on the moderation panel, we must be, because we're all white.
Well, we had that discussion earlier. By default, we're all racist. I mean, that's the name.
You guys kept muting this guy when he was.
Not all,
but most. You guys were muting Totem every time.
It's about the muting. We don't care about.
I don't want to let them. Am I white?
Totem every time he gave.
Frank was pretty cool about it. Frank
I'm fine with it, bro. They're racist together.
They have an agenda. You guys
Risky is no. It's no that's talking.
You guys have an agenda.
All right, Othello, shut up, man. You're just jabbing right now.
No, you have an agenda.
Relax. You're gonna be okay, Othello. You're gonna be okay. I want to talk to the no guy. Is he still here or no? No.
Yeah, all y'all laughing.
Okay, come off the mic. I'm moving you down. Anything else? Repeat what you said. Repeat what you said to us. Go ahead.
You're making these black jokes and shit. We see that racism. Stop playing dumb. And you're using these facts to justify racism against black people when people bring up the exonerations that black people lead in, that you won't speak.
Okay, so you just mentioned there's facts, right? There's facts, right? You mentioned that. How is that helping help with racism if there's facts?
Well, hey, Matt.
No, hold on. He was asking him, but also you bring exonerations. Okay, exonerations are still relatively rare, and when it comes to the absolute lopsided amount of murder, okay, and violent crimes that the African American population commit, that would not even put a dent in that rate. And so, once again, this is more deflection. This is more, hood scholarship from our intellectual Negroes on the stage, and it is bullshit.
Hold on. Go ahead, Risky.
Get back in the queue, please.
No, you can't after Risky. Go ahead, Risky. Risky, you there or no?
Yeah, I'm here.
That black totem pole.
Can I get in? This is the prime example of white men are.
Well, we're gonna go again. Let's go again. So let Black Totem Pole get.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick though. But this is the reason why white men have this super fear of black men, because they think they can say what they want with no consequence. Because it goes on with white men. Black men are
not. I am telling you the fucking truth.
I'm not talking to you.
The fuck are you talking about?
As a white man, I support this moderation panel. As a white man.
You see, this is a prime example.
How dare these white crackers spit the goddamn facts and regard us being fucking murderous motherfuckers.
I just want to let you know.
Can Black Totem Pole get back in?
We'd like you more if you didn't.
This is not cool.
In the third person.
Yeah, this is not. This is not.
The indigenous Negro Black Totem Pole get back in one more time. Now hold on. Now let's go again. There's only one state with the black governor, so I'm going to use Maryland again. I'll say Maryland up against a state like Colorado, right? When we look at illicit drug use, of course,
you comparing one fucking standard.
Anglo-Saxon.
Okay, but let's look at the amount of single motherhood. Let's look at the rate of fucking homicide. Let's look at what these places are saying.
Why won't you allow the black Negro to speak?
We're gonna compare the fucking states. Let's compare the fucking states. Tell me where in Colorado you get a place that's even close as being as dangerous as Baltimore. You don't get it. It doesn't exist. Why? Because you need a bunch of low IQ chimps to be living in the same fucking place to get such a violent place in the United States.
And exposing the Anglo-Saxon.
Watch how I
expose him. Now let me expose.
Why won't you guys let the white moderator speak? He wasn't done.
Yeah.
I wasn't done. Now hold on. Now wait a minute. As far as I'm concerned, there's a danger when you're using illegal drugs and substances. And here again, Anglo-Saxons in Colorado use drugs at a much higher clip, which will result in community breakdown at a higher clip in Baltimore or Baton Rouge or Biloxi.
That is retarded. There is no illegal drug use.
The illegal drug used by Anglo-Saxons is at an astronomical point in the state of Colorado, where Maryland ranks as among the lowest of states. Not only do we rank amongst one of the lowest of states, we're still governed. Wait a minute, Black.
Nope. Okay, so despite the disparities, in illicit drug usage, you still have shitholes like Baltimore. Let's look at, and despite, and this is where I think it really explains the differences between black people and white people, is that if we were to look at the murder rate in the state of Maryland, it is much higher. Okay, white people, whether or not they're on drugs, commit less murders. In other words, they're less likely to chimp out and kill people. I mean, but unfortunately, that is a uniquely black problem in the United States. You guys love shooting each other.
I wonder where we got that from.
Right, where did that behavior come from?
That's deflection.
Now, as last I checked, there's a place called Charlotte, North Carolina, which is a black city. We can compare Charlotte to Denver, North Carolina. Now, we compare Charlotte to Denver.
No, guys, let's not let that comment go. Where did black
Denver, Colorado has a much higher murder rate than Charlotte.
Yeah.
Charlotte is a black city. Why do you keep muting?
Because you don't got a totem pole, you with your little tiny pecker. Shut the fuck up.
Let my totem pole get in. Now, in Charlotte, Charlotte is a black city, and Denver is a white. Denver compared to Charlotte, North Carolina, Jackson.
Okay, do you want, we can do the numbers. We can do the numbers.
Italian.
Okay, so I gotta mute. Alright, here we go. We gotta mute because you're chimping out. Mute because you're chimping out. Now, we can do that, but however, if we were to look at the race of the people committing murders in Denver, I'm willing to bet you that the white murder rate in Denver is still a lot lower than the murder rate in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Control. Good control or bad control? It's definitely control, but which one would you guys say? Bad.
Amazing. That makes so much sense.
Shut up. Bad control is when you're operating by muting the whole fucking stage.
Amazing. Hi, I love the black excellence and scholarship in this room. It's amazing.
What? Shut up. Think about it. Yeah, you're done.
You're amazing.
Yeah, I know I am. Thanks. What are you? Is the question.
I don't speak chimp, so I can't answer. Yeah, you're right, I don't. You're right, I don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the comment when someone said, well, black people are violent, they said, where did we get that from? Well, I think you can go back, and I'm sorry, but Africa was not this idyllic land of milk and honey where everyone lived in peace and harmony. Let's just remember that all of the slaves that came to America were sold by other black people, that slavery was practiced as they learned it from the Arabs for centuries, and that the cultures were extremely violent. And then they
Bro, you're fucking retarded. Every culture on earth was extremely violent, man. What you talking about?
Then when you look, I'm sorry, but you remember the Woman King. Remember the movie The Woman King that talked about the Dahomey region in Africa? Yeah, one year the king decided it would be a fitting tribute to him if they would kill some slaves. So they killed, I think, 500 slaves in one day, just as a birthday present to him. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, I'm sorry. But when you came to America, it's true, imitated the Scots, Irish, ultra-Scots, who felt that the best way to solve any problem was through brutal hand combat or fights.
If we was naturally built, white man, listen, we would have never went into slavery. We would have killed all y'all then. You can't even explain that. Come on, man. Be for real.
Other black people in Africa who put you into slavery.
But if the culture was like that, don't you think that we would have fought instead of submitted?
You can fight all you want. The only problem is because when you guys decide you want to chuck spears or do whatever with your hands or whatever primitive weapons you have these much more sophisticated, innovative groups of white people, and actually every race except for black people, if we're being honest, that would come in with weapons and they would have tactics which they could easily overtake the African. That is just the reality. That's why you guys have always been easily there.
No, you came in peace.
Trickery.
Just like you ran up on the Mayans and all them, but you came in peace.
And the American Indians.
With trickery. They say Columbus was worse than Hitler. So
look at all the movies, man, from Dirty Harry, Terminator, John Wayne. Y'all always leave with guns and murder. Everything y'all do.
They don't know real history. To be motherfuckers, y'all don't know.
Not too much on John Wayne.
Y'all just throwing shit at the fan and hoping it stick with black folk.
We're not built like that, man. We're spiritual beings, man. It's y'all the savages, man.
Now we had tribal beefs, just like Native Americans. All them, they had.
Everybody on planet Earth, man. Everybody. That was the way of life, man. The most powerful guy was the king, man. Was the leader. It's like that today.
That pattern recognition they be talking about.
So wait, hold on. Let me Park and Trump. Joe, you bring it back around. I don't know what you want to do. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to ask him. Tell us again about the black plight in America and how tough it is to be black in America.
No, it's amazing. It's amazing being black in America.
Yeah, tell us why you're white people.
We're not afraid of white.
I ain't afraid at all.
Made it so tough on y'all. We can't succeed because of the white person. This is all we ever hear.
It's amazing. Built in the system, man. It's systemic. It's built in the system.
Guys, hold on. I want to challenge Joe on this. Joe, it's so difficult that they can't even become a president of the United States. That's the problem in this goddamn country, right? So you need to understand that, Joe, okay? There's never been a black...
Ask your women how much they love a black man.
That's hyperbolic, though, right? Out of 47 presidents, there was one. Let's do that.
Listen, you stop.
Half of one.
When do the excuses stop?
I mean, they're not
I'm
excuses,
not making no excuses, man. It's a fact that is built in the system.
You got one
to be one-sided. I mean, it's a natural action, man. Listen to this. It's a natural action.
Listen to me. Hold on. Your dream. You can do anything you want in this world. Don't let the white man hold you down.
Oh, he can never hold us down.
At all. It's not about it. Listen, man. If I work
to hold you down, I'm ain't nobody is not the difference when you want to be held down. You shouldn't be held down by body. Not like I'm worth. It's not different in that.
Exactly.
Down, you get up by force, right?
Hey, Joe, I didn't realize. Joe, but the other Joe.
Do that, right? Get the fuck up off the ground and do whatever needs to be done to take what we think is ours. That's historically and pattern-wise what everyone else has been able to do. So let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Let's take it.
Listen, man, don't listen to these people. The white man is being demonized right now.
Quit bitching on club.
The problem that
white people about your... No, listen real carefully. Quit bitching to white people about your problems in your life on Clubhouse and do something about it.
As a white man, I agree with Joe.
Well, I didn't realize I was this powerful.
That's not it, man. I'm saying
that's richer than you, Joe.
Wait, Joe and no.
Then why is the system so systemically racist against you? If that's a fact, see, you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. If the world around you is so awful because of the white man, then do something. But you say you're rich, you're richer than the white man, you hold the man, you got the white women and all this stuff. You can't have it both ways.
Well, you can, because both are true.
Both are true. Okay. So the white men are holding you down, plus you're not being held down by the white.
No, not the white man. Not the white man. The structure of white men. That's a different thing.
This is 2026, man. We're not talking like we're in the 60s and 70s.
White men are going extinct.
Well, I'm really confused because I didn't realize I was this powerful. I'm using my skills
You can
completely
barely
wrong.
Oh,
mod a room.
Yeah, look at that. See,
You got a lot of bitch in you, too.
I know I'm a bitch.
You're not powerful.
I'm a victim. I don't know. So that means I'm not that powerful. What are you doing then? You're not in your life, so what's going on?
I'm definitely doing something in my life. What are you doing?
You're weak. I'm supposedly keeping you down, but I'm
running from the sun.
Oh, I'm getting burned up by the sun now.
Yeah.
Is that why I'm
You'll
here?
always be less than me.
Okay, good.
As another white man on the stage, I agree with him.
Matt, can I ask a question? Are you being hyperbolic?
Who's that? Oh, no. Wait, what part am I being hyperbolic about, do you think?
Well, you said I'm a white man and I didn't know I had so much power.
Yes. No, I don't. I didn't realize I was keeping everybody on the stage down at this moment.
You're being serious?
No, I'm being serious. What do you think I'm on to you?
So, I don't think that these are, I think they can often be personal conversations because there's conflict when we talk about these things, but we're addressing the structure of whiteness and white supremacy in the country. They're not talking about you specifically.
Well,
a lot of the time, right?
Wait. I'm part of that, though. You're including me as part
You
of
are part of that.
Hold on, Joe.
But wait a minute. If I'm part of this big picture, that how am I not feeling the power and and enjoying the glory of all this?
Whoever's muting me, stop muting me. I'm trying to answer Matt's question.
Where does that show up in my life?
Well, I mean, like, there will be aspects of your existence indicate that you would not be subjected to the same efforts by different entities, right? We can agree to that, certainly.
Hold on. Let me ask you. Have you ever experienced what it's like being white?
No.
How would you know?
Yeah.
Well, know what it's like. You don't know the plight of the white man or what we have to go through.
Well, I mean, you can investigate, of course, right?
How can you know, you're putting yourself in to the belief that you know what it's like to be. However, you've never been white. You'll never experience what it's like to be white.
African Americans. Hold on. An honest question: is the plight of a white man anti-black but pro-brown, or just anti any color? That's the question.
Yeah, she's at least 24% white. That's the average African American.
That's the question I have. Is it?
There's less than 1% Native.
Are they racist against every color?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking anyone.
Hey, you can't pick and choose, right?
White people. So the question is, because you have these people like the president of Google, Sundar Pichai, or Satya Nadella and stuff, who are colored people who are running these major companies in this country. You had a vice president who was half black and half whatever she was, Indian or whatever, right? So, I mean, is your premise that it's only against black people, white people, or is it any person of color?
Well, I think what you guys are contending with in this room right now is that there, are predominance of black speakers, so they'll be speaking from their perspective. But of course not, right?
Of course not.
I'd like to answer your question. Of course not.
No, you didn't. So I asked you a question: is in this conversation, I ask anyone who wants to answer this, are you saying that white people are racist against only black people but pro-brown people, or are they just racist against everyone of any skin color?
They just want to be supreme. Just want to be
You're trying to preserve white prestige. That's the
so brown people help promote white prestige?
Yeah. Are they?
That's amazing. Satya Nadella.
Have you been to India?
No, I've never been to India. As a white man, I've never gone there.
Even in Africa too, man. Y'all
important. But look at what they're saying. They're speaking on the country. They've never been to India.
Yeah, actually, I've been to India many. Hey, guys, I've been to India many times. So what does that have to do with it?
Are you white?
Am I white? You tell me. You guys said I was white, so I must be white.
He's not white. You idiots.
Well, you're irrelevant.
Yeah, so I think
now I'm irrelevant and white people are racist. God,
Don't tell him. Didn't you threaten to murder me in the back channel like a
stay on topic. You're trying to insert.
No. You're talking about racism. Racism isn't only black and white.
Yeah,
talking about.
Oh man, you guys just got screwed. Oh shit.
Yeah, so advancements in representation don't mean that we can completely divorce ourselves from how the history systemically disadvantages people.
So it's
right?
history, not today. You're saying.
Well, I mean the structure of the history of the country, right?
Got it.
Well, I mean, I think you're. I'm sorry. With all due respect, I think you're being slightly disingenuous if you don't openly recognize how the structures that run the country currently have been built historically.
So you're saying that the structures that built this country have historically been racist, and yet those structures have allowed people of color, maybe not black people per se, and maybe in some cases yes, but people of color, to achieve pretty much dominance in controlling companies like Microsoft and Google and things like that. So those are people of color, by the way. Yeah, those are people.
Yeah.
Well,
the yellow brown.
It's a perception of dominance.
I didn't hear a question.
So is that your perspective? Your perspective is that it works for everyone except
everyone but you. Yeah, that's basically saying.
Well, no, I think
the blacks do, Matt.
You can't pick and
who, like, why would it be why would racism be picking and choosing who gets rich and who doesn't in this case?
Well, I mean, it does, and there are many structures. I mean, there are many structures that it does.
Brown people are seceding.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just use an example so that we can bring this into reality.
Well, Matt, the Nigerians, like specifically, money earners of like almost any group in the United States.
Okay, give me an example. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know what a racially restrictive covenant is?
No.
Okay. So, a racially restrictive covenant is basically a clause in the. No, this is very real. A clause that's included in the deed for. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're gonna let Rich do his thing.
By the way, it applies to brown people. He's right on this. No, let him finish, but he's right on. It applies to brown people. It seems to me that only black people are affected by it, but it applies to all races.
So can I finish what I was saying, or are we having another disingenuous conversation?
No. So racially, so those covenants apply to all races.
Can I finish what I was saying, or are you going to continue to do this? This is. I'm not here to be adversarial.
Tell us about your made-up shit. Hurry up.
All right. So racially restrictive covenants begin as a clause in the deed, a land deed, right, for your home, that indicates that you cannot rent to anyone who is not white, right? Very ambiguous, right? This means everybody who's not white. This is a real thing, right? And then they change this. These are social contracts, right? So between homeowners who want to sell their home, these are not federally mandated, right? And then they do become federally mandated, right? Am I here still?
Yeah, we're listening.
Oh, okay.
We're waiting for you to make your point.
Okay, so inside of racially restrictive covenants, there's a tier. It can be based on geography. It can be based on contracting. It's based on a lot of things. So if you need more Chinese people, obviously it's advantageous for you to be able to rent to them because they need to be able to get to work. You take them out of the clause, right? If you need more black people, it's not as easy to do this, right?
Yeah, it's a quota. We get it.
But those people like these.
I'm sorry, Peter?
Yeah, it's a quota. We get it.
This is racist in nature.
Okay, yeah. So I'm saying this to say, like, two things can be true. So while the government is on its public face at this time, so the recent 50s, is working toward a space where they're giving more equity in the system to previously marginalized groups, they're also simultaneously working to limit the access to, I guess, a normal American life for those same marginalized groups, right?
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're basically talking about quotas like DEI quotas and things like that. You're talking about that. Essentially, our government, and you're absolutely right. They've been making things based on race, based on color, based on an arbitrary system that is
they're not government
defined by. I just said that, not defined by government. That individuals are using these things, and thankfully those are gone now. DEI and all that. You can't make these decisions, and you shouldn't make them based on any race. The point that I've been trying to make and consistently make is that, it's always been against other races. Now people are anti-Chinese and people are doing this. You're always going to have this major problem with race and with issues. But to say it's only black people that are going through this is disingenuous, to use your phrase.
Well, I mean, I agree that it's disingenuous, but again,
So you agree.
I would just mark that, like I said at the beginning, you are talking to a specific demographic inside of Clubhouse, so they're going to speak from their perspective, and also to address what you brought up, like. You compared racially restrictive covenants to DEI practices. You can feel that way, but one is corrective and the other one is exclusionary. So they are different in this way.
So just to be clear.
Okay, because the intent.
Well, no, hold on. So just to be clear, when you have things like DEI, affirmative action, all this stuff, you're putting quotas. So actually, if you talk, in many black people have complained. Look at the lawsuits filed in California against
universities like UCLA and all that stuff because a Chinese kid gets in because the quota is met, but a black kid doesn't get in. Why? Because I have to meet my quota. I have to meet my standard, and therefore I took this kid. And now there's white people complain saying, hey, a black kid got in because they have to meet the quota, but he wasn't qualified to get in. So the whole point is exactly what I'm saying, is when you say I have to bring certain people in based upon a quota system and not based on qualifications, you're actually hurting those people because those people are not actually achieving what needs to be done, and you're actually marginalizing other people. What about the white people?
Right. I mean,
they're not bringing unqualified people in, man. You still gotta qualify, because they gotta meet that one requirement. Like, yes, it is, man. They're not bringing unqualified people in. Do you think, man, they're gonna hire somebody that can't fly an airplane?
Bro, as a company owner, I used to get, until this new administration, but I used to get audience saying, how many black people did you interview? I'm like, well, and I had to prove that, I have to ask people's race on the application when they come in and say, how many black people? Why didn't you hire this guy? I said, well, I didn't hire him because he wasn't qualified. Well, prove he wasn't qualified. Here's what he has. Here's the 3 guys I hired. Here's why this guy's not qualified. Yeah, but why didn't you give him an... And it's like, oh my God. Or why didn't you hire this person who's Asian or who's from here and stuff? And it's like, oh my God.
That's not right, man, for it to work like that, man. I didn't think it worked like that. That's how it works. I don't think it worked like that. You still got qualified. They just saying, if you own a company, you can't just hire all white guys because you own it, man. Give somebody else a chance. You know what I'm saying?
But hold on, giving them a chance... Right, then if they apply and they're qualified and hiring them is different than saying, oh well, because you didn't hire them, you're a white racist firm only. Well, what if you actually went through the process of vetting people and they weren't qualified and you didn't hire them? So be it. Well, unfortunately though, the narrative comes, well, look at you only hire white people. Well, come on.
Well, but that's like a shaky though, because that's not really where that comes from. This comes from nepotism, cronyism, good old boyism. Like, we know where that comes from. For that correction comes from a system that was intentionally exclusionary talking about.
Let me ask, Pepe, you're Minnie Mouse.
What about genetic IQ?
We'll get there in a second.
Biological determinism is disingenuous.
What if the company only had 10 white applicants applied, and that was it, and they all 10 got hired? Is that considered racism?
No.
At that point? Okay, then we're good. Like, that happens. I mean, I don't know. Okay, just double checking.
Yeah, so Matt, the only question I would have, and like this is speaking as a person in E6, like in the future, right? The only question I would have is, if there are only 10 applicants who applied, and all 10 applicants are... What were, how did they source those applicants? Like, was the job open to everybody? Was it like...
No, it's totally open. I mean,
yeah, okay. Then if it's open to everybody and that's who applied, then it is what it is.
Okay, just double checking that we're all like, being honest, fair actors in this whole thing. So, okay. Joe, does that make sense? You kind of made a different... You didn't... Not Joe Hero, the other Joe, but... Joe, you got a problem with that? If 10 people that are white that applied, there are only 10 people that applied that were white and all got hired, you're cool with that, right, Joe?
Yeah, man. Yes, man. If they qualified to do the job, yes. And nobody else applied, and it ain't all just one-sided, man. That's what DEI is. You know what I'm saying? Include something.
Hold on. Matt, you gotta be fair in this argument. So there's 10 openings, right? 12 people apply, okay? All right? 10 of them are qualified, right? One is kind of qualified, but he happens to be black, right? And the others are all white, right? That's where they come in and say, why didn't you give this guy a chance? Yeah. Well, he wasn't 100% qualified. And they say, yeah, but is it because he's black? Well, no, it wasn't. Then the person goes, the reason I didn't get the job is because I'm black. Because you know what? I'm better than the guy they hired. Well, no, you're not, because it's in my interpretation of whether your interpretation is racist. Well, no, it's not, because actually I don't think you're qualified based on you're racist. And that's where the problem comes, when people do that and say, who are you to say that? And it's only based on race they feel, even though in reality
you're being 100% honest on your choices and your evaluations, then
that's why OFCCP exists, to make sure companies are honest.
Joe, a lot of people assume that wasn't the case. That's why
exactly. And then you get lawsuits.
Put on us.
Check it out. Lawsuits. Affirmative action started because universities were sued. Okay, because the view was, oh well, you know, this guy had a 1500 SAT score, and the other applicants had a 1550, and so you took all the 1550 guys and didn't even give a little bit of chance to this guy who had a 1500. You know why? Because he was black. Well, no, that's not why. Because these guys all had 1550. Well, still. You should have given him a chance. Why? Well, look, he's in a different situation than everyone else. He's black. He went through this. He went through that. You should have given him an opportunity. So it's like the government, in a way, or society saying what that person or that institution or that should have to do because the person black. Well, hey, guess what? Other people of color came in and that's how they move forward. They said, oh, well, hey, you know what? You're doing this, black people. What about us? What about us? I mean, you talked to Satya Nadella, who used the same. You should read his story. He's the president of Microsoft. He actually used some of this language and terminology to get himself in a position that was much higher at Microsoft. But now he's the president of Microsoft, right? Ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm saying this is kind of stupid. The guy wouldn't be there if he had to go based on merit. But he didn't. He just moved up and he said, oh, well, promoting me because, I'm from India and I'm from this area and I don't speak English well and all that. And then he moved up and now he speaks well and he's the president.
That's right. Yeah, that ain't right at all.
He doesn't speak English. He has no right to have the same score of others. That is the minimum. That's the thing. Not race. If you cannot have the proficiency, you cannot lean on your race that you are being biased and in the selection process. Right. But if you are qualified, if you have a world record and it's still being denied plagiarism, that's the thing.
That's correct, Peter. 100%. King, I have a question. You own a home?
Yeah, I own a couple. Yeah.
Or you've had those houses appraised, right?
Yep.
Do you know it's a stat that the black community has lost $150 billion through racist home appraisal practices? And you can look this up.
Well, you're 100% right, and I'll say this: even people of color have as well. I mean, my father and others have also had that, but still persevered and figured out ways to avoid being slaughtered. But now in today's world, recently went back, I'm not having that problem. Why? Because the way society is now, you can't tell what someone's race or ethnicity is in most cases. You can't tell. Right, so you don't know until the person showed up.
That was the thing. When the appraisals were coming, they were seeing the black pictures.
Understood, but now
hold on, and they were subtracting about $400.
Bro, you're living in the old days, bro. You're living in today.
No. This was just in 2019.
No, dude.
And
if somebody's in for your picture as part of an appraisal, then I would get out of that and not involved with that organization.
And so what it was is it was a sting.
How do you see it?
It was a sting. So basically, it was a black-owned home, right? And then they brought in a white family to greet the appraiser, right? And then it was a whole different amount. It was plus 400,000. Okay. And so when they did the total of how much black people have lost in equity in money, it's 150 billion. Do you have where is 150 billion just hanging around, right? That's a lot of fucking money that was taken from black people, right?
Maybe they damaged their homes.
So we
how do you know that was every day?
A lot of what you guys are talking to these people about is covert racism, right? But this is more overt because they've actually done stings on this. The New York Times have written on this. There's documentaries on this, right? And so that's where you can look and see where it's...
Hold on. I just want to be clear to everyone. Othello is right that there are stings that were done, all these things. He's 100% right on this. What he's forgetting to mention, everyone, or I don't know if intentionally or not, is that a lot of these are individual entities, not a system. It's not like a Coldwell Banker Corporation is doing this. It's individual corporate. And that's really important.
$50 billion, that's a lot.
Hold on. He's talking over the course of 30 years, or actually over the course of 70 years is what they said, which is a little bit different, and it's also an estimate because they have no way of knowing for sure. They're guessing, saying, okay, here's a number. So it's actually racism in a way because the New York Times saying, here's the number of black people. Our assumption is that these black people all got screwed, but they didn't investigate. It's true. You look at it. Read it carefully in New York Times. It says, hold on. It says 150 billion is an estimate. However, New York Times has not independently verified each and every source of this, but our estimation based on the number of black people who purchased homes is that if each and every one did go through it, this is what would have happened. Well, just to be clear. No, but hold on, Marcelo, will you be honest on that? That
Well,
they said it was
Alan likes data. Tell him go look it up.
Yeah, no, but I'm asking you, will you be honest that they're saying they didn't investigate every single black purchase?
How are they going to investigate every?
Well, yeah, but they're extrapolating basically based on the small examples they have, where there was discrimination.
Which could be one or two offs. And the point I'm saying is that there could be one or two offs or three offs that you find. You'll always find those in every country, every place. You'll find those. The question is to say that it's systematic. You really have to take down Coldwell Banker. You got to take down one of these large firms and say this is what they're doing. But they haven't found that.
But they have
What the case is you talking really out? Not just one bank, multiple banks across the country, and companies are a part of the system of capitalism. I ain't gonna talk.
So today you're saying, right? In today's world, not 5 years, not 10 years ago.
Just a few years ago.
So which major bank did they take down?
Oh my God. I'm going to my give me a minute.
Okay.
I have a question for Othello. Othello, are you actually comfortable? Are you comfortable actually being hired just because the color of your skin is black? That's your qualifier?
Okay, Citadel Credit Union, Fairrate, the mortgage firm, and there are others. Olsen First Bank, First National Bank of Pennsylvania, Predatory Land Sales. Let me keep going here.
So individual banks in certain regions. Got it. Okay. Understood. You said it was systematic. They took down huge networks. They took down like a J. These kinds of big. But
thanks for that data, no.
Individual locations and small and community banks. Got it. Okay, understood. So they didn't get any major. So it's not an institution.
They're tied up in the Epstein thing, so they had to pay millions to the Epstein people.
What are you talking about?
You know, that's a whole nother thing. If you want to talk about the J.P. Morgans and the Schwabs. Yeah, how much money did they have to pay to those victims? Yeah. Okay. Well.
What does that have to do with race?
What was your question?
What does that have to do with race?
Othello, are you actually comfortable with being hired to a job just because of the color of your skin, that the qualifier is that you're black?
No, not in this time, no. But in the 60s, in the 70s, when all of that stuff was started, I could see why they initiated that. But now, in this time, no. I feel like my intellect far surpasses anyone.
They want smart vesting? They want smart vesting?
I feel like I've gone around the world twice. Their experience. You have a passport. Some of y'all have never even left Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about none of that.
But Othello, Joe's question was about your skin color, not your qualifications.
No, I'm talking about my skin color. I'm actually glad that they got rid of DEI. I don't think we need it anymore. If you want to base it off, go toe to toe, baby, and none of y'all can beat me in chess.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't think you're
so here, let me follow up with it, Matt. Look, so do you think we should then hold owners of businesses accountable if they hire only based on qualifications, intellect, experience, things like that?
Fuck no. We got the blueprint. We can make money from home. We started businesses from home. We already got the blueprint. Now let's go continue to do what we do. Because what they're talking about is a very small percentage of black people, right? But they want to, they want to blow it up to make it seem like all of us. Most of us are middle class, actually, when you look at the data. So that's what it is.
I have a question for King.
Go ahead.
All right.
Have you ever read this book called The Color of Law?
I have a long time ago, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's also, do you remember any of that book?
Probably I do. Go ahead with your question.
Right. Well, I'm just, I'm trying to process the things that you were saying about, Citadel and Schwab, and this couldn't possibly be racist. Like, I think if you've read this book, you know that there's like a historical basis for that racism.
I've said several times, and I don't know if you're listening to me. Historically, you're correct. Okay, I've never disagreed with that. I'm saying today, right? And you guys keep saying, oh yeah, it's happening today. And then I give examples of saying, then how is? And by the way, that book, just to be clear, and let's see if you're honest. That book doesn't talk about only black people. It talks about brown people.
No, it talks about everybody.
Correct. But yet, how then, I gave the example, you still haven't answered. If that book is accurate, how did Satya Nadella become president of Microsoft? How did Sundar Pichai get in charge of Google? Google controls so many white people. Holy shit. They have a person of color running that. Holy fucking shit. How did that happen? Well, you won't answer that. Hey, you have
I will answer that if you stop talking.
Indra Nooyi runs Pepsi, which is one of the largest, Coca-Cola, one of the largest brands, Pepsi-Cola, right? She was running that for a long time. You look at some of these people of different color and different race who are running these major things. How is that possible?
Because we work hard.
Let her answer.
We work hard.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say like something like quite simple actually, which is that one, both can be true, that inexorable harm is being enacted toward marginalized groups, and this includes poor white people or middle class anybody's who can't find things or whatever. But both things can be true though. Like you can have excuse me. You can have people experience advancements in representation in companies while still admitting that and I do mean largely, that level of access is awarded to everyone, even in their demographic.
Yeah, that's fair. So if you want to base it on, look, I think if you want to better say based on economic status, opportunities are not being afforded regardless of color of skin. Right?
Yeah, I would say that actually.
But you and I will agree on that. There are opportunities afforded. I agree. I think, like I've talked on this stage before, where I believe America and companies should provide more training for people who are citizens or who are local in this country. Take an example I gave to a corporation executive recently. I said, hey, if you're looking for help desk, stop outsourcing your shit to India or going other places. Why don't you go to an area, right? Work with that local to figure out, the communities that maybe where people are safe and all that. Take those people, train those people, give them opportunities, and teach them how to do it here. You may not save as much money as going to India over there, but you'll have better, loyal people in doing it. The company's like, oh, I get cheaper person in India, cheaper person in China in tier 1. Yeah, well, you're losing customer support. So you're 100% right on that. Okay, but when you say that it's only black or only people of color, that's where I challenge you. If you want to say based on people's economic status, which is what you said, marginal white people, so I'm just going off you, right? So based on that, I'm with you 100%. You're 100% correct.
So I think the part of this conversation where we're just never going to agree, because you seem to want to divorce what's currently happening from what has happened. It's like while those things do, and we both agree, I have included, right, economic disparity across all of the diaspora, races, whatever you want to call them, ethnicity, traditions, whatever, right? There is an architecture that begins with a very specific demographic that now affects a whole bunch of people. Maybe the system didn't likely intend it to affect.
And it's only black people, right?
That's what.
No, well, I mean, if we're looking at this as a path, right, and we're looking at the start of the path, right, then the skeletal structure of harm begins with black people, and that's why you have so many people on the stage who are black who may be pushing back on the things that you're saying because they have been taught the history of how these things happen.
Has it improved?
Of course it's improved.
Okay.
Well, people are racist. How did it improve?
I'm sorry.
That is a good point too. Racism is working right now. Racism is supposed to hold people down. Hold on. talking. Shut the fuck up. Essentially, racism, like I think King was just hinting at there a second ago, is intended to keep everybody down all the time. Would that be a fair statement or no?
I think the function of racism in the United States is very specific brand of racism. Can be that, but with for me, with an added caveat of ensuring that there is a totem pole aspect of this, so that the biting keeps the backbiting. I do mean this, right? Continues, right? Because if everybody's trying to climb to the top of the totem pole all the time, they're never going to see the aims of the state to keep them in that position.
Sure. And real quick, are there winners and losers, just in general, Mike?
Well, I think, I guess, like, if you take it from, like, a Darwinian standpoint, yes, of course, there are winners and losers. If we're talking about America, I mean, that's the ethos of the country, kind of, but underneath that, I don't know, not so much. Like, are you really a winner if your daddy helped you? No, not really. Are you really a loser if you started from, 7 paces behind? Well, no, not really.
Well, you could be a loser if your daddy helped you too. And
I mean, yeah.
I
don't think you want to hear my thoughts on Nepo babies, but yeah, for sure.
You can also be a winner too.
Yes, of course.
If you flip that money into something and do something with it.
Yeah, and so that's kind of the thing about America, right? And I think that's how these conversations help to serve the state keep its its own supplanted 10% supremacy, regardless of who's in it, right? Because it's a mixture now, right? How this kind of structure allows the state to be in this other place, right, with all its cronies and things. It's like the nature of America, and like I do mean that, like if America were a product to be sold around the world and to its own citizens, is competition. Right? It's like America is the lottery. It is the biggest lottery. It is the most faithful lottery on earth, right? You could come here, have fucking nothing. You could be born, have fucking nothing, and in a minute, the windfall comes, and your entire life changes. What they don't say, and what is, kind of, a little bit disingenuous to things like, the preamble of the United States of the country, is that, like, they don't really mean to include everyone. They just want you to believe in that dream so that you keep fighting for it, because that engine also is necessary for their success. Not ours as the republic, for theirs as the state.
Okay. I mean, guys, we're going to have different viewpoints. Obviously, we got to pick our opposition that we can argue their points to what they think is reasonable, and we can listen to it. That's good. I hear what you're saying. By the way, this all started with Trump and Central Park 5, so it's been an interesting journey to get to where we are.
This whole conversation started with that?
Yeah, you came in a little bit late on that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and look, I'm not, I think you and I both agree, regarding this. I mean, it just seems strange that other races were able to succeed and get to some of the highest points, right? And then there's other people who are complaining, saying they haven't done it. What about the economically disadvantaged white people in those firms? And by the way, there's actually evidence that Satya Nadella and others have actually not chosen white people for positions, right? He's actually turned them down in favor of other Indian people. Well, so then I guess those white people are being marginalized now, by the way, and you should check it out.
Well, yeah,
right.
that's why you guys...
Hold on. When you say that, people laugh and say, what are you talking about? Look at history. It's always been black people that have gone through. Well, hold on a second, but it doesn't matter. That's what you guys deserve.
I'll try and give you an example. Please, let me tell this. When I was a rookie immigrant to Germany, you need to find some jobs. General jobs for career purposes are in the manipulation of Indians. I tell my mom I am not racist. Example, Bolt and McDonald's, they are just recruiting own mates, because some of the high-ranking officials of those were Indians, and they tried to exclude them. And in the same time, they are gossiping that they victim of racism in the Berlin. But nationality, I don't face them. Not because I want to keep my confidence in them.
There is a lot of truth to that, actually.
Hey, let me say one quick thing, y'all. As a black man, let me say this quick thing as a black man in America.
Mister, hold on, just chill, relax, buddy. You go. Peter, are you done? You good?
I think that the main point was told by me. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, mister.
He's gone. What the hell?
Oh, he got moved.
Somebody put him down.
Okay, I brought him up. He's coming back up.
Yeah, he had to.
I gotta wait for those companies are asking.
Reminds me of a black totem pole. I wonder if he is. I don't know. You're Hug, aren't you, mister?
Yeah, I want to say one quick. I feel like everybody's opinion is based on what their race is. And what I've noticed is white people, of course, are the way about America different. We were born here, we were colonized, we built this country, get absolutely no credit for it. A lot of times we bled and died in wars for this country. We still get treated third-rate citizens. And I understand that all of this shit just comes down to white people trying to preserve their white supremacy. Under the guise of caring about policies and shit that don't exist. Because I don't care if you're Republican, even Tucker Carlson, Green, all these people fought for this man to get elected. We made a mistake. We elected a moron, he collapsed the country, blah, blah, blah. So my point I'm making in this situation, it can't be about policy. It can't be the fact that he's a racist or a rapist or a pedophile, allegedly. This all simply comes down to white and black. You motherfuckers, tell everybody in this room, there's some good white people. Don't get me wrong. What about but a lot of white people just simply want to roll this shit back to 1776. Y'all motherfuckers want to roll this shit back to cotton fields and slavery. Listen to what I'm saying to y'all. Let me lay my point because I think a lot of times when anyone has an opposing viewpoint in this room, y'all shut them down, y'all cut them off, you throw them to go. All this weird shit. This is just coming from a perspective of me. I'm not saying I don't love America. I do love it. You have a right to vote for whoever you want to. I think the athlete job, and I think Trump has done the worst job I've ever seen. So it's not about partisan. It's not about what party you're choosing. It's everything to do with decency and morality of being a human being, of which case this man in office is a horrible person. Most people can agree to that. But y'all still support him because he supports rolling it back for black people, taking away rights, removing the civil rights, removing the voting rights, making the 18th Amendment get this man.
Is that why you support him? Is that why
That's why you support him. You can't support him because you can't support him for any other reason. Gas is $5 a gallon. Motherfucking groceries are through the roof. You having a war that nobody fucking wants. There's nothing good that you can say that this man is doing in the economy whatsoever. Your only talking point and your only standing point is he hates niggas, so I love him. That's how you motherfuckers feel.
So, Mister, hold on. I have a question for you. What about brown people? Do you believe same thing? He's against brown people too?
I think he's against anybody who's not white. That's what I think.
Oh, understood. Okay, makes sense. So you mean Harmeet Dillon, who's a brown, running his whole thing on campaign, on fraud, and also running the Civil Rights Division, is a racist move, bringing in a brown Sikh lady who is of original Indian origin, not born in America. She became a citizen later, but you're saying that is a sign of white nationalism. That is incredible, mister. I find wild. Why would Trump trust a Sikh? Hold on, no, I'm asking you a question. Hold on. Why would he trust a Sikh brown lady who actually was against him in the primary? Why would he trust a lady like that based on her color? Because he's a white supremacist. Why wouldn't you take a white person to prove election fraud and civil rights and all that kind of stuff? Wouldn't you want to put someone in there? Because that white person will then take down other Indians and take down other brown people and take down all this stuff. Why would you trust a brown? Just explain that to me. Why does he trust a brown lady in that position?
I think the better.
I asked you a question.
I'm not trying to answer it.
Yeah, so why is a brown lady in that position?
Let me say this. If you look, God damn, y'all not gonna let me in.
So why am I trash? I mean, every time I say three words, I'm trying to. I'm saying to you this simply point, right? When you look at his administration and you look at who he's appointed in the positions he's appointed in, the only black person he's ever appointed was Hudd, and we know why that was. He needs to choke the nigga to dismantle the shit. But other than that, there is no Tim Scott. There is none of these group niggas.
You didn't answer my question. So you just said, bitch, can
you're not gonna let me.
So I
I'm not gonna let me do it because I'm gonna answer it your way.
So answer now. Okay, so how does that answer my question? Why did he choose a brown lady who I mean, it's an easy question. Joe's here. Why did he choose? No, not you. I'm asking Mr. because he's the one who brought the point on it. So why did he choose? Yeah. So Mr. is not able to answer the question. So he made a premise. He should be able to defend his point of view. Mr. Why is it? So why Trump? Why did he put a brown lady in charge of the Civil Rights Division? Why not put a white person in that position?
Where is the brown lady at when we're in the interviews then? Where's the brown lady at? When we're talking about this issue, where's the brown lady in the media? Where do we hear her speak?
She's everywhere. Just Google it. Harmeet Dillon speaks to media. I'm not going to do your work because you're not looking. So just Google it. Harmeet Dillon speaks, and you see her interviews. She gives press conferences.
You're spinning the goalpost, bro.
Oh, you were wrong. Just admit, look, I was wrong.
Mister, go look it up.
I just looked this up, and it might not be true, but it looks like that. I looked it up, and I think Trump actually voted for Barack Obama in 2008. Why would Trump be voting for Barack Obama?
Because he likes winners.
Because why is he doing that?
Wait. Who's running the voting rights? Hold on. Who's running the voting rights division of the DOJ? Hold on. Who's running? Who's running the voting rights division of DOJ? It's a colored person. It's a colored person.
Take away the voting act.
It's a colored person running the DOJ.
He's the only one. So we got a racist and take away voting rights.
Where's he taking away voting rights? Explain to me. How's he taking it away? I'll wait. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer your question, King, because I feel like it's like a super easy question, and I'll go back on you. Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
Is it Roostard? I don't know how to say your name. Are you there or no? He was trying to get in. I just want to get someone else in, but okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you want to say something? Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm the kind of person that wants to jump in as soon as I have a thought, or else I forget it. So
okay.
And Trump did not vote for Obama. Whoever said it's a dumb
No. I'm talking simply saying there's a rumor, or look, they don't know.
He didn't even acknowledge him as a citizen of America. He called him.
It could have been.
Well, he went along with what Hillary said, but yeah, go on.
Anyways, I was just pointing out there'd be no reason for him to vote for Obama if he's a racist. But go ahead.
Xerxes, yeah. So I'm gonna answer this question that you've asked, Mr. King. I think that it's like it should be clear to most people, but maybe some people are not aware of how like non-white people can be agents of the efforts of the state. They can be agents. And I'm not saying agents like they're, like this is some kind of like weird conspiratorial thing. I do mean like agents of the state, like in a full position with the government. They can be agents of the state as long as they're willing to toe the line of what the state desires. Like bringing up somebody's identity or phenotypical features or origin or ethnicity. I guess like the question would have to turn into, well, how is this advantageous for that particular person to have her there, right? Like outside of her just being a person of color, why would it be advantageous? Is she, a person of color who holds conservative beliefs? Yeah. Does she really, okay, so then...
Not really.
Who said yes? Somebody said yes, and then somebody said not really.
She's actually
okay, oh my God, so too much.
Guys,
when you're ready.
Jesus.
I remember...
Let me just have a conversation. question
Yeah,
directly
I'm
with
answering Xerxes' question. Yes, she's very conservative. She grew up in a conservative Indian family.
She did?
She's a staunch Zionist.
This guy gaslighting.
Right?
This guy's gaslighting.
She says that combating anti-Semitism is the number one priority in her office, right? And she regularly speaks at AIPAC and Israeli lobbies. So yes, there is a reason why she was hired. Go look her up.
So just to be clear, Othello, this is where. Hold on. This is a gaslight. Hold on, Othello. Are you saying that her family that was raised and she was raised in India? Family came from India to this country. Are you saying that they were conservative in India? Is that what you're saying?
No. When she grew up in the United States, it was a very conservative family.
And no, actually they weren't. Nice try. But actually they weren't. And actually I know the family pretty well. And they weren't conservative, and they're not. And by the way, she was anti-Trump. She was anti-Trump in the primary. She voted to actually make sure Trump couldn't get on the ballot. She was trying to change, and probably Joe remembers this, Joe Hero, because he and I had long conversations about Army trying to screw Trump and trying to change California law so that Trump couldn't be on the primary against DeSantis, basically helping DeSantis. When you remember that, Joe Hero? So, I mean, these are things you can look it up.
Okay,
all in on DeSantis. And by the way, DeSantis chose her to run the RNC. He was the only one. Trump looked over her and chose a white person. Oh wow, racist.
Okay,
chose a white person.
Look it up. Now you need to be quiet so I can respond to you.
No, actually, you need to shut up because I was talking. So you need to shut up because I was talking. All right. I'm moving you down because I'm in the middle of talking and you're speaking. You need to shut. You need to shut the fuck up. Sorry, it's the first person I moved, but I did that because.
King, were you going back and forth with someone? What happened here?
Yeah, no. Then Othello came in because he thought he knew everything on it and doesn't have the sources. Believes that certain a family's certain views. Like for example, her family was anti-LGBTQ. Okay, that doesn't make them conservative. Okay, her family was was anti-gay rights. Okay, that doesn't make them conservative. So people are saying that they're conservative because of certain views, but actually nobody's ever actually interviewed the family and asked this question. Nobody's ever actually checked it. So what happens is he's reading opinion articles where people say this is her background and this is where she came from, but without actually checking to say, hey, where do you know this stuff or how do you know it?
He didn't think that we were going to look it up. That's what happened, and I put it in the comments.
Okay, so you copied and pasted from some editorial thing, but okay, cool. So again, how were her parents conservative? Explain it, since you know it. Exactly.
So she's a staunch Zionist, right? And she even called Mamdani anti-Semitic.
So where she is now? Hold on, I'm talking about where she grew up. Because you said she grew up. Hold on, you said she grew up. So how is it? So notice how, did you see that, Matt, how that happened? When I asked the question how he can't answer that, so then he switches to now. You're right, now.
Look it up.
Should be considered. So you're saying she called Mamdani Zionist before Trump chose her because that. Amazing, because Mamdani wasn't even running at that time. No. So how did her family, how was her family? So what kind of family? So she was that way, calling people that way. Oh, by the way, who was also a Zionist? Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is also conservative.
Anti-Semitic.
No, but hold on. So Chuck Schumer was also calling people anti-Semitic. I guess he's also a conservative. That's amazing. Wow, incredible. So just being, against people, against anti-Semitism makes you, or being a Zionist makes you conservative. Wow, Chuck Schumer should be voting in our favor, man.
Well, here it is. Well, let me lay it out for you since you don't know. She grew up in a traditional Sikh household, yet her parents assimilated into the conservative Southern community, even hosting conservative political cookouts. So shut the fuck up.
Okay, what's your source?
Bitch ass nigga.
What's your source?
Shut your bitch ass up. You've been lying all night.
You don't have anything. So he has an opinion article by some loser who wrote it, and he can't share it. It's not going to be anything credible of the person. So you have no idea what you're talking about.
This talks directly against what you've been talking about all night. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, when proven wrong, Othello.
You haven't proven anything.
I did, because you're using opinion article. Let's see. Okay, so show me. Hold on. Watch this. If he provides, by the way, New York Times does a profile on every member of the administration. If he provides an actual source, I will admit that I'm wrong. If he provides an actual news source that actually names her parents, talks about their background and stuff, I will admit I'm wrong. But if he provides an opinion article, okay, so post it.
What do you think?
What are the parents' names? What are the parents' names?
They assimilate into.
What are the parents' names?
They assimilate into this.
What are the parents' names?
Conservative Party. Okay.
What are the parents' names?
Hold on. You know them, right? You know them.
What are the parents' names?
But you didn't know this about them.
What are the parents' names?
You didn't know this about them.
No, actually I did. Because their parents. See, you're such an idiot, because the parents actually met very closely with many both Democrats and Republicans. They're not conservative, asshole. Actually, watch this. Othello, can you prove to me their voter registration? Prove it to me.
Let me go find it, because I've been kicking your ass all night.
I will bet you. I will give you $100 cash app if you can show me their voter registration card and prove that it's her parents, not just her parents.
Why do you do that?
$100.
Okay.
Why Othello does that? We're gonna have Rooster make a submission. I think
I'm on it.
Rooster's
No, I remember my question.
And it should be State Department
When you said
confirmed.
you got me, I said I need the lady's name to brush up on the story.
Which lady?
The one we're talking about.
Oh, you're looking that up right now?
Yeah, I don't know her name.
What was the name again? King? I always forget her name too. Harmeet. Who?
Harmeet Dillon.
Oh yeah, Harmeet Dillon. Yeah.
DHILLON or DILLON?
DH.
So I just want to ask, is she like more centrist then? I guess.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she grew up more. So her parents played the game because they believed that was the only way to succeed in America, right?
Yeah.
So she kissed the ass of both Democrats and conservatives. She had a lot of, if you look at she falls in the line of people like Nikki Haley, like Bobby Jindal, who were in these red states and just kissed the ass of these people. But when you talk to them, they actually don't have any views similar to them, but they kiss the ass because that's survival. And so that's what I was trying to say to them, because I actually know the family, right? And so people who actually spoken to them actually go ahead and say, hey, this is what the person believes, is vastly different than where the person may say, hey, here's who I'm hanging out with. If you believe that who you hang out with, it actually determines your political views, then, Barack Obama has said many times he has friends who are conservative. Does that mean that he's a conservative?
Yeah, he's walking it back.
Yeah, but I don't know. So when
I'm still waiting for you to provide
when a person says conservative, are they, would they be just referring to her political affiliation as a Republican?
No, he said his exact words, just to be clear, those exact words were, she grew up as a conservative, her parents had conservative views, conservative value, in a conservative household, and that's why she's been conservative. That's why Trump chose her, because she has a conservative views her entire life, which is really not, even look at a law firm, defended affirmative action and other things. The law firm that she...
Yeah, but if you look at other stuff she's done, there's things to contest that, right? Like, I'm reading this wiki page of, her whole life right now, so I'm trying to understand, as a person who knows the family, I'm not going to take... I don't know if I can take whatever as a lie. I do believe that people can be, personally... something else, obviously centrist in this context, and then, but then we have to look at the reflection of the things that she actively did, right, as well. And what she actively did is kind of towing the line of conservatism, a lot.
But even if you did that, which perspective would you speak to define who she is?
Well, I don't know about who she is, but it's more so about, in my head, my question is why would she be useful? That's what I asked 25 minutes ago now.
And to be honest, in civil rights, she has zero experience in fighting for civil rights, just to be honest. And actually, if you look at some of her cases, you should also look at her law firm and her law cases. She's actually defended, if you look at what conservative influencers said about her, when she was chosen, said she's the worst pick. Like Cernovich and other people were like, what the hell is this? I mean, initially they were like, okay, she was supposed to head the RNC. She's a great lawyer and blah, blah, blah. But people are like, why is she running the Civil Rights Division where she doesn't have any experience in this? And she's always been kind of on the other side of the conservative thing, mainly because she's a person of color. I mean, she's actually defended many people of color. For example, she's defended people who, in the birthright citizenship claim, she'd be on the opposite side of Trump. Like, if you look at it, her law firm and all that, now she disavows all that now and is doing whatever the administration wants because she wants a job or whatever. But a lot of Indian people consider her a grifter in many ways because of the way she's doing. Just to be honest, that's how it is. So the point I'm getting at is Trump put her in there maybe because he thought she would do what he says. And she is right now. And so he put her in. But I'm saying he didn't look at her and say, I can't put her in because she's brown. He looked in saying, hey, if a white person said, hey, I'm going to do whatever you say, and he had confidence he would, he may have
I don't know, King. I don't know if we divorce the fact that she's a brown woman from how advantageous this would look for the state. Like, we're talking about, like, you literally brought this up as a talking point, right? And this is like, with all due respect, you were like, oh, what? She's a brown woman. That is a very useful tool to an administration that on its face, I mean, like, maybe he didn't like any of them. Maybe he couldn't find one. Maybe, I don't know why. But what I'm saying is, no. Wait, regardless of the origin of the person, if he decides that, oh yes, I can use this person's identity to evoke a thing which we already know has happened in the course of, his entire campaign, right? We don't have to talk about Vivek, right? Then why is this, I don't know how this is like so much of a talking point.
So it's almost like saying, I'm only going to choose someone who's a black woman, right? It's like when he did that, right? Oh, sorry, he didn't do that. But only saying that you're going to choose people simply because of their race. You're okay with that?
I'm not okay with that, but I'm saying, what I'm saying is,
racist. I'm just curious. Is that racist?
I'm sure it could be racist. I'm sure it could be. I'm sure. One second. Okay. I don't know how you ask questions and then want people to answer, bro. Really, honestly.
Well, because you're not answering it.
Well, you're not.
All right. So let me ask the question.
Let me answer.
Okay. Let me answer again. Yeah. If a person says he's only going to choose someone because they're black and a woman, is that racist against brown people and white people who are qualified and maybe more qualified than those people? Yes or no?
Well, yeah. It would also be objectifying them.
Thank you. So the previous president, the 44th president of the United,
one second.
President of the United States was
so listen. I also think that it can be, like I said, advantageous to any one government to have a public face that is in line with whatever your desires may be. Right? And so I'm reflecting that to every president that you can probably think of doing this, right?
Let's agree on this. Presidents and people make decisions, like you said, and I'm going to quote you, that are advantageous to them, and oftentimes race, color, and perception of others can fall into that. And so that perception could be conceived racist because maybe that person not qualified, but it perceives better. Fair. But the point is that you had a previous president that openly said, I'm not going to look at qualified white or brown people or even black men who may be qualified. I'm only going to choose black women in the position, whether they're qualified more or not than other candidates.
Did he say that? Are you talking about Joe Biden?
Joe Biden said that for both his vice president and his Supreme Court pick.
Okay, can I just, if anybody can provide me with something I can look at, that'd be cool.
Somebody posted.
Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden.
Sorg's trying to get in here. Sorg, but
Well, see, if you kind of go down the rabbit hole of everything you would try to pin against Trump, and then look at how some of these black niggas operating in the Congress today, you could pin the same qualifiers and negative traits on them as well. Black people have been using other black people to invoke other dumb behaviors out of black people and working against their own interests. So that's why the shit is so circular and it makes no sense at all. Can't nobody tell me the shit that coming out of Hakeem Jeffrey's mouth or Jasmine Crockett's mouth, where she's literally having black Americans whose ancestors had to fight for voting rights to sit here and disregard their own personal history and allow illegal aliens to take advantage of voting and healthcare benefits that their ancestors didn't get, and they sit here and complain about white supremacy solely on the basis that they couldn't get the things, and then they turn around and give it to an illegal alien. That's like the dumbest shit in the world, and this is what black people are doing.
Yeah, they undermining their own people, right?
I'm gonna get to my own question, brother. If you needed it, maybe you just didn't get it, and it was actually made directly to the point that you brought up. No way. So
Yeah, thanks.
That's a sister, not a brother.
I said I'm going to the brother. No way. Brother, my bad. No why. No why. You mentioned capitalistic society. So if you had to choose the type of operating society that you want to be a part of, and it could only be one system, capitalism or nothing else, communism or nothing else, socialism or nothing else, which society would you rather be a part of?
Was that for no down there? Is that who?
Yeah, no why. Yeah.
We can't hear you now.
I don't know.
Fitting. I don't know.
Anybody who has anything against capitalism, or you use capitalism as a part of your disdain for America, if you had to pick one society to be a part of where there's only one operating model, capitalism or nothing else, socialism or nothing else, if you going against capitalism, what society would you rather be a part of?
There need to be balance between those. All of those are undeniable.
That's not an option.
Socialism in some extent.
That's not an option.
To some extent. That's an option.
It's not an option.
He wants to back him into a corner where he can be right. He wants to eliminate realistic probability.
How can I be right if it's based on your...
What do you mean, how can you be right? You tell me. You're asking the question. You're making the point. You tell me.
Okay. Okay, let me respond to that, because that's a dumb statement. You're telling me that I'm trying to be right when the answer is solely based on your perspective and what you hold true. So there's no way I can be right. There's no way you could be right or wrong. You just have to answer it. You just have to answer it. You just have to answer it based on the priorities that are personal and high on your priority list to you. So I hear people mention this capitalistic society. Okay, if you don't want to be a part of the capitalistic society, or if the capitalistic society is bringing all of these issues, then what would you prefer to be a part of?
A capital system that also has some safety social nets. It is possible, for example, if you are in
but
a
that's not the
capital
premise of my
country,
question, Peter.
but you are a citizen support from vulnerable people in your society with safety net.
Peter, his hypothetical, he's only giving two options, but we get your point. Like I agree with what Peter's saying, but we're just trying to narrow it down, right? So
the point. So we gonna have to discard that answer, Peter. If you don't like capitalism, or if you think that the majority of the problems come from capital, you see, the fact that you can't answer this question is actually the issue, and that's what we're gonna get to. But no why? Can you share what operating model would be best suitable for you?
All right, bet. I'm gonna say socialism. Now what?
What's the reason why?
What's the reason why? Because it's not capitalism. There you go. Now what?
All right. Anybody else?
This sounds like this should be in your wheelhouse.
What?
This question should be in your wheelhouse.
I didn't hear the question. I left.
What? Where have you been, man?
I want to go wash my hands.
Okay, say it again, sir. She'll answer.
If you had to pick your ideal operating model for a country, especially if you disagree with capitalism, or if capitalism has come up any of your talking points as it relates to it being a detriment to this country, to America. If you had to choose one country, or if you had to create your own operating model where it only possesses one operating model. So for example, it's capitalism, all or nothing. It's socialism, all or nothing. Communism, all or nothing. There's only one operating model. What operating model would be your choice?
I would choose capitalism. I think it offers the maximum amount of allowable creativity, despite its obvious and I guess necessary brutalism. But I do think that there are ways to continue the system of capitalism with it being more equitable. At this point, I don't know what the system is that we have now, but if this is capitalism, it's certainly not, it's not leading to the place where it needs to lead to. I think for a country to continue its progress.
Know why you want to try to answer that question again, or you rolling with the answer that you put on the table?
I forgot my answer because I didn't think he was asking a genuine question. Dead ass. I did not think he was asking a genuine question. Set up. All right, look.
You're the most honest person on the app. Go ahead, yeah.
If I had to pick a system, all hands down. Oh my God. All hands down is crazy. Only one option. You can't say capitalism because you're not allowed to fix it. You're not allowed to fix it. That's not part of the question. So I would have to pick socialism. And the reason why I pick it is because at least everyone would have a chance. The only issue with that is trying to actualize that chance without a system of income or a system of bringing,
So let me explain why I asked the question. The operating system that you choose tells me who you are and what you believe in. It also tells me if you can't answer the question, then the only way you see lighting is if it's a perfect world. And there's no such thing as a perfect world, especially if you're not governing it. You're not going to see it as perfect for you. But then if you are governing it, other people are not going to see it's perfect for them. So we're literally, if you can't answer that question, then that tells me you live in a world where everything needs to be perfect in order for you to achieve whatever it is you want to achieve. If you can answer the question, then that means that you have a real understanding of life and that you understand that there are priorities and trade-offs and you're not going to get everything that you want, but all you want is a chance. It also tells me if you actually understand the operating models or if you just want to degrade the one you think you're in. So that's all. So anytime someone comes up and say, well, it's capitalistic society. Okay, well, if you strip it out and you say you choose one operating model, which one do you want to be a part of?
Yeah, but I think you can be critical of a system while not wanting to do away with it completely. Like, that's how things get better, is by, critiquing them.
But what if you don't even understand the thing you're critiquing?
That's also a thing that could be happening, yeah.
And that's one of the ways I figure it out.
But if somebody fully understands and still doesn't choose capitalism, they could just desire a system that is more, equitable for the people around them and the things they experience, which I think is, one, incredibly human, and two, still honest.
But it still doesn't tell me if they understand the systems that they're a part of or the one they'd rather move to. Because if when you choose one, you understand what the trade-offs are. I'm willing to give up this because what I hold true for me are these things. So I'm willing to give up.
Are we still talking about Hermit, guys?
There is one criteria that you need to pay attention to. For example, when you are a capitalist country without some kind of basis of socialism, those too rich people, you see them, they are too greedy. For example, when they come to allocating their money for their needs, they put their fifth priority before the first priority of another person's livelihood. For example, when you need a book to study a course in another language, you cannot afford that, and that extremely rich person don't give a shit. He prefers to have caviar with his food, and that is something for me not be able to breathe the same air with them. You know, when they prioritize their caviar over a textbook that you need to learn to increase your information and knowledgeability to help the society. Even that rich person would take the benefit of your learning, but he prefers caviar.
So how would the socialism balance out the capitalism?
I think that in this case we need to have some minimum measures can be provided for the main for the needs of the essential needs of the people of that society. For example, when you are a student, you need to access to your textbooks, and with whatever cost it is, if you can't borrow it, if you can't buy it, you need to access it. That capitalistic country need to provide that if you cannot afford that, with whatever means. They don't give it to you for yourself, but they need to lend it to you. You know, they need to help you pass that stage. You shouldn't get stuck in that stage for two main reasons. The first thing is that you would lose the opportunity, and the society would lose the opportunity of you learning and helping the society. The second thing is that would become some kind of personal feeling inside you that would tempt you for revenge, and that would make them feel unsafe. Now, I think that there are some minimums. We cannot avoid that. If you can provide that, then you can think about capitalism. First things first, I think.
So, Peter, if I'm understanding correctly, we can't live in a capitalistic society unless everyone has the means and ability to receive the education that they're entitled to.
Education, the minimum accommodation, the minimum food, and that's it. The other things based on competition. But being homeless at the same time, living in a capitalistic country, it is some kind of paradox that would make the whole society at risk, I think, at risk of unsafety. Because this level of difference is totally dangerous, I think.
Okay, so if I can make an analogy, you live in Iran, Peter?
It's for 2 years and 10 months. I am in Berlin.
Berlin, okay. You follow soccer, football?
Yes, I love soccer.
Okay. So your argument is pretty much the same as take the example of a soccer game. There's one team playing another team. One team has cleats, and the other is not wearing anything on their feet. You're saying that the team with the cleats is obviously going to destroy the team that's not wearing the proper equipment. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So before that game can commence, what needs to happen?
Okay. Before that game needs to start, if you are in a professional league playing, your managers needed to supply you the minimum equipment. Otherwise, the team is not allowed to show up in the field. You know?
Okay. So the soccer game is the free market, right?
The soccer game in the hypothetical case.
Not necessarily the free market. The soccer game is the market.
Is a market, yes.
Okay. And the team with the cleats are not saying this is the distribution of wealth in society right now, but the team with the cleats are the people who have, and the people without the cleats are obviously the people who have not.
Okay, so is
Yes.
there a question? No, I couldn't get.
Well, I'm going step by step. We're on the same page.
I couldn't follow you. Can you repeat, please? I'm sorry.
I'm saying in this example that we're agreeing upon so far, the team wearing the cleats, and I'm not saying the distribution of wealth is similar, but the team that is wearing the cleats, that's 50%. They are the ones that have. They're the haves in the society, and the team without the cleats are the have-nots.
Okay, if they meet the minimum requirement of the starting of the match, then they can start competition. That was what I meant.
Yes, but they are not able to get what they need, which is what you're arguing. People in our society are not able to get cleats.
Okay, there are a couple of solutions for that. If they are extremely talented, they would have thought about that before, and they would have raised that point before starting the match, before the problem rises up in the when it is not still existential, when it is still potential. You have some potential problems and you have talents. You need to contact and communicate with the correct authorizations. If you didn't know, this was on you. If you had some needs and you did not communicate proper that, you cannot start match. But if you communicated and your talents are proven and you still cannot find the allowance to start the match, that is another case. It is more excusable, I think. And it is still a problem, but excusable in comparison to not feeling responsible about that. You must have felt that responsibility if you were in the need. In this case, I think that that depends on the case. That is fully depends on the case.
I'm so disappointed in you, Peter. You would choose socialism over capitalism?
Well, I'm not done yet.
Not over that.
Peter,
I say that those capitalist people needs to be human. If they are not, they don't deserve the system of capitalism.
Oh, okay. I see.
Would you, Peter, would you argue that more and more people are getting cleats or less?
I think that with them, if they are, they have communicated before, and they were fully in the competition.
Not when, but as it stands now. As society progresses, are more people getting cleats or are less?
What kind of cleats? You talking about the metal cleats or the plastic cleats that are built in?
Either. Doesn't matter.
I
Whatever your
think
preference is.
that depends on the case, and most of the cases, they need to meet the minimum requirement.
I'm just saying
it's not the competition. Globally. They cannot compare their shares with the wealthy ones. But they need to have the minimum.
Eva, were you trying to speak?
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, so I see Alfred had in the chat, he said that, here it is, happiest countries are largely in Europe running socialism. There are no countries in Europe that are socialistic. Most of them that I think you'd be referring to, which would probably be the Sweden, Norway, France, Finland, Denmark, I'm assuming around like that type, right? Those types of the Nordic, right, or the Western countries. But I think these countries have the populations are so small, and none of them are socialist. They're large welfare states, but they're capitalist. They're capitalistic welfare states. like the United States is, in economics, it's referred to as a mixed economy because we have a little bit of both. But the problem is, and I think that this is the biggest contention that comes up in the United States is we have two political parties that want to go completely different ways. And unfortunately, I feel, this is my opinion, that because we're not basing the foundation of how we're running the country in freedom, right? And when I say freedom, I'm talking about maximum, at least regulation for the states to decide how the states and the local communities want to run their areas. We are coming up with, we're finding ourselves at such odds that we're destroying our nation. That's my opinion. I don't think we're going to be able to, Democrats and Republicans, they're never going to be able to see eye to eye because they have, the goals are the same, and people don't think that. People don't think that the goals is, yeah, of course the goals are the same. It's just that we have a completely different way of trying to get there on both sides. But the problem is when you start to blur those lines, it makes it impossible for one side to be able to do that because it's no longer rooted in the free ability. Xerxes brought up the creativity aspect, and I think that that's ultimately the biggest point of what capitalism provides, right? When you go through the questions that you ask yourself over the different types of society, whether overall you want a capitalist society, do you want a socialist society, or do you want a communist society economically, right? You got to ask yourself, who do you think, base it in who's going to make the decisions. So who do you think, ownership wise, who do you think should control the production of private property? If you want to build a business, do you think that you should? Or do you think that your community should? Or do you think a centralized ruling elite should?
I think the problem is we don't even have an agreement upon what is.
Well, we don't have a free market. I'll just say that.
That's it.
The free market doesn't exist.
When you have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a project started, that's not a free market. That's
right.
competitive.
Right. And that is the socialist aspect of our system interfering with our free market, right? That's why I'm saying, we don't have a free market. This is not capitalism in the United States. This is mixed.
So we need to go harder into the paint on capitalism, which not many people would say.
I don't think that a lot of people are going to ultimately agree at this point, but when we see it destroying the fabrics of what we are, we're going to have to make a decision. And it's hopefully, I'd like us to continue to mature, to be able to say, okay, we want to have a secure nation that can protect its citizens, right, while also allowing the citizens to make their choices as freely as possible and to freely associate versus regulate them and make it impossible for us to do what we're doing. Right now, our financial system, our wealth is so uneven. We have what is it? We were talking about this in another room. 10% of Americans hold 93% of the wealth, right? 1% of Americans
probably even less.
Right, and that's a big gap, and that's going to continue. That gap is going to continue to get bigger if we don't reduce the competition barriers or eliminate them and allow everybody to compete fairly.
The problem is when all of these policies get pushed, they're never driven home to people that they will affect them too. And what I mean by that is, say you're proposing, eliminating, entry taxes into whatever
market. People only think those are going to be applied to corporations. They don't think that it's going to be applied to themselves. Like if you want to start a business and you only have, say, $50,000 in capital, wouldn't it be better if it was cheaper to get something started?
Yeah, and I don't even think that taxation is the biggest. I mean, the regulation, sure, licensing and all that. It's partly that, but we're in such a particularly technological. Our technology is. We're at that point where you could start a business online. You know what I mean? With no capital, and you are making $10,000 a month in 6 months. You know what I mean?
10,000. Try 100,000 now.
Yeah, sure.
That's the scale that we're working with. Like people were starting businesses like that with the advent of social media. You were able to start a company.
Right, and I see that too. Yeah, if you're consistent with it, sure. I've seen we see these kids, these 20-year-olds running around.
You don't even have to be consistent anymore. Like
right.
We are at the point where we can be so lazy and still make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. And that sounds like a fantasy, but it's not, because with these generative like AI agents, you can effectively be the CEO, COO, and CIO of your corporation. And you can employ these AI agents to head every single department and report back to you.
Right, exactly. One of the bigger things too is what I was trying to get to is that the licensing and all this stuff is a startup. That could be what I'm more concerned is the regulation around creating actual product is actual versus just moving it around. Right? Like what value are you actually doing if you're, doing like a drop shipping, you're doing just like a resale, like this. I don't want to say it's trash. I want it because I want to, obviously I have a feeling about it, but it's there's a place for everybody. And yeah, sure, you want to move this to this, but we're talking mostly other people are producing manufacturers. What about the creativity of building a product yourself? That's what I think America needs to get to. We need to be able to build for ourselves. And I talk about this a lot. I think
we're getting there already, Dima. We are there now.
I think. What do you think about intellectual property? Because I think honestly, the patent system is one of the biggest problems in the United States structure right now, keeping us out of our, keeping us from our ability to truly create and build as individuals, build products and build solutions and build cures and create versus just push around drop shipping shit from other countries.
In what way? Like in what way is it not serving us?
The patent system?
Yeah.
Before you jump in,
regulations.
Yeah, but what specifically is keeping people from?
Yeah, we have patent systems that build up, basically patent arsenals that keep the actual definition. What a patent is to stop competition. That should be enough. Enough said.
Of course.
If it's yeah. So I think that
and you're
there was a time
right now with patent system as it stands.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, can you give a specific case? Like, I would really like to make it tangible.
But that's not the only thing that's stopping what she's saying. If you look at the two words, intellectual property, if you're looking for somebody to take care of you, then that stifles your ability to be intellectual. You're literally looking for someone to solve your problems. That's the point.
What do you mean?
So, okay, Bima mentioned that we need to get back to intellectual property, the art of being creative and things of that nature. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you, aka socialism, communism, where someone creates your standard of living, And that is how you survive as an adult, by what somebody created for you. And that is what you hold, not you specifically, but just through and through. Then it stifles your ability to be creative. Therefore, or excuse me, it stifles your ability to be intellectual. So all of these people.
Because you're pacified.
Correct.
Well, well, how would that be true though? If you have more time to, discover your intellectual desires, then how could that be true?
Serious. I didn't have to.
Because if somebody
have to work for shit growing up.
If somebody takes care of you,
it turned me into a monster.
What you're looking for, somebody to take care of you. It doesn't engage your mind because you're looking for somebody to, like, we can see this today. We can see it in the people.
Wait, I mean, you can also see the opposite.
Right,
and that's the reason. I gave you a very personal,
Xerxes.
Xerxes, sorry. I gave you a personal, like, tangible example. That doesn't work. And I've seen it work the same way for dozens of other people.
Well, I mean, like, with all due respect, your individual experience wouldn't be reflective of the thing I'm looking for.
But that's what you just did, though.
I'm talking about.
No, I didn't. I didn't speak about myself at all.
But the only thing you did was brought up an example to counterbalance mine. When you look at, for example, if you look at black people across the board, the more black people that look for someone to take care of them, and they just dress it up with words like socialism or communism, the more you see their ability to think go down.
I don't know how you can make this statement when there are no current historical socialist or communist models within the United States that have affected black people.
Because they're looking
child support. Not child support. Sorry. Fuck. What am I thinking of?
You're talking about the welfare system.
Child support. Well, government child support, pretty much. You know what I mean? When the
Yeah, but that's not endemic to just black people. That support isn't endemic to just black people, nor did it start for just black people.
Single fatherhood skyrocketed out.
Well, welfare was not for black people at first, but if you just look at
and it shows how people that's given unlimited resources, like at least organisms that's given unlimited resources, tend to deteriorate. Right? Look at rat utopia. It's a series of experiments where they essentially give these rats unlimited resources and how they deteriorate as a species.
Because what would be the reason for you to think or
need competition to grow in certain? That's what they're trying to say. This is scientifically proven.
Right, but I mean, it's scientifically proven amongst rats, right? Rats don't have to like go to work, right? They don't create paintings or sculptures or computers or go to space, or they don't do any of those things, right? So we are essentially talking about two different people. Two different species. One of which didn't. One of which has never experienced that kind of experiment on them.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you would there be a need for any black people to go out here and get a farm if the food was made free at the grocery store?
Well, yeah, because they would still need farmers. And ideally, you would need more farmers because more people are being served more food.
Seriously.
Oh my God, this is.
Would people homestead if they were provided for?
If they were provided for by whom?
The government.
By the government.
Well, so you mean like if the government owned all the farms?
If they had a kind of mom-dummy thing where they go to a grocery store and it's free.
Right now.
I'm so sorry, I can't hear both of you at once.
There was some sort of mom-dummy program where you go to the grocery store and everything is free. Would people say, for example, a homestead, buy property, build a home on it, regenerative farming, cows, chickens, pigs, everything?
Oh, I mean, they may, yeah, of course.
Because you can't grow every single thing.
Do you say why? Because more people need more food, which means maybe they need more sources to get food from.
Who's doing it in the hood?
What do you mean? Why are we talking about the hood?
Who's homesteading in the hood?
A few people are.
Eventually, people who leave the hood, bro. What do you mean?
Hold on.
socialism. I've tried to solve that problem myself. Here's my presentation. If you don't do the work,
my question wasn't answered.
In socialism, you will be kicked out of the system of socialism. Meaning, if you don't want to work in the farm, you won't get the free food. Do you understand that?
Okay, Rooster, the hood is not just like the projects or whatever you think it is. Like there's different types of hoods with different types of landmass and different things going on.
Trailer parks,
so my grandparents, for
campgrounds, whatever.
My grandparents, for example, live in the hood, but at the same time, it's like the country, right? So they have a homestead exemption on their house, and they have to have like a certain amount of chickens and all that other stuff. So it is happening. You just you only see what you see through like movies, like Boys in the Hood and shit like that. You think it's all of that, but there's a lot more.
Yeah, I got us.
You don't know what informed my assumption.
Where have you been?
Where?
To any hood.
Yeah.
Okay, what we want to go buy some weed?
My grandmother's house, does that count as grown stuff?
No, friends.
I just wanted to add that there are
I live right next to a hood.
Yeah, one hood.
I don't know about
and I've been to multiple, so what's
Glow's trying to speak, bro.
Oh, thanks. I wanted to say there are people that live in countries where we have social housing or even like a basic standard income from the government, but they still choose to homestead because it's much cheaper and they like it. Actually, they enjoy it. It's a hobby. So both things can be happening at the same time.
Not on Clubhouse. It has to be their agenda or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's hard to understand these things because if you simultaneously approve of capitalism, like, I don't know, the girl with the lips said before she left the stage, because you believe in the creativity, ingenuity, and future competition amongst the people, then in this way, I don't know how one could argue such a bleak future of just trying something else. Like ideally, you would be able to engage that same creative mind born in the system of capitalism to pontificate about a world of other things. So I don't know why we're talking about a closed box.
We've tried it many times.
The thing is,
America has tried socialism and communism many times.
I mean, we have different aspects of it.
So no.
The fire department is socialist. They have social security.
Bro, what? Alright, dude.
Plenty of programs were pooled money into central pools to then be redistributed amongst masses.
Yeah.
Fair comment. No.
You can have a government in which you have all types of parties. So, for example, you would have a socialist party, and you would have all kinds of parties you can have in a government, and they're working together, and they're proposing their own ideas in that parliament. Then the government and the people have direct impact on the government and on their own lives, because everyone's word will be heard and will be implemented in different areas. So I don't think in an authoritarian, total, for example, socialist or communist country, or a total capitalist country is a good idea in any case. I think everyone's word should be heard and valuable, and can be implemented in different areas. All those parties should be able to work together and get to the best outcome.
Social programs account for 50% of the national debt. So the thing that you're championing might eventually bring us down if it's left unchecked, by the way.
Sorry, what did you mean? Can you repeat that?
I was talking to Xerxes.
What did you say? Sorry.
I said the social entitlement programs account for 50% of the national debt. So the thing that you're championing might eventually bring us down very soon.
Are you?
I mean, but the large part of those social programs is supporting a community that can't work.
The
AKA
Somalis?
the old people.
Right.
No, the elderly.
Right.
And disabled.
Hold on. I have a clarifying question for Restart.
Do anything.
I'm sorry. Could he just finish the rest of his statement?
Wait a
and
minute.
then
I
you
have
can
a
ask him?
clarifying question for Xerxes.
I just wanted to hear. I just wanted to hear the rest of what he said,
50%,
bro.
The 50% of our spending that goes to entitlement programs, do that include grants? Does that include, do you expect that to go down now that the fraud has been exposed? Or you have a link for me to look at?
Is that the only fraud?
No, I doubt it. Nursing homes, child care.
Chris Joel.
Wait, what?
Chris Joel.
What's that?
Google it. Google the fraud the welfare fraud that's going on there.
Can you put the spelling of that in the chat so I can?
Okay.
I was saying 50% of the $39 trillion. Is attached to the social program. The 50%.
Okay, so I'm just gonna look at this. So this says, and this is, I guess I'll drop this link. This is from the Hubbard O'Brien Economics website. I'll give you guys that link so you can look, just in case you like graphs and stuff. There it is. Yeah. So this is talking about who owns the debt, right? Oh fuck, I'm getting text message. So where if anybody's looking at this chart, where do you see things going? Get you another chart as well.
Hey Xerxes, while you're working on that, can I ask you a question?
Oh yeah, sure. Who's asking me? I can't see you right now.
This sword, I had went into a dead spot, so I.
Oh, sword. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I want to just revert back to the conversation that I had, and I want to frame it to you in a real world question.
Okay.
But I want to start by being respectful of you in a possible relationship. Do you have a significant other?
I do not have a significant other.
Okay, boom. In this theoretical situation, I'm approaching you to be your significant other, okay?
Yeah, sure.
And I approach you and say, hey, look, this is my plan for our life. And my plan is based on a certain level of equity that the government has in taking care of us. How attractive am I to you as a man that's supposed to court, marry, and quote unquote take care of you, and however the way you see it, with me being reliant on the government to supply some of our needs?
Okay, so can you say the question about including the government, or the statement about including the government one more time, just so I can hear correctly?
Yeah. So I approach you with the intent to date and marry you. And as I walk through my plan of how we're gonna walk into a bliss, it includes the government taking care of us to whatever degree you choose. And you can choose that. Would I be attractive to you, assuming that I meet other qualifications like appearance and physique or whatever else you hold true physically?
Yeah.
Character. But from the financial perspective, my expectation and my reliance on the government and my reliance is also predicated upon the government and how well they take care of us.
I mean, yeah, I totally wouldn't be against dating somebody who's in the military other than them being an agent of the state. But this is like largely what that is, though, right? You're depending on the government to pay you, correct?
No.
Oh, do military military service members have other jobs.
They actually go and work for a check.
Yeah.
So when I say, and see, this is where I gave you the scenario exactly, and you added to it by saying the military, and you gave the person a job.
Yeah.
Never mind. We can scratch it. I got my answer.
I think it's welfare.
It's like, how did you, when people are looking forward to the government taking care of them, they're not thinking about a job.
But I think like for many people who are involved in the welfare system, they do have a aspect of it where they have to work, don't they, in order to receive their benefits?
When people are looking for the government to take care of them, they're not looking for a job.
Okay, sure. Did you get your answer?
You said benefits, so of course you agree. You said benefits.
Yeah.
Benefits come by way of tax dollars, right?
Yeah.
They come through social programs.
Sure.
Okay. So when people talk about socialism and they talk about, well, it creates a baseline for people's existence, things like groceries, in order for you to use benefits to go and get groceries, did you work for it? Especially if we talk about, so as some people mentioned earlier, the homeless. The homeless, did they work for it? I'm not critiquing whether it's right or whether it's wrong. I'm just speaking to the ecology of it. The majority of women would not choose a man that showed up to the table and a part of their financial success was relying on the government to take care of them. Not work, to take care of them.
To be very honest, I wouldn't. If I work and I make a living and I have a house and I pay my bills, I wouldn't be able to feel attracted to a man that does not work or does not make a living, doesn't have a house. That is true for me.
Or let's say, for example, he showed up to the table and he said, "Hey, I make, let's take the average man, what makes 40, 50K. Let's say if he said, I make 30K, but my expectation for the rest of my life is for the government to supply the other 10. So I would like for you to accept me as if I'm making 50K. What would you think about that man's logic?
Are you talking to me still?
Yeah.
I have a link in the chat I'd like Rooster to look at while you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer yet.
Because that dude definitely not attractive.
Well, I mean, like, I think, like, I think there's a certain realistic point where people, judge somebody's ability to access means, right? But, like, I don't know if I'm the person who does that more often than not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going after, like, investment bankers and, like, fintech bros, because they're, like, super secure and attractive, right? And I'm also not, like, a person who hasn't lived life and understands that, people experience different chapters, but to not, like, comprise the whole book of just that one chapter. So maybe I'm, like, not the right person for that question.
Well, I have a question.
Well, a chapter was, I'm talking about the whole book, chapter after chapter. The expectation for that brother is this is a part of his success plan. He plans to make what he makes, but then there's an expectation of him from the government to supply those needs for the rest of his life.
Well,
that's not a chapter. That's a life.
Well, I don't know that that's like realistic. I've never experienced somebody solely relying on the government as their whole income.
Disability check.
Yeah, I've never dated a veteran.
Okay, so even if it's a disability check, is that person attractive?
I mean, show me him. Let him talk to me. I don't know, bro. I don't know what you want me to fucking say, dude.
Alright, so this is like.
I know what you're getting at, but like with the Homestead Act of 1862, like that act that provided 10% of all land in the U.S. to white settlers, like, was that, like, you think their wives were attracted to them, or did they just acquire the land? You know what I mean?
Tell more of the history. Don't just start there. Tell more of
the
the
Head
history.
Right program, historically to provide white heads of households.
What year was that?
Like for example, in Virginia, where they had the Head Right program, and when they got the land, they still had to come and work, right?
Oh yeah.
They had to build up their own land. They had to sell their own products, and they had to work.
Yeah.
Okay. But in exchange, they gave up the land, for example, in England, and they came over here and accepted a plot of land, or they bought the land from the crown.
Well, some of them.
And what year was that, Othello?
Some of them, because of the Homestead Act of 1862.
1862.
It was. They gave that land away. 270 million acres of public land, amounting to 10% of all land in the U.S. To white settlers. So it's I see what you're saying. No, I think that's very unattractive. For somebody to sit here and expect something for the government, go out and get it, because there's so many ways to make money. It is.
But that still doesn't prove your case, though. But we can move on.
Okay, well, I gave you that. I gave you that.
No, I'm familiar with the Homestead Act. That's why I said go further into it.
But there are exceptions, though. If someone's sick or they have a disability, that's another thing. That means they can't work, or they can work less than a person that doesn't have the disability, right? So
I agree with that, but the choice for the woman to choose if this person fits her, what she envisions her life playing out. That's what I was asking about. People have circumstances their whole life, but that doesn't mean me as a man or you as a woman have to choose to be with this person. And what I was doing was drawing a direct correlation back to the concept of being intellectual. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you for your life, in order for your life to work out to its end goal, it disables the person's ability to be intellectual.
I don't think that's true. How do you explain children?
I'm not sure the connection.
Well, like, largely children are looking toward their parents or whoever is raising them for their safety and welfare, correct? And that environment encourages and stimulates innovation, competition, creativity in them.
Othello, look at the link in the chat. You misrepresented the Homestead Act.
No, I didn't. It's in the chat. Go read what I put.
Go read what I put.
Okay, you read mine first.
You read mine next. You read mine now.
Okay. Yeah, it says that this act provided roughly 270 million acres of public land, amounting to 10% of all land in the U.S., mostly to white settlers. While legally open to all citizens, in practice, it was a whites-only land giveaway, as it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land.
That's not true, brother.
So?
That's not true under multiple reasons. Number one, this is a modern source reflecting on who those people were, and the term they identify as African Americans. What you would need to do to prove your point is find a source close or near the date where that was actually produced, and you'll get a better depiction of who those people were.
Gotcha.
I'll give you a prime example. Many of the Europeans that came over here were black. All Europeans weren't white. And the black Europeans that came over here were not Moors. They were literally Europeans.
I was thinking that Europeans play a significant role in the whole world. They don't see. I was not thinking that these are different people with Americans. Maybe I was wrong based on your perception, but I was thinking that German people are also very studious, very hardworking, some of them especially, and they are in a good standard.
Say that again, Peter.
standard of Europeans are almost as good as Americans. Because the foundation of United States come from Europe, doesn't it?
No, not exactly, but that's what's taught historically.
Yes, that was what how I was taught.
Right.
Well, you know, a lot of these Europeans were also in other countries, in countries where there were also living black people. So you could say that it is well known that there were black people among them, working with them as well. So they've been there for a long time.
Yeah. And that's where there's a clash of systems. Because if someone is... Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Peter.
Because a lot of Europeans, as I saw, they see United States as a better country to live. They are some kind of logical minds. They have some kind of logical minds, I think. It is not biased in general. But maybe their countries are playing the diplomacy with lower hands. And that is some kind of understandable situation.
Oh, and because they had passports.
They were seeking opportunity.
Yeah, and because these black people also had the passports for that were from these European countries, because it was the other mostly black countries, they had ability to get the passports from the European country. Therefore, they could just fly back and forth between these countries. Yeah, they were citizens.
When you say fly, what do you mean? What time period are you referring to?
From what I know is that they immigrated from those countries where they would live and work to European countries later on when they could fly there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened before, very far before. I haven't read about that, but I just know that they were first there in those countries and then they remigrated, a lot of them, not all of them, to the European countries.
Gotcha. I was thinking about a different time frame, but yeah, I agree with that.
Thousands of Black Americans did homestead successfully, especially after the war. Researchers estimate roughly 3,500 Black claimants in the Great Plains states obtained patents, titles to about 650,000 acres, supporting as many as 15,000 people, including family.
Yes, we're here to say that two things could be true. And that's exactly what I read in my write-up. Was saying that it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land. And then you said how many people got it?
Well, what was the reason why, though, brother?
And you said how many people got it, Monica? How many Black people received it?
Thousands.
Well, come on, give me a number.
If you had read the link, like you told me you were gonna read my link, you'd have the information.
Because this could be 1,000, this could be 10,000, 35,000. How many?
More than 1,000. Thousands.
So okay, that's not a lot of Black people.
So see, this is where we get annoyed with each other, Othello, right? I'm glass half full, you're glass half empty. We're looking at the data. The data is impartial. I want people to recognize the massive achievements Black Americans have made throughout history, overcoming amazing challenges. In the 1920s, they cut illiteracy rates in their population in half over 20 years.
I guess you're going to talk about the stock market next.
And then you're focused on what? What are you focused on during the 1920s?
Well, I mean, he's just giving comprehensive.
Yeah, I'm talking
about. He's not. He's
just giving.
On the
I'm
negative,
so sorry. I'm just gonna finish my statement. It's not negative to.
All of it.
Bro, Monica, it's not negative to. It's not negative to remark what happened, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you people. Saying the real events of history
What's
should not
wrong with
provoke
you people is you calling us you people.
That was crazy.
I mean, you people, the inhabitants of Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, you people, the inhabitants of Clubhouse, bro. Whatever, bro.
You people are narrow-minded. You people are bigoted.
No, man. Like, what it is like you have a problem with somebody adding context, nuance, and accuracy to the thing you're saying.
No,
why can both not be true, bro?
Othello is. I just. Did you even hear me?
Yes, I did hear you. I also heard you mischaracterize what he said as something negative when it is just a statement of fact.
You know, I don't have energy to fight.
Cool, don't have energy. Go to sleep then.
I was talking to Othello, not you, first of all.
Cool, I'm here too. Contend with that.
You people need to shut up.
Cool.
I said the thing why Othello and I fight is because we have different lenses on the same facts.
And you mischaracterized his lens as negative.
I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said negative out of your mouth.
He misrepresented and only focused on one aspect of the homestead law
Peter, you need to mod this fight.
In 1860. Why are you involving yourself, Beaver?
Because I'm a moderator and I have the.
Alright.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, nobody.
Don't touch my PTR, Beaver. You don't have the skill.
Meaning the PTR. How do I touch it?
So this is the thing. It was not misrepresented. What I wrote in the chat is that it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land. So are 1,000 black people most African Americans? Thank you.
It'd be cool if people just read books, bro, and just
No, but I
gather your shit from fucking books, homie. Like, honestly, come on.
Any national poll starts at 1,000 people. Anyone worth its weight.
Okay, cool. Rooster, so when you brought up your stat, are you saying that to say, like, the percentage that the government spends on
39
is 60 to 65? Yeah, are you saying that? Yeah, are you saying that to say that that's a bad thing?
Yes.
Really? So, inside of that, they're not providing, like, free education. They're not providing free food, really.
I know.
What these things are access to probably really integral care methods for older people and people who need access to, like, hospitals. You're saying that's bad?
No, I'm saying that it's bad that percent of the national debt is associated to those.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you read the thing that you were reading fully. It says 60 to 65% actually, and it includes like interest payments on previous debts as well. So
that's even worse.
Unless you have an actual breakdown of which programs equate to what, you still couldn't really make this argument. But then again, like I don't like it's not so like more so than this. Yeah. So, but more so than this though. The conversation we were having was about able-bodied people relying on the government, right? Not 65, 67, 85-year-old invalids relying on the government. Correct?
Correct.
Right. So then your qualms with the percentage of the national debt that's spent on social care programs actually doesn't really matter. It's inconsequential to the thing we were talking about.
Why is it?
Because the demographic who uses those things are not the focus of your argument.
Who is?
Able-bodied people who expect a handout from the government.
And do you agree or disagree with that?
What? What?
Do you agree or disagree with that?
With what?
Able-bodied people milking the government.
Disagree, because even in social systems they cannot eat fulfilling.
No, I'm genuinely
Let him speak, bro.
Let me finish. If they are in a vulnerable position that was out of their hands and they have put their share inside the table, then the
safety net would help them. If they are unwilling to work, the safety nets are not designed for them. It is not a game to eat for free.
Can somebody translate Disney Obama for me?
He said it's not a game for people to try to eat for free. That's what he said.
Exactly. What I was saying that these social safety nets that I mean about socialism and I am defending on is about those people who have put their share of work inside the table. For example, when they are able to work, they don't deny working. When they have expertise, they would put their expertise for the society. But if they are stuck in a hard situation, this society would help them recover until they are able to work again.
Yeah, that's how
it is. For example, exactly, they need, when they find themselves in a hard position, they need to be able to survive, to not be kicked out of the society. That's it. My understanding from socialism.
They abuse the computer, they'll stay on it as a crutch forever, or there's fraud. So that happens too.
Also, there are different layers of support. For example, the people who had been working for longer time with more expertise, when they are in a specific situation, the level of support that they are receiving is different. For example, when you are in a, when you have paid less insurance and bills to the state benefit department, when you are stuck, the level of support is also categorized differently for different people. But the minimum is guarantee, I think.
Yes, I agree with Peter. So it's based upon how many years you've worked, your experience, how much you have paid in insurance, and then it will be categorized into, you know, a certain type of support. So it's very based individually. They will look at individual cases. I think that's the best way to approach.
I'm still trying to figure out why mine and Xerxes' views were in conflict with one another.
Well, I didn't see a link. Did you post a link to your statement that 50% of our debt is due to entitlement programs? Because I didn't find that. I did see current spending.
I'm happy to share it, but I don't know how to share a conversation with AI.
I use Grok. It's much easier. It's just a link download for Grok. What AI are you using?
I was just using Gemini. I just hopped on Google.
And doesn't give you an opportunity to copy paste up there.
Maybe it does. Let me just see. Okay, so I copied it, but it's copied to my clipboard. Oh, there's a share.
Thanks, Richard.
I guess I copy the share link.
That'd be great.
And you're gonna have to scroll down a little bit because, and it's gonna be weird at the top because my first prompt was just Jews guarding the camps because I was trying to make a counterpoint about where people were coming from comparing Harmeet Dillon or finding problem with her as a sort of racial shield. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay.
So discount that and then scroll down to where it, bear with me guys, thank you.
Gemini. I might have been with Grok. Okay. I'm gonna go off mic. Just give me a second, okay?
All right, that's fine. So, Othello, based on the 1860 census, the last before 1862, there were approximately 4.4 to 4.5 million Black American, well, not Americans yet, Black people in our country, right? That's what you shared in the chat?
Yes.
So were only free people eligible for the 1962 land grab Homestead Act?
1862, and let's do a deep dive on it.
So they couldn't take advantage of it until they were freed, right?
Well, let's see how many people were freed.
Slaves? That's crazy.
In 1862, only the people in the North were free, I believe. No, I think they still had. I think they still had some slaves in the North in 1862.
All right. It was a Grok conversation. I got a link.
Thanks.
Yeah. Can't post it though. Unless you guys want it in the chat.
Yeah.
If you want it in the nest, you gotta mob me.
No. Chat is fine. You don't need. You don't need it in the nest or the jumbotron.
Yes, because this is Monica's room and house, and she can determine what goes on.
That's right. Thanks for recognizing my awesomeness.
The other thing awesome about you is you're overweight and the fact that you suck up EBT.
Oh my
Wow. What a
I didn't see that coming.
Pushy thing to say from the
He's relevant. I'd like to invite people to the Divided
Irrelevant? Actually, you don't even know what you're talking about. The only reason you came on stage was to actually sit there and go, I heard the word black man and I want to fucking comment on it because that's the only thing you comment on. That's the only thing you care about. Like, you really, you can just sit down. Like, you think he ever to go and say, hey, you know what's great? I want to know what Monica's on racial demographics and breakdowns in 1862.
He just wants to fight.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's what it is, Monica. Everybody wants to hear that squeaky fucking Twinkie filled ho-ho gelatinous fucking glob on your head.
What an ass.
They'd rather hear from Pagan Blood.
They probably would.
Moderators in the room here. Do we have DP?
Yeah, there are moderators up here.
Down trees just for a nasty look. It's Mountain Man Pride.
Yeah, there you go. But again, you got like you, Monica. All you care about is fucking your little racist, and then you got your little root crew that sits there and fucking goes ahead and does it. So have fun. And it's disgusting. Really, it's disgusting. You ever hear Monica? She ever talk about anything else other than fucking race? Oh, and Jordan fucking Peterson quotes. The two fucking categories that all she can do on fucking Clubhouse, but yet she goes, I'm a nice person, but I want to talk about how black people in 1862 sucked up welfare. That cunt's never fucking gonna get off welfare. Thank God she's a low tier voter. I think she can affect is probably the fucking person who's running for dog catcher.
Viking, you sound like a disgruntled radio host who lost his livelihood to podcasting.
Anything else? You want to try something else a little better?
Why are you guys so mean to each other? Why is everybody so mean all the time?
I'm not mean.
I mean, what you just said was disgustingly, horribly mean.
That is
very mean.
Well,
then you just contradicted yourself. I said, why are you so mean? You said, I'm not mean. I said, yes. You just interrupted me.
Was that mean for me today?
Rude. You're interrupting me.
No, I think that you can speak as mean as you want because this is political atmosphere. It is not.
You can speak as mean as you want? Well, kill yourself, nigger. You guys should all kill yourselves today. You're a bunch of fucking losers.
I said so too.
Brad, you've done nothing in this life.
You haven't had a family. You haven't had a wife. You haven't produced anything creative.
Wait. You want to fucking go on there, little fucking guy? I'm not the one that fucking went around Clubhouse for a year talking about my fucking experience. You, motherfucker, bragged about your experience wanting to be a fucking school shooter. No, then you wanted to fucking go on and talk about how you wanted to go up your school. Then you said, hey, you know what? I'm a fucking cultural reject because you fucked a tranny and you're in some Airbnb for a night, and then you went back for more and hooked up with it. So again, you're a fucking piece of shit. And you want to talk about my late wife? You can go ahead and fucking do that. You want to talk about my kids? Let's go ahead.
Call me a nigger. He ain't going to heaven.
Oh, fuck. He can say whatever he wants to.
Yeah, trash bag, don't mention anybody's family. Well, you know, I don't know why you would say he said.
It could be more mean, but when you break the limitations, border of the meaning, being mean, then you are out of the loop.
Don't talk
But
about
being mean is not a problem.
Yeah, my friend, you think, man, you'd be pushing for solidarity between Jewish people and black people, but you're saying the N-word on here? As a Jewish man? Come on. Do better. Hashem is watching.
Did anybody see that coming?
He isn't a Jewish man. He was a fucking wannabe school shooter. That's who he fucking was. Motherfucker went on here going to gun rooms going, I can't stop thinking about blowing up a school. That was fucking trash bag. And he's like some fucking Canadian reject wannabe fucking Bear Grylls motherfucker who can't figure out a way to get out of a mall parking lot. Sometimes I swear to God, we do in the conservative Republican rooms, we do collect some of the worst people. But then I'll go to the liberal rooms and I'll be like, they have the same problem too. So it's like, Beaver, it looks like our party does collect herpes. Both sides.
Those rooms are fucking worse.
Can't have the underwear of humanity without a few stains.
For the peace, we need to kick Mullah out of the politic of the world.
Agree.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Viking, no hard feelings. Those just busting balls. You don't seem entirely stupid.
Oh, it takes a lot more than that to get me going. I'm having a good morning. Now I'm going to have my coffee.
So you were correct here, sir. It is up to 60% of our debt is entitlements from what I'm saying. So that's like about, what, 20 trillion?
Yep. And the point I was trying to make is those entitlements don't even, they're fucking scraps. They don't even cover basic living expenses. And it's bankrupting us. So yes, it would be great if everything could be provided for. But we can't even provide the essentials, and it's going to take us under.
I think we should cut entitlements.
Yeah, I think so too, because they're so inconsequential, yet they're taking us out. Like this whole liberal bullshit. It's fucking shit. They don't give a fuck about anyone.
Just make it a tournament where they have to fight on TV like UFC for your entitlements.
Like all of this shit can easily be discounted and seen for what it is if people just put up the numbers.
Rooster, can I ask her a question?
Sure.
So you believe that liberals are misguided on their attempt to help America?
Yes. I think the majority are misguided, being manipulated by a very, very small group of people who know exactly what they're doing.
But you also believe that liberals are doing this on purpose because they don't care.
Yes.
And you think that there are some people on this planet who know what they are doing, bro?
On purpose because they don't care. They care. They care about a very different result than what you... Sorry, I'm making
making an assumption here about what you believe.
They want the votes.
Bro, my speaker did cut out on Rooster. Can you say that again?
It's more than just wanting the vote. They want power.
I promise you, there is nobody on this planet who knows what he or she is doing.
And just like people were saying, when you're given too much, you have no need to want anything more. That is exactly what the liberal leadership wants. And when I say the liberal leadership, I don't mean classic liberalism in the sense of freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of the pursuit of happiness, agree to disagree, but liberal in the sense of the Democratic Party wanting they want you to hand over your will. They want complete control and sublimation. They don't give a fuck about
down to.
If it is it is not up to one person to take over the world. If it was like that, Mullah was the king of the world by now. They had the means, they had the willingness, but the other people also have some strength. Would you underestimate others?
There's no such thing as an individually motivated person leading a group of people. It's the motivation. The motivation is the motivation. Like, it's an attractor field that has a gravity well that pulls people of like mind and motivation into its orbit, and it just collects whatever's around it.
Yeah, good morning. The problem with the Democrats they're so naive and so blindsided that last night, this report came out of California. The Chinese once pleaded guilty for working with the Chinese government. And like she was a spy for the Chinese government and pushed pro-Chinese propaganda. She's being charged right now. The Democrats.
Wasn't that the craziest story?
Yeah, and it's not crazy to me. It's crazy that it happened. It is.
Did you see her videos where she's doing like the kick in the air, the back kick, and she's like running down the step? It's just crazy. Go on.
I didn't see. I got to do some more research on her, but I'm just like seeing it, and it's like the sad part that is shocking and not shocking at the same time, knowing that these Democrats are so like naive, ignorant, and just it just reminds me of Tim Walz. I was talking about before that report came out. I was saying like how Tim Walz spent a lot of his time in China, and he in the government. What I can see, he's like the biggest pro-Chinese person we ever chose as a vice president or a running mate, whatever, right? And he spent like years in China. Tim Walz, Kamala vice president. Could you, man? We have to really take control and understand that we are being manipulated. As Chinese are pumping billions in propaganda in our country.
The war that just broke in California.
Eileen Wang. Wang Chung.
And she's not the first. I remember Newsom 2 years ago going to China, test driving the BYD cars, and he was like nothing but Kool-Aid smiles and oh my God, it's a great car. And I don't know, a lot of people don't know this, that in California, one of the buses, it's like an electric bus, that's made by BYD. The cars are not here, but he pushed to get that BYD and gave them that contract. Governor Walz, not Governor, but Newsom, Governor Newsom. So they are sellouts. Well, they might before cared a little bit, but right now they are beholden with so many different elements outside this country. They care more about non-Americans than Americans at this point, and want open borders. And I'm like, about 2 years ago, or maybe 2.5 years ago, maybe 3, race. And I'm like, man, that's a conspiracy theory. You know, people just talking shit about a Democrat, blah, blah, blah. No, it's real. Like, it is a real serious issue. They're out here saying, I want a fucking open border. I don't care if 1 billion people come up in here. It's crazy. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I'll end on that.
That's true. That has been going on for a long time. I think people are just finding out now.
I think all of this bullshit about white against black and who's on what team, I think it's living its last days, to be honest. People are tired of it. They're looking around and they're looking at each other and they're thinking to themselves, I'm not against you. Like, and you're not against me. Like, we think we are, but we're both fucking losing.
Exactly. We will both lose if we are
like white. I'm sorry if this pisses people off, but white people are starting to see like.
Now you are out of
we're on the fucking field too.
How could you
this whole country's a fucking plantation. This whole world's become a plantation.
Who we trying to tell you? Well, Rooster, you gotta understand that a lot of people from outside, people come from outside of the country, they use divide and conquer tactics on us. And one of the major things they use is race. Because we do have issues and come from a history. So, Elon, what's her name from Somalia? What's her name? Ilman Omar, right? She come from Somalia as a refugee. She comes to this country and she say, racism, oh my God, these white people, oh my God. I'm like, what the fuck did you know about racism in our country? Like, you never really, like, your parents never speak, like, what the fuck is going on? And then you marry a white man, and they just use divide and conquer on us, man. And they just, in differences, they use it against us, but when the country fails, all of us fail. We're all going to feel the hurt and pain when the country collapses. And these people outside of America, they don't give a fuck. Like she said before, hey, I can just go back to Somalia. I'm cool with that. And they just want to siphon our wealth, our resources, and that's it. From what I can see, they don't have any, and they will use any tactics available to do it, because the more divided we are, the weaker we are.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They're the biggest scammers. And not only that, has anyone thought to ask, if this country's so racist, how the fuck did it let you into this?
It's really...
She stole a shit ton of money, organized a big web of a scheme, and married her brother, and then went into a small community after 100,000 people were plugged into it.
I was going to say that too, with your inbred ass marrying your brother. Now, I understand it was probably a logistical thing to get him into the country, but how did that not raise any red flags in the immigration process? How did she get into the country?
It needs to be a revamp.
Somalis tend to get into as asylum seekers.
I think that the people would change their behavior when their status changes. For example, when she wanted to enter the country, she was defending that rights of that moment. But when she sees her rights against them, they won't react like a woman anymore. For example, if they were the people who were their own officers to accept or reject them inside the United States, they would have rejected themselves, because they would have seen the other person around the table against their willingness and against their direct rights. They did not believe in the short pain and long-term gain, and that is the long story. They need to be guided by the system. They cannot
Plant assistant.
I forget what point we were trying to make.
Does anybody think that Creed was a good band?
I mean, they were talented as musicians.
Technically good, yeah.
Yeah, I think they were grossly underrated. Now that I look back.
I wouldn't go that far.
That's because you're getting old.
What about Nickelback?
You're not fucking American.
I'm just kidding.
I like cranberries.
A Linkin Park came on in my shuffle yesterday.
In your what?
My playlist on shuffle, so I sometimes get shuffle. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said supple.
Hey, is a black guy? No. What's the most crazy?
Was this the Linkin Park Jay-Z mashup encore?
Oh, no, it was something from Meteor. I think it was Faint.
I don't know that one.
I'm trying to remember the lyrics. Don't turn your back on me. I can't take anymore. Something like that. It might have been Faint. What was Bieber asking?
I vaguely remember that one.
Could have sworn Bieber had a good question. Could have sworn.
Don't turn your back on me. I won't be. No, that one?
If y'all know me, you know my song. That Pimpin'.
What?
That Pimpin'.
That pimpin'?
Fat. F-A-T. Fat.
That pimpin'.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that one.
He's making fun of my list.
I know Big Pimpin'. You confusing that?
Same song. Sorry.
Is that literally the song you were...
Yeah, Big Pimpin'. I call it that Pimpin'. My family knows.
That was a Notorious B.I.G., not Jay-Z.
She a gangster.
You know that's a good song.
Do you guys think music is worse now than ever, or
I think you kind of, sort of. There's like a.
Yeah.
It also, I would say, whatever one music labels ended up dropping bands. Bands have always been notoriously hard to work with. Mainly, you have to keep them together, which is it's a problem. So they more or less started marketing individuals, but I feel like there's so like I have an appreciation for, I guess, musical artists from like the 90s and before. Like they used to have to record their music live. A little before the 90s, you'd have to do everything from start to finish. Like there were no retakes. I mean, there were retakes. You'd have to do actually many takes, but they couldn't really edit shit out that easily.
Or
They were
auto-tune, yeah.
It was just that the tape recording process was like
Yeah, the whole process. But I was watching some old like music, groups the other day on YouTube or whatever, and it's amazing how they had to get it right the first time. There's, like I said, there's no auto-tune, no filling in, none of this other crap. And so when it came down to it, they really had to have a voice, It's just really amazing to see how far everything's come. in that respect. And that's why I raised the question. I'm like, are we getting like to a point where the musicians are lazy and how they go about their business? Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
You have K-pop nowadays. Like, what the fuck is that shit?
Bro, if it's owned by a label, it's trash. Period. The end. If it's indie music, it's the only music worth giving time.
I'm waiting to see AI's Drake. And what I mean by that is, I was listening, like, Drake's got a new album coming out.
Excuse me, good morning. I just got a phone call saying that Trump had a stroke. Can someone check that, please? I just got that phone call. That Trump had a stroke, a massive stroke.
But it's wrong.
You sound like you've had a stroke.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
You wouldn't have understood that before us, I promise you.
Peter, slow down. I told you about that. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Matt.
Goodbye. What's up, man?
What's going on? Is this a safe space?
I don't know. There's a
If you enter, it is semi-safe.
Discussing Epstein, please.
Hold on, Peter.
Talk about Epstein.
Shut up.
Here we go on mute. Peter, slow down and pronounce your words. You were doing good. Just slow down, pronounce your words, and we'll have a good conversation. You got it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that now the stage is semi-safe. It was safe to me.
Peter got a bean. What's going on, y'all? What y'all talking about? I heard the music discussion. Shout out to the
I want to take that. You have music.
To go online Google artists to get any real good music. There's an artist called Fritz Kiwi Juice. Yes, he's gonna go by FKJ. He plays everything live. He uses a looper, but he plays everything live. Go give it a try. FKJ.
Well, to what he was and I'm saying, yeah, independent artists to me, that's where it's at. I spent many years in the game, and it's difficult when you're signed to a major. There was a lot of shiesty things that were going on, you know, payola, buying your own music to make the numbers look good. There was a lot of BS that went on. I do want us to return to tangibles, you know, CDs. A lot of people are now into, you know, getting the 1200 techniques and playing actual vinyl. Those are the days. I'm from that era, and I remember recording sessions with Ampex tape, reel to reel, and nope, we're going again, and hold on, let me rewind the tape. You know, I remember when Pro Tools came out, I hated it. To me, I thought Pro Tools sounded like AM radio. I was like, what is this? Like, nah, we're going to record digitally now. I hated it. There's just a different sound you would get with the Ampex, with the analog, with the reel to reel. And yeah, there's been a lot of evolution in the industry. You know, anyone can make music now. You know where to buy the mic. You can go and, you know, get your Fruity Loops or your sampler or your this or your that, and it's just over-flooded. But if you have a niche on the indie side, you can make a lot of money from merchandising to these little pop-up shows, touring on your own, get your little band and get a van and find your audience. Now with analytics, you can see who likes you and who wants you, and get you a little indie promoter or booking agent, and there's money to be made. A lot of people don't know. You know, Taylor Swift is an indie artist. Like, what? Yeah, she's one of the smart ones. She's killing it. She takes care of her people. She buys them boats and shit. Like, you know, it's the artist and how much they're willing to support those that support them, and then you have the assholes who don't give a shit about their crew, and it's all about me, and the overhead is killing them. And I'm curious what the future holds for the music industry. I'm glad I got out because it's very cutthroat. So that's me in a nutshell.
When did you start recording?
The streaming model is broken, by the way, Divine. Like, what do you think of the streaming aspect? Like,
I think like streaming
artists is being undercut.
Yeah.
Too. Go ahead.
Yeah, streaming. The song "Happy" by Pharrell streamed more than 1 billion times, and he made something like $300,000, which ain't shit. You know, if you look at the splits on how they, and Anthony and I had this back and forth a while ago. You know, my numbers were off. I admitted it, but the the way they count streams as to a song going, to me, that shit is trash. I like the days of idled 500,000 copies of this CD. That was gold. I get it. People are like, no, but the streaming is different. But financially, what the artist gets per stream compared to what an indie might get off of an actual tangible sale, it's way different now. That's why these guys are out here hurting.
When did you start producing, Divine?
Didn't produce. I was a tour manager, so I moved artists. Throughout the United States, Europe, Southeast Asia, Australia. I've been to Africa a bunch of times. It was great, and I toured from like '97 to like 2000 and I don't know, maybe 2016, 17. That's when I stopped. And then I got a few gigs here and there, but I moved on to another career. But once in a while, I get that call. I miss it. I loved it. But it's high stress. And it was a model of no show, no dough. So when the tour ended, you know, I wasn't on anyone's payroll. So at the end of the tour, that was it. I had to go find another one. But the money was great.
Was the money getting better the further you were into your career? Like,
yeah, definitely got better because I started as a roadie. I was a bad boy, and I eventually worked my way up. You know, there's room for growth. I worked my way up to tour manager / production manager, and I could charge what I want. I would always aim high. I would always overcharge, and if they said, "Okay, we'll pay that," I'd be like, "Yes, got him." You know, it was like that.
And just generally, was money flowing more to your side of things as the industry got bigger?
Definitely, because I called touring Final Frontier. Again, sales wasn't the thing that made artists, in my opinion, make a lot of money. It was hitting the road, selling out those arenas or selling out those stadiums, and touring like all of through Europe, and you know, artists charging $500,000 to $1 million per show. And that's when I would see the budget. I'm like, this is what I want. You want me to go leave my family for X amount of days? This is what I want per week. And yeah, I definitely think towards the end of my career, I was making a good amount of money. But you know, again, I decided to change. I'm glad I pivoted because COVID hit and everybody was screwed. There was nobody was touring. There were no shows, and that industry got hit hard, in my opinion.
It seems to be a resurgence now. Like if you were in it right now, it seems like there'd be more like money than ever.
It depends on who you're with. You know, you gotta strike gold. You gotta get with. A lot of times now, in my opinion, these artists, they'll take their friends instead of somebody like me that knows the road, knows budgeting, and knows what it takes. A lot of these guys are kind of learning on the fly, and a lot of times, you know, the big boys, the booking agents, who just got in trouble? What's this guy? Live Nation. Live Nation will send someone, you know, so they kind of cut me out because they know the road, they know the venues. Hey, we got you. We got a guy here that knows the road. He'll be your tour manager instead of somebody like me, and that should be piss me off. So, you know, it is what it is.
I'm waiting for the artist that takes the Drake route in the sense that Drake and his team leverage social media to dominate the industry for over, what is it? He's got to be 20 years now and counting. Someone's going to do the same with AI, and they're not going to need a team. They're going to be themselves. And they're going to be the artist, they're going to be the tour manager, they're going to be the marketing, they're going to be the merchandising, they're going to be the agent, they're going to be everything. And I think that's going to happen. I think the mathematics of it is such that there are so many artists out there, they're using AI. One of them's going to be business-minded, like a Drake, say for instance, and they're just going to they're probably going to own the market for not 20 years or 30, but 40. You get an 18-year-old that dominates the industry. I mean, Jay-Z's still rapping, and he's what?
55, 60. So you get someone that starts at like 18 years old, they can be an artist if they're consistent and if they're like a generational voice, 40 years. Like I really think that could happen.
I agree.
And what's even better is like the technology is so great now that I see some pretty, I can see a lot of like,
What's your picture?
Rolling loud. You white people are something else, alright?
No, you think so. I think that you are racist.
I'm sorry, Peter. You're right.
Yeah, that's wild, man. Come on stage, talk about you white people or something else. This is amazing.
Well, I just left this concert and them niggas was throwing garbage cans and all type of stuff. What's your name? Peter, do you consider yourself white?
No, I consider myself a person who believes.
Believes what?
No, breathe. B-R-E.
Oh, breathe.
Yes.
Okay. So you're not white.
I think that this is the same genetic around the world with a little ups and downs, slightly different. Just the atmosphere of living has changed it slightly. For example, in the color of the skin or something. But that is the same chromosomes, genetic. A lot of people try not to understand that. This is.
So what do you say about certain diseases only affecting certain groups of people?
That is the potential.